Chapter 1 I traveled through the ninja world, but you gave me a game-making system? Chapter 1 I traveled through the ninja world, but you gave me a game-making system? New book, please support. Ding system read 100%, activation started. On the night of June 46th, the 6th year of Konoha, in his own home, the young Konoha Chunin Uchiha Kei's mind was shocked once, twice, 3 times, and then wildly. A huge ecstasy surged in his heart, and Uchiha Kei, who had traveled through the Naruto world for 18 years but was still just a Chunin, almost cried out. At last! After so many years, the essential plug-in for time travelers has finally appeared. The joy and emotion at this moment have completely overwhelmed Uchiha Kei's weathered heart. After all, in the world of Naruto, which is a cesspool of bloodline and cheats, although Uchiha Kei is a member of the Uchiha, the richest family in Konoha, he is only a side branch of the clan and his mother is just a commoner of Konoha, so he has become a scraps with very impure blood in the Uchiha. This is not a metaphor, nor is it some bloody dispute between the legitimate and illegitimate children. It is simply because the Uchiha bloodline is not pure enough, and the talent is visibly garbage. Usually, this type of Uchiha would not become a ninja, but would just be a lower person in the clan, responsible for managing the Uchiha family business. However, as a time traveler, Uchiha Kei knew very well how dangerous the ninja world was, and he was even more aware that the Uchiha clan would face the crisis of extinction in the future. Therefore, Uchiha Kei has been working very hard since he was a child. Even though both the elders in the clan and people from outside the clan thought that he had poor talent and that he would have no future as a ninja, he still worked hard, trying to make himself stronger in a way that hard work pays off, just like the blue beast of Konoha who almost kicked out the finale. However, it turned out that Uchiha Kei was overthinking. The reason why Might Guy can become the Emperor Kai is that he is actually a genius in physical skills, while Uchiha Kei is undoubtedly mediocre. No matter how hard he tries, he only gets the unfortunate result of overtraining and getting injured. On the day when his ligament was strained, Uchiha Kei understood that the ninja world was an extremely realistic world. People without cheats and ultimate bloodline were destined to be mediocre no matter how hard they tried. The evil Otsutsuki polluted the blood and genes of the people in the ninja world, causing the ninja world to become a true caste system world where kings, princes, generals, and ministers are indeed of different species. As a result, when the Third Ninja World War was about to begin, Uchiha Kei had already accepted the reality and was ready to take advantage of the Third Ninja World War to fake his death and escape from Konoha, and go to other countries to live out his life in anonymity. But now, he suddenly got the cheat that he had long despaired of and given up. It's true, there is always a way out. At this moment, Uchiha Kei understood that his time had come. So, system, prepare to give me some points. Uchiha Kei started to have wild thoughts due to excessive excitement. Ding, the Super Game Producer system has been activated. Please complete the production of a game as soon as possible. The Novice Gift Package, Game Production Mastery Skill has been issued. In an instant, a lot of knowledge suddenly flooded into Uchiha Kei's mind, making him feel a wonderful feeling of being polluted by knowledge. Only. System, tell me again, what system are you? What functions do you have? Uchiha Chi asked expressionlessly, his previous excitement gone. System, Super Game Producer System, the function is to train the host to become the world's strongest game producer. Uchiha Kei, what world am I in now? System, Earth in 2024. Uchiha Kei? This is the ninja world of Konoha in the 47th year. System, after scanning, this is the Earth in 2024. Please complete the production of the first game as soon as possible. Uchiha Kei? You fucking at number you in %. At this moment, Uchiha Kei couldn't help but swear. I thought it was a system that could allow me to take off and become Long Aotian, but it turned out to be a system with an urban plot. This is really a huge bummer. Moreover, it looks like it has intelligence, but it turns out to be an artificial idiot that even gets the world wrong. Sure enough, wanting to become the big boss long Aotian who holds the system is just wishful thinking. It is better to continue to prepare to be a Konoha runner. Anyway, his father in this life had died in the line of duty, and his mother had died of illness when he was a child, so he had no relatives in Konoha. Although there is a group of people with red eyes, to be honest, because Uchiha Kai is forced to be a ninja despite his lack of talent, many people in the clan are dissatisfied with him. They think he is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan when he goes out, which is similar to Uchiha Obito when he was a child. He is called the shame of Uchiha by some people. His situation is a bit like Xiao Yan's script, but because the Uchiha clan is generally proud, they are not bullied directly. In such a somewhat cold and violent environment, even though Uchiha Kai has lived for 18 years, his sense of belonging is limited, so naturally he doesn't have much psychological burden about running away. Run, 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 as long as you run fast enough, the ninja world is so big, anywhere is home. Of course, even if he wants to leave Konoha, it will be at least 2 years later. For now, Uchiha Kai has to stay in the village and be a good citizen. He cannot let people suspect him. Otherwise, with his sensitive identity as an Uchiha, it would be almost the same as seeking death if he wants to leave Konoha. So, Uchiha Kai, who was lying in bed feeling a little bored and couldn't sleep because of the system activation incident, simply started studying the system. As a result, when calling the system only responded dully, even worse than Dami's Xiao AI. To say more, it would just ask the host to quickly complete the novice task of making the first game. High EQ, the system unwaveringly helps the host become a top game producer, unlike some systems that play conspiracy theories to plot against the host. Low EQ, this system is an artificial idiot with extremely low intelligence. Damn, in this backward world where even the most basic computers or game consoles don't exist, how can he make games? Complaining in his heart about the unreliability of the artificial intelligence system, Uchiha Kai still studied the system activation novice reward, game production mastery skill, which had been engraved in his mind and all the contents were firmly remembered, to see what was inside. The mentality I hold is to just do some research to kill time. But soon, Uchiha Kai realized that something was wrong and took a breath. Is this a game-making skill? Is your game-making technique so abstract? Complaints arose because the game production skills issued by the system were quite abstract, or too comprehensive. In addition to the computers, game consoles and mobile phone platforms that Uchiha Kai knows, it also includes virtual reality, artificial intelligence, mental networks, and other game platforms that do not yet exist on Earth. The main feature is to scan the Earth in 2024, but the skills given include game production technology for the next few hundred years. Uchiha Kai felt that with such comprehensive and abstract game production skills, he would not have to worry about finding a job even if he traveled to the future Earth in 2424. Unfortunately, this is in the ninja world. To the ninja world, these game-making technologies are too advanced. They are simply. Wait, what is this mental network? In the future, humans can directly use brain cells and thoughts as computers, and people can form a mental network through mental resonance. What the hell is this? It feels so unscientific, like a fantasy setting in a magic story. Uchiha Kai pointed out the relevant knowledge in his mind and marveled at it. Then, suddenly, he thought of something. The ninja world is, in a sense, a magical world, and spiritual things are not uncommon in the ninja world. In fact, as a member of the Uchiha clan, they are more clear about this aspect. After all, the Uchiha clan possesses a bloodline limit called the Sharingan, and the Sharingan, as the Eye of Soul Reflection, is itself a direct and high-intensity link with the human spirit. After activating the Manjiki Sharingan, one can use the will of personal demands to make the Manjiki Sharingan gain magical abilities corresponding to the demands in one's heart. In a sense, this is all a super expansion of the spirit interfering with reality. So the question is, can we use the Sharingan or other mental means to use the game production skills given by the system to complete the development and play of the game? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kai fell into long contemplation. The more he thought about it and compared it with the Sharingan, he felt that game production was really a promising thing. How about, try it? Muttering to himself, Uchiha Kai was moved and simply did it. At this moment, Uchiha Kai opened his Sharingan. Although he was mediocre in the Uchiha clan, but since he was a Chunin and was 18 years old, it was naturally no problem for him to open a Sharingan. Although it was only one Megatama, which was very embarrassing for a time traveler, at least he had successfully opened it. Then, Uchiha Kai closed his eyes while keeping the Sharingan open, and concentrated his mind on the Sharingan. Using the Sharingan as a platform and combining it with the unique illusion ability of the ninja world, he began to try to develop the game according to the game production skills assigned by the system. As a result, it was successful. As if it was natural, the mental network game production state that Uchiha Kai needed appeared in his closed vision. Everything seemed to happen naturally, as if it was easy to do. However, this is actually the result of Uchiha Kai's 18 years of hard work. As a mediocre Uchiha, Uchiha Kai knew that he lacked talent and aptitude, so he worked very hard in his training, and in order to make up for his lack of aptitude, he would strengthen his training on certain details. For example, chakra control, mental refinement, and perception are techniques that normal Uchiha do not need to train at all, and can be perfectly filled by relying on the Sharingan. It is precisely because of the intensive training in this area of technology in the past that Uchiha Kai can now accomplish such an incredible thing naturally. God rewards hard work, it really works. It just requires an opportunity and a platform. Now, Uchiha Kai seems to have got the platform and opportunity he has been waiting for many years. However, it is a bit of a joke from hell that these opportunities and platforms are actually used to make games. After all, no matter how well he makes the game, can it still make him a shadow-level powerhouse? New book uploaded, please collect, recommend, reward, all kinds of requests, thank you everyone, end of this chapter. Chapter 2 Uchiha Kai, start making the underworld game from now on. Chapter 2 Uchiha Kai, start making the underworld game from now on. In fact, Uchiha Chi is no stranger to making games, because before he had the good luck to travel through time, Uchiha Ki's job was a game planner who was called a dog planner by countless players. He participated in the development of several skin-changing and Krypton-defeating mobile games, and it was not unfair for him to be criticized by players. After all, it's just a way to make a living, and it's not shameful. Of course, I still have ideals, such as the dream of creating world-class games. If he had obtained this artificial intelligence system before traveling through time, Uchiha Kai would have woken up laughing in his sleep, and would have directly turned on the Yilin mode, ready to start punching the rice club, kicking the pig farm, savagely charging into the goose village, and leading the Chinese gaming industry to sweep the world. Unfortunately, the changes in the world will never change according to human will, so all Uchiha Kai can do now is to reminisce about his lost youth. Then, Uchiha Kai started making games. Although I feel that the rewards given by this game's production system after completing a task are likely to be of little use in the ninja world, but what if the reward given can indeed be used in the ninja world? Therefore, Uchiha Kai decided to try to complete the novice mission to see if he could get something useful. With his consciousness completely immersed in the spiritual world built with the Sharingan as the platform, Uchiha Chi first programmed a game-making software according to the skills given by the system. This is not a difficult thing. Under the operation mode of mental network and biological computer, many functions can be completed only by imagination and thinking. Game production software is also very common on Earth. Some simple game production software is very easy to make and can be made with just some key codes. Of course, awesome game production tools are another matter. For example, the famous Unreal Engine is a comprehensive game production tool that cannot be compared with ordinary game production software. It's just that Uchiha Kai doesn't need such a thing, or in other words, the spiritual network game production method based on the Sharingan as a platform and supported by the unique abilities of the ninja world does not require such extreme hardware support to create extremely cool and realistic scenes. Ninja World Illusion, Kid.jpg. It took about half an hour, and the game design software named Minecraft 1.0 by Uchiha Chi was completed. The functions are very rough and simple. It can simply arrange the scene, set up some NPCs and monsters, or make some traps. If such game production software were available on Earth, it would most likely be just some pixel-level programming software. However, with the combination of the Sharingan, illusions, and the game-making ability given by the system, what Uchiha Kai saw in his eyes was an extremely real world. At first glance, it was an extremely flat grassland, forming a line with the sky in the distance, and every blade of grass under his feet seemed real. The breeze blowing over made Uchiha Chi feel as if he was really on a vast grassland. To use a classic quote from a netizen in my previous life, "This is, I can't tell whether this is fantasy or reality." It actually worked. Uchiha Kai was pleasantly surprised. He just tried it and it actually worked. The high-tech technology from the system actually formed a chemical reaction beyond imagination with the specialty of the ninja world. With this kind of picture quality, only crazy burning of funds and the use of countless graphics cards can produce corresponding movie special effects on Earth. Moreover, these are just movie special effects, which cannot be compared with the scene with complete five senses experience that Uchiha Kai has created now. After all, everything you see can be directly packaged and converted into a game for players to experience. There is no doubt that such a game creation platform is definitely the ultimate program that countless game producers dream of. The only problem is probably that it is more exhausting for the Uchiha, after all, since this spiritual realm requires the opening of the Sharingan, and as long as the Sharingan is opened, it will continuously consume mental power and chakra. Even if the Uchiha's use of the Sharingan would not cause kidney failure as easily as a certain Hotaki Wavyukai, they could not keep it open all the time. For example, Uchiha Kai is a little tired now. As a standard chunin who can be used as a combat unit, Uchiha Kai's chakra is also that of a standard chunin unit. No matter how much he practices, his chakra can never be increased. In the ninja world, talent and bloodline are really ruthless and unreasonable things. Uchiha Kai, who has lived for 18 years and worked hard for 14 years, can be said to have completely recognized the reality. Therefore, the chakra of a chunin is only enough for Uchiha Kai to keep the Sharingan open for about 70 minutes. Moreover, this is because if only the Sharingan is used to make games, the consumption is almost minimal. If the Sharingan is activated in the battle, Uchiha Kai's chakra will be exhausted if he just throws a few B-level ninjutsu that consumes a little more chakra. Now, half an hour has been spent on making the game production tools, and Uchiha Chi must hurry up to make the game. Fortunately, as a former game planner, he doesn't have to worry about many skills and proficiency in making games, even if it has been 18 years, because he doesn't know if it is due to the time travel, but the memories before the death of the previous life are clearly preserved. Whatever you remember before you die, you will remember it firmly after traveling through time. Even if 18 years have passed, the memory has not faded at all. Of course, it is limited to the memory before death, which is the knowledge level of an IT social animal, and it is completely incomparable to the intellectual ceiling during the college entrance examination. Fortunately, although the knowledge and experience gained from being a dog planner for many years are of little use in the ninja world, Uchiha Kai has never been lost. Even when his mentality exploded because of the cheating bloodline Tianfu, he never let himself collapse and always maintained a good mentality. And now, there is another opportunity to make games, and the dog planning wisdom left over from the previous life has come in handy. As a dog planner in his previous life, Uchiha Kai played many games, even dabbling in various unpopular games. If he retained his memory, he could remember the related content very clearly. Although it is not a direct copy, in the gaming industry, it is normal to borrow from each other. Almost all the so-called creative classic games on the market have actually used their innovative content in other games a long time ago. However, due to their low popularity, these creativity is often integrated and optimized by other game companies, and then becomes the classic creativity of those companies. As a dog planner, I know all the ins and outs here very well. Moreover, Uchiha Kai didn't intend to make a great game. He just planned to make a small game to complete the tasks issued by the system and see what kind of rewards he could get. In this situation, Uchiha Chi, who had already thought about what kind of game he wanted to make, immediately called out the tool panel. In his field of vision, a transparent panel appeared beside him. On it were modules of various flowers, plants, trees, stones, and even various buildings and NPCs, all of which were things that Uchiha Chi had set up in advance. All Uchiha Kai needs to do is to use these things to set up some scenes according to his original plan, and then add some NPCs and monsters to achieve the effect of interaction with players to complete the production of the mini-game. However, after making a small part, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but think, if the rewards given by the system are also something useless in the ninja world, then what is the point of him actively completing the task now? In an instant, I felt a little worried and anxious. This is also human nature. After all, Uchiha Kai has been disappointed too many times. What a shitty time travel, making him travel through time and become a member of the Uchiha clan who will be destroyed by weasels in the future. Not only did he travel through time and space to become a member of the Uchiha clan, but he was also made to be just a side branch of the clan, with a thin bloodline and poor talent. I won't say all these. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. God rewards hard work. There will always be rewards, right? But no, the cruel truth that no matter how hard he tried, he was still stuck at the ordinary Chunin level made Uchiha Kai understand that the passionate plot of constantly breaking through oneself through hard training only belongs to a very small number of people who are destined to be the protagonist. As a passerby supporting role, he is only worthy of watching those geniuses create their own legends. Damn it, this shitty world is so fucked up. He is clearly a time traveler, but in the end he was given the script of an ordinary passerby. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. A strong sense of resentment welled up in his heart, making him feel that it was really kind of him to create a relaxing and happy little game. This terrible world is so unfriendly to ordinary people, so why not take revenge on society as much as you can? Although Uchiha Kai would not become a heartless murderer, it would be nice to make some ridiculous games to take revenge on society and then let other people experience them, at least. When he thought of those people playing the games to the point of breaking their defense, he suddenly felt a strong and inexplicable sense of pleasure. When he thought of this, Uchiha Kai suddenly realized. As expected, I have been turned into a psychopath by this shitty ninja world. What? There are only a few mentally normal and healthy people in the entire ninja world? That's fine. At that moment, Uchiha Kai, who had completed his psychological preparation, directly changed his original plan. He changed the style and began to transform the small game he was making into a hellish style. During this production process, Uchiha Kai's smile was harder to suppress than Axe, and his mood became more and more cheerful. Sure enough, if you keep something depressed in your heart, it will make you depressed. As long as you have a channel to vent, everything will be fine. Uchiha Kai decided that no matter whether the reward given by the system is good or not, he will give the game he made to others to play, and then make himself happy by watching those people break down. When I think about it, I feel a little excited. As a result, because he was so excited about making this little game, Uchiha Kai unknowingly overdrew his mental strength and chakra. After forcing himself to complete the mini-game despite the possibility of losing consciousness at any moment and holding on to his final willpower to compress and package the game and store it in the mental network, Uchiha Kai finally couldn't hold on and passed out. This is the last stubbornness of a miserable planner who was once forced to work overtime to remake a plan because he forgot to save the information. Therefore, Uchiha Chi did not hear the reward given by the system when the game was completed. During the new book period, 2 chapters a day, thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Namikaze Minato becomes the first victim. Chapter 3 Namikaze Minato becomes the first victim, 4K, the next day, after 10 in the morning, when the sun was almost at its zenith, Uchiha Kai, who was aching all over, woke up from a deep sleep, and then felt like his bladder was about to explode. The extremely deep sleep made Uchiha Kai unable to wake up due to the physiological reaction of holding back urine. After rushing into the toilet at the fastest speed ever to solve his menstrual problems and feeling relaxed all over, Uchiha Kai remembered what happened last night. He was a little speechless about this, and then decisively turned on the cutting mode. Sure enough, the inherently evil Uchiha bloodline has influenced me. Uchiha is Uchiha, it is easy to go to extremes. Even a time traveler like me with a very positive outlook has been affected and wants to take revenge on society, not to mention other Uchiha. When the naturally evil Uchiha clan collides with the even more evil Konoha high-level officials, it's like Mars colliding with the Earth, dry wood meeting raging fire, or mice meeting rice. One of them is bound to be defeated. And the Uchiha clan is in such a bad state that it is likely to be destroyed by the weasel. I will continue to stay in Konoha and suffer the consequences. I really have to leave Konoha as soon as possible. By the way, the game is ready. Have the system rewards been distributed? As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Kai opened the system and took a look. Then, I saw the prompt that the novice task released by the system last night was completed, and the novice rewards also appeared. However, this novice reward made Uchiha Kai a little surprised and stunned, and then he felt a strong sense of joy. Because the system reward is a 10% increase in physical attributes. All attributes increased by 10%. The physical attributes set by the system are energy, stamina, strength, and agility. It is really outrageous that a game production system actually gives rewards for physical attributes. Is this system intentional or accidental? Is it really artificial intelligence? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kai asked the system why it gave such physical rewards, and the system gave an answer. But after knowing the answer, Uchiha Kai was speechless, and confirmed that the system was indeed artificially stupid, and in a sense it was still very naive. The answer given by the system is that to be an excellent game producer, one must have an excellent body and energy. Because in order to produce excellent games that beat other peers, one must work overtime like crazy and defeat competitors with the attitude of a king of success. Without an excellent body and sufficient energy, the host will be crushed in the Chinese game market in 2024 even if he has excellent abilities. The Chinese market is so complicated that even the artificial intelligence system knows about it. Therefore, it is reasonable for the system to give rewards for physical strengthening, so that Uchiha Kai can gain more popularity in the gaming market. Moreover, in addition to giving out rewards for physical strengthening, the reward pool also has increased recovery, further strengthening of related game production skills, and even increased thinking agility and burst, etc., all buffs that can strengthen Uchiha Kai as the king of the gaming industry. In the hope that in the future Uchiha Kai will become the emperor of the gaming industry who does not need sleep at all and is always energetic, an invincible legendary existence, the ultimate ox and horse holy body that makes countless capitalists cry madly. After learning all this, Uchiha Kai's silence was deafening. Finally, Uchiha Chi said slowly, "System, are you sure you are the game producer system, not the innate cattle and horse holy body training system?" The system's answer is naturally affirmative. Even if it is told to the sky, it will still say that it is the game producer system. Uchiha Kai had no idea about this. However, after calming down, Uchiha Kai became excited again, even feeling ecstatic. Because the reward for comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes is incredible in the ninja world. If he was still an earthling, the reward given by the system would probably at most turn Uchiha Kai into a Captain America with super strong recovery abilities. Although that would be amazing on Earth, it could not be compared with the ninja realm. After all, people in the ninja world have twice as many cells as people on Earth, and their innate attributes are stronger than those on Earth. As a ninja, even if Uchiha Kai's talent is very average and he is just an ordinary chunin now, with the percentage enhancement, it is still extremely amazing. For example, now, after carefully feeling his physical condition, the bottleneck that Uchiha Kai has always been able to clearly feel has been forcibly raised. Although he can still feel the existence of the bottleneck, it is much stronger than before. Moreover, you have to know that improving all physical attributes by 10% is not just a simple 10% strengthening for Uchiha Kai. Because the chakra of the ninja world is the product of the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy, that is, the energy produced by the combination of mental power and life. When the system enhances the body's overall attributes by 10%, Uchiha Kai's chakra is also improved because energy is also determined as a part of the body's overall attributes. With the two combined, his total chakra amount is actually increased by at least 20%. It still seems like not much, but for Uchiha Kai, it means he can use one more B-level ninjutsu, and the benefit will be higher if used for those low-level ninjutsu to save his life and escape. The most important is, this is just a novice enhancement. If I continue to complete system tasks, what level can I reach in the future? Shadow level should not be a dream, and super shadow level can also be imagined, right? Uchiha Kai muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up like an AK that he could hardly suppress. Well, forgive Uchiha Kai for only thinking of Chao Ying. After all, he had already seen the reality clearly because of the beating of the world, and understood that many times, hard work is no match for cheating. Although he is cheating now, in the original Naruto, those who can surpass the Super Shadow level and reach the Six Paths level are all wall-hanging clans without exception, or the entire Otsutsuki clan who are wall-hanging clans that appear in the sequel Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Everyone is using cheats, but Uchiha Kai doesn't think his cheats are better than others. After all, his cheats are just artificial idiots that have walked into the wrong world. If you give him a system like Dragon Ball or Fantasy, do you think he would dare to think of it? At this moment, Uchiha Chi wanted the system to release a new game production task. Since making games can make you stronger, it is not impossible to be a slave and become an assembly line game producer. However, the feedback from the system made Uchiha Chi silent, because main mission, please ask the host to promote the first game, the goal is to collect no less than 5,000 emotion points. Emotional value is the emotional reaction of the player after experiencing the host's game. The greater the emotional reaction of each person, the more emotional value is generated. The basic emotional value that a normal person can generate each time is 1 point, and the maximum emotional value that can be obtained in theory is 4 points. Each player can only generate emotional value once in each game. As long as you enter the game and play for 10 minutes, you can generate the minimum emotional value. When the player completes the game or gives up playing, the emotional value will be settled. The above is the feedback from the system. To sum up, it is to let Uchiha Chi promote the game he made, and then complete the task by collecting the emotional values generated by the players. Theoretically, 5,000 emotion points can be achieved by having at most 5,000 players play the game produced by Uchiha Kai. If he were still on Earth, Uchiha Kai would only need to spend some money to find some anchors or up-hosts to play games and help promote them to complete the task easily. After all, no matter whether the game is good or bad, the system means that as long as you play for 10 minutes, you can generate a minimum emotional value of 1 point. It can be said that the system is quite user-friendly, and the difficulty of the tasks given is undoubtedly at the level of fill it out very easily next time. But this is the ninja world. Moreover, the ninja world does not have computers, game consoles, mobile phones, and other devices. The game made by Uchiha Kai can indeed be played by others, but he must use the Sharingan one-on-one to let the other person enter the game, and only one person can play at a time. The difficulty increased instantly. Not only is it very difficult to promote the game in the ninja world, more importantly, no normal person would allow an Uchiha to use the Sharingan to cast illusions on themselves. As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Kai's eyes lost their luster, and the hope that had risen up in an instant turned into despair. As expected, the only way that suited him was run. The temperament called bad boy shrouded Uchiha Kai. At this moment, there was a knock on Uchiha Kai's door. Then, a gentle male voice sounded outside the door. "Chi, are you home?" Hearing this voice, Uchiha Kai was slightly stunned, and then immediately responded, "Yes, I'm here." As he spoke, he had already walked towards the door. Although he is an Uchiha, he did not live in the Uchiha clan land because he had the idea of becoming a runner a long time ago. Instead, he lived alone in a small 2-bedroom apartment. Now the Nine Tails Rebellion has not happened yet, and the Uchiha clan has not become the target of public criticism because of the outrageous behavior of a love-brained person, so the clan's land is still in the core area of Konoha village. Similarly, there are no restrictions on where the Uchiha people can go and they will not be monitored, so there are Uchiha like Uchiha Kai who leave the clan land and live alone. He is not an exception and will not be conspicuous. When he opened the door, what Uchiha Kai saw in front of him was a young man with blue eyes, golden hair, and a handsome face, wearing the iconic blue clothes of Konoha ninja. For everyone who has watched Naruto, the man in front of them is no stranger, because he is one of the most popular Naruto characters, known as the most showy man in the Naruto world, the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Kai was not surprised that Namikaze Minato came to find him, because they were classmates in the ninja school and close friends who grew up together. When he was a child, Uchiha Kai, who had not yet accepted the blows from reality and was full of fantasies about the future, took the initiative to make friends with Namikaze Minato based on the utilitarian idea of investing in future great people in advance. Namikaze Minato was a person with a very good personality and had no guard against Uchiha Kai, so the two naturally became good friends. Now, looking at Uchiha Kai who exuded the aura of a bad boy, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask him with concern, and also explained in the subsequent communication why he came to find Uchiha Kai. It turned out that Minato Namikaze had just completed an S-level mission and was planning to invite his close friend Uchiha Kai to his house to celebrate tonight. Minato Namikaze originally went to the Konoha guard to look for Uchiha Kai, but because Uchiha Kai had slept until now, he did not report to the Konoha guard today. Minato Namikaze was worried that something had happened to Uchiha Kai, so he went directly to Uchiha Kai's house to find him. After knowing all this, Uchiha Kai was also very moved, and then sighed. Although he was utilitarian at the beginning, after more than 10 years, the two of them had indeed become close friends. If it weren't for his own lack of strength and the inability to resist those old villains hiding in the dark, why would he choose to be a runner afterwards? However, Uchiha Kai had already made a backup plan. He planned to leave a letter for Namikaze Minato before he escaped, telling Namikaze Minato about Uchiha Madara's death and the Nine Tails Rebellion. As for whether Minato Namikaze can take his wife through the disaster, that is not something Uchiha Kai can control. After all, as a Chunin, he was just cannon fodder who could be killed to death with just a breath from the Nine Tails in the face of a disaster like the Nine Tails Rebellion. What's more, by then, that old man Danzo Shimura will send people to guard the Uchiha clan and prohibit them from participating in the war. After sighing in his heart, Uchiha Kai said that he would arrive at Namikaze Minato's house on time tonight. But after agreeing, Uchiha Kai thought of his own game and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Minato, I made a game, can you help me try it out? Namikaze Minato? Game? What game? Uchiha Kai said solemnly, don't worry, this is not the childish game you know. It is a miracle created by me using my Sharingan, combined with the ability of illusion and improving it. I put a lot of effort into creating this project, and it was finally completed last night. So, I hope that you, my best friend, will be the first player of this cross-era game. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato scratched his head, then showed his signature brilliant smile. Although I don't quite understand what it is, but since it is something you asked me to do, I will naturally do my best to help you. This 100% trust touched Uchiha Kai very much. You are worthy of being my close friend. Come on, let's go into the house first and you lie on the bed. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. Hey? Why are you lying on the bed? What kind of game is this? Uchiha Kai, don't think too much. It's simply because this game requires me to use the Sharingan to cast illusions. When you enter the world of illusions, if you are standing or sitting, and there is any sudden violent movement or reaction, you will fall to the ground. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. I see, that's how it is, then it's okay. Uchiha Kai, tisk, I already told you I was going to use illusion, why didn't you ask more questions? Namikaze Minato smiled, after all, it's you, Chi. I believe you have no ill will towards me. Uchiha Chi curled his lips, tisk, you guy, it's a pity that you are not a woman. Namikaze Minato laughed dryly, ahaha. I couldn't respond to this. I felt like the atmosphere would become weird if I continued. Fortunately, Uchiha Kai didn't say anything else. After Namikaze Minato lay down, he directly opened his Sharingan and used an illusion to start the game on Namikaze Minato. Minato Namikaze also did not put up any resistance at all, allowing this illusion, which was so weak that it would be completely ineffective with the slightest resistance, to take effect successfully. In an instant, Minato Namikaze felt the world spinning, and vaguely heard meaningless sounds such as God activation and link stat. When he came to his senses, the scene in front of Minato Namikaze had completely changed, and he was now on the streets of Konoha at night. However, there was no one on the street at all, and it was shrouded in thick grey fog a little further away. Lanterns emitting green light were hung on the houses on the roadside, and there were bloody handprints or blood on many of the windows. What's even more terrifying is that there is a very sinister BGM, as if announcing that he has arrived in a hellish place that is completely different from the normal Konoha. Then, in front of Minato Namikaze, two terrifying words drawn in blood appeared. Their title was, Homecoming. Moreover, a very ethereal female voice sounded in Minato Namikaze's ears, telling the name of the game, which made Minato Namikaze get goosebumps instantly. An unprecedented feeling of panic surged into his heart, causing Namikaze Minato, the elite jonin of Konoha, to break out in a cold sweat less than 10 seconds after entering the game. There's no way. When creating the game last night, Uchiha Kai, who had the idea of revenge on society, really created it with the mentality of launching a hellish attack on the supermen of the ninja world. Now, Minato Namikaze became the first victim. Please read it. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Minato Namikaze felt the face-jumping killing service from 21st Century Horror Entertainment. Chapter 4, Minato Namikaze felt the face-jumping killing service from 21st Century Horror Entertainment. Namikaze Minato is not a timid ninja. It is better to say that he possesses courage and noble qualities that many ninjas do not have. He is also an elite jonin of Konoha. He is infinitely close to the level of Kage when he just turned 19. And according to historical development, after he truly enters the level of Kage, he will surpass the level of Konoha's 3 ninjas at an extremely fast speed and become the true number 1 of Konoha's younger generation. He is a super killer that can determine the direction of the war in the Third Ninja World War. All these legendary stories prove that Minato Namikaze is a genius in the ninja world who has both courage and talent. But the scene he was experiencing now really shocked Minato Namikaze, because it was truly a hellish scene that he had never seen before. Moreover, after entering this game world, Minato Namikaze also felt that his body was very weak, as if he had lost more than 90% of his strength and turned into a super weakling. The serious decline in strength naturally brought about inner uneasiness. Coupled with the hellish scene deliberately created by Uchiha Kei, it is no wonder that Namikaze Minato would lose his composure. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze is Minato Namikaze. Even in this situation, he quickly calmed down and asked, "Chi, are you there?" Uchiha Kai's voice immediately sounded, "Can I hear you, Minato? How do you feel? I mean, does it feel real to you in this game world?" Hearing this, Namikaze Minato thought about it, clenched his fists, touched his body, and then said, "It's still quite real. Although I can still feel some false elements, it is much more real than the dreamlike illusion brought by ordinary illusions." Hearing this, Uchiha Chi, who was also in the game world but watching everything from a god's perspective, nodded, "I see, it's still not real enough? Then it needs further optimization." Namikaze Minato, "Well, actually I just think if it's just a game, it doesn't have to be so realistic." Uchiha Kai nodded, "Well, that's true. Even in a virtual reality game, you won't be made so real on purpose to prevent people from being confused between reality and illusion. However, I have great faith in the mental and physical qualities of the super people in the ninja world, so I think it is best to pursue the ultimate reality." Namikaze Minato, "I don't know what virtual reality game you're talking about, but not everyone in the ninja world is superhuman." Uchiha Kai, "It's okay, at most we can make two versions, one is a super realistic version specially provided by ninjas, and the other is a fake version that ordinary people can play." Namikaze Minato. For some reason, Minato Namikaze seemed to feel a lot of malice and a twisted desire to take revenge on society from Uchiha Kei's words. Maybe it was an illusion? After all, Chi was a very kind person. Even though he was sometimes a bit evil, he was not a bad person. Muttering to himself, Namikaze Minato asked again, "By the way, Kai, why do I feel so weak? Is it a problem with this illusion world?" Uchiha Kai did not answer this question directly, but said, "The glass window on your right can be used as a mirror. Look at what you look like now." Hearing this, Minato Namikaze looked to his right and saw a house with glass windows, and his current appearance was reflected in the glass windows. However, the person inside was not the Minato Namikaze from the real world, but a man wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a Konoha ninja vest, but his whole body was tattered and dirty, with an untidy beard, exuding a decadent and confused temperament. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato was shocked. "I have turned into someone else." Uchiha Kai, "Yes, didn't I say this is a game? Just like those games we played when we were kids, where we played heroes and villains. Now you have to play the role of a Konoha ninja who has returned from the battlefield. The character is my original design. He is not someone from Konoha. He is just a fictional character. Like the name of this game, you will then play as him and find your way home in this world." Namikaze Minato nodded suddenly, "I see, I understand." Having said that, he became eager to try it out. After all, in this ninja world where entertainment culture is very scarce, modern entertainment games on Earth are completely a dimensionality reduction attack. What's more, the illusion game created by Uchiha Kai is an extremely advanced black technology product on Earth. Although Namikaze Minato is a genius and has been a ninja for a long time, participated in and completed many missions, and is known as a very mature genius ninja, he is actually just an 18-year-old boy. On Earth, he is a youth who has just finished the college entrance examination and is at an age where he loves to play. I didn't play before because it was not suitable for me, and there was not much entertainment in the ninja world, so Minato Namikaze had to be a mature elite jonin of Konoha. But when an interesting entertainment game is placed in front of you, and it allows you to help your friends without having to bear any psychological burden, even Minato Namikaze can't contain his inner anticipation and excitement. Even though the pictures and scenes are very gloomy and a bit too exciting, they are still interesting, aren't they?" At that moment, Minato Namikaze began to move forward. The cold night wind blew past Minato Namikaze's ears, and he remained alert, holding the kunao in his hand, ready to fight at any time. However, after walking for a while, there was nothing in front of us except the road going straight ahead, and there were only thick grey fog and lanterns with dim green lights hanging on the houses along the street. Moreover, the visibility was constantly shrinking, gradually becoming only 2 meters, as if the Kirigakure ninja had performed the Kirigakure jutsu. This was the kind of fog that Minato Namikaze encountered when he fought the Kirigakure ninja. Moreover, there was no green background of the underworld at that time. As the fog became thicker, even the fog turned green under the reflection of the green lanterns. Weird and deep. Such an environment is most likely to induce psychological problems such as claustrophobia and thalassophobia. Even if Minato Namikaze did not have these problems, he would still feel a little uncomfortable if he kept moving forward without encountering anything, and the ethereal BGM of the underworld kept whispering in his ears. This made Namikaze Minato ask Uchiha Kai, does this game just keep moving forward? Aren't there any changes or enemies? What answered Minato Namikaze was silence, the sound of low wind, and an absolutely quiet environment accompanied by a clear and eerie bell sound. Even the underworld BGM disappeared. The sudden change made Minato Namikaze's heart skip a beat. Before he could react, he suddenly felt as if there was something beside him and immediately turned around to look. As a result, this glance almost caused Minato Namikaze to have a cardiac arrest on the spot. Because, less than 30 centimeters away from Minato Namikaze, a mysterious woman with disheveled hair, tattered white clothes, only one eye exposed, pale face with blue bloodshot, and a cold aura all over her body was floating there silently, just looking into Minato Namikaze's eyes. Moreover, in the exposed eye, the white of the eye was filled with black bloodshot, and the pupil was deep black, filled with resentment and hatred. Such horrifying eyes did not look like those of a human being at all. Generally speaking, even if you meet such a mysterious woman in broad daylight, you will feel very uncomfortable, not to mention this underworld environment and the fact that she is so close to you. Almost instinctively, Minato Namikaze wanted to subconsciously use the kunao in his hand to attack this terrifying woman. And at the same time he was ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. These are the fighting habits that Minato Namikaze has developed through conditioned reflex over the years. However, this habitual action caused Minato Namikaze to stagger, and he almost fell backwards to the ground. In the end, he took several steps back before he could steady himself. Moreover, Minato Namikaze then remembered that he was now in the game, using the body of an ordinary ninja, which did not have his super strong strength. The mismatch between body and consciousness caused Minato Namikaze to suffer. However, Minato Namikaze is Minato Namikaze after all. Even if this happened, he finally stabilized his body and suddenly looked up at the mysterious woman. But when he looked at the woman again, he saw nothing. The woman had disappeared at some point. Where are the people? No, are they really people? Minato Namikaze began to have doubts. That strange feeling and those eyes that seemed to hold endless resentment did not seem like something a human could possess. Even in the ninja world, which is full of all kinds of monsters and demons, an existence like the mysterious woman just now has never been seen before. At least, Minato Namikaze believed that he had never seen such a thing. So what exactly? Suddenly, Minato Namikaze's voice was stuck, he widened his eyes, and felt his body completely stiff. A cold feeling surged from behind him, and the cold wind was biting, as if he was in the middle of winter. The strong external physical sensation stimulated Minato Namikaze's nerves, causing Konoha's top star's hair to stand on end and cold sweat to flow, and this was even an uncontrollable physiological reaction. Immediately afterwards, Minato Namikaze felt his shoulder being pressed by a cold and stiff hand, and the touch was clearly transmitted to his skin through his clothes, as if the clothes had no effect. Immediately afterwards, the immobile Namikaze Minato saw black hair and a pale and terrifying face right next to his ear with the corner of his eye, and a cold and ethereal voice was heard. "You can't go back." At this moment, Namikaze Minato's whole body stiffened and his brain trembled, and he also clearly distinguished that this female voice was the same cold voice that muttered the game name when he just entered the game and saw the game name. Immediately afterwards, Minato Namikaze felt his neck being strangled by cold hands. It was like the hand of a dead person, like a frozen hand, gripping him with such icy coldness and constantly compressing him, making it very difficult for Minato Namikaze to breathe. The feeling of pain surged into his heart, stimulating his mind. The situation of being unable to resist made the man feel like he was about to die. But the next moment, the cold feeling and the terrifying woman disappeared, and the state of being controlled and unable to move was restored. However, at this moment, Minato Namikaze's body softened and he fell forward. Finally, he could only kneel on one knee on the ground, supporting the ground with his right hand and pressing his left hand on his knee, so he did not fall down completely. Even so, cold sweat continued to drip, wetting the dusty ground. The combination of horror minigame routines from the 21st century and the experience of a more futuristic online virtual reality game made Minato Namikaze, the Show of the Flower, thoroughly feel the great terror from the ultimate underworld game. To be honest, for Minato Namikaze, who was experiencing this kind of thing for the first time, it was a bit too exciting. Although it may be a bit embarrassing to say it, Namikaze Minato did have the cowardly thought of, why don't we just stop playing at this moment? 2 more, please read. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, The Shock of the Ninth Art. Chapter 5, The Shock of the Ninth Art. Uchiha Kai, who was standing in a god's perspective, saw Minato Namikaze's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. After all, the little surprise he arranged was really effective. Even Minato Namikaze was scared, not to mention other ninjas with worse psychological qualities. However, Uchiha Kai felt that Namikaze Minato's reaction was normal. It's not that he suddenly became timid, but the underworld game created by Uchiha Kai is too advanced for the ninja world, and it directly maximizes the core element of human fear. Human fear comes from many sources. The purest fear is the fear of death, which all living things have. The phrase desire to survive can explain a lot of things. Beyond that, there's the fear of the unknown. From the worship of various animals in the wild times, to the later worship of natural weather, and later the worship of various fictional gods and various man-made worships, as well as the fear of darkness, abyss, and other environments, they are actually the fear of the unknown. In fact, in such a situation, as long as the unknown is transformed into limited knowns, the sense of fear will be greatly reduced. For example, if players on Earth who like horror games play this game, while feeling fear, they will also feel intense happiness due to the crazy secretion of adrenaline and dopamine. But the problem is that the underworld game created by Uchiha Kai is unheard of in the ninja world, and the physical sensation is maximized. When Minato Namikaze was strangled by the neck and unable to move, he felt the fear of death and the intense fear of the unknown at the same time. Scenes I have never seen before, experiences I have never experienced before, and that incomprehensible woman. The combination of all these things completely triggered the fear, and even Konoha's top talent like Minato Namikaze couldn't stand it. After Minato Namikaze recovered, he smiled bitterly. Is this really an illusion game? Isn't it a little too real? In addition, the woman just now didn't look like a ninja, nor did she look like a human. Could she be the evil spirit in the story? There are all kinds of stories about monsters and demons in the ninja world, but these stories are only circulated among ordinary people. For ninjas, because they have seen more and can see all kinds of strange things, and they are superhumans beyond ordinary people, the monsters and demons that ordinary people fear are nothing to ninjas. In fact, most ninjas believed that these stories came from the ignorance of ordinary people, and regarded some ninjas who were good at stealth and assassination and appeared out of nowhere as evil spirits, and regarded various summoned beasts as monsters. In fact, this is also true for ordinary people in the ninja world. So, although there are all kinds of stories about monsters and demons in the ninja world, they are all very ordinary and boring stories. For the ninjas, they are just for fun. How can they be compared with the hellish games created by Uchiha? So, it was only at this moment that Minato Namikaze realized that the woman just now should be the ghost or evil spirit in folk stories. Then, Uchiha, who had not responded before, spoke up, "Well, this is something I created by combining the settings of some weird folk stories. How about it? Minato, this is an experience you have never had before, right?" Namikaze Minato complained helplessly, "It is indeed an experience I have never had before. I felt like I was going to die just now." Uchiha, that's just your feeling. This is a game, not a ninjutsu for killing people. I set a safety lock in the game. Once a life-threatening situation is triggered, the game will automatically close. At this point, he couldn't help but mutter, "Then again, there are people in this world who like to die but are in poor health. What if some of them insist on playing despite the warnings, causing their lives to be in danger? Then won't I have to pay for it? That won't do. This is a super bug that needs to be fixed. As expected, we still need to prepare some medical ninjutsu to sew it in. If it triggers a life-threatening situation, we can directly rescue it." Although Uchiha was just mumbling these words, his voice was loud enough for Namikaze Minato to hear. Although it made one want to complain, when one thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Therefore, Namikaze Minato finally nodded in agreement. Indeed, this game is too real, too exciting for many ninjas. Some safety preparations must be made. Then, Uchiha asked, "Minato, are you okay? Do you want to take a rest? Are you okay?" "Of course I am. Men can't say they can't do it. Especially in front of good friends." Even though Minato Namikaze has a gentle personality, he would never say no when faced with such a question. At that moment, Namikaze Minato stood up suddenly. "Of course, although it was a bit exciting, after the excitement, a feeling that I have never experienced before also came." This strong sense of excitement made people feel happy inexplicably, and they also looked forward to what would happen next. And at this point, he put away his smile and said very seriously, "Experiencing such a great terror in such a weak state is also a test for me. In the future, when I encounter similar situations, my mind will not be shaken. These are not jokes. The ninjas in the ninja world are called ninjas, but in fact they are fragile wizards with all kinds of strange abilities, some of which can induce people's inner fear, as well as other underworld methods. Many powerful ninjas were killed by these methods. Although Uchiha's game is hellish, it is also a good sharpener. It can help Minato Namikaze better sharpen his inner self, so that when he encounters those hellish enemies in the future, he can deal with them calmly." So, Minato Namikaze immediately continued the game. This time, there is no longer just one road ahead, but 3, and the 3 roads are different colors. One is black, one is grey, and one is red, and they seem to represent different things. Uchiha did not remind him, and Namikaze Minato did not ask. Obviously, this was part of the puzzle solving and exploration. If they knew it in advance, some things would be meaningless. In the end, Minato Namikaze chose the black passage on the left and rushed in directly like a ninja. It's not that Minato Namikaze is Tora, but all the previous cautiousness had no effect on the female evil spirit. Since slow is useless, then let's go fast. In fact, the 3 roads do have different symbols. Black represents death, grey represents negative emotions such as suffering and sadness, and red represents killing. These 3 things are what ninjas generally face. It also represents the past and obsession of the character played by Minato Namikaze. Using games to question the soul is a tactic that many games have. Of course, for the ninja world, it is still something too advanced. In fact, if this was not just a small game, Uchiha Kai would not mind digging deeper into this aspect and letting the people in the ninja world deeply feel the soul searching from the ninth art. As for now, let Minato Namikaze just have a tasty experience. Please recommend and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 The Ultimate Insult, it and number 039, s very easy to fill it out next time. Chapter 6 The Ultimate Insult, it's very easy to fill it out next time. 2 more, death represents a corpse and the passing of life. What Minato Namikaze saw was these endless corpses. Quiet, dead silence. It was as if he had suddenly left Konoha village and arrived at a terrible battlefield on a night. All he saw were piles of corpses. The corpses were piled up in the darkness, there were men and women, ninjas and civilians, all of them looked like they died with their eyes open. Coupled with the scene layout of the underworld, the scene looks particularly creepy, and there is an atmosphere that can awaken the primitive fear of death in living things. Even though Minato Namikaze had participated in many battles, completed many missions, and killed many people, he felt very uncomfortable when he saw the scene in front of him. Perhaps in the future, when Minato Namikaze participates in the Third Ninja World War, he can remain calm when facing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but now that the Third Ninja World War is still 2 years away, some scenes are still too exciting for him. The death scene was so realistic and full of atmosphere that even though Minato Namikaze knew it was fake, he was still shocked and couldn't help but wonder, was this the scene during the Ninja World War? For a moment, Minato Namikaze could not help but stand there in a daze, fully demonstrating the characteristic of an excellent game that can cause players to think. However, in this kind of underworld game, standing still in some special scenes would usually cause trouble. So, just as Minato Namikaze was thinking, the corpses suddenly moved. To be precise, it was the corpses behind Minato Namikaze that moved. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Minato Namikaze's foot. Although Minato Namikaze noticed something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to take action, his body couldn't keep up with his brain. It was a classic case of, head, I understand. Body, no, you don't. As a result, Minato Namikaze, whose feet were caught, was directly restricted in his movements. Immediately afterwards, Minato Namikaze struggled subconsciously and waved his kunai twice, but was caught and entangled by more corpses. The corpses opened their mouths, emitting a foul stench, and stared at Minato Namikaze with their empty, dark eyes. They pulled madly, as if they wanted to pull Minato Namikaze into the most horrific hell. The next moment, as Minato Namikaze couldn't help but reveal a stern look of gritting his teeth, the female evil spirit appeared at this moment. She suddenly appeared in front of Minato Namikaze, stared at Minato Namikaze with resentful and terrifying eyes, and stretched out her hand to Minato Namikaze. After his skin touched the sharp and cold nails of the evil spirit, Minato Namikaze felt his consciousness rapidly falling, accompanied by a pain in his head that was neither heavy nor light, and everything in front of him fell into darkness. Then, words drawn in blood appeared before my eyes. You are dead. In an instant, Minato Namikaze felt his brain buzzing and he was unable to react. When I came to my senses, the scene in front of me had changed, and I had returned to the previous situation where I had to choose one of the 3 roads. A look of astonishment appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. What happened to me? Was I dead just now? As he spoke, his brain was still buzzing, because the swift and real feeling of death was too fast, so fast that Minato Namikaze's brain could hardly react. I even felt my body stiff and my hands and feet cold. The terrible experience of surviving the disaster but not being able to recover was difficult to dissipate for a long time. Again, the experience was too real and too advanced. Even an experienced elite jonin like Minato Namikaze felt that he could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. Uchiha Kai saw Minato Namikaze's dazed look and realized that his best friend was really fooled. Even Minato Namikaze could become like this, let alone other people playing, which would definitely provide the maximum emotional value. However, everything is excessive or insufficient. If it was Guo Wang and the third generation Lao Deng who experienced it, Uchiha Chi would definitely feel that the experience was not real enough and he would have to increase the intensity. But if you cause psychological trauma to your friends, that would not be good. You must not let the Konoha Golden Flash, who shined brightly in the Third Ninja World War, become Konoha Golden Coward because of you. Therefore, Uchiha Kai immediately said, just now, that was the feeling of death in the game. It was not real death, but just a simulation of reality. After death, it will return to the nearest key node and be resurrected as you saw. Minato, is it okay? If this death experience feels too real, I will reduce the realism. After hearing what Uchiha Kai said, Namikaze Minato finally came back to his senses from his trance, and then he took a deep breath. Indeed, this experience is really bad. Even though I know it is fake, and that kind of death is definitely far inferior to real death, it is indeed very bad. But there's no need to lower the degree of reality. As a Jonin of Konoha, I will definitely face worse and more terrible situations in the future. If I can't even handle a fake scene, I will definitely die on the battlefield when I step onto it in the future. When saying this, Namikaze Minato looked serious, his words were earnest, and even solemn. Although there are still 2 years before the start of the Third Ninja World War, war is not something that breaks out suddenly, but is the result of the accumulation of various contradictions and eventually explosions. As Konoha's elite Jonin and a key training target for the new generation, Namikaze Minato naturally has access to many secrets, and can also see the current atmosphere of stormy weather and intensified conflicts in the ninja world. In a few years, a new ninja world war will inevitably break out. This is Minato Namikaze's judgment, and he is also worried about it. Now, seeing scenes in his best friend's game that could only be seen in the Ninja World War was undoubtedly a valuable training opportunity for Minato Namikaze. How could he possibly let Uchiha Kai reduce the realism of the game? Even Chi, if possible, please make it more realistic and as close to reality as possible. Hearing Minato Namikaze's request, Uchiha Kai was stunned, and then he didn't know what to say. He was afraid that he would raise the degree of reality too high and cause something to happen to Minato Namikaze. As a result, Minato Namikaze said that it was not high enough. Almost in an instant, Uchiha Kai felt as if he had returned to his previous life. He saw that the difficult mode of the game he carefully designed was being filled out in the questionnaire by those players who had experienced it. They all wrote very easy and said I'll write very easy next time. Damn, it's getting red and warm. This is the ultimate insult to a game designer who seeks to make players feel the fun of challenge and torture the spirit of players. At that moment, Uchiha Kai, in silence, raised the realism of the game world to the highest level, without any reservations. GGG. Minato, now you will truly experience how great a completely realistic virtual reality game is. Uchiha Kai showed a happy smile. 2 more recommended votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Minato, Fight. Awesome. Even if I die, it end number 039, s worth the price of the chapter. Chapter 7, Minato, Fight. It's awesome. It's worth it even if I die. Next, Minato Namikaze actually experienced an extremely realistic virtual reality game. Whether it was positive sensations or negative feelings, they were all experienced in a way that was fully realized and extremely close to reality. During this process, Minato Namikaze failed several times due to the weakness of his game character. That is, he was unable to respond properly when attacked by evil spirits and was strangled by them. Every time he died, he felt terrible. It made Minato Namikaze's face pale and he had a strong sense of surviving a disaster. He was sweating coldly and it seemed as if his consciousness had drifted away. It really made people worry about Minato Namikaze's mental health. However, every time Uchiha Kai got worried, Namikaze Minato would quickly cheer up and regroup to continue challenging the game. The strong inner strength and willpower of the future 4th Hokage of Konoha were finally revealed in this process. All I can say is that some people can become the 4th Hokage not just because of their high talent. And it was with this attitude of actively enduring suffering that Minato Namikaze completed the game with all his strength. Re-stepping into the black level representing death, Minato Namikaze did not stop because of the corpses and sprinted at full speed. Faced with those corpses that were activated and were about to drag Minato Namikaze to death, Minato Namikaze dodged left and right, constantly dodging in a cool parkour style. During this period, Minato Namikaze tried to use ninjutsu, but failed every time. However, he also learned that in this game, at least in the death level, ninjutsu cannot be used and can only be dealt with physical skills. Therefore, Minato Namikaze regarded the game as a way to hone his physical experience, skills, and mind. In the end, after a very exciting and dangerous parkour journey, Minato Namikaze successfully broke through the black level before the evil spirit appeared and caught him. Next, it's time to challenge the gray levels that represent various negative emotions. After entering, Minato Namikaze did not see the creepy scene of a mountain of corpses. Instead, he saw many people grieving, crying, and suffering. The heart-wrenching sounds turned into a symphony that filled the entire environment, making Minato Namikaze feel uncomfortable. Moreover, this discomfort was not due to Minato Namikaze's kindness, but because the entire environment would affect people's minds and trigger negative emotions. A classic psychic attack. This is also one of the characteristics of Ninja World illusion. However, Uchiha incorporated this aspect into the illusion game, and with the help of Namikaze Minato, he maximized the degree of reality, so naturally the mental impact was quite strong. As a result, Minato Namikaze lost his mind due to the strong emotional stimulation, allowing the evil spirit to seize the opportunity and kill Minato Namikaze in a close range, taking away his second blood. Although Minato Namikaze was prepared and responded immediately, the mental interference was too strong, causing him to be caught for a moment. This was the second death of Minato Namikaze. After resurrection, Minato Namikaze recovered from the fear of death and immediately started the strategy again. In order to protect his mind, he finally successfully passed the gray level after dying again. The reason why he died again was because there was a trap in the last part of the gray level. When he reached the area, it would trigger the female evil spirit to use teleport. The female evil spirit was originally chasing from behind, but when she reached the key area, she would teleport in front of the player and kill him suddenly. Although Minato Namikaze was indeed paying attention to the front, the final close-range attack was too fast, which ultimately resulted in Minato Namikaze being unable to dodge in time and dying again. At that moment, Minato Namikaze felt very aggrieved and depressed, and then after reflecting on it, he felt that he was too careless. Uchiha saw it all and just said calmly, "It's a game of suffering, don't play it if you don't like it." Fortunately, Namikaze Minato also reached the red level representing killing and fighting, and Uchiha gave a reminder about this level, saying that this was the most difficult level and also the easiest level. Because, as it is set up, this level is all about fighting. After entering, you will be in a blood-red area, facing the siege of ninjas that look like they are made of blood. Those ninjas are enemies that the characters in the game have encountered before, including ninjas from various ninja villages and wandering ninjas scattered outside. These guys will be refreshed in the red level and then attack Minato Namikaze. In this level, Namikaze Minato can finally use ninjutsu. However, he can only use some low-level basic ninjutsu, such as the 3-body technique and the low-level 5-element escape technique. The main character is just a weakling. Fortunately, those hostile ninjas were also weaklings of the same level. Of course, he is just a weakling in the eyes of Minato Namikaze. However, when he could only use game characters to fight, Minato Namikaze directly entered the suffering mode. It's like an ordinary player playing Souls-based games like Dark Souls, Sekiro and Elden Ring for the first time. The difficulty is maxed out and you'll be hit by the enemy if you're not careful. Even though Minato Namikaze has rich combat experience and can exert great combat power using his weak body, he will still make mistakes when there are too many enemies. So, just like all players who play a Souls-based game for the first time, Minato Namikaze's journey of endless death and suffering began. The experience of being killed by evil spirits using various means is not a good one, but Minato Namikaze is eager to do it. After all, this kind of life and death fight where there is no need to hold back at all is a rare training opportunity for a ninja of his level. Even if one is not using one's own body, even if it is just an illusion created in the game world, as long as it is real enough, one can gain huge benefits. The main theme is fighting is fun. Uchiha Kai also saw this and felt speechless. It was really outrageous to use a game to simulate the combat awareness used in reality. However, this is also a feature of virtual reality games, and it is a high-tech achievement that people living on Earth in 2024 cannot experience. All I can say is that in the ninja world, being able to do this kind of thing is indeed due to the wonderful chemical reaction between the future black technology of the mental network and the Sharingan. In fact, Uchiha Kai was not surprised by this. After all, let alone the ninja world full of dangers and battles, even on Earth in the 21st century, using virtual reality systems for training and learning is not a rare idea. Even if the real world cannot perfectly simulate reality, similar situations are not uncommon in various entertainment works. Minato Namikaze simply realized the benefits of illusion games with his keen intuition and observation. Then, while Minato Namikaze was training with the help of the game levels, Uchiha Kai also looked at the current emotional value provided by Minato Namikaze. Minato's emotional reaction is quite large, so it should provide 2 or 3 points of emotional value, right? Muttering this in his heart, Uchiha Chi opened the system panel and took a look, then he was stunned. Then he rubbed his eyes again to make sure he was not seeing things. When he really saw the number displayed, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and almost couldn't help but exclaim "Oh shit!" Because, the emotion value number displayed above is now 1165. Not 1, not 2, not 3 or 4, but it directly reached over 1,000. What's the situation? Doesn't the system say that a person can only provide a maximum of 4 points of emotion? Thinking of this, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but ask, "System, why don't you explain it? Why can Minato provide more than 1,000 emotional points? Didn't you say that a person can only provide a maximum of 4 emotional points?" After hearing Uchiha Kai's question, the system immediately started testing and finally gave an answer. A normal person can provide 4 points of emotion value. A normal person refers to a normal adult male. When some players exceed the normal rating, they can provide more emotion points. According to tests, the life level of the players currently playing the game has far exceeded the level of normal people. The total number of cells is twice that of normal people. The body contains powerful energy. Individuals have combat power beyond the limits of mortals, so they can provide emotional values far beyond normal people. In other words, theoretically speaking, under the same degree of emotional response, the stronger the person is, the more emotional value he or she will provide when playing the game. In fact, since the total number of body cells of people in the ninja world is twice that of people on Earth, the people in the ninja world can provide more emotional values than people on Earth. After understanding all this, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Because, this means that if he wants to complete the system mission, he does not need to carry out large-scale promotion and experience like he does on Earth, but only needs to find some powerful beings and let them play the game. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, In the Eyes of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kai is a genius like Tito Birama. Chapter 8, In the Eyes of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kai is a genius like Tobirama Senju, Part 2. Although not all of them are as powerful as Minato Namikaze, their numbers are large, and even the genin are superhuman compared to ordinary earthlings. What's more, the ninja world is not just made up of ninjas. Many of those non-ninjas have cultivated chakra and possess extraordinary powers. All of these people can be included in the sequence of super players, and although ordinary people in the ninja world are not as good as ninjas, according to the system classification, they are still life forms with twice as many cells as normal people and can provide emotional value that exceeds normal people. Therefore, as long as we find more people with strong abilities to experience the game, the tasks assigned by the system can be completed more easily. Similarly, the rewards from the system can also be obtained. For a moment, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but turn on the Yilin mode again, fantasizing about breaking the boundary of mediocrity through system rewards, fully unleashing the power of his bloodline, and eventually becoming an Uchiha Superman who could control the Nine Tails with a single glance. Thinking about it, I feel a little excited. GGG. A little tired. Suddenly, a strong feeling of fatigue came over him, which was the feedback from Uchiha Kai's excessive use of his eye power and chakra. This reaction caused the game world to suddenly become unstable and then began to collapse. Minato Namikaze, who was immersed in the thought of fighting, so cool, was stunned when he saw the enemy in front of him and the red scene around him suddenly collapse. He also felt the surroundings shaking and his mind was swaying. When I came to my senses, I found myself lying on the bed, and Uchiha Kai was sitting on a chair beside the bed, rubbing his eyebrows with a very tired expression. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask with concern, "Chi, what's wrong with you?" Uchiha Chi waved his hand, "Nothing, just overusing my eyes. Keeping the game running requires constant consumption of chakra. I set a threshold for myself. When it is consumed to a certain extent, it will automatically shut down. But even so, it's still a little tiring." After hearing this, Minato Namikaze suddenly realized something and then waited quietly for Uchiha Kai to recover. After Uchiha Kai had almost recovered and put down his hands that were rubbing his head, the two of them resumed their communication. The things that are communicated are naturally related to games. Namikaze Minato spoke highly of the illusion game, calling it an unprecedented magical secret technique with huge potential. If it can be well developed, it will be no weaker than the wood release used by the first Hokage to pacify the world. He believed that Uchiha Kai's illusion game was a brand new secret technique developed based on the Sharingan illusion, and this kind of magical secret technique is not uncommon in the ninja world. For example, the wood release of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju can be classified as a secret technique that belongs to him alone. Uchiha Kai scratched his head at such praise and couldn't help but complain, "Although this illusion game is indeed magical, you actually compared it to something like wood release. Aren't you overestimating me?" Namikaze Minato shook his head and said seriously, "No, I don't think that's wrong. Not to mention the various magical scenes in the illusion game, just the incomparably real experience has surpassed any illusion I know. When everything inside is the same as reality, the boundary between reality and illusion becomes extremely blurred. This also means that if you die inside, you will die in the real world as well. This is a result that cannot be achieved by the currently known illusion techniques. Illusions affect reality, and the brain is deceived by falsehoods, thinking that when one really dies, the people in reality will die with him. This theory also exists in the ninja world. However, the illusion techniques in the current ninja world cannot achieve this effect, at least not to the best of Minato Namikaze's knowledge. The greatest function of pure illusion is to control the enemy. The only difference lies in the time and method of control. During the period of controlling the enemy, you can kill the enemy or even control the enemy to commit suicide. However, this method does not involve killing people directly with illusions, but rather using physical means to kill the enemy. However, Uchiha Kai's illusion game is different. Namikaze Minato, who has experienced it personally, can confirm 100% that the authenticity of the illusion game is enough to confuse the boundary between illusion and reality and kill a person in an illusory form. Even Uchiha Kai himself set a safety lock for the game. Doesn't this explain the problem? Moreover, to put it simply, the illusion techniques in the ninja world are to interfere with the target's 5 senses and mind by disrupting the flow of chakra, and can also break free from the illusion by disrupting the chakra. This is also the reason why Jinkraki are usually not afraid of illusions. The Jinkraki themselves are caught in the illusion and can use the chakra of the tailed beasts to break free from the illusion. But Uchiha Kai's illusion game is different, because although the conditions for activation are relatively harsh, and the slightest resistance will fail, but once it is successfully activated, the conventional means of resisting illusions will become ineffective. Kai, in fact, I have tried to use chakra to interfere in the illusion game before, to see if I can break the illusion. However, I failed. Although my ability to resist illusions cannot be said to be very strong, it is not weak either. Kushina and my teacher Jiraiya both taught me techniques to resist illusions, but all of them were ineffective. This means that even a cage like the Sandaime Sama may not be able to break the world of the illusion game by his own strength after entering it. If you can solve the problem of the harsh activation conditions, and if you can use it directly in normal combat, and you won't be unable to move during the activation period, your secret technique will become a powerful weapon on the battlefield. At the end, Namikaze Minato was filled with emotion and amazement, and even sincere admiration. Chi, you are indeed a creative genius who is no less than the second-generation master Senju Tobirama. Hearing that Namikaze Minato actually compared himself with the evil Senju Old Ghost, Uchiha Kei was speechless. In other words, Namikaze Minato did not understand what for an Uchiha, comparing him with Senju Tobirama is the ultimate insult meant. Otherwise Uchiha Kei would definitely think that Namikaze Minato was mocking him. Then, Uchiha Kai said, "You think too highly of me. I am not a creative genius, and I can't compare with the second Hokage." Namikaze Minato said seriously, "No, I have always believed that you are limited by your talent as a ninja. If you have a ninja talent that matches your talent, you will never lose to the second generation. Just like you taught me how to develop the Raise Nan 2 years ago, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to develop such a ninjutsu in my lifetime, not to mention the various subsequent advanced versions of the Raise Nan." Uchiha Kai, well, is it possible that even without me, Minato, you will develop the Raise Nan in the future? Namikaze Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Chi, you think too highly of me. Although I have always been called a genius, it's just that I have a better learning ability. In terms of creative ability, I am far inferior to you, Chi." He was very determined, and had a humble attitude as if he believed that he was just a mediocre person compared to Uchiha Kei. Uchiha Kai had nothing to say about this, and could only say that the filter through which he was viewed by Minato Namikaze was too deep. But there was no way. Uchiha Kei, the despicable outsider and time traveler, had been good friends with Namikaze Minato since childhood. He was superior to his peers and only needed to reveal some advanced and ahead of the time theories and words when he was a child to arouse the amazement and admiration of the little boy Namikaze Minato, making Namikaze Minato think he was a genius. At that time, Uchiha Kei also believed that as a time traveler, he must be a top genius with unlimited achievements in the future. Therefore, in order to gain the support and admiration of Minato Namikaze, he deliberately created an image of a powerful person. However, as he grew up and realized that he was a mediocre person, Uchiha Kei gave up those unrealistic delusions and became sincere friends with Namikaze Minato, hoping that the future fourth Hokage could help his brother at some critical moments. Similarly, he didn't want Minato Namikaze to die because of the backstab of his ungrateful disciple. Therefore, when both of them were 16 years old, Uchiha Kei helped Namikaze Minato complete the development of the Raise Nan ahead of schedule. You know, according to the original timeline, this move was developed by Minato Namikaze after he encountered the enemy's Jinchuriki in the Third Ninja World War. He saw the power of the tailed beast ball and spent 3 years developing the Raise Nan with the help of Jiraiya. And that was already the end of the Third Ninja World War. For Uchiha Kai, developing the Raise Nan was just copying homework. After all, this move, as the signature ninjutsu of the future Prince Naruto, actually has a complete training process and subsequent advanced version development process. Therefore, when developing the Raise Nan with Minato Namikaze, Uchiha only needed to continuously provide creativity and transform himself into a super idea king to teach Minato Namikaze step by step to complete the Raise Nan and the subsequent advanced version development. However, it seemed that the creativity displayed at the beginning was too strong, which caused Minato Namikaze, who already had a filter, to completely misunderstand and think that Uchiha was undoubtedly a top genius and an inventor like Senju Tobirama. I have to say, there is a big misunderstanding here. Especially when the illusion game was developed, the misunderstanding was even harder to explain. Don't forget, Namikaze Minato directly compared the illusion game with wood release. Many thanks to late autumn September and chaos and order coexist for the 100 starting coins reward. Asking for recommendations and monthly passes. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Uchiha decided to optimize the illusion game. Chapter 9 Uchiha decided to optimize the illusion game. Uchiha was touched by Minato Namikaze's blind trust in him, but it also put a lot of pressure on him. After all, family members know their own business. How could he have the kind of creative talent that is as powerful as the naturally evil thousand-handed Lao Deng? He is just a plagiarist, okay? Who doesn't know how to copy homework, although according to the normal routine, being a plagiarist is also very promising and one can become a master, but in order to become a master, at the very least one must have the talent to reproduce plagiarized works, right? In the urban world, this is the unbeatable memory that allows one to perfectly remember the contents of various classic works from previous lives and write them down, while in the ninja world, it is a basic talent for being a ninja. It is a pity that Uchiha lacks the basic talent as a ninja, so his so-called creativity is just a very cheap idea, and the kind that will never appear again once it is used up. It is important for people to know themselves. Uchiha, who knows his own strengths and weaknesses, naturally does not take Namikaze Minato's flattery seriously at all. However, Uchiha took Namikaze Minato's suggestion that the illusion game could be developed in depth into consideration. Although this illusion game is not a secret technique unique to the ninja world at all, but a strange thing that combines the black technology granted by the system and the Sharingan, it does not prevent Uchiha Kixien from using the secret technique to cover it up. You should know that the reason why the word secret is used in secret techniques is because they are usually the unique secret techniques of some people or families and do not need to be announced to the public. Although some of the secret techniques are officially preserved and backed up by Konoha village, they are all donated voluntarily by the people or families who possess the secret techniques. Even though this voluntary act may not be truly voluntary, as long as one has sufficient background and strength, one can protect one's own secret skills. It just so happens that Uchiha is a noble Uchiha. Even if he is not welcomed within the clan, he has no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, but he cannot resist the Uchiha clan's protection of their own. It is one thing that he is unwelcome in the tribe, but it is another thing if outsiders bully or force him. Facing the clan, although there will definitely be people who want Uchiha to hand over the secret technique to the family, the Uchiha clan, after all, is a proud family with arrogant members, and they do not have the nature to rob family members of their practice results. If you hand it over, you will get rewards and benefits from the family. If you don't, someone in the family will be unhappy with you, but they won't force you to hand it over. They will proudly believe that when you think it through one day, you will voluntarily hand it over. Many Uchiha who created secret techniques in history used almost the same routine. But if an outsider wants to force you to hand over your secret technique, then I'm sorry, the Uchiha clan is famous for its unity and xenophobia. Anyone who dares to openly bully a family member should be prepared to be targeted by a group of psychopaths with red eyes. This is Uchiha. Before the Nine Tails Rebellion, although the Uchiha clan had no position in the Konoha high-level officials, their authority within Konoha was unquestionable. Even Danzo Shimura, the pot cage, only dared to make trouble secretly and did not dare to confront the Uchiha clan head-on. Do you understand the value of Konoha's founding family? It was during the Nine Tails Rebellion that the huge Sharingan revealed by the Nine Tails controlled by Uchiha Obito allowed the Konoha High UPS to seize the opportunity. Using the excuse that the Nine Tails Uchiha was controlled by the Sharingan, they completely suppressed the prestige of the Uchiha clan and directly squeezed them out of the core area of Konoha. Even so, the Uchiha clan only lost power, and the family's secret techniques were still well protected. Konoha only obtained the various secret techniques of the Uchiha clan after the Uchiha clan was exterminated by the filial son Uchiha Itachi. Now that everyone is dead, the Uchiha clan's secret techniques can no longer be preserved. Therefore, it is very easy for Uchiha Kai to keep his secret technique now. As for the future, in a few years, I will either leave Konoha or gain enough strength to protect myself through the system. Will I still need to care about the attitude of Konoha's top leaders at that time? If the rewards given by the system are strong enough, they might even attack Konoha F4. I just want to protect my Konoha. Do you old men who betrayed the Will of Fire understand? When I think about it, I feel a little excited. Of course, even if he wants to transform himself into a Zio who doesn't eat beef, that is a matter for the future. Right now, he is still just a little Kurami and needs to solve the problem of game promotion first. Improvements must be made. With the current operation mode, only one person can play at a time, and how long they can play depends on whether Uchiha Kai can persist. It is too inefficient and inconvenient. However, how to do it specifically still requires some careful thought. Next, the two went to Ichiraku Ramen, a famous attraction in Konoha, to eat ramen. After all, after playing games for a while, it was almost 12 o'clock. Unlike the middle-aged man in the original work, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha 46 was still young, a young man in his 20s, and had only been in Konoha for a few years. Even his daughter Ayam was not born yet. At present, it is just a small street noodle shop in Konoha, and it is not even famous. However, based on the filter of memory, after Ichiraku Ramen opened, Uchiha Kei became a regular customer of this noodle shop. Needless to say, it tastes pretty good. Even Minato Namikaze was led by Uchiha Kei to like Ichiraku Ramen. After finishing a delicious Ichiraku Ramen meal, the two began to take a walk on the street, and Namikaze Minato brought the topic back to the game. "Chi, when can I continue playing?" Uchiha Kai raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Namikaze Minato scratched his head embarrassedly. "It is indeed quite interesting. Besides, I also want to know the ending of the game." After a pause, he continued, "I want to know what the final ending of the character I play in the game is." Uchiha Kai, wow! During the experience, you were either busy dealing with various traps and evil spirits, or enjoying the battles. It turns out that you also discovered the plot of the game. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "I am a Jonin of Konoha after all, and gathering intelligence is the most basic skill of a Jonin. Although the plot hidden in the game is very fragmented, the key information is all there." Uchiha Kai nodded. "Indeed, with your ability, it is inevitable that you want to discover the plot in the game. Even if it is a fragmented narrative method, it is not a problem for you. It is enough for you to piece together the complete plot. This illusion game called Homecoming does not tell the story in a conventional straightforward manner. Instead, it hides the story in the game process and pieces of text and clues are used to piece together the complete story. All these contents are scattered in various scenes, and they are just there and cannot be taken away. If you are not careful, you may miss them. Although it does not affect the game's completion, first-time players do not have the habit of collecting information and studying the plot, and will most likely complete the game in a confused state, and then be completely at a loss as to what story the game is telling. However, Minato Namikaze is worthy of being the most talented man in Konoha. It seems that he has not collected any information and just rushes forward and fights for fun. He is no different from an ordinary rookie player. But in fact, all the information hidden in the scenes has been discovered and remembered by him. Moreover, even now that I have left the game, I have pieced together a relatively complete story in my mind. At least, the information that Minato Namikaze collected successfully pieced together the story. In Minato Namikaze's analysis, the game character he played was a Konoha ninja who was active in the Ninja World War. He witnessed the cruelty of the Ninja World War and accumulated a lot of negative emotions as a result. These negative emotions attracted the attention of evil spirits, and since he had killed people before, he was cursed by the victims. So, after the Ninja World War ended, when the protagonist should have gone home to rest, he was trapped in a cursed realm created by evil spirits. He had to break through all obstacles before he could break out of the cursed realm and return to his real home. This is the story plot interpreted by Minato Namikaze. In response, Uchiha Kai simply said, although it is different from the actual plot, it is not far from the truth. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato scratched his head. Ah! Not all of it is right? Is there something else hidden behind it? I'm becoming more and more interested in the truth. I wonder when I can play the rest of the game. Then he sighed. He hoped to continue playing in the afternoon, but he had something else to do in the afternoon, so he could only say next time for sure. In response to this, Uchiha Kai just wanted to say, actually you don't have to be sure next time, after all, you have already exploded all the emotional values you can, and I don't need you anymore. Yes, although the whole game has not been played yet, Namikaze Minato has already provided all the emotional values he can for this game. In other words, for Uchiha Kai, his utilization value is gone, and continuing to play is the classic tactic of occupying the toilet without doing anything. Of course, Uchiha Kai would not really stop Namikaze Minato from playing. After all, he was not the weirdo who would regard old players as old players who maliciously spend money and hinder the development of the game. Even if Namikaze Minato was not his best friend, he would take good care of such old players who supported him hardcore. Please recommend, please collect, please reward, please read, please everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Who should I look for as the next and number 039, victim and number 039? Chapter 10. Who should be the next victim? 2 more, Namikaze Minato left to do his own thing. Uchiha Kai also reported to the Konoha Police Department in the afternoon. The Konoha Police Department was established by the inherently evil second Hokage, Senjuryu Uto, and is staffed by members of the Uchiha clan, who are responsible for maintaining the village's law and order. This basically made this extremely powerful and important department in Konoha a private domain of the Uchiha clan. The evil Senjuryu was naturally not that kind. While the Uchiha clan gained great power, they also became the subject of direct surveillance by Konoha from top to bottom, which made everything the Uchiha did very conspicuous. Moreover, the main force of the Uchiha clan was directly trapped in Konoha, and it was difficult for them to earn merits by carrying out external missions and fighting, and it was also difficult for them to occupy a seat in the Konoha high-level leadership. However, no matter how bad his intentions were, for a weak and low-level Uchiha like Uchiha Kai, the Konoha Police Department was a good place. Especially because of his lack of strength and his love of acting on his own, the Uchiha clan did not even plan to use Uchiha Kai as a patrol officer, and simply sent him away with a slacking off position in the logistics department. Well, the salary is actually not much different from that of field staff. Moreover, there is very little work to do, and even if you don't come to work, there are people to take your place, so it doesn't matter whether you have him or not. For example, today, it didn't matter that Uchiha Kai didn't go to work in the morning. When he got to work in the afternoon, he just made up the excuse that I was too tired from practicing too much last night, and fell asleep in the morning. His boss didn't bother to know what the specific situation was. In the eyes of the proud Uchiha people, this was undoubtedly intraclan bullying and punishment was imposed. If it were another Uchiha, he would definitely leave the police department in reluctance and anger, or bow to the clan, or simply explode, such as opening a Sharingan or increasing the Sharingan's Megatama or something. There is no doubt that this is mental bullying for a normal Uchiha, and even an abnormal Uchiha like Uchiha Obito can't stand it. Does this matter to Uchiha Kai? What intra-tribe bullying, the ultimate insult? Isn't this the infinite love that all tribesmen have for him? If any office worker on earth looks at this job, they will have to say, either you guys should bully me manually, or I won't feel comfortable with this salary. Well, as for Uchiha Kai's current job, if it was before he traveled through time, it would be equivalent to working in an idle department and finishing a day's work in 2 hours at most, and slacking off at other times. He does not need to take the blame or take responsibility, and although his colleagues are indifferent, they will not take the initiative to find fault with him. However, the basic salary is 20,000, and there are bonuses and other benefits during festivals. It is a magical job. Damn, how can this be considered bullying? It is simply the deep love that these stepfathers and stepmothers have for him. As expected, they are the Uchiha clan of love. Their love is truly boundless. To be honest, if possible, Uchiha Kai wouldn't mind working here for the rest of his life, and Uchiha could indeed support him for the rest of his life. It's a pity that such a wonderful life will be lost in a few years. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, although the Uchiha clan was still able to retain the Konoha Police Department, their lives were getting worse and worse each year. By then, all the high welfare and leisure time will be gone, and even the Konoha high-level officials and Uchiha weasels will jointly exterminate the clan. Although the original story clearly states that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was against the extermination of the Uchiha, it was the Konoha pot cage and the weasel who did the cruel thing. The butt determines the head, and the stance determines the value. As a member of the Uchiha clan, unlike the weasel who had never learned any political ideas, Uchiha Kai knew very well that he naturally stood with the Uchiha clan, and was a mortal enemy of the Konoha high-level officials headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of whether there is a classic third-generation conspiracy theory in this world, and regardless of what the third-generation Lao Deng really thinks, when they inherited the idea of suppressing and controlling the Uchiha from the inherently evil Senjou Lao Deng, but did not have the strength and clever means of Senjou Lao Deng, the contradiction between the two sides became irreconcilable. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is really a good person, he is just nostalgic and politically stupid, so it often looks like a conspiracy theory, but it doesn't really matter to the Uchiha clan. Only the deceased third-generation Elder Noboru is a good Elder Noboru. Of course, it's useless to understand all this. Uchiha Kai knows very well that strength is the key in this world. Without sufficient strength, his thoughts are just thoughts and have no effect on reality. What's more, before the Nine Tails Rebellion, although Sarutobi Hiruzen had passed his peak period, he was still at the tail end of his peak period. In terms of strength, he could easily fight against a large number of 3 Magatama Uchiha alone. Although various conspiracy theories have belittled Sarutobi Hiruzen as worthless, as a cage, his actual strength is not as good as the first and second generations, but compared with other cage, he is a level stronger. This is a classic hexagonal warrior, who has not reached the ultimate peak in all aspects, but is very strong in all aspects and has no shortcomings. He can basically deal with any situation. Moreover, in the legacy of the second Hokage, there are many means against Uchiha, which were inherited by the third Hokage. If a real fight breaks out, even the 3 Megatama Sharingan will most likely be useless against him, and he must use the Manjiki Sharingan. But, did the Uchiha have the Manjiki Sharingan before the Nine Tails Rebellion? Although in the original animation, the original clan leader Uchiha Fugaku has a Manjiki, in the comics it is just an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan. Whether this world will follow the animation route or the comic route is not something Uchiha Kai can know. Therefore, before the Nine Tails Rebellion, if the Uchiha wanted to engage in some abstract act of rebellion, it would be a classic act of seeking death. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, although the strength of the third generation was declining, the Uchiha clan had also lost its power and prestige at that time, and there were traitors within the clan who destroyed their own clans. It can be said that the situation was extremely bad and there was basically no hope of a comeback. It is because of this that Uchiha Kei is obsessed with becoming Uchiharuno. Having lived in the ninja world for so many years, he had already seen through the essence of things and knew that the Uchiha people had no hope at all. He himself was also a mediocre person with limited talent and weak strength. Running away was his only hope of survival. Of course, this was all in the past. As for now, looking at the number 1285/5000 displayed on the system panel, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but look forward to the completion of the task. 1285 was exactly the total emotional value provided by Namikaze Minato. With just over an hour of game time, and halfway through the game, his best friend had provided all the emotional value he could provide to the game. As expected of you, Minato. When I make a new game in the future, I will make sure you are the first to experience it. You are my official test player. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Kai sat in his seat, thinking about who to find to continue playing games while handling today's work. There is no doubt that, based on the premise that the stronger the strength, the more emotional values provided, at this point in time in the 46th year of Konoha, we should look for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha Sunin, who are the Konoha Kage level strong men. Then came the elite Jonin, including the Nabe Kage, Shimura Denzo, and the other two members of Konoha's F4. What? The Pot Kage and the other two members of Konoha F4 are not Kage level? Sorry, not really. The other two elders of Konoha's F4 were elite Jonin in their prime, and their rank declined afterwards. By the time of the Nine Tails Rebellion, they were just ordinary Jonin. They could only play supporting role in the fight against the Nine Tails, and were seriously injured in just a few hits. In the comics, there are close UPS of their injured appearances, which are classic supporting roles. As for Nabe Kage Laoden, he might have reached the Kage level before, but after being injured and losing an arm and an eye, he fell down. It is estimated that after transplanting Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, he can't even beat the two weaklings of Konoha's F4. These are the strengths set in the original work, and are also the strengths that Uchiha Kai knows about the village situation now. As for whether there are any hidden masters in the village, that is not something he needs to care about. Right now, all Uchiha Kai needs to worry about is finding the next victim. In terms of profit efficiency, it would be most appropriate to let the third-generation Elder Deng, the strongest leader in Konoha, play. However, given the two people's positions, how could Uchiha Kai go to find the other? Not to mention whether the third Hokage would trust him as an Uchiha and let him use the Sharingan without resistance. Even if the third Hokage Lao Toma agreed to accept the game, there would be many subsequent problems. Not to mention anything else, the Konoha high-level officials will definitely know about it, and with Denzo's personality, they will 1000% target him, and then he will never have peace. Therefore, the third-generation route was directly abandoned. As for the three ninjas of Konoha, each one is more heavyweight than the other, and those who are not in Konoha are equally inappropriate. Therefore, we can only start from other aspects. Having said that, the Uchiha clan seems to be a good choice. There is no shortage of experts among them. Why not try to digest them internally? 2 more to read, end of this chapter. Chapter 11 Uchiha Fugaku, I have little education, please don't end number 039, lie to me. Chapter 11 Uchiha Fugaku, I have little education, please don't lie to me. The process of finding the Uchiha clan to play the game was not smooth. The Uchiha that Uchiha Kai found had no interest in his game. Some even mocked him mercilessly or showed undisguised disgust towards him. It's not that Uchiha Kai's popularity is really to the point where everyone hates him. In fact, if you really want to find them, there are still quite a few Uchiha who are willing to play the games made by Uchiha Kai. However, those Uchiha were just ordinary Uchiha, and in order to complete the task most efficiently, Uchiha K looked for the stronger Uchiha who had opened 3 Megatama. As we all know, the Uchiha clan is arrogant, and one of the characteristics of this clan is that they respect the strong. It is a classic case of the strong being respected, but without the law of the jungle as in traditional fantasy novels. Grassroots members of the clan like Uchiha Kai, when facing those Uchiha who have opened the 3 Megatama, have to accept the result of being looked down upon. Although these grown-up Uchiha would not bully Uchiha Kai took the initiative to come up to him and said that he had developed a unique illusion game, which required one to completely let go of resistance and accept the other party's Sharingan to cast an illusion to start the game. To be honest, if Uchiha Kai wasn't an Uchiha, he would probably have been beaten. You cast an illusion on a powerful Uchiha, and ask others not to resist so that they can cooperate in the game? Dear, please go back to sleep if you are not awake yet, thank you, or do you intend to deliver the ultimate insult to the proud Uchiha? Moreover, the powerful Uchiha are the focus of training and reuse within the clan. Their daily tasks and training are fully arranged, and they have their own social circles even when they are resting. Uchiha Kai, a guy who is not welcome in the clan, suddenly made requests that seemed outrageous to others. Which powerful Uchiha would be nice to him? Therefore, the plan to find a powerful Uchiha to play games in order to collect enough emotional points and complete the task failed. However, Uchiha Kai was not surprised by this. After all, he had traveled through time for 18 years. How could he not know what kind of people the Uchiha people were? Finding a group of powerful Uchiha was just to see if anyone was in a good mood and had the time. Since it has failed, let's just start the backup plan. At that moment, Uchiha Kai, who had completed all his work for the day, asked for leave and left the Konoha police department. The process went smoothly, and his boss did not care about Uchiha K's request for leave. After all, Uchiha K had already completed the work. In fact, if there were no strict rules requiring him to stay in the Konoha police department every day, Uchiha Kai could go home early after completing his work every day. After all, in the eyes of Uchiha Kai's boss, the work Uchiha Kai is doing now is completely a humiliation and placement of the Uchiha clan. Any normal Uchiha can't stand it. It is already a very excellent performance that Uchiha Kai can finish his work peacefully every day. Well, I can only say that the values are different and the perspectives on the problem are completely different. Even a godlike slacking job can be despised. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan is too ambitious and wants to improve too much. After leaving the Konoha police department, Uchiha Kai went directly to the Uchiha clan's territory, and he soon met the person he was looking for. He is still a member of the Uchiha clan, but he is not an ordinary Uchiha, but the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He seems to be a hardliner in the clan, but in fact he is a compromiser. In the end, facing the massacre of Uchiha by his filial son, he did not resist at all. Of course, the present Uchiha Fugaku is not the future one. The 28-year-old Uchiha young patriarch is still very sharp and full of edge, and has already made a name for himself as the evil eyes in the ninja world. Although they are both Uchiha, they fully demonstrated the reality that the ninja world is a world of bloodlines. As the young clan leader with the purest bloodline, Uchiha Fugaku's 3 Megatama Sharingan is obviously much stronger than other Uchiha's 3 Megatama Sharingan. Also because of this, Uchiha Fugaku's prestige in the clan is not low, at least most of the younger generation of Uchiha follow his lead. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku is not as unemotional as other Uchiha clan members. He treats everyone equally and arrogantly. His attitude towards the Uchiha clan is always very good, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze, even when he is facing the Uchiha clan members at the bottom. Because of this, the time traveler Uchiha Kai successfully established a good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku. In addition, Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato have a good relationship, and the two are also good friends in private. As a close friend of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku is the only 3 Magatama Uchiha in the Uchiha clan who would be on good terms with Uchiha Kai. The reason why he came to Uchiha Fugaku this time was that Uchiha Kai felt that promoting the game directly within the clan was not going smoothly, so he planned to take a roundabout way to promote the game with the help of Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku, an excellent provider of emotional value, should not be missed. The 28-year-old Uchiha young clan leader also has the strength of an elite jonin. Even if his strength is not as good as Namikaze Minato, the emotional value he provides will certainly not be much different. When Uchiha Kai found Uchiha Fugaku, the 28-year-old young clan leader was practicing physical skills in the clan's indoor training ground. The training ground was exclusive to the clan leader and was not for public use, and as the junior clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was naturally qualified to use it. As the young patriarch, he is also qualified to have people serving him, but he does not like to do so, so he asks others to leave every time he trains. When Uchiha Kai saw Fugaku, what he saw was Fugaku training alone, sweating profusely. Seeing Uchiha Kai coming, Uchiha Fugaku stopped training, and then walked towards Uchiha Kai curiously. "Kai-kun, why do you come to see me at this time?" Uchiha Kai immediately smiled and said, "Young clan leader, you also know that I am very good at thinking and creativity. In the past 2 years, I have been exploring and developing my Sharingan illusions, and I have really figured out some things and created a unique Sharingan secret technique. I named it Illusion Game. It is a technique that can bring people into an illusory yet real world of illusion." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in approval, because he knew that his good friend Namikaze Minato's Raise Nan was developed by Uchiha Kai, so he fully believed in Uchiha Kai's creative ability in techniques. The only pity is that Uchiha Kai, who has such talent, has very low ability as a ninja, otherwise there is a high probability that Uchiha Kai will grow into the Senju Tobirama of the Uchiha clan. Well, this kind of false genius filter is not only possessed by Minato Namikaze, but also by Fugaku Uchiha. Therefore, now Uchiha Fugaku was not surprised at all that Uchiha Kai could develop a secret technique. Instead, he was very curious, so, what is the use of this ninjutsu? Uchiha Kai, well, you will know the details after you have experienced it, young clan leader. Anyway, I can only say that Minato has experienced it this morning and said it was very good. He gained a lot. If he hadn't had other things to do in the afternoon, he would have continued to play the illusion game in the afternoon. Uchiha Kai directly used Minato Namikaze as the trump card, and he believed that Fugaku would absolutely not be able to resist the temptation. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he rubbed his chin and said, "Minato already said it was a good illusion? You still want to continue playing with it? It sounds a bit like a toy that will only make you lose your ambition. But, if Minato is so addicted to it, it must not be a low-level game." At this point, Uchiha Fugaku asked curiously, "So, you want me to experience the illusion game you mentioned?" Uchiha Kai nodded, and smiled, revealing his true intentions. "Also, after the experience is over, I hope the young clan leader can help me advertise so that more Uchiha can come and experience it." After a pause, thinking of how Minato Namikaze was frightened and stimulated in the game, and how he finally entered a state of fighting pleasure, he added, "Perhaps, it will allow the tribesmen who have not opened their eyes to successfully open their eyes, and the tribesmen who have already opened their eyes will also have the opportunity to make their Sharingan stronger. For example, 1 Megatama can become 2 Megatama, and 2 Megatama can become 3 Megatama, and so on." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. And at this moment he showed the demeanor of a ferocious eye. It is commonly known as a fierce look, which is very scary. Thank you for the 20230108001927216 reward from Book Friend 500, end of this chapter. Chapter 12, a transaction between adults. Chapter 12, a transaction between adults. 2 more. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku brought out the majestic aura he had developed over the years as the young patriarch. Coupled with the fact that this guy has a fierce look, his majesty is instantly maximized. Even Uchiha Kai, who knows that he is actually a compromiser, has to admit that if you just look at his appearance and aura, Uchiha Fugaku is indeed very intimidating. People will think that this guy must be a hardliner among hardliners, the Uchiha among Uchiha, the ruler among Uchiha, and a congenital rebel against Konoha. No wonder the hardliners in the Uchiha clan were intimidated by him in the end, and kept following him closely, and were finally led into a ditch by him. If they had known earlier that the innate rebellious holy body was actually a soft and easy to control person, they would have kicked him down from the position of clan leader with dissatisfaction and anger. Even the doves would not lie down and wait to die. And even the majestic Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a deep voice at this time, "Are you telling the truth? Kai-jun, as a member of the Uchiha, you should understand what your words mean to the Uchiha." Uchiha Kai shook his head, "I can't be completely sure that what I said can be realized. After all, I just asked Minato to help me test it. Although the feedback given by Minato can indeed achieve what I said in theory, Minato is not Uchiha after all, so I can't confirm whether it can work on Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes, "So, you came to me hoping that I could help you complete the test of the special illusion you developed on Uchiha?" Uchiha Kai nodded. After all, the condition for the activation of the illusion game is that the recipient does not resist. And there are not many people in this world who can calmly accept the Sharingan illusion, even among the Uchiha. In fact, before I came to you, young clan leader, I had already looked for the Uchiha who possessed the 3 Megatama in the Konoha police department. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in realization, but they all refused, right? Uchiha Chi spread his hands. Who would believe a loser who didn't follow the clan's arrangement when he was young, and was determined to follow his own will and work hard to become a great ninja, but was eventually called the Uchiha shame in the face of countless ridicule and contempt. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly, and then he said in a deep voice, "Chi-jun, I know that you have resentment because of the unfair treatment in the clan, and this is because those people cannot understand your talent, Chi-jun. In my eyes, you are a genius who is not inferior to anyone else. As the next head of the Uchiha clan, I can assure you in the name of the future head of the clan that I will compensate you in the future and return all the honors you deserve." After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku actually bowed slightly and expressed his deep apologies to Uchiha Kai. As the young patriarch of a major clan in the ninja world, he bowed and apologized to an ordinary Uchiha who was not welcomed in the clan. This was quite a shocking thing in the ninja world with its strict hierarchy. Therefore, it can be understood that Fugaku was sincerely apologizing to Uchiha Kai on behalf of the entire Uchiha clan, hoping to gain Uchiha Kai's forgiveness and not to hold a grudge against Uchiha. Only. Uchiha Chi was confused and couldn't help blinking, looking like he didn't know what to say. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku's misunderstanding is quite deep. What he said just now was just to guide the conversation in line with the atmosphere so as to continue to bring up the next topic and let Uchiha Fugaku help him deal with other powerful Uchiha, making those powerful Uchiha also become providers of emotional value to him. As a result, Uchiha Fugaku heard it as complaints and sarcasm. Of course, this is nothing, but who knew that in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, Uchiha Kai's status was so high that he, the future clan leader, directly expressed his apology and promise to him in the name of the clan leader, which was really unexpected. After all, in the ninja world where cannibalism is the norm and culture is passed down from childhood, the gap in class status can really crush people. Haven't you seen that powerful ninjas actually have to listen to the orders of a group of pig-like daimyo and cannot resist? The Hyuga clan next door is also a big clan in Konoha, and its style is even more heavyweight. Therefore, the behavior of Uchiha Fugaku is indeed somewhat heretical. However, if you think carefully about Uchiha Fugaku's life, you will find that he is indeed such a person. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kai did not correct Uchiha Fugaku's misunderstanding. After all, there was no harm in getting the other party's goodwill. Moreover, if his illusion game could really bring about the strengthening effect of the Sharingan, it would indeed provide great help to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's promise and apology were also what he deserved. From this point of view, Uchiha Fugaku is actually quite smart and a qualified future clan leader, when faced with a special talent who may bring great help to the Uchiha clan but has been wronged. It is always better to provide timely assistance than to add icing on the cake. After realizing this, Uchiha Kai smiled and said, "Young clan leader, you are too polite. I am an Uchiha, and only an Uchiha." This is a promise, and also Uchiha Kai's attitude. Although the system has some pitfalls, it can indeed bring benefits and improvements. As long as the good cycle can continue, Uchiha Kai's strength will reach a very high level sooner or later. At that time, Runran's thoughts will naturally become protect my Konoha and my Uchiha.jpg. In other words, return to the original intention when you were still in the ninja school. After hearing Uchiha Kai's response, a hint of tenderness appeared on Fugaku's serious face, and he was obviously very happy with Uchiha Kai's answer. After all, in the eyes of the young clan leader, Uchiha Kai is truly unique. Although he is only a chunin, his knowledge and ability to create new techniques far surpass the geniuses in the Uchiha clan. How could those arrogant Uchiha understand the value of Uchiha Kai? However, this is also understandable. Those Uchiha have never received any training from their superiors, and coupled with their ancestral proud character, they naturally do not have that kind of long-term vision. What's more, Uchiha Kai is not only talented himself, but also has a close relationship with Namikaze Minato, the number one of Konoha's younger generation. They are true close friends, and their relationship is comparable to that of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and his good friend Konoha's Nabekage Shimura Danzo. And with the talent and ability that Minato Namikaze is currently demonstrating, as well as his connections that allow him to build good relationships with most people, coupled with his background as one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, there is a great possibility that he will become Hokage in the future. From now on, although the position of the fourth Hokage is unlikely, the position of the fifth is very likely. Once Minato Namikaze becomes Hokage, Uchiha Kai, who has a very good relationship with Minato Namikaze, will inevitably take off with him, and that will be the time for the Uchiha clan to enter the upper echelons of Konoha and gain a seat among the upper echelons. The talent, vision, and future are all there, and Uchiha Fugaku is not blind to these idiots, so naturally he has to maintain a good relationship with Uchiha Kai. Of course, Uchiha Kai also understood these things, and felt that dealing with a young clan leader like Uchiha Fugaku who had calculations in his heart was not as easy and pleasant as getting along with Namikaze Minato. But Uchiha Kai didn't care. After all, there weren't so many sincere feelings in the adult world, and interests were real. Now, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Fugaku each get what they need, so their relationship is undoubtedly that of old friends, and they are willing to help each other and make progress together. 2 more please read. Thank you for the 100 starting coins reward from Yuhan Yuxian. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Uchiha Fugaku in Fear, Uchiha Fugaku in Doubt About Life. Chapter 13 Uchiha Fugaku in Fear, Uchiha Fugaku in Doubt About Life. Next, Uchiha Fugaku began to experience the effects of the illusion game himself. It was started right in the training room without inviting anyone else to observe or supervise, which showed the absolute trust and support for Uchiha Kai. There was nothing to say about his attitude. Even if the friendship between the two sides was based on interests, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but be moved by Uchiha Fugaku's courage and trust. It has to be said that given Uchiha Fugaku's personality and style of doing things, encountering Konoha's F4 was doomed to be a tragedy, but by making friends with people like Namikaze Minato, the Uchiha clan will surely be able to get out of the predicament and usher in a new life in the future. In the original Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku really wanted to follow the path of Namikaze Minato, but unfortunately he was backstabbed by Uchiha Obito, one of the biggest traitors in the Uchiha family. Not only did he throw a big pot to the Uchiha clan, but he also led to the sacrifice of Namikaze Minato, so that in the end the entire Uchiha was dragged into the ditch. I can only say that it's all the author's fault for specializing in tragedy.jpg. After entering the illusion game, Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato were both frightened by the hellish scenes inside. Although he still had a serious face, when Uchiha Fugaku encountered the female evil spirit whispering in his ear from behind to scare him, his Sharingan popped out. It can be seen how frightened he was beneath that serious appearance. There is no doubt that in terms of character, Uchiha Fugaku is actually not bad. In a sense, he is even stronger than Namikaze Minato, at least in terms of being a ninja turtle. Namikaze Minato can never compare to him. Although it seems shameful, in many cases, being able to endure is a sign of strong character. For example, now, although I feel like my heart is about to jump out, my Sharingan is bulging out, and my Megatama is constantly spinning. But putting all that aside and looking at Fugaku's face, we found that this guy still had a stern face, as if he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before his eyes. He was really pretending. It is no surprise that the entire Uchiha was intimidated by his command, thinking that he was a man among men, an Uchiha among Uchiha, and the natural ruler of the Uchiha. To be honest, if Uchiha K didn't know Uchiha Fugaku's background, he would have admired Uchiha Fugaku's terrifying state of mind. He would surely become a great hero in the future. However, it still takes real courage to complete the game, and Uchiha Fugaku must continue on his own. Honestly speaking, before even reaching the fork in the road where he had to make a choice among three options, Uchiha Fugaku was already feeling so terrified that he wanted to run away. It's really weird. Although Uchiha K repeatedly reminded people that the game was very realistic and said in advance that ghost things from supernatural stories would appear in it, he never said it would be so scary. Before starting the game, take it easy, thinking it is just some folk legends, not worth mentioning at all, and there is nothing to be afraid of. After the game, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Why are there such horrible things? I want to go home. The above is roughly the change in Uchiha Fugaku's mentality. He walked to the fork in the road with three choices, looked at the three different colors at the three intersections, and each one looked bad, so he wanted to turn around and go back. This is a brand new experience that has never been experienced before. The real experience of maxing out the fear factor of the unknown is almost leaving Uchiha Fugaku with a psychological trauma. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku really wanted to tell Uchiha K that this was enough for today, the illusion game test was a success and it could be ended. However, based on the majesty of the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku always felt that if he ended the game now, his image and prestige in Uchiha Kai's heart would be gone, and this was absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, in the end, Uchiha Fugaku could only resist the urge to retreat, constantly telling himself in his heart that these are all fake, just get through it, soothing his heart in this way, which is also self-pua. The classic example of being too proud to live in misery. Uchiha Kai, who was watching everything from a god's perspective, seemed to be dreaming of his past life watching the scenes of those anchors broadcasting horror games live. Some of them were obviously very timid and were so scared that they didn't want to continue, but they had to bite the bullet and continue the live broadcast, and then created a happy comedian effect, thus bringing countless fun and famous scenes to everyone. For example, my cabinet moved, I don't want to play anymore or something like that. Well, if the spiritual network can continue to expand, it is not impossible to develop this business. However, it is not possible at present. The technical strength provided by the system only supports him to make some ordinary stand-alone games. If you want to realize the ideas in your mind, you need to see if the system can produce more gold coins. In the illusion game, Uchiha Fugaku also chose a passage to move forward. Unlike Minato Namikaze, the route Uchiha Fugaku chose for the first time was the red channel representing fighting and killing. This is probably because the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is red, so this choice was made. However, it doesn't matter which one you take, because all three routes must be completed in the end to enter the next stage. I just don't know if Uchiha Fugaku will be as addicted to the fighting fun as Namikaze Minato, and then stay in the red area and no longer move forward. Entering the red realm and facing the world where everything was red as far as the eye could see, Uchiha Fugaku felt his scalp tingling. Although he had been mentally prepared because of his previous experiences, when he arrived here, he still felt that Uchiha K's illusion game was too outrageous. In fact, what shocked Uchiha Fugaku the most now was not the feeling that the illusion game world was so realistic that it was almost indistinguishable from the real world, but the fact that his power was unable to break this illusion world. Yes, this is what shocked Uchiha Fugaku the most. You know, in addition to its expertise in illusion, the Sharingan is also effective in breaking through illusions, especially when it comes to the three Magatama Sharingan. In theory, no illusion in the ninja world can escape being broken through. As the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's three Magatama Sharingan is the best among the three Magatama, and has the ability to easily break through illusions. As a result, the three Magatama Sharingan, which had been invincible before, was completely ineffective against the illusion game. It was as if the Sharingan had directly entered this illusion world and become a part of it. This is quite outrageous, and completely subverts Uchiha Fugaku's worldview. I really want to ask Uchiha Kai immediately, is that really a one Magatama Sharingan, and not a Mangeki Sharingan disguised as a one Magatama? Yes, Uchiha Fugaku really suspected that Uchiha K's Sharingan was actually the ultimate Eye Mangekyo in the Uchiha clan legend that surpassed the three Magatama Sharingan. Only the illusion cast by the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan can make the powerful three Magatama Sharingan completely powerless. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Uchiha Kai, I thought of a better way to reap the benefits. Chapter 14 Uchiha Kai, I thought of a better way to reap the benefits. Of course, the so-called Mangeki was just Uchiha Fugaku's helpless complaint. He knew very well that Uchiha Kai did not use the Mangeki, otherwise there would be no need for others to completely not resist in order to launch the technique. After all, if it really is the legendary kaleidoscope, it doesn't really matter whether you resist it or not, because you can't resist it anyway. It can only be said that the conditions for launching Uchiha Kai's move are indeed very harsh, and the effect after success is also quite incredible. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not think about the possibility of further upgrading this move and making it comparable to wood release like Namikaze Minato. After all, although Uchiha Kai was talented, his talent as a ninja was too low. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku is a typical blood supremacist. Naturally, he does not have the idea like Namikaze Minato that as long as there is an opportunity and conditions, he can break the boundaries of the body and the shackles of blood. However, this technique did give Uchiha Fugaku hope. He saw the possibility of greatly increasing the rate of eye opening in the Uchiha clan and the speed of Sharingan evolution. This level of authenticity, combined with a strength that even the powerful three Magam Sharingan cannot break, is simply the ultimate secret technique that exists just for the Uchiha. Not to mention anything else, just talk about the extreme terror that has never been experienced before. As long as the blood is slightly better, it is possible that the eyes will open directly under such stimulation. Anyway, Uchiha Fugaku thought that if he hadn't opened his Sharingan yet, it would almost open after the stimulation just now. And now, when those horrific blood people in the blood-colored realm rushed over, Uchiha Fugaku was even more certain of the scene of being besieged by countless people, and being killed after he tried his best but was ultimately outnumbered. Because the experience of death was so real, and the painful feeling of having his body torn apart by the enemy's weapons was so shocking, it really made Uchiha Fugaku feel like he couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. If the Sharingan was not completely useless after being opened, Uchiha Fugaku might have really thought so. Please note that the uselessness here does not only mean that the Sharingan cannot break the illusion game, but also that the Sharingan is just an ordinary eye in this world. Don't forget that Uchiha Fugaku plays a game character here, and it is a limited death. Although there is no restriction in the game that Uchiha Fugaku cannot use a colored contact lens skin, this colored contact lens skin cannot break through the underlying code and directly achieve the enhanced effect. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku with the Sharingan is equivalent to playing the game with a beauty contact lens skin, and the strength of the game character is what it should be. In fact, because the Sharingan is useless, the strength that Uchiha Fugaku can exert is even lower. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku was not as good as Namikaze Minato in terms of combat skills. Under the same conditions, Uchiha Fugaku, who was used to the blessing of the Sharingan, lost even this blessing, so he became a complete noob in playing the Dark Souls game, and his main goal was to give up. What Uchiha Kai saw was that after Uchiha Fugaku died, he kept challenging again and again, and then kept dying, fully demonstrating the art of fancy death. Being stabbed to death, stomped to death, hit to death, hacked to death, stabbed to death, dismembered, split open, and cut into 2.5 Fuji cage, etc., all the ways of death were shown, truly demonstrating what the passion is. Uchiha Fugaku also went from being terrified by death in the beginning to gradually becoming numb, and then his face gradually turned red in his unwillingness and anger. He was getting more and more excited. Holding his breath, with the will of "I must defeat these bloody men today no matter what," he kept moving forward step by step, and kept killing the bloody men one by one with all his strength. That desperate and persevering attitude made Uchiha Chi silent for a while, and then he couldn't help scratching his head. Should I tell him that he doesn't have to fight so hard to defeat every blood man, he just needs to break through the blood men's blockade and reach the end. Look at how angry he is. If I tell him the truth now, he might get angry out of shame, right? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, I don't want these users who provide emotional value to pass the level. I just want them to provide enough emotional value. Muttering these words in his heart, Uchiha Ki-Gaze also turned to the system panel, and the numbers on it made him nod with great satisfaction. Because Uchiha Fugaku has already provided 1024 emotional points, although it can no longer increase, and although it is not as much as the emotional value provided by Namikaze Minato, this number is still not small, and it has pushed Uchiha K's mission progress forward a big step. Moreover, the emotional value that can be provided has reached its limit. The game has not been played for long, but the emotional value has been fully provided, which shows how great Uchiha Fugaku's emotional fluctuations are. Uchiha Kai felt a little regretful. He regretted making the game too big. Even though in his opinion a game with a process of less than 2 hours is a small game, but judging from the current player feedback, he only needs to make a micro game with a process of only about half an hour. Even if it is impossible to maximize the emotional value, it is enough to make a big profit. The saved chakra and eye power can be used to play more games every day, achieving the effect of small profits but quick turnover, instead of being able to play only 2 or 3 games a day like now. I'm overestimating the mental qualities of the ninja elites, or maybe this ordinary underworld routine from Earth is too advanced for this world, so that even these ninja elites can't control the explosion of gold coins at all. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Chi also considered another possibility, which was to split the existing game into pieces and make a trial version with the duration of half an hour. It is normal for this type of stand-alone game to have a trial version, but a normal stand-alone game has at least 5 or 6 hours of progress, and then a 20 to 30 minute trial version is cut out. He cut a 2-hour game into a half-hour trial version. Since the purpose is just to complete the novice mission and collect 5,000 emotion points, there is nothing wrong with doing so as long as it can complete the mission. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but ask the system whether a trial version could be cut out to collect emotional values. Although the system is still artificially stupid, it still gave an answer, and the answer is, yes. As long as it is the first game, no matter how much content is provided, as long as the player's minimum experience requirement of 10 minutes is met, the effect of collecting emotional value can be achieved. The only difference is that if the game time is too short, the collected emotional value cannot reach the peak. There is no doubt that the system's answer made Uchiha extremely satisfied. He also regretted not asking clearly at the beginning. Otherwise, perhaps he could have completed the novice mission today. I have to say that the tasks provided by this system are very relaxed and fully operational. A trial version can squeeze all the emotional values that players can provide for the entire game. Judging from the performance of Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, it is likely that most other players can provide all their emotional values within half an hour. Based on the idea of completing the task, it seems that just making a trial version is enough. But in fact, this is because of the particularity of the ninja world. In this world where entertainment culture is completely barren, encountering the illusion game created by Uchiha Kai can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack. If this happened on Earth, not to mention that Earth's technology is not yet capable of building the foundation for a spiritual network, even if the game is realistic, it will only be of limited stimulation to people in modern society who have already experienced all kinds of entertainment bombardment. A mere trial version, no matter how well it is made, will only make those people excited and expectant, and the emotional value it can provide is definitely not comparable to that of the people in the ninja world. Moreover, Uchiha Kai believes that when he creates more games in the future, players in the ninja world will also have a high resistance to various game routines. By then, with the consideration of this little game now, it is estimated that at most it will just make those people's heartbeats speed up a little bit, or maybe even not that much. This is natural. After all, human beings' threshold for happiness is always rising. Please read and recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Fugaku, Chikun, is there any girl you like in your clan? How about a talent show? Chapter 15 Fugaku, Chikun, is there any girl you like in your clan? How about a talent show? Uchiha Fugakuto was completely numb. They can't kill them all, they can't kill them all at all. Can't beat it at all, his fighting skills and experience are constantly improving, and his individual strength has far surpassed that of the Red Monster. But the Red Monster had no martial ethics and used despicable means, using various sneak attacks on the 28-year-old young chief of the Uchiha clan. All kinds of methods such as eye poking, crotch kicking, throat locking, sneak attacks from behind, underground sneak attacks, frontal sneak attacks, etc. were used, and it was impossible to defend against them at all. The main target was a master like Chen Hejao, who only cared about results and not morality. Uchiha Fugaku, who had never been on the battlefield, deeply realized how low the ninjas in the Ninja World War could go. In the process of being constantly killed by various tricks, causing the negative emotions in his heart to continue to accumulate and his mentality to explode, Uchiha Fugaku's pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan could not be controlled at all. The 3 Magatama inside kept spinning like a windmill, as if to completely tear apart the characteristics of the Sharingan and enter another level. When Uchiha Kai found out, he almost exclaimed "Oh shit," because no matter how you look at it, Uchiha Fugaku's reaction seems to be about to let the Sharingan evolve into a Mangeki. Could it be that the original kaleidoscope plot in the animation will be realized through his hands today? When I think about it, I feel a little excited. Although Uchiha Fugaku in the original work is indeed a very lame guy who is waiting to die, there is no doubt that he has strength, and he also has the will to make the Uchiha clan better, but his brain is not very good, which fully demonstrates the commonality of the Uchiha clan having brain problems. But as long as the Mangekyo was really opened by Uchiha Kei's hands, it would represent his great favor to Uchiha Fugaku and the entire Uchiha, and this could be directly converted into a great achievement. With this experience, the relationship between Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Fugaku will be further enhanced, and at the same time, they will both be able to gain huge benefits through Uchiha Fugaku in the foreseeable future. Therefore, if Uchiha Fugaku really opened the Sharingan, it would definitely be a great thing for Uchiha Kai. However, in the end, Uchiha Kai's expectations were dashed. Perhaps because he knew that everything in the illusion game was fake, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately failed to take that crucial step. Even though he broke through the red shield, his Sharingan only moved due to excitement, and failed to evolve into a Mangekyo. I really thought it was going to be a big one, but in the end I just pooped a big thing and was constipated. Uchiha Kai was speechless. When Uchiha Kai's eye power and chakra were exhausted, Uchiha Fugaku was ultimately unable to break through the red area and directly completed the level stuck achievement, performing far worse than Minato's. I really don't know how to complain. After the illusion game ended, Uchiha Fugaku was in a trance for a while, then he recalled the fact that he was stuck, and felt very embarrassed. However, he was a very good pretender after all, so he nodded without changing his expression and said with great admiration, "Chi-jun, I have experienced the illusion game. There is no doubt that this is an extremely useful secret technique, especially for our Uchiha clan. It is something that can change the status quo. Just now I clearly felt that my Sharingan had undergone some changes, but due to the lack of some key opportunities, it failed to successfully produce the changes in the end. However, after this experience, I believe that my Sharingan will be able to improve further." After a pause, he did not mention the possibility of evolving into a Mangeki. After all, it was meaningless to say something before everything was settled, and once it got out, it would likely cause fear among the Konoha High UPS. So, Uchiha Fugaku chose to hide it. However, Uchiha Fugaku was already very clear about the benefits that the illusion game could bring to the Uchiha clan, so when he looked at Uchiha Kai, his eyes were bright, revealing full of friendliness and kindness. "Chi-kun, don't worry. If you want more people to experience the illusion game, I will definitely help you. Tonight, I will report your case to my father, and then convene a high-level clan meeting to make your case a secret belonging to us Uchiha. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be notified tomorrow." Hearing this, Uchiha Kai knew that his plan to promote the game was successful, and he immediately expressed his gratitude to Uchiha Fugaku with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku politely returned the greeting, thought about the experience just now, and then said after a moment of hesitation, "Chi-kun, this illusion game consumes a lot of your energy. In your current condition, you can only perform the technique on 2 people at most in a day, which is a bit low in efficiency. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, there will definitely be a lot of people who want to experience it for themselves. So, can this technique save pupil power and chakra by compressing the force so that more people can accept the trial of this secret technique? Chi-jun, please forgive me. I don't mean to embarrass you, but if more people can experience it for themselves, the effect of promoting it within the clan will be better." These words made Uchiha Kai's eyes light up. He had just thought of reducing the size to adopt the unscrupulous business tactics of small profits but quick turnover. He didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku would directly give him an opportunity. He was now thinking about how to make Uchiha Fugaku and other Uchiha accept the scaled-down experience of the trial version, but he didn't expect that he would fall asleep on the pillow. At that moment, Uchiha Kai said that there was no problem. He would go back and modify the technique again, so that more Uchiha could experience the charm of the illusion game tomorrow. So, feeling very satisfied, Uchiha Fugaku continued to have friendly exchanges with Uchiha Kai, and the two had a great time talking until after a while, when Uchiha Kai said goodbye and left on the grounds that he had other things to do. Uchiha Fugaku politely tried to keep him, and then saw Uchiha Kai off. As the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's every move is watched by everyone. His friendly farewell attitude towards Uchiha Kai is undoubtedly a statement to the Uchiha internal members, warning the clan members to treat Uchiha Kai differently in the future. The way the Uchiha clan members who saw this scene looked at Uchiha Kai also changed. Although Uchiha Kai could talk to the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and they had a good relationship before, today's Uchiha Fugaku was obviously too enthusiastic, even a little inappropriate. Why did Uchiha Kei deserve to be treated like this by Uchiha Fugaku? The Uchiha didn't understand, but they remembered it and spread the news immediately. Therefore, the Uchiha clan soon knew about this matter, and the entire Uchiha clan would definitely know about it tonight. Only when they reached the door did Uchiha Fugaku end his farewell statement. However, at this time, Uchiha Fugaku thought of something and asked again, "Chi-kun, do you have someone you like now?" Uchiha Kai, who was having a great conversation with Uchiha Fugaku, was suddenly awkward and didn't know how to complain for a moment. After all, anyone would be awkward if suddenly asked this question. Uchiha Fugaku seemed not to notice Uchiha Kai's embarrassment, and said seriously, "Kai-kun, if you have someone you like in the clan, you can tell me. Please believe me, after tomorrow, Kai-kun, your position in our Uchiha will be unique, and any woman of the right age in the clan will be willing to marry you." Hearing this, the embarrassed Uchiha Kai came back to his senses instantly and understood what Uchiha Fugaku meant: marriage within the clan. This is the norm for the Uchiha clan. Although it is not that they will not marry outside the clan, all the outstanding bloodlines are married within the clan. This is also a means to enhance the cohesion of the tribe and strengthen the purity of blood. I don't know if it has something to do with the Otsutsuki bloodline, but the Uchiha clan, descendants of the Otsutsuki, have absolutely no problem of giving birth to deformed children, so it is natural for the clan to marry within the clan to maintain the purity of the bloodline. In Uchiha Fugaku's opinion, although Uchiha Kai did not have much talent as a ninja and his bloodline was at the level of trash within the clan, his talent was unmatched. The benefits that a mere illusion game could bring to the Uchiha surpassed those of a large group of 3 Magatama Uchiha. For such a person, in order to allow him to continue his noble bloodline and enhance his recognition of the Uchiha clan, it is natural to let the outstanding young women in the clan marry him. Uchiha Fugaku also believes that after the young women in the clan know Uchiha Kai's abilities, they will definitely be willing to marry him, and it is even normal for them to take the initiative to attack. As for the clan's senior leaders and elders, when they find out, they might even hold a talent show just for Uchiha Kai. After all, this is Uchiha. An outstanding member of the tribe has the highest standard of mate rights within the tribe. Moreover, both men and women think it is a natural thing and no one will object. However, the proud Uchiha clans generally do not use this privilege. They usually find someone they like or are arranged by the clan directly. For example, Uchiha Fugaku's current wife, Uchiha Mikoto, was arranged directly by the clan and had been engaged since childhood. Only special people like Uchiha Kai, who have been looked down upon in the clan since childhood, would be given these privileges directly by the clan leaders in order to compensate him. Even if Uchiha Kai can further demonstrate his value, it would not be impossible to discuss getting a few outstanding women in the clan who have opened the Sharingan to be his exclusive subordinates. Please read and support, thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Sadness, Uzumaki Karin might be gone. Chapter 16, Sadness, Uzumaki Karin might be gone, right for the leader's reward. Uchiha Kai left. In the end, he did not accept Uchiha Fugaku's kindness. But it wasn't a rejection, it just left a suspense. After all, there are some things that you can do without, but you cannot live without them. It's not just a matter of treatment, it's also a symbol of power. And now, Uchiha Kai needs these things, things that can get the support of the Uchiha clan. Hey! Now, I can't be a runner anymore. When you get something, it means you have chosen a corresponding position. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Kai returned to his residence. After a short rest, he went straight to Namikaze Minato's house. At this time, the time was exactly 5:30 in the afternoon. Only 2 minutes passed and Uchiha Kai arrived at Namikaze Minato's house. Because Minato Namikaze, like him, lived in a small apartment building, and this apartment was also where Minato Namikaze lived after he got married to Kushina Uzumaki. At least there was this scene in the original comics. Thanks to the fact that this area is relatively far away from the core area of Konoha, it was not destroyed in the Nine Tails Rebellion in the original plot. Knock on the door and the door will open. A beautiful girl with long red hair, who looked about 15 or 16 years old, appeared at the door. She had her red hair tied into a long ponytail, and her eyes were a rare silver-grey color. In the sunset, she reflected the figure of Uchiha Kai, with a beautiful and happy color in her pupils. On that delicate and beautiful face, a smile of joy from the heart fully emerged. Although she was wearing a somewhat boyish black jacket and trousers, she did not look ugly at all. Instead, it highlighted her excellent figure. Moreover, the iconic Konoha ninja forehead protector on the girl's forehead also reveals her identity as a Konoha ninja. Such an image, if Uchiha Kei's previous life Naruto fans see it, they will definitely exclaim, "Could this be Uzumaki Kushina? How can she be so cute?" However, in reality, Brother Chi. The girl smiled happily and called out the exclusive name for Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai also smiled and raised his hand to touch the girl's head. "Good evening, Kikyo." The soft touch made Uchiha Chi sigh. It was indeed a good touch, just touching it could relax the body and mind. The girl was touched on the head, puffed up her cheeks and showed an unhappy expression. "Really, I'm already grown up, don't touch my head like this." Although she complained like this, the girl did not slap Uchiha Kai's hand away. She just looked like a habit with hidden desire in her eyes. At this moment, another enthusiastic and generous female voice sounded, "Kai-jun, you are here too? Kikyo, let your brother Chi in." Along with these words, a beautiful woman who looked a bit like the red-haired girl with a ponytail, also with long red hair and wearing a green dress, walked out of the kitchen, with her hands on her hips and a carefree smile on her face. She is not that cute, but gives people the feeling that she is enthusiastic and casual, and she seems to be around 18 or 19 years old. This one is Minato Namikaze's current girlfriend, Konoha's current Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. When the girl named Kikyo heard what Uzumaki Kushina said, she immediately responded with 2 yes, then took out the slippers specially used by Uchiha Kei, a frequent visitor to the Namikaze family, from the shoe cabinet, and placed them directly in front of Uchiha Kei. She was quite skilled in these movements, and obviously had done them more than once, and seemed to be very happy to do them. As the person being served, Uchiha Kai accepted all of this very much as if it were normal. After changing into slippers, he walked into Namikaze Minato's house. However, when he inadvertently saw Kikyo's smiling face and the girl's undisguised admiration and longing for him, he began to scratch his head. The girl who was once rescued from outside grew up and fell in love with her savior. This routine is really cliché. Yes, the girl named Kikyo was rescued by Uchiha Kei. Her full name is Uzumaki Kikyo. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan and a person who did not appear in the original Naruto. She is the butterfly effect brought about by Uchiha Kei. After Uchiha Kei graduated from the ninja school, he did not directly join the Konoha Guard department. Instead, he followed the rules and teamed up with others as an ordinary ninja to perform various tasks. At that time, Uchiha Kei and Namikaze Minato were in the same team. With Namikaze Minato as a strong supporter, the team's mission completion rate was naturally very high, and it was an easy win. However, at the age of 14, Uchiha Kei followed the team to the Land of Grass to carry out a mission, and encountered some dangerous guys and ninjas from the Land of Grass during that mission. At that time, they met Uzumaki Kikyo, a member of the Uzumaki clan who was stranded outside. The girl, who was only 12 years old at the time, was discovered by the ninjas of the Land of Grass because of the special physique of the Uzumaki clan, and was prepared to be used as a human medicine. Among the Uzumaki clan who possess powerful vitality, some can even allow others to absorb their vitality and recover from injuries by biting their bodies, and Uzumaki Kikyo is one of the Uzumaki clan members who possesses this physique. As for this girl from the Uzumaki clan who would definitely suffer if she stayed in the land of grass, Namikaze Minato, as Uzumaki Kushina's boyfriend, naturally wanted to help her, and Uchiha also chose to support her, and in the end he risked his life to save Uzumaki Kikyo with his own hands. Afterwards, Uzumaki Kikyo was brought back to Konoha by them, and with the help of the then very tough third-generation elder, they successfully removed Uzumaki Kikyo from the land of grass and settled her in Konoha village, where she also lived with her tribe member Uzumaki Kushina. For the Uzumaki clan, who lost their homes and whose country and family were destroyed, meeting fellow clansmen in a foreign land and being able to live together is a rare warmth and luck in the midst of this great disaster. Whether it was Uzumaki Kikyo or Uzumaki Kushina, they were both very happy and even moved. It has to be said that Sarutobi Ryudoji of that period was worthy of the title of Hokage. Although his methods of winning people over were not sophisticated, he was able to use them at the right time and to achieve the best effect. The above is the whole process of Uzumaki Kikyo coming to Konoha. After that, Uchiha and Uzumaki Kikyo's contacts and relationship have never been interrupted because of Namikaze Minato. After several years of getting along and the suspension bridge effect of the life-saving grace, Uchiha's position in Uzumaki Kikyo's heart is basically the same as that of the White Moonlight and the true hero. No wonder the girl has a secret crush on him. Rather, for the naturally enthusiastic Uzumaki clan, after experiencing such a thing, the reason they were not moved was most likely because their savior was so ugly that it was difficult to look at him directly. Even the Akimichi clan, where everyone is fat, would be regarded as the living Panin in this situation. And Uchiha's appearance is not bad at all. Although he lacks talent as a ninja, he is still an Uchiha, and there are almost no ugly people among the Uchiha clan, all of them are handsome men and beautiful women. Even Uchiha Obito, who was criticized for his appearance lowering the average of the Uchiha clan, is actually very handsome as long as he dresses up well. In this case, it was only natural that Uchiha, who was only 2 years older than Kikyo, would fall in love with him. As for Uchiha, he would naturally not refuse being liked by a proactive and good-natured beautiful girl. After all, he was not a super straight man who had no interest in beautiful girls. However, Uchiha had a very subtle concern in his heart, that is, Uzumaki Karin, an important character in the original work and an important partner of Uchiha Sasuke in the future, may be gone. Uzumaki Kikyo is very likely the mother of Uzumaki Karin who had died long ago in the original story. Many thanks to the leader of the group Passerby expressing passing by for the reward, I am very grateful. 5555, it's been so many years, I see you again, so touching. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Uchiha and number 039, S new thoughts on game promotion. Chapter 17 Uchiha's new thoughts on game promotion. Why does Uchiha think that Kikyo is Karin's mother? Because if you think about it carefully, when Uzumaki Kikyo was first rescued, the labels displayed were exactly the same as those of Uzumaki Karin's mother, who never even appeared in the original manga. The Uzumaki clan was controlled by the Land of Grass, used as human medicine, and had their freedom restricted. Their ages also match each other. There was also the situation that they were clearly a member of the Uzumaki clan but had never appeared in the original manga. All of these things point directly to the fact that Uzumaki Kikyo is the mother of Uzumaki Karin, one of the popular supporting characters in the original work. Of course, it is also possible that the Land of Grass found other people from the Uzumaki clan to use, while Uzumaki Kikyo died without a trace in history. After all, in the real ninja world, everything is possible. Anyway, it was absolutely impossible for Uchiha to bring Kikyo back to the Land of Grass to complete her mission of giving birth to Uzumaki Karin. When she came to Konoha, she was already a younger sister protected by everyone. After entering the house, Uchiha went to the kitchen as if he was familiar with the place, greeted Namikaze Minato who was busy in the kitchen, and then skillfully cooperated with Namikaze Minato to prepare dinner. Before traveling through time, Uchiha, as a single man, had learned to cook all kinds of delicious food during his long life as a corporate slave, and he did not lose this skill after traveling through time. As an orphan from a branch of the clan, and having moved out of the clan's territory early on, he naturally had regained his cooking skills a long time ago. As a close friend of Uchiha, Namikaze Minato had naturally tasted the Chinese cuisine made by Uchiha a long time ago. Namikaze Minato loved the unique food very much. As an orphan himself, he had a strong initiative and learned the Chinese cuisine cooking methods from Uchiha very early on. Uchiha naturally would not refuse, and he was also interested in making food from the Naruto world, so he turned around and went to Namikaze Minato to learn. In the process of learning from each other, it is natural to stay in the kitchen together and help each other. Over time, working together in the kitchen to cook became the norm for the two of them. Although they had ended learning cooking from each other, working together in the kitchen to cook had become a habit. Nowadays, in such small gatherings where two people invite each other to their homes, they will naturally go to the kitchen after arriving at each other's home. With the cooperation of two men who are extremely suitable to be stay-at-home dads, a table full of delicious food was soon placed on the table, and 4 meeting were rang out in this environment with a strong family atmosphere. A warm and harmonious feeling completely emerged during the meal, as if the 4 of them were really a family. In fact, this is true, because all 4 of them are orphans. Uchiha and Namikaze Minato knew each other and became friends when they were very young. Later, Uzumaki Kushina came to Konoha and joined their small team under the influence of Namikaze Minato. Later, Uzumaki Kikyo was rescued and became a member. It can be said that the 4 of them really support each other and grow together. They are not family but better than family. A small dinner together is a process of maintaining this relationship. During the conversation, the 4 of them started chatting about everything and sharing some recent interesting stories and experiences. Minato Namikaze told about some of the things he encountered during the mission. Of course, he would not tell the details of the mission as they were confidential. Uzumaki Kushina told some gossip she heard from her neighbors, which was also her usual way of entertainment. After all, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina's freedom of life is actually restricted. She is usually protected and monitored by the Anbu, and can only move around in the village at most. In terms of freedom, she is far inferior to her son Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, there is no problem with the treatment, especially with a boyfriend like Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, as a teacher. As for Uzumaki Kikyo, she happily talked about her learning process in Konoha's sealing class. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kikyo, who is born with powerful sealing abilities, is a perfect match for the sealing squad. Even though he had not received any systematic education in the first 12 years of his life and could not even read, he received the best education after arriving in Konoha, and was also cared for and taught by his elder sister, Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, as a ninja who specialized in sealing, he made rapid progress. After 4 years, he became a genin through special recruitment. I heard that he would be promoted to chunin soon. Uzumaki Kikyo was very happy to tell everyone about it. Although normally one has to pass the chunin exam to become a chunin, Uzumaki Kikyo was originally a special recruit ninja, so she skipped this process directly. In response to this, everyone naturally gave Uzumaki Kikyo their sincere congratulations and blessings. However, during this period, Uzumaki Kikyo still carefully paid attention to Uchiha-kai's reaction, fearing that Uchiha-kai would be unhappy. After all, Uchiha-kai had worked so hard for so many years but was still only a chunin, while she was promoted to chunin in a short time. She was really afraid that Uchiha-kai would be unhappy about this. It was not until she noticed that Uchiha-kai was not unhappy and was genuinely happy for her that the girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then her inner joy was directly reflected on her face. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina saw all of this and then smiled at each other. If this fate really comes true, then we will become brothers-in-law in a sense and become a family. In that case, it doesn't feel bad. Finally, it was Uchihake's turn to speak, and what he talked about was not anything else. He directly told everyone about the illusion game. To be more precise, he told the two girls, after all, Namikaze Minato had actually experienced it. Moreover, when talking about the illusion game, Minato Namikaze also excitedly told about his own personal experience. The two of them talked together and outlined the charm of the illusion game in words, which made the Uzumaki sisters excited and they all wanted to experience it. Although the conditions for launching the operation are very harsh, and even make people feel that there is some conspiracy hidden in it, just as Minato Namikaze has unconditional trust in Uchihake, the Uzumaki sisters also have unconditional trust in Uchihake. But Uchihake refused. Because he had to save chakra and energy to cut and repackage the game at night, which required consumption, so even though his chakra and eye power had recovered now, he couldn't let the two girls experience the game. Of course, Uchihake also told everyone the reason directly, and he would not do anything stupid that would cause others to misunderstand him. After learning about the situation, the Uzumaki sisters and Minato Namikaze were both a little disappointed. The Uzumaki sisters were disappointed because they couldn't experience it, while Minato Namikaze simply wanted to continue playing the game and get to the ending. Now they can't do it, so they are naturally a little disappointed. However, it is impossible to blame Uchihake, so all that remains is to look forward to playing it in the future. At this time, Uchihake asked Uzumaki Kushina a question that he had thought about during the day. Kushina, you are an expert in sealing techniques. Do you think there is a way to package the game and seal it in something like a ninjutsu scroll through sealing techniques? Then players who want to play the game only need to remove the seal and play the game directly. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Invite Minato and Kushina to join the team and start a business together. Chapter 18, Invite Minato and Kushina to join the team and start a business together, Part 2. The sudden question made Uzumaki Kushina stunned, and then she began to think. Also thinking about this were Minato Namikaze and Kikyo who wanted to help. Both of them learned a lot of sealing techniques that belong to the ancestral Uzumaki clan from Uzumaki Kushina, especially Namikaze Minato, who learned all the sealing techniques he could learn. His attainments in sealing techniques can be said to be top among the younger generation. As for Kikyo, although she hasn't learned much yet, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she is naturally talented in sealing techniques, and she also has the secret sealing techniques brought by her blood. So even though she has only been a ninja for a short time, her attainments in sealing techniques are not low. If a group of people who understand sealing techniques think together, the effect will definitely be better than Uchihake who only has a vague understanding of sealing techniques. In fact, after thinking for a while, several people who understood the sealing technique also communicated with each other to confirm their respective guesses. In the end, Uzumaki Kushina was responsible for integrating the information and giving the answer. Theoretically, it can be done, but the actual operation still needs further study. If you wish to do this, Kai-jun, we can study it together some other day. Uzumaki Kikyo beside him nodded immediately. Yes, although my current knowledge of sealing techniques is not enough, I can still be an assistant. Namikaze Minato smiled. My sealing skills are not as good as the Uzumaki clan, but if you need it, I will do my best to help you. This is a statement, meaning that no matter why Uchihake needs to store the illusion game through sealing techniques, he will do his best to help and will not care what Uchihake wants to do with it. Seeing this, Uchihake also smiled, and then explained the purpose of his doing so. I want to use this method to directly promote my game. I hope that more people can play my illusion game. Otherwise, if we only use the Sharingan one-on-one, the efficiency is too low, and there is no way to promote it on a large scale. Hearing this, the three of them showed varying degrees of surprise. Namikaze Minato, Chi, you still want to promote the illusion game on a large scale? Is this possible? Uzumaki Kushina also nodded, yeah, this kind of thing sounds very laborious, why do we have to do this? Uzumaki Kikyo hesitated for a moment, then said with determination, although I don't know what you want to do, Brother Chi, I will always support you. Well, it was a classic brainless support speech, which made Uchiha Kai smile and rub Uzumaki Kikyo's head, making the girl feel a little shy again. Then, Uchiha Kikyo smiled and said to everyone, don't worry. The reason why I want to do this is not a thankless task, but an act that has huge benefits for me. After hearing this, everyone became even more curious and were waiting for Uchiha Kai to give an answer. Uchiha Kai did not keep anyone in suspense, everyone, you should know that my ability as a ninja is insufficient. There is no need to say something to comfort me. After so many years, my ability as a ninja has long been clear. After interrupting everyone's words of encouragement and comfort, as well as rejecting Uchiha Kai's self-deprecating remarks, Uchiha Kai continued, don't worry. I am not giving up on myself. Instead, I decided to change my career path after fully understanding my own shortcomings. Everyone has their own talents, and there must be a place where people can show their strengths. Ninjas have their own talents, chefs have their own talents, and my talent is to create something new based on what already exists. This illusion game is something I created. It has infinite possibilities. Everyone, when the illusion game is combined with the sealing scroll, we can sell it at a suitable price. When this method is scaled up and promoted on a large scale, even if the price of an illusion game is only tens of thousands of taels, the profits gained will be huge. After hearing this, everyone nodded in sudden realization. It turned out that they were planning to sell the illusion game as a commodity. And if it was really as Uchiha Kai said, they could indeed make a lot of money. Only. But, Chi, we are ninjas, not businessmen. From what you said, you want to change your job and become a businessman. Is this really appropriate? Namikaze Minato asked with concern, and Uzumaki Kushina also had a conflicted expression, feeling that it was inappropriate. After all, businessmen and ninjas are two completely parallel lines, and are different professions that should never come into contact with each other. Moreover, the 5 major countries have clear regulations that ninjas cannot be businessmen. This is not only a requirement of the ninja villages, but also the daimyo and nobles. If you want to be a businessman, you can't continue to be a ninja. Does Uchiha Kai mean that he won't be a ninja anymore? In the ninja world, merchants have a very low social status, completely inferior to ninjas, and are easily bullied by others, so Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina both think that it is not appropriate for Uchiha Kai to become a merchant. Only Uzumaki Kikyo said that she would unconditionally support Uchiha Kai, and she would support him even if Uchiha Kai wanted to go against the norm and become a businessman, she would still support him. Then, Uchiha Kai smiled and said, I didn't say I wanted to be a businessman, but I think we should have our own business. The 3 were stunned again when they heard this, and Uchiha Kai slowly said, although there are clear regulations that ninjas cannot be businessmen, you should know that the major ninja clans in Konoha actually have their own industries. For example, in addition to being ninjas, the Sarutobi clan where the 3rd Hokage is located also has many people engaged in business. With the convenience provided by the 3rd Hokage, they have purchased many industries in Konoha and the Land of Fire as family businesses. For example, our Uchiha clan, as the founding family of Konoha, also owns many industries in Konoha. For example, on the street outside the Uchiha clan territory, basically most of the shops belong to the Uchiha clan. In addition, the Inoshikajo clan, as well as the Inyazuka, Hyuga and other ninja clans, also have large and small industries, and many of their members are specialized in business. In fact, my family once judged that I had the qualifications to be a businessman. They wanted me to stop being a ninja and become a family businessman, but I refused. In this case, can you say they violated the rule that ninjas cannot be businessmen? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato and the others shook their heads, because it was indeed the case. All the major ninja clans owned family businesses, and more than 95% of the industries in Konoha were controlled by the major ninja clans, and the rest belonged to ordinary civilians. Uchiha Kai continued, so, I plan to use illusion games as a basis, combined with the Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing technique, to promote and sell illusion games on a large scale, and turn these businesses into our industry. At this point, he smiled and looked at everyone. Yes, I don't intend to keep all the profits from this business, but to share them with you. After all, in my next plan, you also need to make great efforts, and you deserve to enjoy a part of the dividends. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them couldn't help but feel their heartbeats quicken, because Uchiha Kai said it very clearly, that is, when he became rich, he would not forget his friends, but would drag everyone to eat meat together. Uchiha Kai even said later that he would allocate a portion of the profits from the illusion game to other people or forces that could provide help. The main goal is to form an interest group to make money together, and at the same time, to bring a large group of people together to bear risks. Once an interest group is formed, even if the illusion game really makes huge profits, the interest group itself will be able to protect these interests, and even Konoha F4 cannot interfere. Uchiha Kai was very clear about his situation. He was just a weak, pitiful, and helpless Uchiha. The power in his hands was very weak. If he tried to eat alone, he would really be beaten to death. Only by giving up a portion of the interests to win over a group of allies can the interests be sustained for a long time. What's more, the most important reason for completing the industrialization and scale of the illusion game is to promote the game, complete system tasks, and earn more system rewards. Making money is just a byproduct. Of course, everything is just a concept at the moment, and we need to complete the project of turning the seal of the illusion game into a scroll first. But even so, the pie that Uchiha Kai painted was enough to excite the other three. There is no need to mention Uzumaki Kikyo. It is brainless support, whether there is distribution of interests or not. Although Uzumaki Kushina did not support it blindly, she was still tempted by the pie that Uchiha Kai painted. After all, neither she nor Minato were rich, as evidenced by the fact that they could only live in a small apartment instead of a single-family house. Although she is not greedy for money, Uzumaki Kushina will not refuse if it can make more money and improve her quality of life. The only one who was conflicted was Minato Namikaze. After all, although he was very smart and knowledgeable, the education he received since childhood was fixed, and much of it actually had a brainwashing effect. Uchiha Kai was well prepared for this, so he said a lot afterwards. If other families can do it, why can't we? Minato, Kushina, don't forget that you will be married and live together in the future. Is your current income enough? Is your place suitable? Don't forget, Minato, your house is only a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. If you only have 1 child, the room is just enough, but once you have a second child, the house will be too small. You should know that as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina cannot go out on missions and can only receive a monthly allowance from Konoha. And even though you, Minato, are an elite jonin, you don't even have to spend too much effort to complete S-rank missions. But, is your income high? Compared to those big families, daimyo, and nobles who own industries, your income is totally not enough. Even if you want to move to a slightly better single-family house in the future, you may have to bear a huge mortgage. Minato, I know your character and I know you don't mind being poor and in debt. The same goes for Kushina. I believe you won't be dissatisfied with Minato because of money. But, you also have to think about your future children. Do you really want your children to live a life of poverty after they are born? Isn't it possible to let your own children live the same good life as the children of the major ninja clans? Lore. When the child was mentioned, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato both blushed, but Uchiha Kai's words also touched their hearts. For two people who depend on each other, support each other and love each other deeply, nothing is more important than family, and they also long to create a beautiful and prosperous future for their future children. This mentality is the same as that of all first-generation entrepreneurs who want their children to live a good life. Please recommend and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. That day, everyone believed that Uchiha Fugaku would become the next Uchiha Madara. Chapter 19. That day, everyone believed that Uchiha Fugaku would become the next Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kai was very successful in fooling the two 18-year-old young men. Even though the two are much more mature than their peers, especially Namikaze Minato, who has become the number one of the younger generation, they are still firmly controlled by Uchiha Kai. Because both of them are typical family heroes, they are willing to give everything for their family, and their family is their weak point. Uchiha Kai directly outlined for the two the issues they needed to pay attention to when they formed a family in the future, and said that all the major families in Konoha did the same, in order to reduce their resistance. Using a multi-pronged approach, he made the two feel at ease about starting a business with him. In fact, Uchiha Kai did not lie. Namikaze Minato's house was indeed very small. It was suitable for two people to live in, but it would seem a little small once there was a third person. And if there was a fourth person in the family, it would become very small. By then, she will inevitably follow the path of Uchiha Sakura in the future, who had to take out a loan to buy a house. Honestly, this is really outrageous. A medical ninja at the level of the new Sunin has to take out a loan for many years before he can buy a house. Is there really no problem with the housing prices in Konoha? It can only be said that in Konoha, where there are many ninja clans and more than 95% of the resources are controlled by the major ninja clans, the survival of civilian ninjas is really difficult. Of course, this is the result of looking at the problem from Uchiha Kai's perspective. In the eyes of the locals, many things have been like this since ancient times, and Konoha is already a place that cannot be better. It can even be said that people are very happy in Konoha. It is a truly prosperous era with a stable government and harmonious people. At least, the civilians in Konoha don't have to worry about being killed for no reason by a group of suddenly appearing wandering ninjas or thieves, nor do they have to worry about taxes being collected 100 years later, or that a local bully suddenly appears and randomly selects an innocent civilian to persecute and destroy his family. All I can say is that in a world where everything is worse than the rest, don't have too high expectations for the so-called prosperity. If you say it's not possible, others might call you a psycho. Of course, the greater possibility is that you will be reported and people will think that you are a spy sent by another country. Uchiha Kai did not have the great ideals and ability to change all this, so he chose to join if he couldn't beat them. Of course, if some small changes happen accidentally during this period, it cannot be blamed on Uchiha Kai. After all, what bad intentions could Uchiha Chi have? He just wanted to promote the game and complete the system tasks better. When it was late at night, Uchiha Kai and Namikaze Minato sent the Uzumaki sisters home together. It is also a small apartment, and it is not far away. It is simply the chosen home for Konoha's orphans. Although Uzumaki Kikyo did not live under the same roof as Uzumaki Kushina, the house arranged by Konoha for her was right next to Uzumaki Kushina, so there is nothing wrong with saying that this pair of sisters from the Uzumaki clan live together. While Uchiha Kai and Namikaze Minato were sending the Uzumaki sisters home, a clan meeting of the Uchiha high-level officials began in the Uchiha clan territory in the core area of Konoha. The current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Masanobu, who was nearly 50 years old, sat in the main seat. His face, which looked 70% like Uchiha Fugaku, showed a sharp and serious expression. Although the weakness and grayness faintly revealed between his brows seemed to indicate that this majestic clan leader would not live for many years, as long as he was still alive, he was undoubtedly the ruler of the Uchiha clan. On the right-hand side of Uchiha Masanobu, Uchiha Fugaku sat there properly, with his back straight, his expression cold and serious, as if he was copying and pasting his father's temperament. Opposite the father and son, a group of Uchiha elders and powerful figures who possessed the three Magatama Sharingan sat in rows according to their status. However, these people who should have had serious expressions now showed looks of astonishment and disbelief. After all, the information just spoken from Uchiha Fugaku was simply too shocking. Then, Uchiha Setsuna, the white-haired, wrinkled-faced elder who was already over 70 years old and the hawkish representative of the Uchiha clan, who could be considered a long-lived person in the ninja world, asked in his old and hoarse voice. Fugaku, are you serious? Is the illusion game really that magical? Facing this great elder, even though he was the junior clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had to speak in a respectful tone. Yes, this is the conclusion I came to after my personal experience this afternoon. In fact, in the illusion game, I even felt that my Sharingan had changed. It's just that, perhaps, no matter how much I was stimulated, I knew that illusion games were fake, so I failed to cross that critical boundary. After hearing this, the Uchiha's bodies shook once, twice, 3 times, and then shook wildly, their expressions of shock and excitement no longer able to be suppressed. Although Uchiha Fugaku did not directly say what changes had occurred to his eyes were already top level 3 Magatama. How else could they change, and what critical boundary would they cross? Those present were all Uchiha high-ranking officials who knew the secrets of the Uchiha clan. The existence of the Manjiki Sharingan was a secret to ordinary Uchiha clan members, but not to them. The legend of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, was only gone for more than 40 years, and Uchiha Setsuna was an antique who had just walked through the Warring States period. There were some things that he really understood at a glance. In an instant, all the Uchiha high-ranking officials at the scene opened their eyes wide, and glared out pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan. In excitement, the Magatama in their eyes began to slowly rotate. To be honest, it was really outrageous that the Magatama could rotate, and it was difficult to understand the principle. There must be countless ophthalmologists and scientists on Earth who would like to study it carefully. Having experienced more than 40 years of ups and downs in Konoha, followed Uchiha Madara, witnessed his glory, and experienced the invisible suppression of the Uchiha clan at the hands of 2 generations of Hokage of Konoha, the great elder Uchiha Setsuna exudes a powerful aura that he should not have at this age. Fugaku, can you confirm that what you said is true? His powerful 3 Magatama Sharingan stared at Uchiha Fugaku, causing Fugaku to suffer tremendous pressure. However, the years of learning chi cultivation skills were not in vain. Even though he was panicking inside, he remained as steady as a rock on the surface, making people feel that he was a natural super hardliner. Then, the seemingly calm Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, "Elder Setsuna, do you think I would lie about this?" He asked back, and also displayed the 3 Magatama Sharingan, staring at the really tough elder. Strong sparks seemed to be created in the air, revealing a depressing atmosphere. The Uchiha nearby saw this and were very satisfied with Uchiha Fugaku's performance. They marveled that he was worthy of being the young clan leader and was so strong even when facing the great elder. It was truly the Uchiha who was born to be the ruler. When they thought that Uchiha Fugaku might have the possibility of opening the Manjiki Sharingan, they became even more excited, and many of them were shaking. Because these Uchiha thought of the last Uchiha legend who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. Both are young geniuses, both have served as junior clan leaders and will inevitably become clan leaders in the future, and both possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Could it be that, after our ancestor Madara, we Uchiha will welcome another Uchiha who will become the Shura of the ninja world? When I think of this, I feel like my brain is racing. At this moment, the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Masanobu, smiled, revealing a sense of relief, with pride in his eyes. If the script were changed, people would be shouting everywhere, "My son Fugaku has the potential to become an emperor." Then, Uchiha Setsuna closed his Sharingan, showing a look of satisfaction, and said with a smile full of emotion, "It's great. My Uchiha clan finally has another excellent controller. Masanobu, you gave birth to a good son." Although Uchiha Masanobu was the clan leader, his status and prestige in the clan were completely incomparable to the great elder in front of him. Hearing this, he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your praise, great elder. My son is still young and needs to grow up." Of course, this was just modesty. No one at the scene took his words seriously. There was only admiration for Uchiha Fugaku. Some young Uchiha, for example Uchiha Yashiro, looked at Uchiha Fugaku with fanatical eyes, and felt very excited. They began to imagine the beautiful scene of following Uchiha Fugaku in the future and making the Uchiha great again. At this moment, the prestige of the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku has been fully established among the Uchiha high-level officials. Especially now, Uchiha Fugaku looks calm and unperturbed by fame or disgrace, which makes people even more optimistic about him. They think that his character is simply perfect. Coupled with the potential to open the Mangekyo, his future prospects are limitless. Everyone believes that he can lead the Uchiha to greatness again. Only Uchiha Fugaku himself, facing the passionate and amazed gazes of the Uchiha high-ranking officials, appeared calm on the surface, but was actually very panicked inside. He almost collapsed under the aura exuded by the great elder Uchiha Setsuna, and he was still in shock. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, The Super Treatment Uchiha K Deserves. Chapter 20, The Super Treatment Uchiha K Deserves, Part 2, next. After confirming that the illusion game did have a stimulating and strengthening effect on the Uchiha clan, or on the Sharingan, the topic shifted directly to Uchiha K, the person who created the secret technique. Then, under Uchiha Fugaku's indifferent gaze, several Uchiha working in the Konoha police department showed expressions of embarrassment and shame. Because these people were the ones who were ruthlessly rejected by Uchiha Kai when he went to them to test the illusion game in the afternoon. At that time, they had no interest in even listening to what Uchiha Kai said. After all, in their opinion, Uchiha Kai was undoubtedly the shame of Uchiha, just like Uchiha Obito, who was still in the ninja school and had been a poor student for many years. They both had no talent as a ninja, but chose to go against the family's arrangements and become ninjas on their own. Although both Uchiha K and Uchiha Obito are actually considered excellent among other ninja clans, within the Uchiha clan, not being able to stand at the top of the pyramid of the same period is a failure. Why are the Uchiha clan always regarded as geniuses by outsiders? Is it true that every member of the Uchiha clan is invincibly talented? Wrong. That's because the children of the Uchiha clan had already been screened before going to the ninja school, and those Uchiha who were deemed not to have enough talent and ability were arranged to work in other industries. Of course, the life arrangements for members of the Uchiha clan are not mandatory. If one is not content with the family's arrangements and insists on becoming a ninja, one can be as maverick as Uchiha K and Uchiha Obito. However, if one's performance is not good enough, one will be regarded as a shame to the Uchiha clan and a mediocre person with insufficient ability. Moreover, this situation only occurred after the establishment of Konoha, when the Uchiha clan enjoyed many years of peace. If it were in the Warring States period, survival would be a problem, let alone allowing the clan members to pursue their dreams. At that time, all the actions of the Uchiha clan were to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan in the turmoil. Although family members are now allowed to pursue their dreams, the Uchiha clan will not give any care to those who do not obey the arrangements. Although they will not withhold resources, they will only provide the most basic ones. It is basically impossible to get extra. This is the case with Uchiha K and Uchiha Obito. As ninjas, the resources they obtained from the family were only the most basic, and they did not receive even the slightest subsidy. From the perspective of the Uchiha clan, there is nothing wrong with doing this, and it is even very considerate. If it were other clans, such as the neighboring Hyuga clan, let alone chasing dreams, it would be a shame not to severely punish the disobedient clan members. But would the Uchiha clan compare these things with other clans? No, the Uchiha clan will only make internal comparisons when it comes to the treatment of their clan members. The result of the comparison is that compared with other Uchiha, Uchiha Kai has obtained very few resources and help over the years. Even after entering the Konoha Police Department, he was assigned a logistical clerical job that other Uchiha thought was very insulting, and he was completely free. For such an Uchiha-style insult, the Uchiha high-ranking officials who knew Uchiha Kei's situation felt very uneasy and ashamed at this moment. Especially when considering that Uchiha Kai had moved out of the clan land a long time ago and lived alone outside, it made people believe that Uchiha Kai might have become alienated from the family a long time ago. Uchiha Fugaku's majestic eyes swept over the guilty clansmen one by one, and then he said in a deep voice, "I believe that you have already thought about our past mistakes. In our attitude towards Kai-jun, we were too arrogant and self-righteous, and we never treated Kai-jun fairly. In other words, our Uchiha clan has always only evaluated a person's talent based on his or her talent as a ninja, which is really biased. Chi-kun is definitely not a mediocre person who lacks the ability as some people say. On the contrary, he is a genius who is as talented as anyone. It's just that his talent is not the ninja talent in the conventional sense." When Fugaku said this, the Uchiha high-ranking officials who felt guilty and embarrassed lowered their heads and did not dare to look into Fugaku's eyes. The Uchiha people are indeed proud, but because they are too proud, they also become very upright. When faced with what they consider to be a huge mistake, their hearts will be filled with regret and guilt instead of forcibly denying or refusing to admit their mistakes. Especially facing Fugaku's subsequent words, those Uchiha high-ranking officials all wanted to atone for their sins with their death. It was also thanks to Chi-jun's steadfast heart that he did not let the malice from within his clan bring him down. He worked hard in his own way to realize his talent, and ultimately succeeded in creating the illusion game. Everyone, we must not let our mistakes go because of Kai-jun's success. Instead, we must remember this unforgivable mistake and make sure we don't make it again. Think about it. Everyone, if Kai-kun really gave up his hard work and research and failed to create the illusion game because of the unfair arrangement made by our clan, how much loss would our Uchiha clan suffer? The possibility of the Mangekyo, and the possibility of opening the eyes of more clan members. These things that represent the future of Uchiha, will disappear. And all this is because of our rigid system and stupid arrogant mentality. After these words were spoken, those ashamed people lowered their heads even more, and were still filled with deep fear and panic, now that they have seen hope for the family to become great again, or even greater. If they lose this hope, they will be the eternal sinners of the entire Uchiha clan. When he thought of this, one of the excited Uchiha high-ranking officials suddenly stood up, excitedly shouting, "I deserve to die," and then wanted to commit suicide on the spot. Of course, he was stopped by other people in the end, but he still gave people the feeling that he would wake up in the middle of the night and slap himself twice and say that he deserved to die. The whole process was chaotic, as if it were a comedy. If other people saw this scene, the Uchiha clan's aloof image would be completely destroyed. But in fact, this is indeed a true portrayal of the Uchiha. After all, there are differences among the Uchiha. Although they are all very arrogant, they also have their own different personalities. It is impossible for all of them to be exactly the same. After the commotion was over, Uchiha Setsuna said in a deep voice, "Fugaku, tell me about these things. You are the one who has the best relationship with Uchiha Kai, the younger generation in the clan. You should have a solution for Uchiha Kai's matter, right?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes returned to Uchiha Fugaku. Under the encouraging gaze of his father, Uchiha Masanobu, Uchiha Fugaku nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Indeed, when Kai-kun just graduated from the ninja school, I had formal contact with him, and thus noticed Kai-kun's extraordinariness. I understand that his talent does not lie in his natural talent as a ninja, but in his wisdom, will and other invisible and intangible aspects. To be honest, in my opinion, Kai-kun has a strong heart that other Uchiha don't have. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns and wind and frost, he has never wavered. His current achievements are not due to luck, but the result of his unwavering inner determination over the years. Now that he has achieved unprecedented success, he deserves the treatment he deserves. Our Uchiha clan has had a way since ancient times to treat such talented people who can completely change the family's predicament. Now all we need to do is give him the privileges he deserves without any less. After hearing these words of praise that were so high that they gave Uchiha Kai himself goosebumps, the Uchiha thought for a while, then discussed in a low voice, and soon confirmed that this was what they should do. As for snatching Uchiha Kai's creative achievements and imprisoning him to become a tool of the family, it was not even within the Uchiha's consideration. As I said, the Uchiha clan is not the Hyuga clan, nor are they those ninja clans with a strong desire for control. The Uchiha clan has been a clan of pure love since ancient times. Even though this purity was seen as crazy and insane by outsiders, it had never changed within the Uchiha clan. After confirming the treatment given to Uchiha Kai, the next step is to formally confirm the effectiveness of Uchiha Kai's secret technique tomorrow. As long as it is really as Uchiha Fugaku said, or even only half of it is effective, Uchiha Kai can get the highest level of privileged treatment in the Uchiha clan, that is basically equivalent to the privileged treatment that only the clan leader and the great elder Uchiha Setsuna can enjoy. In fact, normally Uchiha Kai would not be able to enjoy such high-level treatment. Even if Uchiha Fugaku proposed it, others would object. After all, Uchiha Kai is just a side branch and is still young. Even if he has made great contributions, it is too much for him to enjoy such treatment as soon as he arrives. The reason why they finally agreed was that it also included compensation for the unfair treatment Uchiha Kai had suffered over the years. Although Uchiha Kai himself did not feel that he had suffered any injustice, he was now in the classic situation of your grandma/grandpa thinks you are hungry. Faced with such a situation, Uchiha Fugaku, the driving force behind all this, still maintained a deep and steady look, but in his heart he was very happy and emotional, because he thought he had finally done the right thing and won for Uchiha Kai the rights that he should have enjoyed long ago. Please recommend, read, and reward. Thank you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Uchiha Chiri is not the original animation version. Chapter 21 Uchiha Chiri, not the original anime version. The next day, Uchiha Kai woke up from the bed yawning, looking sleepy and tired. If you don't know, you might think that Uchiha Kai had some indescribable group sex last night and was too high. But in fact, Uchiha Kai just modified the game last night and made a trial version, and on this basis, he further developed the game. This development effect was produced based on Uchiha Fugaku's highly entertaining performance when he played the game yesterday afternoon. I felt it was a pity that such an entertaining gaming process could not be seen by others. However, at that time, I just had an idea and was not sure whether I could do it, so I didn't study it carefully until last night. As a result, Uchiha Kai did produce some results. Although they were far from what he had expected, they were still usable. Today, we will let the Uchiha high-ranking officials experience the trial version of the game, and perhaps we can test the effect on the spot. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kai finished washing up, had breakfast, and prepared to go out. But at the moment before leaving, he felt someone outside, so he started to worry, quietly took out his kunao, and carefully opened the door. It turns out that the person outside is not some danger, but a beautiful woman wearing the Uchiha's signature black robes. She has the appearance of a mature woman in her 20s, and her looks and temperament are also of the cold and domineering type. She is one of the iconic handsome men and beautiful women of the Uchiha clan. However, his long hair is not the most common black hair of the Uchiha clan, but a rare dark purple hair. The aura he exudes is also very strong. Although not as strong as Minato Namikaze, he is also at the level of a jonin. Moreover, Uchiha Kai knew the other party because she was the senior who entered the ninja school a year earlier than him. Seniors Hilly, why are you here? Uchiha Kai looked surprised. Uchiha's Hilly, a genius of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, already had the top level 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 20. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is also a classic patriarchal clan. It can be said that it is extremely rare for an Uchiha like her to be able to stand on her own, open the three Magatama and become a Jonin. In fact, although Uchiha Jisato and Uchiha K are one grade apart, in school, Uchiha Jisato is the classic Uchiha genius and has always lived in all kinds of halos and praises. Even after graduating from the ninja school, he is still the best of his class. Today, Uchiha Yuri is already one of the core members of the Konoha Police Department and is the strongest fighter. His status and identity are completely different from Uchiha K. The relationship between Uchiha K and Uchiha Yuri is limited to greeting each other when they meet. It's classic that both sides don't live in the same circle. However, today, when Uchiha's Hilly stood in front of Uchiha Kai, she had a complicated expression on her face. Then, she put away her complicated expression, knelt on one knee, and said in a respectful tone, "Master Kai, the clan leader asked me to come and greet you." Uchiha Kai was stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that this was the result of Uchiha Fugaku telling the Uchiha top leaders about the illusion game. Although he had long expected that the Uchiha clan would look upon him with new eyes because of the illusion game, he just thought that his treatment would be much better. However, judging from the current situation, the treatment seemed a little too exaggerated. This is Uchiha's Hilly, one of the strongest among the younger generation. Looking at the entire Uchiha clan, his strength is ranked in the top 10. As a result, he was sent by the big men of the clan to greet him and addressed him as Sir. You have to know that in this world with a strong sense of class, when the title ends with Sir, it is completely a relationship of superiors and subordinates, and between the served and the server. When Uchiha's Hilly calls Uchiha K Sir, it means that most people in the clan will have to call him Sir when they see him in the future. To be honest, the mood is quite subtle. However, it feels pretty good. Maybe I would not be used to this situation when I just traveled through time, but 18 years have passed, and there are no plug-ins, just 18 years of being an ordinary person. I have experienced many things, and my mentality has also changed long ago. Apart from anything else, Uchiha Kai often calls others Sir. Since others can accept it with peace of mind, why can't he accept it when it comes to him? At that moment, Uchiha Kai nodded, "Well, let's go." After saying this, he and Uchiha's Hilly headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, Uchiha's Hilly lagged behind by half a body length, walking on the right-hand side of Uchiha Kai, acting like a complete subordinate, with a calm expression and no strange reactions. Obviously, the mentality has been adjusted. Uchiha Kai's mood was quite subtle. After all, Uchiha's Hilly was someone he looked up to before, but suddenly he turned around and became like his subordinate. At once. It's quite surprising. But Uchiha Kai also understood that this would become the norm, and not only Uchiha's Hilly, but other Uchiha's attitudes towards him would completely change, as long as the effect of the illusion game could be confirmed. Speaking of which, this Uchiha's Hilly is also quite special to Uchiha Kai. It's not that he was a classmate of his for several years, but that he was compared to other people's children when he was a child. For Uchiha Kai, who is known for his ability to withstand stress, these are all child's play. The key point is that Uchiha's Hilly did appear in the original work, but she was a character created by the animation and conflicted with the plot of the comics. The Izanami Jutsu is one of the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. In the original comic, it was created by an Uchiha ancestor during the Warring States period when the Uchiha clan was in civil strife. The original manga does not reveal who created Izanami, it just says that there was such a thing and such a person. Then the animation team that adapted the character, Daiichi Uchiha, created the character Uchiha Yuri and said that Izanami was created by her. Actually, this is nothing. The key is that the original plot directly became after the establishment of Konoha. A group of Uchiha wearing Konoha forehead protectors fought each other because of internal strife, and finally Uchiha Jisato used Izanami to end all the disasters. The key is that Uchiha Jisato also has the Mangeki Sharingan. Hell, after Konoha was founded, when did the Uchiha clan have internal strife? Moreover, after the village was built, no one had ever opened the Manjiki Sharingan, even the legendary second-generation Hokage disciple Uchiha Kagami only had 3 Megatama. The most important thing is, if the Uchiha clan really has an internal strife, the Konoha high-level officials will be so excited that they will wake up with laughter in their sleep. They will definitely add fuel to the flames and cause the Uchiha clan to be seriously damaged by the internal strife. How can they ever be as prosperous as they are now? So, this original plot is really outrageous. In this real ninja world, Uchiha K was shocked when he saw Uchiha's Hilly for the first time, thinking that this was going to be the same original animation plot as Daiichi's. However, the fact is that Uchiha Chisato is just an ordinary Uchiha. He is very talented, but only very talented. Compared with the future Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, he is not even a little bit better, not to mention the cheating Otsutsuki Suzuki. Of course, even so, Uchiha's Hilly is still an excellent Uchiha. If he can enter the Konoha Anbu, he will be a top master of the Anbu. Please vote for recommendations and favorites. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Spectator Mode? Spectator Mode. Chapter 22 Spectator Mode? Spectator Mode. Master Chi. Master Chi. Master Chi. When he arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Kai deeply enjoyed the script of a good-for-nothing's counterattack. Along the way, people from the Uchiha clan were waiting for him and bowed respectfully to greet him. What is displayed is attitude, class, and style. Honestly speaking, while Uchiha Kai was secretly happy, he also felt a little awkward, because this scene reminded him of some spoof videos he had seen in his previous life, such as the Crooked Mouth Dragon King, the Return of the Dragon King, and the Invincible Son-in-Law. The image of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King seemed to appear in front of Uchiha Kai's eyes again, and he was smiling at him, saying, "Well done, you have inherited our glorious mantle." However, it's true that Uchiha Kai does have this flavor now. It's mainly due to his personality. When others greet him, he will nod and smile in response. Even though his status and position in the clan has undergone tremendous changes, he has not become arrogant or overbearing. After all, don't underestimate Uchiha's psychological quality and clear personal cognition, so, if you adjust the angle, Uchiha Kai's smile really looks like the smile of a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Of course, this is just talk. For Uchiha Kai, the Uchiha clan had been welcoming him with high-level treatment since the moment he entered the gate. Although there was no high-profile publicity to the outside world, there were always some guys within Konoha who were always keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan's every move. Today's situation is undoubtedly very strange. Uchiha Kai estimated that if nothing unexpected happened, the relevant news would soon appear in front of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konohagakure Danzo Shimura. I guess I will be targeted by these two old guys. However, the Uchiha clan is still in its heyday. Before experiencing the heavy blow to its prestige brought by the Nine Tails Rebellion, even if the troublemaking Nabekage Danzo wants to do something to me, he has to think carefully about whether he can deal with the wrath of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kai muttered such thoughts in his mind, but he had nothing to worry about. Soon, Uchiha Kai was approaching the big house where the Uchiha clan held important clan meetings. And here, Uchiha Kai saw a beautiful young woman with long black hair holding a baby. That person was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikoto, and the one in her arms was none other than Uchiha Weasel, who was only 1 year old this year. Facing Uchiha Kai, Uchiha Mikoto smiled and nodded and said, "Kai-kun, congratulations." Uchiha Kai smiled, "You're welcome, Sister Mikoto." Uchiha Mikoto made way and said, "Come in quickly. Fugaku and the others are waiting for you inside." Uchiha Kai nodded and walked forward to the front door of the house. The two Uchiha opened the door respectfully, and he saw more than a dozen people sitting inside with their backs straight and full of dignity. Among them, the current clan leader and his son Uchiha Fugaku sit in the main seat in the middle, and on the left and right sides are seated in 2 rows according to their status. When the door opened, the dozen or so people inside who represented the highest positions in the Uchiha clan all turned their eyes to Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai said excuse me to everyone in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, then walked in politely, and the door behind him was closed. During this time, Uchiha's Hilly also came in and walked directly to the end of the right side and sat down. As an elite of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, she was also qualified to participate in today's crucial meeting. To be honest, Uchiha Kai was not interested in such strict etiquette, but this big family attached great importance to these things, and he had been taught and learned them since he was a child, so he didn't feel awkward using them now. There was no bloody provocation or questioning. In the large house that looked like a dojo, more than a dozen Uchiha looked at Uchiha Kai with kindness, and some even had guilt in their eyes. Most of them were members of the Konoha police department. This situation also made it impossible for Uchiha Chi to use the pretentious face-slapping that he had imagined before. It can only be said that in the Uchiha clan, some cliched pretentious face-slapping really has no market. The Hyuga clan next door who likes to touch the Uchiha clan, now I guess there are a lot of good shows to watch. Next, after greeting each other, Uchiha Kai didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the point and said that if there was anything else, they could inspect the goods first, and after confirming some things, they could talk about the next thing. Such a direct attitude made the Uchiha people look at each other in bewilderment. However, no one hated them. After all, the Uchiha people were a group of people who were very easy to understand. Even the oldest Uchiha Setsuna, his scheming could only be described as speechless. Then, Uchiha Kai talked about how he had made further improvements to the illusion game, and said that this was done to allow more people to experience the game today, instead of allowing only one person to experience it all morning. Moreover, in order to make the authenticity of the illusion game clearer, Uchiha Kai also made new developments based on the illusion game, allowing some people to enter the watching mode together. It means that when one person is playing the game, other people are watching the process of that person playing the game from a bird's eye view. Yes, this is the new process that Uchiha Kai developed last night, and it is also the main reason why he was lacking energy this morning. After all, the consumption is really huge. As for the so-called spectator mode, it is actually an integral part of the game production technology granted by the system. This looks like a live broadcast, but it is actually a watch the game function that many online games have. For example, in CS, after a player is killed, he can use the possession method to make his vision follow the living teammates. For example, in real-time strategy games such as StarCraft and Warcraft, in addition to the players who directly participate in the battle, other players can watch the entire battle through the watch function. The technology provided by the game production system naturally includes this very common function, and Uchiha Kai expanded the function of the game through the mental network and added a watch the game function. Now is the time to use them together. Moreover, Uchiha Kai developed this function not just to come up with something new, but also to do an experiment. Since the system is collecting emotional values, is there a clear limit to this emotional value? Can the emotional values generated by watching live broadcasts also be absorbed? Uchiha Chi asked the system whether it worked, but the artificial intelligence system did not give an answer. At that time, it even got stuck, which fully demonstrated its unreliability. So Uchiha Chi prepared to experiment with the actual effect. Now, everything is ready to begin. A 3-Magatama Jonin from the Konoha police department sat in front of Uchiha Kai. He was the one who rejected Uchiha Kai when Uchiha Kai came to him yesterday to test the illusion game. He was still very embarrassed facing Uchiha Kai at this time, but he did not escape his mistake. In front of Uchiha Kai, he leaned forward, bowed respectfully, and apologized, showing his full sincerity. Uchiha Kai naturally asked the other party to stand up and said that he didn't care about these things. They were all from the Uchiha clan and were all working hard to make the Uchiha clan greater, so some of the things in the past should be let go like passing clouds. What is displayed is the pattern, which is the emotional intelligence that most Uchiha can learn for a lifetime. What? Why didn't Uchiha take the opportunity to show off and slap his face? Is there any benefit to this other than offending people? The current situation is that the Uchiha clan gave Uchiha Kai benefits that he could not refuse, and deeply moved him with their sincere emotions, just like the classic giving too much emoticon package. Uchiha Chi, who received these benefits, just wanted to make Uchiha great again, and by the way, quickly complete the system tasks to obtain system rewards. This is the key, everything else is just incidental. In this way, the first game began in a harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. This time, 6 other Uchiha who were watching the game also entered the game world. Please read and recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 The Attention of the Hokage and the Nabe Cage, the Amazement of the Uchiha. Chapter 23 The Attention of the Hokage and the Nabe Cage, the Amazement of the Uchiha. At the same time, in the real center of Konoha, in the Hokage building with its back against the Hokage rock that represents Konoha's history and past, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at the end of his peak and whose hair and beard were still black, suddenly received information from the Anbu. Seeing the content of the intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, and then he couldn't help but turn his head to look out the window. That direction was the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory, and it could even be seen faintly from the Hokage building, and that large core area belonged to the Uchiha. These are the rights and benefits that belong to Konoha's founding family. However, since some time ago, the Uchiha clan, which occupies a large amount of resources and interests, has become a thorn in the side of Konoha's top leaders. Now, this family suddenly got into trouble again today, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to think carefully. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand was what the Anbu had discovered at the gate of the Uchiha clan not long ago. He saw Uchiha K walking into the Uchiha clan's mansion under the respectful welcome of a group of Uchiha clan members. There is no further information. The best that the people of Konoha can do is monitor the situation outside the Uchiha clan territory, and the situation inside is a complete mystery. Uchiha Kai, I remember that little guy. He was an outlier in the Uchiha clan, a close friend of Minato, and got along well with Kushina. He also worked with Minato and the others to rescue Uzumaki Kikyo, a member of the Uzumaki clan who was stranded outside. Unlike other Uchiha, he did not follow the family's arrangements. He rejected the family's request when he was young. Despite his lack of talent as a ninja, he resolutely entered the ninja school. Although his academic performance has always been the best, his other grades are very average. Compared with other Uchiha geniuses, he is not even a little bit behind, so he is called the Uchiha Shame. Perhaps because of what happened to him when he was a child, he doesn't have such a strong sense of honor for the Uchiha clan. He even moved out of the Uchiha clan territory after graduating from the ninja school. Now, he works in the Konoha police department as a chunin, doing a little appreciated logistical civilian work. For a long time, the Uchiha people have completely ignored him. You can even say they are indifferent to him. Only a few Uchiha have a good attitude towards him. However, this morning, the Uchiha clan showed him a very high level of respect, welcoming Uchiha Kai back to the clan with the same attitude as welcoming other clan leaders for a formal visit. For this purpose, we even sent Uchiha Chizuri, a genius of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, to greet him at his home as a subordinate. After reading all the information, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. He had no idea what was wrong with the Uchiha clan. They suddenly and publicly welcomed Uchiha K, a rebel and mediocre person in the clan, back to the clan and gave him such high-level treatment. It was really too outrageous. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that the Uchiha clan was an abstract clan, he was still confused and totally bewildered by today's situation. But now is not the future yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, the two abstract traitors of the Uchiha clan, under his command. Naturally, he has no way of knowing the internal situation of the Uchiha clan. After thinking about it for a long time and finding it hard to understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to put the matter aside for the time being. It's not that he didn't care, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his close friend Danzo Shimura had been keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan. If there were any problems, Danzo Shimura would definitely find a way to investigate it and tell him the truth. Doesn't the root of Konoha exist just to do these things? Well, before being assassinated by Danzo Shimura, Sarutobi Hiruzen always had a very high level of trust in his good friend. In fact, at this moment, deep in the forest behind the Hokage Rock, in the underground root base, Danzo Shimura did receive relevant information. However, he learned about it from his direct subordinates, the root members. As the Nabekage who had the deepest prejudice against the Uchiha clan and coveted the power of the Sharingan, he had always had his men in the dark to monitor the Uchiha clan at all times. If there was any unusual movement in the Uchiha clan, he would know the information no later than Sarutobi Hiruzen. After reading all the information, Danzo Shimura narrowed his only remaining left eye, and his wrinkled old face wrapped in bandages revealed an obvious sinister look. Uchiha Kai. The Uchiha, who had never been taken seriously, was noticed by Danzo Shimura on this day. At the same time, in the conference hall of the Uchiha clan, the game trial has begun. Is this the world of the illusion game? As the first person to experience it, Uchiha Akitoki looked at the underworld scenes in the game and instinctively felt fear in his heart. Contributed by book friend Uchiha, like Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, the unknown fear brought by the underworld scene made this Uchiha elite, who was already in his 40s and thought he was very courageous and could deal with any situation calmly, feel that he was too careless. Although he heard the young clan leader say that the scene was somewhat terrifying, to be honest, in Uchiha Akitoki's opinion, his own young clan leader was actually quite a figurehead and had basically never gone out on any missions. Although Uchiha Fugaku experienced the Second Ninja World War when he was a child, he was only the young clan leader at that time and only stayed in Konoha and never went anywhere, so naturally he had never seen any big scenes. Uchiha Akitoki would give due respect to such a Uchiha Fugaku based on his bloodline status, but he would not approve of the other party's vision, and naturally would not care about the other party's statement that the illusion game was very real and terrifying. As a result, after coming in with full confidence, I was immediately met with a setback. I started sweating before the game officially started. At the same time, the 6 spectators headed by the Uchiha clan leader and the great elder who followed in also saw the scenes in the game. Moreover, in order to let them have a deeper experience, Uchiha K also let them stand next to Uchiha Akitoki as the player, so that they can reach out and touch the buildings, feel the environment and air, and touch their own bodies. However, this is all they can do. They cannot interfere with the game world, and Uchiha Akitoki cannot see anyone else. But even so, it still attracted a few exclamations. Sri Lankan first. So real. Is this really an illusion? Are you sure this isn't the real world? Ah, this light, ah, this door, ah, this green fire, and this person, this extremely real feeling, is it actually an illusion? Several Uchiha exclaimed, not caring about their identities at all. Only the clan leader and the chief elder, who were used to having stern faces, remained calm and did not do anything inappropriate. However, even so, these exclamations made the other Uchiha who had not entered the game world look at each other in confusion, and then they became itchy and wanted to know what the big guys saw in there. Only Uchiha Fugaku, who had experienced it long ago, knew everything, so he was very calm. However, he still has an inexplicable sense of superiority and is very proud of himself. That was the pride of experiencing it in advance, and also the pride of shocking others for Uchiha Kai, who had been favored by him for a long time. There was a kind of pleasure brought by the pretentiousness of everyone was drunk but I was sober, and today and tomorrow everyone is amazed. As for the clan leader Uchiha Masanobu and the great elder Uchiha Setsuna, although these two most stable people did not show anything, the amazement in their eyes could not be suppressed at all. In the end, he could only sigh in his heart, it is worthy of being a secret technique that can be praised and admired by Fugaku. This illusion world has far surpassed the illusion level created by other Sharingan. Even the Mangeki Sharingan is not sure whether it can do this. Kai-jun, you are really a rare genius in my Uchiha clan in 100 years. Admiration, emotion, praise, curiosity, excitement, all kinds of emotions emerged and lingered in the meeting hall of the Uchiha clan. However, for Uchiha Akitoki, the only player at the moment, it was a different experience, looking at the deep underworld road shrouded in fog, feeling the weakness of the game character and the extremely real physical sensation of the illusion game, his heartbeat speeded up involuntarily, and he began to sweat profusely. The third victim realized something was wrong when he first entered the game and no longer wanted to play. Please recommend, collect, and reward. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, The Uchiha Great Elder and Number 039, S Judgment, The Opportunity for Prosperity in the Coming Yet. Chapter 24, The Judgment of the Uchiha Great Elder, The Opportunity for Prosperity in the Next 1,000 Years, Part 2, Uchiha Akitoki fully demonstrated what it means to be arrogant and disdainful before the game and confused after the game. Especially when you force yourself to start the game, and then at the first scare point you feel your body is completely out of control, with the evil spirit right next to you declaring fear, you feel really terrible. Faced with the situation where one's body is completely out of control, unable to move, and fate is being strangled by the throat, feeling the fear of suffocation and death, the level of fear is raised to an extremely high level. The Sharingan opened automatically, the 3 Megatama kept spinning, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably. Even his body in the real world was shaking because his consciousness had entered the illusion game, which shocked the Uchiha who were unable to enter the spectator mode. They didn't understand what happened to Uchiha Akitoki, and the Uchiha who were familiar with him were even more surprised. After all, Uchiha Akitoki had never been seen to have such a violent reaction of fear. By the way, Uchiha K thoughtfully blocked the player's perception of the outside world, so Uchiha Mingto could not hear other people's conversations or words at all. So, at this moment, when the Uchiha people watching the battle saw Uchiha Akitoki kneeling on the ground limply after the female evil spirit left, they had different thoughts and felt that Uchiha Akitoki's psychological quality was not up to standard. There is no way. Watching the show from a god's perspective, these Uchiha people do not have the same intuitive feelings as Uchiha Mingtoki. Although the group of people were indeed frightened when the evil spirit appeared, they were just bystanders, so they were not too frightened. In fact, several people were already muttering, saying that if they were in his place, it would never be so embarrassing. Uchiha Kai saw it and just smiled without saying anything. After all, there are some things that are completely different when you experience them in person or when you watch them from the sidelines. And there is. I admire the way you are being stubborn and arrogant now. JPG. Then, after taking a break, Uchiha Akitoki continued on his way, even though he didn't want to go on at all. But when he thought about the fact that there were several people watching the battle directly and many people waiting in the real world, he couldn't give up halfway. Otherwise, if I lose this courage, my life as an Uchiha will probably be over. Therefore, Uchiha Akitoki could only grit his teeth and move on. Even though cold sweat continued to flow, even though he couldn't close his Sharingan, even though he couldn't suppress the look of fear, Uchiha Akito had no choice but to move forward. Soon after, we arrived at the point where we had to choose one of 3 roads. However, this time there is a change here. The 3-choice channel has become only 1, and this is obviously a special modification for the trial version. Changing the 3 roads into a fixed random one can greatly reduce the chakra and pupil power consumption required for encapsulating the game. The road that Uchiha Akitoki encountered was red, representing killing and fighting. When Uchiha Akitoki entered the red area, he was surrounded and attacked by the same enemies that Uchiha Fugaku encountered. Uchiha Akitoki, who had lost his courage due to his previous experience, was very embarrassed to deal with the sudden attack of the Blood Man, and the weak body of the game character also made him very uncomfortable. Thus, Uchiha Akitoki experienced his first death in the game, which was also his first death in his life. The extremely real death experience almost made Uchiha Akitoki unable to recover, and even his mind fell into a completely blank state. During this process, the Megatama in his Sharingan was spinning wildly, and it seemed that there were some changes. However, perhaps due to the lack of blood power, this change was different from the process of Uchiha Fugaku's transformation into a Mangekyo yesterday. It was just based on the 3 Megatama, with some progressive changes. When Uchiha Mingshi came to his senses, a long time had passed, and he was lying on the ground, sweating and gasping for breath, and his whole condition was very bad. The Uchiha who saw it all didn't know what to say. They had just entered the red area with Uchiha Akitoki and saw everything in the red area. They also witnessed the cruelty of the Blood Man and the death of Uchiha Akitoki. I say again, as a bystander, I cannot empathize with Uchiha Akitoki. I just think that Uchiha Akitoki's reaction is really big, and I wonder how big the gap is between the player's actual experience and their bystander experience. Why is it that after dying once in the world of illusion, Uchiha Akitoki seems to be dying? Could it be that even the experience of death is extremely real? Yes, Uchiha Fugaku also said that the experience of death in illusion games is very real. However, due to the lack of actual experience and reference, what Uchiha Fugaku said did not make the Uchiha people feel real. Finally, Uchiha Akitoki, who had recovered after being resurrected, stood up tremblingly. He looked at the red passage, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. However, after experiencing the feeling of death personally without actually dying, Uchiha Akitoki also had some breakthroughs in courage. He was no longer filled with fear and escape thoughts that he himself did not even realize, but chose to face this crisis head-on. So, Uchiha Akitoki rushed into the red area again and fought with the bloody man in the red area. Because he had courage, Uchiha Akitoki did not die right away this time. Instead, he used the body of the game character to start fighting with the blood people, fully demonstrating his combat experience and wisdom gained from years of fighting. He actually killed several blood people in a short time, showing the combat effectiveness that an Uchiha elite should possess. However, these things alone could not eliminate all the blood people, and gave the blood people the opportunity to injure him. Then the blood people attacked in groups and killed Uchiha Akitoki again. At that moment, the resurrected Uchiha Mingtoki's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After all, the feeling of death is really unpleasant, especially for an Uchiha like him. After fighting with all his strength, he couldn't even defeat a group of miscellaneous soldiers. It felt even worse. Even though the body I'm using now is a game character instead of my own, the sensation is still pretty terrible. Several Uchiha saw this and had different opinions. Some thought it was not Uchiha Akitoki's fault, it was because the game character's body was too weak. Some thought there were too many enemies. Others thought Uchiha Akitoki's fighting skills were not up to standard, so he failed to defeat the enemy. However, the clan leader Uchiha Masanobu and the chief elder Uchiha Setsuna, who were the leaders, saw more things. Uchiha Masanobu saw the reality of the illusion game. Even though Uchiha Ming knew it was fake, and even though he had experienced a lot during the entire illusion game, it was still inevitably drastically affected his mentality. This kind of strong impact on the mentality and extremely realistic experience made it no wonder that his son Uchiha Fugaku said that illusion games had a great impact on the Uchiha clan. Now, Uchiha Masanobu can be completely sure that his son's judgment is correct. As for Uchiha Setsuna, as an Uchiha who came from the Warring States period, in addition to confirming that illusion games did have a huge impact on the Uchiha clan, he also realized that this illusion game was a good place to train soldiers. It's an extremely realistic experience, and the enemies you fight against are all cunning and brutal. Such an extreme illusion is undoubtedly a holy place for training for the Uchiha, or all ninjas. In fact, the plasticity of this illusion game is quite high. From ordinary ninjas to top ninjas, anyone who wants to exercise combat skills, awareness, and experience can enter the illusion game and fight against fake enemies. Just by witnessing Uchiha Akitoki's performance, Uchiha Setsuna could already confirm that the words and judgments made by Uchiha Fugaku yesterday were extremely true, without a trace of falsehood, and even felt conservative. The secret technique created by Uchiha Kai is definitely a secret technique that can ensure the prosperity of the Uchiha clan for the next 1,000 years. Many thanks to a Foodie Army soldier for the reward of 2,000 starting coins. Please vote for recommendation, please collect, and please read on. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. The live broadcast system must be developed in a big way. Chapter 25. The live broadcast system must be developed in a big way. Uchiha Akitoki's battle was over. The trial version does not have unlimited resurrections, but only 5 lives. When all 5 lives are used up, the trial is over. When his consciousness returned to the real world, Uchiha Akitoki still felt as if he was in another world and was unable to react. The mental shock brought by multiple deaths also made him dazed. His body twitched slightly uncontrollably, and it seemed that he could not close his Sharingan at all. Even now, the Megatama inside was constantly spinning. Several Uchiha who were watching the battle also regained consciousness and looked at Uchiha Akitoki. After seeing the condition of Uchiha Akitoki's Sharingan, the chief elder Uchiha Setsuna also opened his Sharingan instantly and stared at Uchiha Akitoki. After a while, the joy on Uchiha Setsuna's old face was so strong that he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Very good. Ha 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 ha. The sudden laughter made the other Uchiha who had not yet figured out the situation, or who could not see the change in Uchiha Akitoki, turn their heads and look over. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but wonder, Great Elder, what's wrong? Is the effect of the illusion game very good? Uchiha Setsuna shook his head and then nodded. Then, under the confused gaze of the crowd, he said in a deep voice, the illusion game is beyond imagination. The extremely real situation in it is an unimaginable precious treasure for my Uchiha clan. Now, the changes in Mingshi's body are the best explanation. Everyone, from today on, my Uchiha clan has one more top level 3 Magatama Sharingan. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, and then quickly looked at Uchiha Akitoki again, and saw that in the pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, they could clearly see the black eye ring connecting the 3 Magatama. This kind of clarity is the characteristic of the top level 3 Magatama Sharingan. In the Uchiha clan, the 3 Magatama are clearly divided into strong and weak ones, and the most intuitive manifestation of the difference in strength is the eye ring that connects the 3 Magatama. The most basic 3 Magatama Sharingan can basically see 3 Magatama, and the eye ring can only be vaguely seen as some dotted lines at most. For the 3 Magatama that go a step further, the dotted line will complete a clear connection, but the line is very thin and cannot be seen without careful observation. When one reaches the top level of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, one can clearly see the eye ring. Like Uchiha Fugaku and his son, and Uchiha Setsuna, they both have this top level Sharingan, and in the entire Uchiha, there are only 3 of them like this. But now, there is another Uchiha Akitoki. You know, Uchiha Akitoki's bloodline is not that good. Also because of the lack of purity of his bloodline, Uchiha Akitoki had already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan more than 20 years ago, but has been stuck at the middle level and unable to make any progress. As a result, after just trying the illusion game today, the 3 Magatama Sharingan broke through the shackles of blood and evolved to the highest level. It can be said that he was undoubtedly cheating. The most important thing is that this cheat is in the hands of an Uchiha. For a moment, all the Uchiha looked at Uchiha Kai with fanatical eyes, who had a calm and composed expression. After all, knowing the Uchiha's situation well, he had already anticipated such a development, and he was still thinking that not all Uchiha could open the Mangekyo. Without the talent, no matter how great the stimulation was, it would only make the Sharingan slightly stronger. Those who are qualified and talented, like Uchiha Obito, were able to evolve from the 2 Megatama into the Mangekyo, or the extremely powerful Kamui Mangekyo. They are truly an example of someone who was blessed by God. However, in the eyes of the Uchihas, Uchiha Kai's calmness and composure at this time is a manifestation of positive words such as being confident, remaining calm even when facing a mountain collapse, everything is under control, and being detached from the world. As for why there are so many descriptions, it is because there are more than a dozen Uchiha, and each of them has different thoughts when looking at Uchiha Kai. But in general, everyone thought that Uchiha Kai was particularly handsome and impressive at this time. There is no other way. When faced with a genius who can truly break through the shackles and use his illusion ability to advance the Sharingan of his clan members, it is not excessive to treat him with any high standard of mentality. You know, the Uchiha clan had long tried to use illusions to stimulate the mind and make clan members open their eyes or advance, but they always failed. Because illusions, unless you reach the level of kaleidoscope, or have a kaleidoscope ability like Tsukuyomi that specializes in illusions, otherwise the illusions created will actually have a sense of falsehood. Overall, it feels like a dream. It makes people feel confused and like everything in the world is unreal and the body is out of control. Such fakeness will not stimulate the Uchiha to open their eyes or advance their Sharingan. Like the future Uchiha Weasel using illusion to stimulate his stupid Odoudou, he actually used the power of the Mangeki. Even so, Uchiha Sasuke directly showed the world what you can stimulate me, but I lose if my eyes evolve. This is the true portrayal of the Uchiha clan's use of illusion to stimulate the Sharingan. If you want to change the Uchiha's eyes, you can only look for stimulation in the real world. This is often a painful shock and suffering, and it also causes the Uchiha, a clan of love, to usually have psychological problems. However, things are different now. The illusion game created by Uchiha Kai is based on reality, and the various underworld tricks in it are something the Uchiha people have never seen before. With this secret technique in hand, are you still afraid that the Uchiha will have problems with the Sharingan in the future? Anyone who wants to open their eyes, anyone who wants to advance their Sharingan, all they have to do is enter the illusion game and lie down. Of course, this illusion game is not omnipotent. At least in the eyes of Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Masanobu, although the homecoming game is quite stimulating, it is still not enough to open the Mangeki Sharingan. However, this illusion game still has great potential for development. It depends on whether Uchiha Kai can go further on this basis. Afterwards, Uchiha Akitoki came to his senses and found that his Sharingan had improved further. He was very excited, with ecstasy written all over his face. Although he was beaten badly in the game, the benefits in the real world were huge, which made him unable to help but express his gratitude to Uchiha Kai. He also made it clear that if Uchiha Kai needed anything in the future, he only needed to give him a command, and he, Uchiha Mingshi, would definitely go through fire and water for him without hesitation. This attitude is no different from a letter of surrender. If another family encountered this situation, people like the clan leader and elders would definitely be wary of Uchiha Kai, thinking that Uchiha Kai was causing trouble and posed a huge threat to their prestige and power. This is Uchiha. Faced with this situation, Uchiha Setsuna and the others were only relieved and happy. Uchiha Fugaku was also delighted and very pleased. The younger generation whom he had high hopes for had finally risen completely. To be honest, the family atmosphere is really good and the unity is incredible. If they hadn't encountered the divine power Can't Hide Tears and the weasel who destroys his own family in the future, even if there were internal disagreements, it would not have led to the internal tensions when preparing for a coup. Of course, Uchiha Kai would not think too much about these things now. When other Uchiha were immersed in an atmosphere of happiness and joy and full of longing for the future, he was actually happy too. However, he was only happy about his own business. In the system panel, the progress of the task of collecting emotion values had advanced significantly. Moreover, it was not only the player Uchiha Akitoki who provided emotional values, but the Uchiha who were watching the game also provided emotional values, but not as much as Uchiha Akitoki. The numbers are quite low. For example, Uchiha Setsuna provided an emotional value of 22 points, which is a big difference compared to the more than 600 points provided by Uchiha Akitoki. Uchiha Chi studied the system and finally found that there is a set of fixed rules for the audience to provide emotional values. The number absorbed is the actual emotional value produced by the audience divided by 10. For example, Uchiha Setsuna provided an emotional value of 22 points, which means that he was watching Uchiha Akira playing the game from a god's perspective, producing 220 emotional points, but the system only absorbed 1/10 of the emotional value, which is 22 points. 10% absorption rate. Such a ratio made Uchiha Kai's eyes widen, and then he exclaimed that it was outrageous and too high. After all, it's the audience, not the players themselves. Anyone on Earth knows what the live broadcast industry is like. Right now, Uchiha Kai is only doing preliminary development based on illusion games, and can only bring in a few people to watch the game. But what if we continue to develop based on the illusion games so that more people can watch the live broadcast? What if the scope of watching the live broadcast is expanded to the entire Konoha, or even the entire Land of Fire? At that time, the output of emotional value would definitely not be comparable to that of a mere player. As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Kai understood that the live broadcast system must be developed, and it must be developed on a large scale. Therefore, Uchiha Chi added the project of live broadcast development to his future game expansion plan, and it was a top project. This book requires a lot of supporting roles, so a role post is left in the discussion area. Readers who are interested in being supporting roles can leave a message in the role post in the discussion area. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Mission completed, Birth Rewards and Skills. Chapter 26 Mission completed, Birth Rewards and Skills. 2 more. Next, the other Uchiha came up one by one. With Uchiha Akitoki's example in front of them, everyone else was full of anticipation for the illusion game, and were even a little excited. They thought that with Uchiha Akitoki's example in front of them, they would be mentally prepared and would definitely not react as strongly as Uchiha Akitoki did. However, it turns out that many times what you think is just what you think, and reality often slaps the self-righteous guys hard in the face. When those who thought they were very brave and had read the script in advance experienced the reality of the illusion game and the terrifying oppression brought by the evil spirits, they all stayed in Bungbu. Some of them couldn't help but let out embarrassing roars and screams, at the place where the scene switched, because it was a random 1 out of 3 in the official version. The person behind would not enter the same place as the person in front. One of the 3 fields was chosen at random, and those who thought they knew the script were killed directly. Black death, grey negative emotions, sudden attacks from evil spirits, various traps, and the complete stimulation of negative emotions. The Uchiha who were experiencing the game one by one, could not help but make embarrassing moves. Seeing the people playing the game shouting excitedly, the people watching the game continued to talk big like how embarrassing. I would never be so embarrassed. The Uchiha people who were not watching the game felt itchy and thought that the reactions of the people playing the game were too exaggerated. In comparison, Uchiha Akitoki, who entered first, performed quite well. Although he was still frightened, he did not scream in fear. Of course, no matter how embarrassing it was, the Uchiha who experienced the game gained something more or less, and their Sharingan made some progress. Some, like Uchiha Akitoki, were directly advanced to a small level, while others were infinitely close to advancement. However, that's all there is to it. No one can truly grasp the opportunity to evolve the Sharingan like Uchiha Fugaku did. Perhaps Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Masanobu could, however, both of them had actually reached the end of their lives. Although Uchiha Setsuna maintained a certain strength and his power was growing stronger, he was already an old man, and it was unknown whether his body could withstand the impact of the evolved Mangekyo, so he did not seize the opportunity and gave it to others. As for Uchiha Masanobu, he was seriously injured during the Second Ninja World War. He has never recovered after more than 10 years. Instead, his old injuries have recurred in recent years. Even with the best treatment, he can only prolong his life for a period of time. By now, he doesn't have more than 2 years left to live. If he really tries to break through the kaleidoscope, there is a high probability that he will die at the moment of breakthrough, or even die halfway through the breakthrough. Therefore, he can only give this opportunity to others with great regret in his heart. Of course, neither Uchiha Masanobu nor Uchiha Setsuna really won't try at all, they just won't compete with their clansmen for the opportunity now. If they have the chance later, they will try to experience the full version. If they really open the Mangekyo, it will be worth it even if they die. As for this trial event, Uchiha Kai, based on his own condition, packaged a total of 5 copies of the trial version of Homecoming without forcing himself. With the current income, it is more than enough to complete the novice mission. This was indeed the case. When the 4th person was halfway through, 5,000 points of emotion had been collected, and Uchiha Kai quietly settled the account without waiting for the game to end. Instantly, the mission completed prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of collecting 5,000 points of emotion value. Task reward: sleep effect increased by 30%, obtain the necessary skill of game production all night tonight, and obtain a chance to strengthen game production skills. After the sleep effect is increased by 30%, the host's daily sleep time required to restore energy is reduced by 30%, allowing the host to have more awake time to directly play games and improve themselves in the game market full of lottery kings. Tonight all night, active skill. Once activated, it will ensure that your mental state is always in an excellent state of energy for the next 4 hours. After 4 hours, the accumulated fatigue and consumption will burst out at once. Please fall asleep as soon as possible to recover. Skill cooldown time: 72 hours. Game skill enhancement: select one of the host's game production skills to enhance the skill once, which can improve the proficiency and depth of the relevant profession. Uchiha Kai: the deafening silence was Uchiha Kai's attitude towards the system's rewards. Sleep less, stay alert all night, and enhance your skills. This birth system is really pushing him towards the path of becoming a super successful game maker. Judging from the current situation, if Uchiha Kaishin stayed on Earth, sooner or later this birth system would really turn him into the King of Scrolls who doesn't need to sleep at all. Damn, this is really outrageous. Even the most conscienceless capitalist would say you are too extreme after reading this. Phew, forget it. This artificially retarded system is truly retarded. It's too much to expect it to do anything useful. Then, Uchiha Kai understood these skills from another perspective. The sleep effect is increased by 30%. This innate ability is quite useful because the recovery of ninjas is the same as that of normal people. They basically rely on sleep to achieve the effect, or in other words, sleep is the most effective. If this is used in a mission or on the battlefield, it is undoubtedly a magical skill, because the required sleep time is reduced by 30%, which means that you can recover faster in those extreme moments, and often being able to recover faster is the key to ensuring survival and victory. Another thing is the skill named All Night Tonight. Although it sounds like ruthless exploitation by unscrupulous capitalists, it can ensure that you will be energetic for the next 4 hours. For a ninja, 4 hours of being in a good and energetic state often means stability in physical fitness, chakra, and energy. Although it will burst out in one breath afterwards, if used on the battlefield, it will be a life-saving ability at the critical moment. As long as you can maintain your condition and survive successfully in the most dangerous moments, it doesn't matter even if the sudden fatigue makes you lose consciousness and have to sleep for a long time to recover, or even have sequelae. After all, only when you are alive do you have a future. When you die, you have nothing. There is no doubt that although these two abilities were originally quite primitive, they are very practical in the ninja world. Finally, there was the opportunity to strengthen the game-making skills. Uchiha Kai now has a lot of game-making skills, but only one of them is related to the mental network that can be really used. The illusion game is completely built based on the mental network combined with the Sharingan. Therefore, the only skills that Uchiha Kai can strengthen are those related to the mental network. So, Uchiha Kai did not hesitate and directly strengthened in this aspect. In an instant, Uchiha Kai once again felt the impact of being polluted by knowledge. A lot of knowledge appeared in his brain, all of which were related to the mental network. Many areas of knowledge that were completely blank before were supplemented. While achieving this effect, Uchiha Kai seemed to have suddenly gained a lot more inspiration, and had more creativity for illusion games and more creative impulses. Of course, we have to go back and study it carefully to find out what effect it can bring. However, Uchiha Kai has a hunch that this time, the still rough illusion game will undergo a huge optimization and achieve some effects that were completely unattainable before. Such as: the game is created and launched by borrowing the eye power of other Uchiha. Second update: please recommend, please collect, please reward, please read, thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 The System and Number 039's new mission is to promote the illusion game. Chapter 27 The System's new mission is to promote the illusion game. Finally, after the 5 people finished the experience, it was almost noon. Next, of course, was an internal banquet for the Uchiha clan. Of course, it wasn't a big event. Basically, only people with a certain status in the Uchiha clan could participate. The main reason was that Uchiha Kai's illusion game was too important to the Uchiha clan. If it were revealed, it would probably cause fear among the Konoha high-level officials. Although not everyone knows it, the Uchiha high-ranking officials basically understand that although the Uchiha clan is the founder of Konoha, they have always been feared and guarded against by the Konoha high-ranking officials. Especially after the death of Uchiha Kagami, the disciple of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan was confined to the Konoha police department, and other departments were completely closed to the Uchiha clan. There is no promotion channel and very few opportunities to go out. The time when the Uchiha clan was employed by the Uchiha clan leaders the most was only during the Ninja World War. At that time, even graduates of the ninja school had to go directly to the battlefield. No matter how much the Konoha high-level officials wanted to protect the Uchiha clan, they had to let the Uchiha go. Therefore, every time there was a Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan suffered the most deaths, but every time there was a Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan's strength would surge. After all, for the AI clan, the loss brought by the battlefield was huge, and it would naturally usher in the evolution of the Sharingan. Under such circumstances, the Uchiha high-ranking officials were also on guard against the Konoha high-ranking officials. Although the situation was not as tense as it was after the Nine Tails Rebellion, they would not share important secrets within the clan with the Konoha high-ranking officials. However, the Uchiha clan's attitude is obviously to turn Uchiha Kai's secret technique into something that only Uchiha can enjoy, and this obviously conflicts with Uchiha Kai's plan. Especially when the system releases a new task. Main quest: the first step in building a gaming empire. Task description: any game must generate revenue. Only games with revenue can provide the host with a steady stream of funds, allowing the host to invest more resources in creating new games. Therefore, it is necessary to build a method to sell games. Task requirements: please build a platform or channel to sell games, and successfully sell 2 or more games. The price of each game will be automatically estimated according to the current market situation. The total sales must exceed RMB 10, and the total number of players cannot be less than 500. Each player can purchase each game once at most, and repeated purchases are not counted in the total sales. The actual selling price will change according to the exchange rate and prices in different regions, and the exchange rate will be converted in the local currency. Task time limit: 1 month. The final reward will be determined based on the total sales on the settlement date. Special tip: after completing this task, the system functions will be fully enabled. This is the new task that the system has just released. Like the previous task, it is very easy to complete according to the conditions on Earth. It can be said that according to the standards of the system community, it is a very friendly system. However, it is different in the ninja world. For an abstract and backward world, the system requirements are not very high, but they are not low either. Although the requirements given by the system are very loose, the number of Uchiha clan members alone cannot reach the minimum requirement of 500 people. After all, although the Uchiha clan has a large population, even if the outsiders who marry into the clan are included, there are less than 500 people at most, which is still far from the minimum requirement of the system. Therefore, in order to complete the system task, Uchiha Kai must sell the game to the outside world. Moreover, he couldn't just rely on the one-to-one correspondence of the Sharingan like he did now, otherwise the chakra and eye power would not be enough. Uchiha Chi had asked the system, and the games officially sold had to be complete versions, and the system required at least 2 games, which meant that he had to make at least 1 game, which was even more costly. With the original method, 1 month would not be enough time. Uchiha Kai must immediately start the plan he discussed with Namikaze Minato and the others yesterday, research on large-scale production of illusion games. And most importantly, the final reward given by the system is based on sales, which means that the more you sell, the greater the benefits Uchiha Chi will get. Moreover, the full activation of the system functions depends on this task. Although we don't know what functions a fully activated system can have, judging from the benefits we have already obtained, it is definitely not a trivial matter. With all these factors combined, how could Uchiha Kai limit the secret technique to the Uchiha clan? Therefore, it is necessary to spread the illusion game to the outside world. For this purpose, Uchiha Kai had to convince the high-level officials of the Uchiha clan, although he could do it by force, that would certainly offend the Uchiha clan, and it would be a big loss no matter how you look at it, to throw away the huge benefit he had just gained. Thinking in his mind, after finishing his meal, Uchiha Kai found Uchiha Fugaku and asked him to call the most important Uchiha to prepare for a high-level meeting. Although Uchiha Fugaku didn't know what Uchiha Kai was going to do, Uchiha Kai now had the right to convene high-level meetings. After all, he was treated like the Grand Elder and the clan leader. So, a few Uchiha including Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Masanobu and Uchiha Setsuna sat back in the dojo dedicated to meetings. Compared to the number of people in the room in the morning, only 1/3 of them were left. Looking at these true rulers of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kai said, "Everyone, you all already know the illusion game I created, but there is one more thing I must tell you, my secret technique cannot be taught to others." Everyone was stunned after hearing this, and then looked at each other. Then, Uchiha Setsuna whispered, "Chi-jun, can you tell me the reason?" There was no questioning, no anger or pressure, I just wanted to know the reason. Uchiha Kai opened his one Magatama Sharingan, because the core element of the secret technique is my Sharingan, or in other words, the unique ability of my Sharingan. The power of this eye technique is the key, and I can't teach this eye technique to others. This statement stunned the Uchiha and made them even more confused. It's just a Magatama, what special power can it have? It's not the Mangeki Sharingan. For a moment, even Uchiha Fugaku frowned, because these words really sounded like an excuse for not wanting to teach the secret technique. Although Uchiha Fugaku can accept Uchiha Kei's exclusive use of the secret technique, after all, it was created by the other party, and it is understandable that he monopolizes it. But using such words to deceive people is too bullying. We have no grudges, why do you treat me as a fool? However, when the other Uchiha thought so, Uchiha Setsuna nodded thoughtfully, I see, if that's the case, then it makes sense. Kai-kun, it seems that you have acquired the power of the Mangeki in the form of a Magatama Sharingan. This explains why the illusion world created by the illusion game is so real, because this is the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan. But, also because it is only a one Magatama Sharingan, when you cast the technique, you need the recipient to not resist at all. Because your Sharingan only has one Megatama, the pupil power cannot be as overbearing as the Manjiki Sharingan. Suddenly, all the Uchiha looked at Uchiha Setsuna, each of them was shocked, even Uchiha Kai had a look of surprise. It was indeed true what Uchiha Kai said, that he could not teach other people, because the illusion game was actually based on the skills given by the system combined with the Sharingan. Without what the system gave, this thing could not be taught to other people, and naturally they could not use the secret technique like him. In this regard, Uchiha Kai has already prepared to prove the authenticity of the words and even has a way to do it. As a result, Uchiha Setsuna helped him prove it, and even gave a reason related to the legendary Mangekyo, the evolved version of the Sharingan, which was completely unexpected. So, has this situation actually happened in Uchiha history? Thank you FT11624 for the 100 starting coins reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Uchiha Kai, Everything I Do is for Uchiha. Chapter 28 Uchiha Kai, Everything I Did was for Uchiha. 2 more, Uchiha Setsuna had indeed seen it. As an old antique, he knew a lot of things and had personally seen someone who could use the power of the Manjiki when he had the 3 Magatama Sharingan. That is Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Before he opened the Manjiki, he used the power of the Manjiki in excitement, but the effect was not as strong as after he opened the Manjiki Sharingan. But its existence proves that the ability of the Manjiki Sharingan does not have to reach the Manjiki period to be used, it can also be used in special circumstances. In fact, there was such a guy among the future Uchiha, and that was Uchiha Obito, who was so powerful that he could not hide his tears. In the original work, when Uchiha Obito was buried alive by a huge rock, he unconsciously used the power of the Manjiki to put himself into a hollow state, so he was not crushed to death by the rock and was eventually rescued by Uchiha Madara. In addition, the ability of the Manjiki does not necessarily require the Manjiki to be opened to be used. For example, in the future Fourth Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara was able to use the basic form of Susanoo without opening the Manjiki. Even Indra, the son of the Six-Path Sage in Uchiha Madara's and previous lives, could use the complete form of Susanoo without even opening his Manjiki, at least that's the setting in the comics. The main point is outrageous. Therefore, it is not so outrageous that Uchiha Setsuna said that Uchiha Kei used one Megatama to unleash the power of the Manjiki. After listening to Uchiha Setsuna's explanation, all the Uchiha suddenly realized, and then looked at Uchiha Kai with admiration and regret, which was extremely complicated. After all, according to Uchiha Setsuna's description, Uchiha Kei was undoubtedly a talent for the Manjiki, but unfortunately his talent as a ninja and his thin bloodline limited his future, so that he only had a Megatama Sharingan until now. Even people like Uchiha Fugaku who like to think too much have begun to imagine the reason why Uchiha Kai can use the power of Manjiki. Obviously, Kai must have been under tremendous pressure all the time, unwelcome in the clan, and full of resentment and pain in his heart. Finally, under the oppression day and night, he broke through that limit and achieved the miracle of using the power of Manjiki with one Megatama. Unfortunately, even after all this, Kai-kun still only has one Megatama Sharingan and can't see any hope of improvement. Oh my god, why are you so cruel and unfair to Kai-jun? Thinking of this, several Uchiha including Fugaku couldn't bear to continue looking at Uchiha Kai. In the eyes of these Uchiha, Uchiha Kai was too miserable, so miserable that if it were another Uchiha, it would be better for him to die and be done with it. After all, that's the Uchiha value. So, on this basis, several Uchiha admired Uchiha Kai even more. With such a strong heart, he is worthy of being Kai-kun/Lord Kai. Yes, among several Uchiha high-ranking officials, some have already respectfully called Uchiha Sir in their hearts. It is true that Daiwa ideology is invincible. As for Uchiha Kai himself, although he felt that Uchiha Setsuna's analysis was a bit outrageous and far from the truth, there was nothing wrong with explaining his secret technique in this way. What's important is not the source, but the reason why the secret technique cannot be passed on to others. Therefore, Uchiha Kai followed Uchiha Setsuna's words, nodded with a look of sudden realization, and said, "I see, that's the reason. I was wondering why my eyes had an extra power that I couldn't understand a few days ago. Then, I used that power and combined it with my ideas to create an illusion game." These words confirmed the fact that Uchiha Kai used the power of the Mangeki with a single Megatama Sharingan. Uchiha Setsuna nodded, then his eyes became serious, and he said in a worried voice, "Chi-kun, since it is the power from the Mangekyo, then you'd better not use it too much, otherwise your eyesight may continue to deteriorate." Upon hearing this, the Uchiha present also showed solemn expressions. To this group of people, the secret of the Mangeki Sharingan was not a secret, and they all knew that excessive use of the Mangeki Sharingan would cause loss of vision. If Uchiha Kai's ability is really linked to the Mangeki, then this price is very likely to exist. Uchiha Kai shook his head naturally. "Although I was surprised to know that excessive use of the Mangeki Sharingan would lead to blindness, Elder Setsuna, please rest assured that my secret technique only borrowed the special ability of the Sharingan, not directly used the pupil technique, so it has no effect on my vision. On the contrary, the more the secret technique is used, the greater the benefit to me, and the more people play the game, the more feedback I will get. In this case, I must use this secret technique more often and promote it as much as possible so that more people can participate." After a pause, he added in a deep voice, "And it can't be limited to the Uchiha clan. See you in the picture." In an instant, the expressions of the Uchiha clan members at the scene changed. One Uchiha shouted no on the spot, and then someone immediately agreed, saying that this was a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, and how could it be used by outsiders. One of them had a hot temper and turned red on the spot. In response, Uchiha Kai just smiled calmly and said, "Everyone, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Because even if it is the same illusion game, there can be a huge difference between the Uchiha and the outside world." When everyone heard this, they suppressed their excitement and waited for Uchiha Kai to continue. Uchiha Kai did not keep the secret and said bluntly, "It's very simple. Since it is an illusion game, it can be controlled by the senses. For example, the illusion game experienced by our Uchiha clan is extremely real, almost indistinguishable from the real world, and can stimulate our bloodline power to the maximum extent. However, for foreigners, the reality can be reduced to a very false level, such as reducing or directly cancelling the pain. In this way, what they experience is really just a game." Hearing this, the Uchiha were thoughtful and felt that after such a difference came out, it was indeed not bad, although it still felt a little inappropriate, but just like Joe Shuren's classic quote, "The window effect will never go out of date." However, Uchiha Kai then made some remarks that excited the Uchiha. "Of course, although this kind of differentiation can be achieved, I think that a completely realistic illusion game should still be released to the public so that other ninja clans and civilian ninjas can enjoy it." All the Uchiha had no idea what to feel. It seemed that Uchiha Kai really knew how to mobilize emotions. Finally, the clan leader Uchiha Masanobu asked in a deep voice, "Chi-kun, you have proven that you have outstanding wisdom and brains that surpass other Uchiha. I believe that you must have a deep meaning for doing this. So, can you tell us why you did this?" Uchiha Kai was very satisfied with Uchiha Masanobu's supporting role, and he, who had already planned and prepared, said what he had wanted to say many years ago but had never had the conditions or opportunity to say it. "Everyone, please believe me, everything I do is for us Uchiha, so that we Uchiha can truly have a place in the upper echelons of Konoha and get the honor and status that we Uchiha deserve. At the same time, it is also to give us Uchiha a chance to compete for the supreme position of Hokage in Konoha. Please read, recommend, and collect." End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Large-Scale Pua Scene. Chapter 29 Large-Scale Pua Scene. Uchiha Kai's words directly stimulated the Uchiha people at the scene, and some of them even began to breathe heavier. Become a high-ranking member of Konoha. Get the honor that Uchiha deserves. Even become Hokage. These are the things that the Uchiha clan is constantly pursuing. In order to achieve this goal, the Uchiha clan continued to work hard even when they were constantly suppressed by the Konoha high-level officials led by the second Hokage. For this reason, in the two Ninja World Wars, even though the Uchiha clan knew that being sent to the battlefield was an act that Konoha had no choice but to do, they still rushed forward without hesitation to fill in the gaps. All of this was because decades ago, the Uchiha clan's former legend and clan leader, later the traitor Uchiha Madara, brought disaster to Konoha, which turned into condemnation and shame for the Uchiha clan. In order to wash away the sins brought by their ancestors, the Uchiha people have been working hard for decades, trying to find ways to regain the honor and status they deserve. However, the Konoha high-ranking officials have always been exclusive to the Uchiha clan, causing the Uchiha clan to gradually change from a redemption mentality to dissatisfaction and anger towards the Konoha high-ranking officials. On this basis, the Uchiha clan had a very bad relationship with other ninja clans in Konoha because they were very arrogant and not good at political struggles. Then, the Uchiha clan, who controlled the Konoha police department, had to come into contact with the civilians of Konoha because they had to manage Konoha's daily law enforcement and public security tasks. The Uchiha people, who were proud and not good at beating around the bush, often handled this matter in a simple and rough manner. As a result, over time, the relationship between them and the civilians became very bad, which in turn affected the attitude of the civilian ninjas towards the Uchiha people. It can be said that all these factors combined together formed a huge cage, imprisoning the Uchiha clan inside and making it unable to move. They could not get the honor of being the founding clan of Konoha, nor could they get the support of other ninja clans and ninjas, let alone touch the coveted position of Hokage. To be honest, after decades, the Uchiha high-ranking officials who knew everything had despaired and even gave up. Only the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku still had the will and courage. He was lucky enough to meet this unique young man, Minato Namikaze, and became friends with him. Therefore, after Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan truly saw hope. As a result, Uchiha Obito gave the Uchiha clan a slap in the face with his ungrateful behavior, telling the naive Uchiha clan that everything they desire is just a fantasy. It was also after that that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha deteriorated rapidly. Uchiha Fugaku also made a series of stupid moves under internal and external troubles, and eventually led the entire Uchiha clan into a trap. There is no doubt that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, in addition to the disgusting Konoha F4, is largely caused by the Uchiha clan itself. The Uchiha clan, who lacked sufficient political wisdom, could never understand how to improve the situation of the Uchiha clan, nor did they understand how to properly fight against the Konoha high-level officials. The Uchiha clan, whose thoughts became extreme, eventually fell into the quagmire and the entire clan was wiped out. However, the core element of all the problems is that the Uchiha clan is eager to regain their honor, eager to become the top leaders of Konoha, and also eager to be the Hokage, the Konoha throne that the Uchiha clan should have at least one. If they didn't have these desires and just laid back and let things go, the Uchiha clan would probably be living a pretty good life. Of course, this is all just assumptions and will not happen in reality. What happened now was that Uchiha Kai said that he had a way to help the Uchiha clan get what they had always desired. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, all kinds of emotions surged out. Then, Uchiha Setsuna said in a serious voice, "Chi-jun, you can't talk about this kind of thing. Although you have been a marginal person for a long time and many things are beyond your reach, you should also understand what our Uchiha clan has always longed for." There was a warning in the words, which was not directed at Uchiha Kei. It was just a warning to Uchiha Kei that some things could not be said casually, otherwise it would cause public anger. Uchiha Chi nodded calmly, "Of course I know, and I can guarantee it. In other words, I have realized long ago that the situation of our Uchiha is not as glorious as it seems, but is restricted in every way. So, from that time on, I have been thinking about the future of our Uchiha, thinking about how to change everything. Fortunately, I did think of a lot of things, and when I developed the illusion game, I had the possibility to realize what I had thought of. Well, this isn't really cheating. After all, I had read so many Naruto fanfictions before traveling through time, and there were all kinds of ways to solve the Uchiha dilemma, including but not limited to using cheats to beat up Konoha F4, making use of the superb political wisdom accumulated in China's 5,000 years of history to ruin Konoha F4's reputation, and directly making primitive transformations on Konoha F4 to allow Konoha F4 to move towards a different future. In addition, there are all kinds of weird and very abstract methods. The main point is to use any means to change the status quo of the Uchiha clan, which fully demonstrates the magical imagination and abstract thinking circuits of the sand sculpture netizens from 2014 to 2024. Uchiha Kai was one of them, and he was very happy to discuss with the silly netizens, accumulating extremely valuable experience in keyboard politics for the ninja world. Originally, this was just a leisure activity during the period of being a social animal, but who knew that he would travel through time and become an Uchiha, so the silly netizens' experience had a place to be put to good use and put into practice. In response to Uchiha Kai's words, the Uchiha present were surprised for a moment, but then they thought of Uchiha Kai's past, his independent style of doing things compared to other Uchiha Kai, and his talent in developing the secret art of illusion games. They felt that it made sense that Uchiha Kai had started thinking about those problems so early. After looking at Uchiha Kai with admiration, Uchiha Masanobu said, "Kei-kun, you look very confident. So, can you tell me how the illusion game can improve the situation of our Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Kai nodded, "Everyone, our Uchiha clan is indeed the founding clan of Konoha, but because we are the founding clan, we have occupied too many interests of Konoha. Not to mention anything else, many industries in this core area belong to our Uchiha clan, and we also monopolize these benefits. Originally, this is nothing. After all, as the founding clan, it is natural for us to have these things. But the key point is that the actions of our ancestor Madara have cast a shadow on our Uchiha clan. On this basis, the Senju clan gradually retreated at the request of the first and second Hokage, gave up many things and integrated into Konoha and the Land of Fire. For this reason, the Senju clan even gave up the Senju surname. Even Princess Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, did not inherit the Senju surname, so she can only be called the princess of the Senju clan, not the head of the Senju clan. The actions of the first Hokage brothers are understandable, because they have their own pursuits. But the problem is that their actions have made the Uchiha clan stand out, and they have become the villains opposite to the righteous in various novels and strange stories. We, who have the vast majority of interests, will inevitably arouse the envy and jealousy of other ninja clans in Konoha, and because we are the villains, they may even think that this mentality is correct. In addition, our Uchiha clan controls the Konoha Police Department. Due to our responsibilities and missions, we have a bad relationship with the civilians of Konoha. As a result, our Uchiha clan has been targeted by the entire Konoha from top to bottom. It's like we are trapped in a cage and can't struggle. The Uchiha clan nodded in agreement, with unhappy expressions on their faces. Some of them couldn't help but clench their fists. Moreover, because of Uchiha Kai's analysis, these Uchiha even felt a little sudden, and some things that they had not figured out. For example, they finally realized that the Uchiha had become the control group of the Senju clan, and then they felt quite disgusted. Honestly speaking, the Senju clan's decision to give up their surname and integrate into Konoha and the Land of Fire is quite admirable. After all, not all thousand-year-old families can voluntarily give up everything to become ordinary people. But the problem is that it feels terrible to be in the control group of the righteous side. Then, in this atmosphere, Uchiha Kai continued to make a bombshell: the Hokage clan representing the upper echelons, the major ninja clans representing the middle echelons, and the civilians representing the lower echelons. What we, the Uchiha clan, are facing now is the all-round hostility of all classes of Konoha. If we can't change this cage-like situation, our Uchiha clan will never be able to turn things around. Even a more extreme option, a direct coup d'état, will be useless. Because our enemies are not only the top leaders of Konoha, but also other classes. Even if we are lucky enough to defeat the Hokage, we will still face opposition and encirclement from the entire Konoha. In an instant, the Uchiha people at the scene suddenly changed their expressions, and several of them couldn't help but open their Sharingans and stare at Uchiha Kai. After all, the coup is a top secret within the Uchiha clan. Even now, some people have angrily said in private, at worst, there will be a coup, but these are all secrets, the result of the private resentment of a few people. The real trend and that will sweep across the entire Uchiha clan will have to wait until after the Nine Tails Rebellion. However, this kind of thinking actually existed for a long time in the minds of those radical Uchiha clans, such as the great elder Uchiha Setsuna. It was already there when the Second Ninja World War just ended and the Uchiha clan paid a huge price in the war but did not gain corresponding benefits. However, these were just secrets, and when Uchiha Kai suddenly spoke them out, the feeling was completely different. Facing the Uchiha high-ranking official's doubtful and oppressive Sharingan, Uchiha Kai just said calmly, "Everyone, don't worry, I didn't hear the relevant information, but based on the situation of our Uchiha clan and our clan's usual pride, I made a reasonable guess. From your reactions, it's clear that my guess was correct. But, as I said, the coup d'état is just seeking death unless another Shura of the ninja realm appears in our Uchiha clan. If we want to change the situation of our Uchiha clan, the right choice is to find a breakthrough in this all-round cage and completely break the blockade of the cage. And the breakthrough point I chose is to represent the major ninja clans in the middle of Konoha and transform the hostility of the major ninja clans towards the Uchiha clan into friendship through the method of exchange of interests. After all, in many cases, using interests to pave the way is more effective than talking dryly about dreams, beliefs, and the future." End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Hokage-like thinking, Uchiha Kai feels scolded. Chapter 30, Hokage-like thinking, Uchiha Kai feels scolded. 2 more, the first step is to make alarmist statements, the second step is to state the pros and cons, the third step is to throw out the bait, and the fourth step is to determine the policy. Uchiha Kai used the classic process of a strategist deceiving people one by one. Of course, Uchiha Kai was not lying, he was just stating the true situation. Therefore, when Uchiha Kishuo reached this point, the interest and expectations of the Uchiha high-level officials were fully aroused, and they even had conviction and desire that they themselves did not realize. After all, Uchiha Kai's analysis is so complete and classic that it is not something that the Uchiha, who is isolated from information and lacks political acumen, could come up with. The powerful analytical and summarizing abilities of the 21st century's stupid netizens are by no means comparable to those of the natives of the ninja world. This is not the sense of superiority of the time traveler, but simply the collection of information and the summary of countless wisdom, plus the overall view brought by looking at things from a god's perspective. As people involved in the game, the Uchiha people might be vaguely aware of these things, but it would be completely difficult for them to analyze and summarize them in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Even the cunning Uchiha Setsuna only understood that the situation of the Uchiha clan was very bad and must be changed, otherwise there would be no future. Now, the Uchiha high-ranking officials who were completely fooled were excitedly waiting for Uchiha Ki's next words. At this moment, Uchiha Kai also made it clear that if he wanted to ease relations with the major ninja clans representing the middle echelons of Konoha, he must give up his interests. However, given the stubborn character of the Uchiha clan, it is very difficult to divide the benefits that have belonged to the Uchiha since the founding of Konoha. What's more, related industries are related to the livelihoods of ordinary Uchiha clan members. For example, those stores are run by ordinary Uchiha clan members as shop owners and waiters. If they really want to ease relations with the major families of Konoha and become true allies, the benefits they have to give up will definitely not be a small amount, and by then the Uchiha clan will be in chaos. Therefore, Uchiha Kai's attitude is also very simple. The Uchiha clan itself will not give up its own interests. It only needs to make the cake bigger and then bring other people into the group. The illusion game is a brand new cake, and the benefits contained in it are difficult to calculate. As long as the illusion game is used as bait, a large number of ninjas can be pulled onto the Uchiha warships. In this way, a huge gap will appear in the encirclement of Uchiha. On this basis, we only need to deal with the civilian class and completely change the reputation of the Uchiha clan among the civilian class, and then the worst situation of the Uchiha clan will be solved. Even more, by then, the Uchiha clan will lead all parties representing most of the people in Konoha to surround the Konoha high-level officials. While narrating these contents, Uchiha Kai fully utilized his abilities as a master of keyboard politics in his previous life, and conducted a comprehensive analysis and narration from many aspects such as humanities, country, geography, interests, thoughts, and public opinion, explaining the feasibility and advancement of his plan. The whole process was full of confidence and boldness, with a wise demeanor like Zhuge who divided the world into 3 parts and Lu Boan who unified the country. The Uchiha high-level officials fully felt the powerful force of keyboard warriors in the 21st century. These country bumpkins in the ninja world were completely enlightened by all the theories, plans, and action plans that they had never learned or heard of before. From confusion at the beginning, to thinking, then sudden enlightenment, followed by horror and fear, and then the thoughts completely followed Uchiha Kai's words. It felt like Uchiha Kai's previous life was like the middle-aged and elderly people who were poisoned and brainwashed by various WeChat public accounts and short essays. In the end, these Uchiha high-ranking officials could only look on in amazement and admiration, and some even looked at Uchiha Chi with great worship. There is no doubt that even though the Uchiha present were known as the wisest Uchiha in the clan, their thinking patterns were still very straightforward. Most of the time, when they encountered something, they would think in a straightforward way, such as "What are you worried about? What's wrong with you?" Even if they are playing tricks, they are just sending young geniuses in the clan to be undercover beside the Hokage. The main feature is simplicity and crudeness, which makes people wonder whether their IQ has been eaten up. If not for this, with the prestige of Konoha's founding family and the fact that most of the ninjas in the clan are masters, how could the Uchiha clan end up being exterminated? Uchiha Kai's analysis and thinking, as well as the plans he made, were like a dimensionality reduction attack on these Uchihas. It completely opened the door to a new world in their minds and gave them the wonderful idea that it turns out this can be done this way. Finally, the clan leader Uchiha Masanobu said with satisfaction, "As expected of you, Chi-kun, your wisdom and intelligence are far beyond our imagination. No, it should be said that the height you have stood at has surpassed the limits of the clan and reached an extremely high level. Perhaps, this is the thought that a Hokage should have." At the end of his story, he felt both a sense of sorrow that the previous wave was beaten to death by the next wave, and also a sense of joy that there were successors. Because Uchiha Kai is young enough and has a very good relationship with his son Uchiha Fugaku. As long as the two can cooperate sincerely, the Uchiha clan will surely become great again under their joint management. The other Uchiha had no objection to Uchiha Masanobu's praise, because they thought so too. Among them, Uchiha Setsuna even looked a little sad and lonely, and his eyes were a little dazed. So, this is the way of thinking that a Hokage should have, and this is also the level of thinking of Tobirama Senju. And the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who inherited his mantle must also have a similar level of thinking. It turns out that our Uchiha clan has been suppressed by the Konoha high-level officials from the beginning to the end, precisely because we lack this level of thinking. It's ridiculous. I thought that as a hardliner of the Uchiha clan, I had seen through the nature of the Konoha high-level officials and believed that only resistance could bring the Uchiha clan a future. Now it seems that I was totally wrong. From the very beginning, my thinking level was far inferior to theirs, and I was completely played around by the enemy. Everything I did and what I insisted on was just a joke, and it would bring my Uchiha clan into the abyss. Thinking of this, Uchiha Setsuna suddenly felt a strong sense of boredom. His originally straight back became hunched, his head drooped involuntarily, and his pair of Sharingan opened at this moment. The strong emotional changes and the despair that all the struggles and efforts in this life were a joke have all surged out, making Uchiha Setsuna even have a strong sense of decadence that it would be better to end my life here. Thirdly, the Megatama Sharingan was also spinning rapidly at this moment, and it actually showed a tendency to evolve to a higher level at this moment. Given Uchiha Setsuna's current condition, when the Sharingan completes its evolution, it will most likely be his death. But eventually, the change stopped. Because Uchiha Setsuna heard Uchiha Kai's voice again. Although this time he was just saying a few humble words under everyone's praise, for Uchiha Setsuna, it was an opportunity to interrupt his strong emotions. When he thought of Uchiha Kai, Uchiha Setsuna's originally depressed mood was suddenly injected with a shot of adrenaline. Because, what the Uchiha clan has always lacked, the thinking at the level of Hokage, is no longer missing. Uchiha Kai is the most precious treasure bestowed by God to the Uchiha clan. His wisdom, his thinking, his cognition, and his talent perfectly fill what the Uchiha clan lacks. Uchiha Setsuna saw a bright future for the Uchiha clan in Uchiha Kai, and saw the hope that the Uchiha clan would become great again under the influence of Uchiha Kai. Yes, as long as Kai-jun is here, everything will be fine. Moreover, he already had a complete plan and the wisdom to help the Uchiha clan get out of trouble. The rest of us in the Uchiha clan don't have the same high level of wisdom as him, but we can fully support him, as long as we stand firmly by his side, protecting and helping him with all our might, then our Uchiha clan will definitely be able to regain the lost honor and status just as he said. Even to get a hand on the supreme position of Hokage in Konoha. As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Setsuna's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his energy and spirit were completely elevated to an extremely high level, giving him the feeling of having transformed into the protagonist of an old hot-blooded anime. Even the pattern in his Sharingan suddenly changed at this moment. Although the change occurred only briefly and then returned to its original state, there is no doubt that the change really happened. However, no one noticed this, not even Uchiha Setsuna. As for Uchiha Kai, he was actually quite embarrassed. After all, it was really hard to bear being praised for having the same level of thinking as a Hokage. You know, the other two Uchiha who were praised in this way, one was called Uchiha Kagami, who died young and his death was unclear. The other one was named Uchiha Itachi, a wolf killer who destroyed his entire family and also died in his 20s. So, are you sure you are not insulting him by praising an Uchiha for having the thinking level of a Hokage? Recommend a book Lost Civilization, I enter the game with Baiki Life. Introduction. Recently, my childhood sweetheart always looks at me with a blushing face, and my eldest brother's daughter also obeys my every word. I am in good health and have outstanding abilities. Although I am not as rich as a country, I am financially free. In a word, I am a successful person. At the age of 19, I already have wealth, good looks, and a perfect biological panel. I am undoubtedly a strong man in my local area. If you don't believe me, just look at this. Perfect bio panel. Liu Cheng, Bai Qi tendency is to be a gene adjuster. Number of enemies killed, 2,995. Please ignore the last line. In short, I am powerful without saying anything. 2,995 people agree with me. Moreover, Bai Qi, what a pure and flawless name. Just like a dove that loves peace. I am just like my name, a peace-loving, helpful and good young man. Now, I can't make up any more stories. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. The illusion game sealing scroll was successfully transplanted. Chapter 31. The illusion game sealing scroll was successfully transplanted. Once the tone is set, the next thing to discuss is the details of attracting people to work together to make the company bigger and stronger. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable with the fact that the Uchiha clan's secret techniques had to be shared with outsiders, this was all for the future of the Uchiha clan and a necessary sacrifice for greater gains in the future. For this reason, all the Uchiha high-ranking officials felt deeply guilty, because if they were to share the power of the secret technique, the one who would suffer the greatest sacrifice would be Uchiha K. There is no need for him to share the good things he has created with outsiders. It is because of the dire situation of the Uchiha clan that Uchiha Kai is held back. This is a failure and shame for the entire Uchiha clan, and it is something that must be deeply reflected upon and repented. Especially when they thought about the bad days Uchiha Kai had lived in the past, the Uchiha high-ranking officials felt deeply ashamed and regretful. With this mentality, the original desire for atonement became even stronger, and he also developed the same mentality as Uchiha Setsuna: no matter what the cost, Uchiha will definitely defeat the Konoha high-level officials. Oh, no, it should be that no matter what the cost, the Uchiha clan must stand firmly behind Uchiha K, to help this glorious man who, even after suffering unfair treatment, is still willing to go through fire and water for the Uchiha clan and lead the Uchiha clan to greatness again. Yes, at least at this moment, Uchiha Kai was on a completely different level in the eyes of the Uchiha high-level leaders. For Uchiha Chi, the task of deceiving the Uchiha clan was finally completed, which made him feel relieved. Honestly speaking, the final result was far better than Uchiha Kai had expected. All his preparations were originally just to get a little support from the Uchiha clan and some protection before he grew up. Who could have thought that the Uchiha clan would react so strongly to his theory, and they were completely convinced on the spot. All I can say is that the so-called Hokage-like thinking is really destructive to these Uchiha people. As the classic goes, the more you lack something, the more you desire it. Moreover, it is particularly easy to go to extremes and achieve diode changes, and the thinking mode is not something that normal people can understand. However, clearing the Uchiha clan is just like clearing the novice village dungeon. In other words, the Uchiha clan is very special and their situation is particularly bad. Coupled with the special blessing of the illusion game on the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chi had the opportunity to fool these Uchiha high-ranking officials. If it were any other ninja clan, even if Uchiha K spoke beautifully, it would be useless. At most, he could only get some support from the family to develop his career, and even the so-called secret techniques would be completely banned from external use. It was almost evening when Uchiha K left the Uchiha clan and returned to his home. It was also on this day that the houses around Uchiha Kai were quietly bought by the Uchiha clan, and then several Uchiha clan members, led by Uchiha's Hilly, moved into those houses. These were all sent by the Uchiha clan to protect Uchiha Kai. Originally, the Uchiha high-level officials intended to let Uchiha Kai return to the Uchiha clan to live, and they would arrange a house and a mansion for him. However, he was ultimately rejected by Uchiha Kai. After all, living in the Uchiha clan's land is really inconvenient, and Uchiha Kai also has his own plans. And, on the next day, Uchiha Kai went directly to find Uzumaki Kushina, and started to study with her the possibility of sealing the illusion game into a sealing scroll and then promoting it externally. During this process, Uchiha Kai directly called Uchiha's Hilly along. The reward for completing the previous task allowed Uchiha Kai to strengthen his mastery of the mental network skills. Now he is much better at this aspect than before. One of them is to borrow other people's eye power through the mental network to help himself. Naturally, he has to use Uchiha's Hilly, the elite tool man sent by the Uchiha clan. There is no doubt that the efficiency of this operation is somewhat radical, but for Uchiha Chi, the most important thing now is to seize the time. The mission deadline is only 1 month, and he has little time left. After he has dealt with the Uchiha clan and made the Uchiha clan willing to fully support him at least in the near future, he naturally wants to maximize the efficiency. With this attitude and full effort, the research and development progress became extremely fast. It is as if there is a series of task progress there, and you only need to complete one stage at a time to complete the entire series of tasks. To be honest, this didn't seem like the development of new technology at all. Everyone who joined the R&D team, including Minato Namikaze and Kikyo Uzumaki, were surprised. It was going so smoothly that it made people feel that as the leader of this project, Uchiha already had a plan in mind, and others only needed to help Uchiha complete the plan. Whenever he encountered a problem, Uchiha could always find the answer and solution quickly and solve the problem. The main thing is to operate with the strategy in hand. So why is this so? The answer is also very simple. Upgraded mental network skill gain. Although the artificial intelligence system is a scam, what it provides are real good things. Spiritual network mastery, level 2. This is the skill level displayed in the system panel. It appeared on the system panel after Uchiha completed the skill upgrade. The highest level is level 5, at which point one has fully mastered the skills related to the mental network. And now, he has only mastered the level 2 mental network, but the improvement it brings is enormous. And unlike the academic system that requires systematic learning of knowledge before application, the skills given by the game production system have a bit of a foolproof feel. For example, when developing an illusion game and transplanting sealed scrolls, when encountering a problem, it is often necessary to think carefully and calculate, and then conduct multiple research attempts before overcoming the difficulties. However, under the influence of the level 2 mental network mastery, when encountering related problems, as long as you see it, the brain will automatically make the relevant knowledge emerge, so as to find a solution. Thinking is still necessary, but it does not require killing a lot of brain cells. Often, a solution can be found after a little careful thinking. Similarly, if the problem encountered exceeds the level of mastery of the level 2 mental network, the skill will not generate feedback to give an answer. There is no doubt that this kind of behavior is truly cheating when applied to anything related to research and development. But we have the system, is there anything we can't debug? Uchiha said he was not that stupid, so he made full use of the advantages of his upgraded mental network skills and quickly made progress with a group of helpers. In the end, it only took 3 days to complete the transplantation technology for the illusion game to the sealed scroll. With the help of Uchiha Yuri's eye power and Uzumaki Kushina's sealing technique and chakra, and directly controlled by Uchiha, a complete copy of Homecoming was transplanted onto the scroll. At that moment, everyone involved in the research and development was extremely happy, and a sense of accomplishment in creating history and the future surged in their hearts, making everyone's face filled with smiles. Please read, recommend, and collect. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 New Game and Number 039, Simple and Number 039, Fruit Ninja. Chapter 32 New Game, Simple Fruit Ninja. At Uchiha house, the 5 people involved in the research and development all gathered there and enjoyed a delicious meal prepared by Uchiha and Namikaze Minato. After both the host and the guests had a great time, Uzumaki Kikyo and Uchiha Yuri took the initiative to take over the task of washing dishes, and the two of them went into the kitchen together. In fact, Uzumaki Kushina also wanted to go in, but the kitchen of the house was not big, and it was already a bit crowded for 2 people. If Uzumaki Kushina went in too, it would become difficult to move, so in the end it was just the 2 of them inside. The atmosphere between the 2 girls who worked together to wash dishes was quite good. Although Uchiha's Hilly was a proud Uchiha, she was not the kind of person who had a stern face all day long. She would still smile, but it was a more restrained smile. As for Uzumaki Kikyo, she belongs to the classic Uzumaki clan. She is warm and generous, and takes the initiative to communicate with Uchiha's Hilly, so the atmosphere between the 2 is quite lively, and they laugh happily from time to time. If you don't know, you might think that the 2 are sisters who have known each other for many years. In fact, when she first met Uchiha Yuri, Uzumaki Kikyo was quite nervous and alert. After all, she was a beautiful woman who appeared next to Uchiha. It was not until she knew that Uchiha Yuri was the person sent by the Uchiha clan to protect Uchiha Kei that Uzumaki Kikyo's attitude towards Uchiha Yuri changed instantly. Uzumaki Kushina, who was outside, saw this scene with a subtle expression. Then, while the girls in the kitchen were not paying attention, she ran directly to the balcony. Here, Uchiha Kei and Namikaze Minato leaned lazily on two chairs, drinking sake and enjoying the comfort of the night breeze. Then, the arrival of Uzumaki Kushina broke the relaxed atmosphere between the two men. When the two men looked back in confusion, Uzumaki Kushina directly asked Uchiha Kai in a sly whisper, "Ki, what do you think of these two? Do you want to marry both of them?" The opening was a thunderous one, and gossip exploded. For a moment, Uchiha Kai was speechless, and Namikaze Minato understood what his girlfriend meant, and looked at Uchiha Kai with great curiosity. Although most ninjas are monogamous, the ninja world is not actually a monogamous world. It is natural to marry more than one person if you wish. You can't expect a couple to stay together for life in an abstract world with an aristocratic system such as daimyo and strict hierarchy. Few ninjas marry multiple wives because they are basically responsible for their own offspring, and raising offspring costs a lot of money. In addition, ninjas themselves are big spenders and need to buy a lot of equipment with their own money. Therefore, based on resource and future considerations, few ninjas choose to marry multiple wives. But, rarely does not mean none. If Uchiha Kei really wanted to marry Uchiha Chisato and Uzumaki Kikyo together, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, as their friends, would only send their blessings. At most, Uzumaki Kushina, as Kikyo's in-laws, would just express her dissatisfaction. Glancing towards the kitchen, Uchiha Kai shook his sake glass and said, "I've always been very casual about this kind of thing. Let's put it another way, you all grew up with me, when have you ever seen me actively pursue a girl?" After hearing this, the two thought about it and found that Uchiha Kei was indeed like that. Even though Uzumaki Kikyo obviously liked Uchiha Kei now, it was Uzumaki Kikyo who took the initiative, and Uchiha Kei had never taken the initiative. Uchiha Kai looked at the night sky of Konoha. "When it comes to relationships, I have always been quite Buddhist, just let things take their own course. Kikyo's love for me now is only because of the hero saving the damsel in distress when we were kids, it's just the suspension bridge effect. Whether we can be together in the future, we'll see in the future. As for Seniors Hilly, the family does hope that she and I can get together and give birth to excellent offspring, but as I said before, I have a Buddhist attitude towards this kind of thing and will not spend too much time on it. Compared to these romantic matters, what I care more about now is the promotion and sale of the illusion game." These rather aggressive words silenced Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The two of them seemed to want to talk but stopped, as if they wanted to complain, and Uchiha Kai also knew what they wanted to complain about. Before the system awakened, Uchiha Kai's main focus was to muddle through in the Konoha police department, with a very strong slacker mentality. Suddenly, he turned into a hard-working person with a strong sense of professionalism, which really made them not know what to say. Of course, the two of them could understand it. After all, the previous Uchiha Kai had not yet developed the illusion game, nor had he fully utilized his extraordinary talent in developing secret techniques. Now, with the opportunity and conditions, during the 3-day illusion game transplantation process, several people fully felt Uchiha Kei's terrifying ability. This led to Minato Namikaze, who was most familiar with Uchiha Kai, to suspect that the previous Uchiha Kai was hiding his incompetence. On the surface, he was slacking off, but behind the scenes he was the madly working heart of a genius student. Moreover, even if he was hiding his abilities, Uchiha Kei had demonstrated his amazing talent in developing the Raise Nan. Now, perhaps Uchiha Kai feels that there is no need to hide his talents any longer, and he already has achievements and platforms, as well as the support of the Uchiha clan, so he began to show his talents wantonly. As a close friend, Minato Namikaze was actually very happy about this, because he had always believed that Uchiha Kei was a talented genius, but his talent was buried in Konoha, where ninja talent was the core. Therefore, Minato Namikaze followed Uchiha Kei's words and asked him about the release of the illusion game and expressed his concerns. Chi, although the problem of transplanting the illusion game to the seal scroll has been solved, the seal scroll is still quite expensive. I see that what you mean is that you want all the civilians in Konoha to be able to play illusion games. However, if the cost cannot be reduced, this will be difficult to achieve. Uchiha Kai nodded, "Don't worry. I am mentally prepared for this matter and I have a complete plan. Admittedly, the cost is too high now. A scroll can only hold one game and can only be used once. But this is just a problem of insufficient technical capabilities. When we have sufficient funds in the future, we can continue to invest in the corresponding technical research and development, and sooner or later we will be able to solve all these technical problems. Rather than these things that need to be solved later, Minato, what we need to do now is to first spread the reputation of the illusion game and then collect enough funds to support research and development. At least, we need to let all the major ninja clans have relevant concepts, so that we can open up the market. We can also let all the major ninja clans join us and make this new cake bigger and stronger. So, Mr. Namikaze Minato, the lifelong spokesperson for our illusion game Chamber of Commerce, are you ready to promote the illusion game?" Namikaze Minato scratched his head in annoyance. "I don't understand this kind of business matters at all. Anyway, Chi, you just want me to play a magic game in front of everyone, right? Then, you will use a special method to let other people see the process of me playing the game, right?" Uchiha Kai nodded. "Well, I plan to use the projection function that I accidentally developed when developing the transplantation technology yesterday to broadcast live. Although it is not as effective as directly entering the illusion game to watch the game, our main goal is to let more people see it. So, live broadcast is a good choice. As we all know, when developing new technologies, there are often some unexpected but useful research results. This is true for the development of technology on Earth, and it is also true for the development of secret techniques in the ninja world. Yesterday, Uchiha Chi and his team came up with an amazing projection technology that can directly project the content of players using seal scrolls to play illusion games, so that people who have not entered the game can also see it directly. It is a very classic live broadcast function." After listening to Uchiha Kei's words, Namikaze Minato nodded and said, "Live broadcast, that's really a very appropriate term. So, do you want me to broadcast Homecoming Live?" Uchiha Kai shook his head. "No, I want you to broadcast another new game." Namikaze Minato was surprised. "Ah? A new game? When did you make a new game?" "Uchiha Kai, it was yesterday. When I went home these few days, I was developing a new illusion game. I finished it last night." Namikaze Minato, as expected of you, you develop new secret techniques during the day, and you can even go back to develop new games at night. You have a lot of energy. After sighing, he asked, "So, what is the new game? Is it something like Homecoming?" Uchiha Kai smiled. "No, it's another one, and it's very simple. There are no puzzle elements. Instead, it's very simple and crude. The name is Fruit Ninja. Of course, it is a special edition for the ninja world with super hell difficulty and underworld mode. Black Myth, Wukong is really fun. It's just that there was no map. I got lost and had 3D dizziness. So sad. Decided to play through the game, or someone released a map mod." End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Illusion Game Conference, You Regret My Shadow. Chapter 33, Illusion Game Conference, You Regret My Shadow. In 3 days, the Uchiha clan will hold a press conference for an illusion game at the training ground outside the village. What is an illusion game? I haven't heard of it. Is it some brand new illusion? I understand illusions, and I understand games, but I don't understand the combination of these two. Illusions and games? How do these two things fit together? The Uchiha clan? What do those arrogant guys want to do? What is the press conference? According to the announcement, it says that this is a brand new mode of announcement and publicity, which is intended to publicly display something new to the outside world. As expected of the founding family of Konoha, even though they are a bunch of extremely arrogant people, their talent is just better than ours, just like when they teamed up with the Senjo clan to be the first to establish a ninja village and end the Warring States period, and now they have come up with something completely new. Are you Uchiha Fuki? Yes, after all, there are so many handsome brothers in the Uchiha clan. Bagayala, you are a man. Even if you like the Uchiha clan, you should like those Uchiha women, right? Tisk, what's so good about a bunch of stinky women? I just like men. Why are you leaving? I'm sorry, but these things are still too advanced for me. We should not meet again in the future. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held the flyer in his hand and couldn't help but frown slightly, with deep confusion revealed between his brows. Because I totally don't understand what the Uchiha clan did this time. Hiruzen, what do you think the Uchiha clan is trying to do? A voice came from a middle-aged man with wrinkles but a strong body, black hair and beard, and wearing round glasses. His surname is Mizudaman, his given name is N, and he is one of Konoha's F4. In addition to him, Utane Koharu, who basically appeared with him, was also there. She was also a middle-aged lady with black hair who looked quite tough. During this period of time in Konoha's 46th year, the old men and women of the future were still at the tail end of their peak. Facing Mito Kato-en's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, I can't understand it. According to the content on the flyer, it is a publicity and announcement of a brand new special product to be sold to the public. After a pause, he added, it's like a brand new business model. Utane Koharu frowned, should we stop the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend and said, what reason do you have to stop it? The Uchiha clan said that this is just a brand new product. The difference from the past is that this time it is not directly put on their store, but a promotion for the whole Konoha. All the money spent will be funded by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will also be responsible for maintaining public order on the day of the press conference. The village does not have to do anything, and can even collect a fee for renting the venue. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has sent invitations to all the major families in Konoha, inviting those families to send people to attend the press conference. Even my Sarutobi family has received an invitation. This means that the Uchiha clan is confident in their new product and can ensure that it will not harm Konoha. So, why should we stop it? What's the reason? Without any evidence that Uchiha's actions are harmful to Konoha, how can we convince the public to stop it by force? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. Although they had many questions, they really had no reason to stop him. However, they were annoyed that the Uchiha clan came up with this new thing and promoted it to the outside world without reporting to the Konoha high-level officials and explaining everything clearly. After all, as the founding family, the Uchiha clan has enough privileges. There is no need for them to report to them like other families do when encountering such things, and to explain things clearly until they agree. Therefore, they have reason to be unhappy with the Uchiha clan. People with power are most unhappy about things that are out of their control. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite calm. After all, as the third Hokage, he did not monopolize power from the beginning. Instead, he took the initiative to divide the power of Hokage among several of his good friends, allowing his partners to lead Konoha with him. This mentality led to the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have much emotional fluctuations when he encountered Uchiha's maverick behavior. So, under different moods, Midaman Yan said in a deep voice, at least, we have to understand what the so-called illusion game is. Otherwise, it would be bad if the Uchiha clan did something radical in it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his friend speechlessly, I've already said that we've invited representatives from all the major families to attend, and we've publicized it throughout the village. There will definitely be a lot of people attending the press conference. So, do you think the Uchiha clan is crazy enough to want to go to war with the village directly, or has another Uchiha Madara appeared among them and wants to make the whole village dance with him? Mizuto Minion was silent, looking a little embarrassed. He also knew that what he had just said was a bit stupid. Then, at this moment, the door of the Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open. This was a very rude and presumptuous act, and few people in Konoha would do this, and the person who came this time was obviously one of those few people. Hiruzen, you are still too naive. I am sure that the press conference held by the Uchiha clan this time must be a big move, and it is very likely related to Uchiha-ke. With that cold and low voice, the temperature in the Hokage's office seemed to drop a lot. What Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two saw was the last of Konoha's F4, Danzo Shimura, who represented the darkness of the ninja world and the pot of Konoha. The one-eyed disabled man, half of his body wrapped in bandages and with a droopy face that looked as if the whole world owed him hundreds of billions, strode into the office with one hand on a crutch. The door was quickly closed by the Anbu ninja who was guarding outside, and only Konoha F4 was left at the scene. Under the confused gazes of Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the leaflet, lit his pipe and asked, "Danzo, what have you found out? Have you been in contact with Uchiha-ke?" Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, "No, I did send my men to bring Uchiha-ke to me. However, the Uchiha clan directly sent several elite Uchiha to protect Uchiha-ke. The root ninjas I sent were stopped by those arrogant Uchiha. Even the houses around Uchiha-ke were bought by the Uchiha clan, which shows how much the Uchiha clan values him. Hiruzen, you should also be aware of the recent unusual movements of the Uchiha clan, as well as the strange behavior of welcoming Uchiha-ke back to the Uchiha clan in a high-profile manner a few days ago. And now, the Uchiha clan is suddenly planning to hold a press conference for some illusion game. You should know that this is something that the arrogant and stupid Uchiha clan would never do. It is obvious that these changes in the Uchiha clan are related to the Uchiha named Uchiha-ke, and there must be some conspiracy brewing that we are unaware of. Hiruzen, give me a transfer order that represents you. With your official transfer order, I can bypass the protection of the Uchiha and bring Uchiha-ke to the root. When the time comes, no matter what secrets and conspiracies there are, I will be able to find them out." Hearing this, Shinobi, whose ambition and pride had not disappeared, could not help but frown. He put down his pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Danzo, you are too radical. The Uchiha clan has not done anything to harm the village. They just want to hold a new product launch. You will only irritate the Uchiha clan by doing this. Moreover, Uchiha-ke is Minato's best friend and someone Minato trusts very much, and he himself is very different from the other Uchiha. Even if he is not strong enough and is only a chunin, as long as he is here, when Minato grows up and is qualified to become the 5th or 6th Hokage, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha will have a chance to be completely improved. And if you do that, you will completely kill this possibility and even make Minato feel conflicted towards the village. Although Namikaze Minato has not yet fully grown up, his character, strength and potential are all top choices. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind at this time, Namikaze Minato undoubtedly has the qualifications to be Hokage, and he now believes that the 4th Hokage should be born among the Mesozoic generation of Konoha like the Sunin, so he thinks Namikaze Minato should be the 5th Hokage. It is understandable to think this way, because this is the current situation in Konoha. However, the words of the 3rd Hokage stimulated Danzo Shimura. This dark man of Konoha had already developed an obsession with the position of Hokage, and he hid it very well, and his good friend had not discovered it yet. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words gave Danzo Shimura the illusion that he would never be able to become Hokage in his lifetime. So, Shimura Danzo's voice immediately turned cold, "Hiruzen, you are too weak. Don't forget the teacher's attitude towards the Uchiha clan and his warning to us. You actually still want to make Konoha and the Uchiha clan reconcile. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Teacher did say that we should be wary of the Uchiha clan, but he also said that we should gradually eliminate the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and he expected us to do it. The current situation is that we have obviously disappointed the teacher, but the hope for the future of Konoha and Uchiha is still there, and this hope is already in front of us. In this case, why should we destroy this hope? Danzo, your ideas are too extreme. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Shimura Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha clan seemed to be problematic, so he added, also, without my permission, you are only allowed to monitor the Uchiha clan, and you cannot take action against them. Shimura Danzo's expression became extremely cold, and his address and tone changed. Sarutobi, you will regret it sooner or later if you indulge Uchiha like this. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then said in a deep voice, Danzo, this is the order of the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura snorted coldly, slammed the door and walked out, ending the conversation in a classic way. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Hokage's office was very depressing, and Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu were very helpless about it, and even felt that they were accustomed to it. Because, at some point in time, probably from the moment when Konoha Whitefang unexpectedly committed suicide, the atmosphere between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, two close friends who once trusted each other completely, changed, and then over the years, things similar to today's situation happened many times. As the other two people caught between the two, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato tried to persuade them at the beginning, but now, they no longer say anything. Anyway, the relationship is like this, Konoha has remained stable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has not taken back the power he gave to his friends, so nothing else matters. I was sick of playing this game, really sick of it. I got lost in the yellow sand environment of the second chapter, and then I vomited after walking around a few times. Bid, can't Black Myth Wukong have a map? Even an exploration map is fine. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 The Secret of the Uchiha Clan and number 039, Sunderness has been discovered by the people of KO. Chapter 34 The Secret of the Uchiha Clan's Sunderness has been discovered by the people of Konoha. 2 more, the end of June in the 46th year of Konoha was destined to be a very busy day for the entire Konoha, as if the holiday mode had suddenly begun. Because, the Uchiha clan, who have always been aloof and don't like to deal with outsiders, took the initiative for the first time and prepared to hold a new product launch conference called Illusion Game. Both the Illusion Game and the press conference are brand new terms. However, the Uchiha clan printed many flyers and distributed and posted them in the streets of Konoha. Through this very traditional and ancient way of publicity, the entire Konoha knew about this matter and understood the meaning of the press conference. Even some towns in the Fire Country surrounding Konoha knew about this. This attracted a lot of attention, not only from Konoha, but also from businessmen from other places. People all wanted to know what Uchiha was trying to do and what the so-called illusion game was. At the same time, many smart businessmen are preparing to study the Uchiha clan's advanced business philosophy on the day of the press conference. When many people are discussing the press conference, traffic has already increased, and although this kind of thing has not yet formed a clear theory in the ninja world, smart businessmen will realize the benefits themselves. So, even though there were only 3 days of preparation time, the flow of people in Konoha suddenly increased in the last 2 days, which brought considerable work pressure to the ninjas guarding the gates of Konoha. Of course, there are huge benefits for the innkeepers and various vendors in Konoha. The arrival of outsiders is bound to stimulate economic consumption. For a time, many vendors had a favorable impression of the Uchiha clan. After all, they had gained real benefits. At the same time, many ninjas and craftsmen also had a great favor towards the Uchiha clan. Because, after the Uchiha clan rented a training ground outside Konoha, they carried out emergency site construction in that area and had to build a huge press conference venue within 3 days. To do this, in addition to ordinary craftsmen, the efforts of many ninjas are also needed. Therefore, the Uchiha clan directly issued a ninja commission to Konoha in the name of the family, asking the Konoha ninja who was good at water and earth escape to make a visit to the earth and wood dogs. The Uchiha clan was very generous in this regard. Although they could have commissioned a D-level task, they raised the task level to C level, which made many low-level and middle-level ninjas who were short of money excitedly choose to accept the task. Even some of the jonin were eager to take the task after seeing the generous reward. However, when they thought about how embarrassing it was for a jonin to do such a low-level task, and that so many ordinary ninjas had already taken the task, they could only give up with great regret. Therefore, with the help of this wave of commissions, ordinary ninjas' favorable impression towards the Uchiha clan increased greatly. After all, for ninjas, the work arranged by the Uchiha clan was really easy and the rewards were generous. It was simply a good task that was hard to find even with a lantern. What? Being a civil engineer is not decent? Well, is it possible that for ordinary ninjas, especially genin, there is actually no such thing as dignity or non-dignity in a mission? After all, being a civil engineering dog is more respectable than helping nobles find their lost pets or irrigate large tracts of farmland, right? It is pure nonsense to say that ninjas are unwilling to use their own power for construction and farming and only know how to destroy and fight. The reality is that ninjas all take on missions and work, but no one issues corresponding missions and there is no corresponding remuneration. Why should they farm and build? Like in the original work, after Konoha was destroyed by pain, the Konoha ninjas contributed a lot in the process of rebuilding their home. If you want the ninjas to use this for construction, farming, and other things, just give them the corresponding benefits. Uchiha Kai had been in the ninja world for 18 years and was very familiar with these things, so he asked the Uchiha clan to directly hire a large number of middle and lower level ninjas in Konoha by issuing tasks. In addition, many people from the Uchiha clan joined in the construction of the press conference venue at the request of Uchiha Masanobu and other high-level leaders. Ordinary people and middle and lower level ninjas in Konoha had a lot of contact with the Uchiha clan during this process. People were surprised to find that the Uchiha clan was indeed a group of proud and arrogant people, but they had pretty good personalities and would never take the initiative to mock or scold others. Even if there were any problems or help needed, if they went to the Uchiha people, they would get help even if the attitude wasn't very good, but the people would definitely try their best to solve the problem. Then, during this process, a new view suddenly emerged among ordinary people and middle and lower level ninjas. The core of the view was, actually, the Uchiha clan is pretty good. Their proud attitude of always helping those who ask for help is the classic tsundere, isn't it? What? You ask what tsundere is? Tsundere is. Therefore, with the emergence of the new term tsundere, people's perception of the Uchiha clan is quietly changing. Although only those who joined the large construction company have this situation for the time being, these people all have relatives and friends. When they go back and spread the word, the concept that all the Uchiha clan are tsunderes will take root in people's minds. Obviously, this method of creating rumors and deepening special impressions and concepts is definitely not something the Uchiha could think of. The only one who could do this and hire people to quietly spread the rumor in the process, and even know what tsundere is Uchiha Kei, who has the support of the Uchiha clan. In this regard, Uchiha Kai just wants to say that this is just a casual move, and it all comes from the amazing wisdom of the silly netizens in the 21st century. In short, in this subtle and silent way, the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is quietly changing. In addition, a large conference venue is also being built rapidly. It was a venue a bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum, made of a lot of rock, with multiple passages and a huge central venue, and layers of spectator stairs to ensure that people could see what was going on inside. In fact, Konoha will have a similar venue in the future, which is the venue for the Chunin exam finals that appeared in the original work. However, it was obviously built in the future, and there is nothing like that in Konoha now. This makes people have to make a malicious guess. It was because Konoha took over most of the Uchiha clan's inheritance after the Uchiha clan was exterminated that it had the money to build the huge venue for the future Chunin exam finals. Of course, this is a malicious guess, or you can make a more sunny guess and think that it was built when Konoha was rebuilt after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Anyway, any explanation is fine, but Konoha does not have that building now. Now, Uchiha Kai asked the Uchiha clan to directly build a similar building, and that site will become the exclusive venue for new product launches in the future, and it can also be rented out to make money at other times. What? Will the Konoha high-ranking officials allow it? That depends on what the Konoha high-level officials think. Anyway, the Uchiha clan spent a huge sum of money to rent that training ground for 10 years at a time, and that money was enough for Konoha to build 3 identical training grounds. As for 10 years later, by then Minato would have been in power long ago, and given the relationship between the two, there would be a lot of room for maneuver. In fact, if Konoha would not allow the Uchiha clan to buy the training ground directly, it would be most appropriate to buy the land directly. All in all, with the joint efforts of many members of the Uchiha clan, a large number of middle and low-level ninjas and many ordinary craftsmen, a huge circular venue was built in just 3 days. Because of the super-fast construction speed, the people of Konoha even excitedly called it Konoha Speed. Of course, the Uchiha people felt that since Uchiha provided the money and manpower, it should be called Uchiha Speed. Although it looked very simple from Uchiha Kai's perspective, it was already a very luxurious venue in the eyes of the people in the ninja world. It was also on the 4th day that the press conference for the illusion game was held in this venue. Please recommend, collect, read, and reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Expectations of the Contemporary Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. Chapter 35, Expectations of the Contemporary Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. On June 46th, the 6th year of Konoha, Konoha was jubilant. Many people headed together towards what was originally one of Konoha's training grounds, but is now a huge avant-garde venue. Although the total population of Konoha is less than 40,000, there are 5,000 people attending this event together. The press conference has a total of 5,000 seats, and all the tickets for sale to the public were sold out yesterday, so there is no need to wait until today to continue selling tickets. Among them, except for 300 nearby seats that were reserved by the organizers and given to the invited ninja clans, the rest were all sold to the outside. Konoha absorbed more than 4,000 seats internally, and the rest were all purchased by outsiders who hurried to Konoha during these 3 days, most of whom were businessmen. Although most of the tickets sold were at very low prices, they still added up to a considerable amount of income. For the Uchiha clan, it meant that they had already received a capital inflow after their initial investment. Although it is still a long way from recovering the investment, the Uchiha clan never thought about making money from the beginning, so now they have some income, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Of course, the Uchiha clan's top leaders themselves don't pay much attention to these things, because they care more about the results of this illusion game conference. As long as they can achieve the effect that Uchiha Kai said, even if it's only half, it will be a big profit for the Uchiha clan. Now, Uchiha Masanobu and Uchiha Fugaku were welcoming the invited representatives of the major ninja clans at the back of the huge venue. This time, Uchiha Masanobu also asked his son Uchiha Fugaku to show up, and the task of entertaining and dealing with representatives of major families was also mainly in charge of Uchiha Fugaku. Now, Uchiha Masanobu is handing over the power of the clan leader to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku did not disappoint Uchiha Masanobu. He brought his Uchiha clansmen to show the Uchiha hospitality to representatives of various clans, which surprised the representatives of various clans. Although this hospitality was a little lacking compared to the enthusiasm of other normal ninjas when entertaining guests, Uchiha Fugaku talked to everyone with a smile on his face, and the few Uchiha clan members he brought with him did not frown but were all smiling, which was already an extraordinary display of hospitality. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was also very authentic in terms of hospitality. Representatives from all the major ninja clans were arranged in VIP seats, and there were waiters specially hired by the Uchiha clan to serve them. There were fruits and drinks, which even made the ninja representatives feel a little at a loss. Are these still the Uchihas with eyes on top of their heads? The Uchiha had changed. In other words, the people in power in the Uchiha clan have changed. They no longer have the same mentality as before, like the flathead brother. They are leading the entire Uchiha clan to change. The most important thing is that this change is different from previous experimental changes. This time it has a clear purpose and a clear action guide. This illusion game launch conference is the clearest demonstration of this. So, the Uchiha clan wants to use this avant-garde method to integrate into Konoha. Among the representatives of the major ninja clans, those who had a little political wisdom couldn't help but think this way. As the representative sent by the Nara family, the young patriarch Nara Shikaku scratched his head. Beside him, the other two representatives of the younger generation, Ino Shikacho, Yamanaka Inoichi representing the pig and Akimichi Choza representing the Cho, looked around curiously at the venue which seemed quite huge to them. The place where the three people were sitting was one of the VIP seats, very close to the center, surrounded by compartments with awnings on top, and a table in front for serving drinks and fruit snacks. There was also a barrier in front, with only a window to see outside, ensuring the privacy and comfort of the guests here. In addition, there are waiters shuttling back and forth in the passages outside the compartments to ensure that the guests in the compartments can get there immediately when they need drinks, fruits, or other normal services. In addition, there are 4 Uchiha clan ninjas standing in important areas of the compartment passages as security personnel to prevent anyone from causing trouble. VIP seats really have VIP services. Elsewhere, there are normal stepped seats, like those in the ancient Roman Colosseum, and also like modern gymnasiums, without a roof. However, there are also some waiters in those places who are responsible for helping guests solve basic problems, and Uchiha ninjas are also scattered everywhere, patrolling as security personnel. Moreover, in addition to the Uchiha clan, there are other hired ninjas who work together to do security and stability maintenance work, and among them there are even people from the Hyuga family. There is no doubt that in the ninja world, spending money can really solve many problems. It just depends on whether you are willing to spend the money. At this moment, the audience who bought tickets have been entering the venue one after another. Zhu Ludai can see the situation outside through the windows, but the outside world can't see much about the situation here. Yamanaka Inoichi, a handsome young man with a golden ponytail, crossed his arms across his chest and said, "Such a design and professional service, to be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that it was made by the Uchiha clan." Akimichi Choza, who had wrinkles on his face and a fat body, said as he ate the free snacks and fruits on the table, "It's definitely completely unexpected, but it doesn't feel bad. At least these free things are delicious." Speechlessly looking at his friend who was only concerned with eating, Yamanaka Inoichi turned to look at Nara Shikaku, the smartest person among the three of them, who was destined to be the smartest person in Konoha in the future. "Shikaku, what do you think? Does the Uchiha clan want to integrate into Konoha in this way? Or do they have other purposes?" Nara Shikaku said with the same lazy look as his future son Nara Shikamaru, "If they just hold an event like this, the situation of the Uchiha clan in the village will indeed be improved, but not much. But judging from what the Uchiha clan showed this time, they obviously have a very complete plan, and this event is probably just part of their plan. If I'm guessing correctly, the Uchiha clan probably didn't just invite us to attend this press conference, but also had other preparations." As he was saying this, suddenly, there was a knock on the cubicle door. An Uchiha waiter came outside and conveyed the words from the Uchiha clan leader to Ino, Shika, and Joe. "To sum up, please watch the press conference first, and don't leave in a hurry after the press conference." The Uchiha clan will have something to communicate with the specially invited guests. After the information was delivered, the waiter left. Narashikako looked at his two good friends, shrugged and said, "Look, it's here, isn't it? A master has appeared in the Uchiha clan, and he has great authority among the Uchiha clan. This kind of delicate and smooth way of action is not something that the Uchiha clan we are familiar with can think of or do." Yamanaka Hai frowned. Who could it be? Do you know Shikaku? Then, without waiting for Narashikaku to answer, Akimichi Choza, with his mouth full, spoke, "It's Uchiha-ke." Narashikaku smiled and did not answer, which was considered as his agreement. Yamanaka Hai was stunned for a moment, then a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Although they were not students of the same period in the ninja school, they were classmates in the ninja school. Moreover, the three of them were close friends with Minato Namikaze, so they naturally knew about Uchiha-ke, the special Uchiha who was respected by Minato Namikaze. In addition, although the three of them did not know as much about the recent specific changes in Konoha as the Konoha high-level officials, everyone who was a little more informed knew that Uchiha-ke was welcomed back to the clan by the Uchiha clan in a high-profile manner some time ago. As the powerful ninja clan in Konoha, the Inoshikajo clan naturally have their own sources of intelligence. And the three young clan leaders can also know a lot of things through the clan's intelligence system. Then, Yamanaka Inoichi said in confusion, "If it is Uchiha-ke, a special Uchiha, who has a mind that is completely different from other Uchiha, it is understandable. But isn't he unwelcome in the Uchiha clan? Why is he suddenly valued by the Uchiha clan? Narashikaku, who knows? However, you certainly can't convince those proud Uchiha with just eloquence. So, there must be a reason that the other Uchiha can't refuse. Perhaps, it is related to this press conference. After all, the illusion game only appeared after Uchiha-ke was welcomed back to the Uchiha clan in a high-profile manner that day. Then, Akimichi Choza spoke again, "Illusion games will change the ninja world." After these words were spoken, the other two looked at Chudaidingzo in surprise, asking Chudaidingzo why he said that. Akimichi Dingzuo gave an extremely strong reason. Intuition. Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi looked at each other speechlessly, not knowing what to say. However, the two did not refute Akimichi Choza, but instead looked forward to the press conference. Because Akimichi Choza, who seemed to be the dumbest of the three, was actually the most careful and had the most accurate intuition. Please read on, recommend, and collect it. Thank you everyone. Black Myth is too strong. A lot of new books were read on the 20th, and the main one is The Eternal Suppression. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, The Moment of Making History, the press conference officially begins. Chapter 36, The Moment of Making History, the press conference officially begins. 2 more, how's it going? Minato, are you nervous? Behind the scenes of the conference, Uchiha-kai patted the stiff Namikaze Minato's shoulder with a smile, and his gloating mood could no longer be suppressed. Being teased by his best friend, Namikaze Minato could only look helpless and said, "Yet, who would have thought that so many people would come today? Honestly, I regret agreeing to you. I thought that a few hundred people showing up at the so-called press conference would be amazing, but who would have thought that all 5,000 seats would be full? Besides, if you add the various staff members at the venue, the total number of people is several hundred and 5,000. During the last Ninja World War, the total number of ninjas sent to the battlefield from Konoha was only a few thousand." By the end of his story, Minato Namikaze felt more and more helpless, as if he was on a pirate ship. In fact, when I agreed to help Uchiha-kai with publicity at the beginning, in addition to the various benefits and future promised by Uchiha-kai, I also wanted to help a friend. As a result, Uchiha-kai got thousands of people to come. When he thought about playing games in front of thousands of people and broadcasting the game process live to the audience, Minato Namikaze felt extremely stressed and nervous. After all, Minato Namikaze, who was only 19 years old, had never experienced a real big scene. Although he was born with a big heart, he was still very nervous when he suddenly had to face the gaze of thousands of people. In response to Namikaze Minato's helplessness, Uchiha Kai just smiled and said, "Don't worry, the process has been explained to you in advance. You just need to perform on stage according to the plan. Besides, this is also a good opportunity, isn't it? You said that your dream is to become Hokage. If that day really comes, when you become Hokage, you will have to face the entire Konoha, as well as the outsiders who came to Konoha to watch the inauguration ceremony. Now that you are on stage, you are just experiencing in advance the feeling of being the center of attention." Namikaze Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Chi, you really have confidence in me. Although I want to become Hokage, it's just a thought. There are many people before me who are more qualified to become Hokage." Uchiha Kai smiled meaningfully. "In theory, it is true, but stories require logic, and reality does not. Who knows, in the future, your strength will suddenly increase dramatically, and then a stage that is very suitable for you will appear, allowing you to obtain achievements that others cannot reach, so that you can skip others and become Hokage directly." Naturally, Minato Namikaze did not believe such words and thought that Uchiha Kai was just comforting him. His inner hope is similar to that of the third Hokage. He would be content to become a Hokage when he is nearly 40 years old, but now is obviously still a long way from his inner expectation. In fact, this is also the thought of most people in Konoha who know Minato Namikaze. Today's Konoha is strong in both men and horses, with all 3 generations complete. Even though Namikaze Minato has shown the potential to be a Hokage, he is only a 19-year-old young man. It is still a long way to go before he can become a Hokage, and he needs to slowly gain experience. No one could have imagined that this young man, who was born a civilian ninja, would shock the entire ninja world in the subsequent Third Ninja World War, and then become the youngest Hokage in history, including those who came after him, like a rocket. Uchiha Kai would naturally not give away the spoilers. Besides, even if he did, others would just think he was a psychopath. Therefore, Uchiha Kai then changed the subject and said, "Minato, remember this day." Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Kai looked forward, towards the center of the venue. "Today will be a very meaningful day for Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Because, from today on, the illusion game will truly be shown in this world and become something that will have a profound impact on this world. So, Minato, remember this day. Because, we are making history." After hearing what Uchiha Kai said, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, and his head felt a little buzzing. Then, the future Golden Flash seemed to finally realize the meaning behind today's press conference, and it felt a little magical for a moment. But it doesn't feel bad. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze smiled, nodded slightly, and raised his left fist. Seeing this, Uchiha Kai raised his right fist and gently bumped it with Namikaze Minato, then they looked at each other and smiled. Good friends, everything is self-explanatory. Finally, as the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning, it was time for the press conference to officially begin. Accompanied by a professional band invited by the Uchiha Kai clan, a piece of music was played, which seemed flashy and avant-garde to the people in the ninja world. Uchiha Kai, wearing a specially customized black host uniform, walked out from the backstage under the gaze of more than 5,000 people in the audience, then climbed up the high platform placed in the center of the venue, and his figure appeared on the white platform with the Uchiha logo printed on it. The vast majority of people who came to the press conference were there just to join in the fun. They were willing to buy tickets because this was the first time the Uchiha clan was holding such a grand event and the price of ordinary seats was not expensive. At this point, most people actually have no idea what a press conference is. Now, hearing the avant-garde music and seeing an Uchiha in strange clothing walking onto the central stage backstage, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. In just a moment, Uchiha Kai made many people's eyes light up. Because, although Uchiha Kai's black host uniform does not quite match the current folk customs of Konoha, it looks really handsome and good on him, and he does not look like a shamit at all, but rather very neat. Many people are wondering where to buy such clothes and whether any Uchiha clan store sells them. If available, I wouldn't mind buying one for myself or my husband/son/boyfriend. Among them, not only men but also women want to buy it for themselves. In this atmosphere, people all began to speculate about Uchiha Kai's identity. Only the ninjas knew Uchiha Kai, a special Uchiha who was eccentric and was regarded as a mediocre person many years ago. But because of this, more questions arose. What virtue and ability did Uchiha Kai have to appear in this press conference, surpassing other Uchiha members and becoming the host of this important press conference? As soon as they thought of this, the ninjas turned their eyes to the Uchiha in the venue, wanting to see how they would react. As a result, what was seen was that the Uchiha people were very calm about this, and some of them were even looking at Uchiha Kai below with fanatical and admiring eyes. In an instant, those ninjas understood that Uchiha Kai was the choice of the Uchiha clan's will and the host elected by the Uchiha clan. It was also at this time when people had different thoughts that Uchiha Kai walked to the center of the stage, started his career as a press conference host, and announced the official start of this press conference. Please reward, please read, please recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Minato feels so embarrassed that he can deduct a 3-bedroom apartment. Chapter 37. Minato feels so embarrassed that he can deduct a 3-bedroom apartment. My fellow countrymen of Konoha, and the distinguished guests from outside Konoha, welcome to Konoha to attend the launch of our Uchiha clan's brand new products, which combine the wisdom of countless ancestors with the infinite creativity of contemporary people. I think you must be wondering what this so-called new product is. Well, I can assure you that today is destined to be a day that changes history. I believe that when people in the future talk about history, they will definitely regard today as a brand new dividing line, the history before the press conference and the history after the press conference. And all of you here will also become a part of history that will be remembered. Because you all participated in this event that could change the history of the ninja world. The ups and downs and extremely exaggerated voice came out from Uchiha Kai's mouth, and was transmitted through the sound amplification equipment that the Uchiha clan had already set up, accompanied by the accompaniment of music from a professional orchestra, instantly filling the atmosphere. The audience was stunned after hearing what Uchiha Kai said. Although they felt that what he said was too exaggerated, they couldn't help but feel hot all over, and their emotions were directly raised. Moreover, even the veteran ninjas who had seen many big scenes couldn't help but think, we have become a part of history and are destined to be remembered? Just because we participated in this press conference? This makes people unable to control their teeth. Instantly, those ninjas felt like their heads were about to explode with excitement. In this world, leaving one's name in history is also an irresistible feat, and it is worth leaving a strong mark in the family tree. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was completely lifted. What? Why didn't anyone question what Uchiha Kai said? Anyone who thinks this way underestimates the prestige of the Uchiha clan. As the founding family of Konoha, the Uchiha clan enjoys a great reputation throughout the ninja world. Although the clan is proud and criticized for being too arrogant, the clan's reputation is top-notch. Uchiha Kininj stood in the C position of the booth as the host, representing the entire Uchiha clan, and was guaranteeing the 1,000-year reputation of the entire Uchiha clan. Can the words of such a person be questioned? Even if there are, they are only a minority. For most people, what they say is authoritative, which means that the people at the scene can truly go down in history. Even the Uchiha clan members were in a very excited state, and some of the clan members who had not opened their eyes even opened their eyes because of excitement. These Uchiha also firmly believe in the authority of the Uchiha clan. Although they do not have high trust in Uchiha Kei, the latter was selected by the Uchiha clan's top leaders, and thus can represent the prestige of the Uchiha clan. For those Uchiha who were short-sighted, they should have lived a mediocre life, unknown to the public, with only a name left in the family records at most. Who would have thought that one could actually leave his name in history? To be honest, this is impossible to refuse. Just like that, the entire venue was almost plunged into a sea of excitement, and many people regretted not bringing their family and friends along, otherwise they could have gone down in history together. In fact, when the news about this place spread, many people who did not come to the scene deeply regretted it, including Konoha F4. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato and felt very sorry about this, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, was destined to go down in history, so he only felt a little regretful. The only one whose fists were stiff was Danzo, the Onshimura of the ninja world. This man was destined to not leave his name in history because he had always been hiding in the darkness. However, his pursuit and desire for fame and power has long been ingrained in his bones. His desire for the position of Hokage is a typical example of this. Of course, these kinds of people's reactions and mentalities have nothing to do with Uchiha Kai. He is just fulfilling his mission as a new style host. There is no doubt that Uchiha Kai's performance in hosting this meeting was satisfactory. At least his voice never stuttered in front of thousands of onlookers, and he kept the atmosphere going with his exaggerated tone and passionate words. Next, he said a lot of things, keeping the atmosphere at a high excitement threshold. Although in terms of true professionalism, Uchiha Kei was not an excellent host, and even looked very amateurish. However, he was not facing earthlings who had experienced the pollution of the entertainment explosion, but just a group of country bumpkins in the ninja world who had never seen such an advanced event. This means that it is enough for Uchiha Kai to be very amateur. Anyway, this hosting style and some rhythms only need to be learned from the classic hosts of press conferences seen in the previous life. If the illusion game made by Uchiha Kai was not the first one, he would have said the classic words far ahead. Finally, after a rhythmic speech and a brief explanation of the concept of illusion games, Uchiha Kai turned sideways and spread out his right hand, making an invitation. Next, please welcome the young hero of our Konoha's new era, the lifelong spokesperson for my illusion game, my lifelong friend of Uchiha Kei, the famous Konoha's Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, to the stage, and show us the illusion game that is destined to change the world. Please, everyone, applaud, please. As he spoke, Uchiha Kai started clapping first. As he had been instructed long ago, the assistants among the audience immediately followed suit and applauded. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit and applauded. For a moment, the whole venue was filled with warm applause, and some even cheered excitedly. It was also amid the applause that Minato Namikaze came out with a sunny and warm smile on his face, and waved to the people with a smile amid countless applause and cheers. However, beneath that handsome and sunny appearance, one seemed to be covered in cold sweat, and his smile seemed a little stiff. Moreover, many people at the scene had some doubts. For example, Uzumaki Kushina, who was arranged to sit in the special audience seats backstage as a family member of the organizer, clapped her hands while asking Uzumaki Kikyo beside her, "Kikyo, when did Minato get the nickname Golden Flash? He's so famous. Am I out of touch with the outside world because I've been busy with research and development with that guy Kai recently?" Uzumaki Kikyo, who was also clapping, couldn't help scratching her head when she heard this. Do you believe me when I say this is the first time I've heard this nickname?" Uzumaki Kushina's face twitched when she heard this. So, this was obtained by that guy Chi. Uzumaki Kikyo blushed. Maybe, right. Uzumaki Kushina was silent, and then looked at her boyfriend with sympathy in her eyes. She knew that her boyfriend was cheated by his best friend again, and now he must be so embarrassed that he wanted to use his toes to dig his way out of a 3-bedroom apartment. This is indeed the fact. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who walked onto the stage awkwardly, really wanted to strangle Uchiha Kai's neck and asked the other party why he called him that stupid golden flash and also said that he was famous. Hell, just a minute ago, Minato Namikaze had never heard of any golden flash. After all, according to normal history, this title was obtained by Minato Namikaze in the Third Ninja World War a few years later. Of course, even if it was embarrassing, Namikaze Minato would not disrupt his friend's performance. He could only stand on the stage and wave to the audience with a sunny smile according to the script. Uchiha Kai did not let his good friend continue to be embarrassed, because after an Uchiha who had been arranged long ago placed several sealing scrolls on the stage and stepped down, the press conference reached the most exciting game practice session. Here, Uchiha Kai also explained that at the beginning of the illusion game, it needs to be combined with the Sharingan and the target must not resist at all in order to start. However, after unremitting efforts in optimization and improvement, it has now been possible to put the magic formula of the illusion game into the sealed scroll. The recipient only needs to open the corresponding sealed scroll and not deliberately resist to enter the illusion game. This is also an illusion game that was sold as a commodity directly after the press conference. To be honest, ordinary people are fine with this situation, but the ninjas are all worried in their hearts. After all, whether it is not resisting the Sharingan or not resisting the sealing scroll, it is actually quite anti-ninja, and it is difficult for a normal ninja to fully trust it. If it were a different environment, all kinds of doubts and questions would be raised against Uchiha Kai, and he might even take the opportunity to turn his fire against Uchiha. However, this is an unprecedented press conference. In this huge venue watched by thousands of people, even if someone wants to ask questions, they will eventually choose to keep silent due to various concerns. And it was in this situation that Uchiha Kai and Namikaze Minato looked at each other. The latter nodded, then sat down cross-legged on the spot, then directly unfolded the sealing scroll and activated it. In an instant, a pair of invisible Sharingan seemed to appear in front of Minato Namikaze. The latter did not resist at all, accepted the technique released from them, and his consciousness immediately entered the game world. This time, there were no more spoof auditory hallucinations such as Linkstat and Oh God Startup. At the same time, Uchiha Kai unfolded 3 other scrolls and placed them on different parts of the huge platform, forming a triangular formation, and then directly activated the scrolls. In an instant, the 3 scrolls resonated with the one used by Minato Namikaze, and the new technique took effect. Under the gazes of countless doubts and expectations, and under the nervous eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, the main developer of the new technique, a 3-dimensional projection picture that everyone present could see clearly appeared directly above the platform. What was shown on the screen was Minato Namikaze in the game world and the scenes in the game. The game scene named Fruit Ninja by Uchiha Kai appeared in front of more than 5,000 people. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who was also playing this game for the first time, was looking around curiously. What I saw was an endless grassland with blue sky and white clouds, and in the front was a small farm. In the front was a farmland the size of a football field, and in the back were a few wooden houses. The whole scene was very sunny and warm, without the underworld of the going home game, which made Minato Namikaze feel very comfortable. Even in this illusion game, the smell of the land and grass was extremely clear, and the comfortable feeling of the sun shining on his body was even clearer, which made him smile. As for the outside world, although everything sensory could not be synchronized with Minato Namikaze, the scene was clearly displayed in front of people. In an instant, all kinds of exclamations were heard. Although it is not as intuitive as directly entering the game, the visual and auditory impact is enough to shock these people in the ninja world. Of course, it is obviously too early for these people to be shocked, because next, their shock will continue to be washed away. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Minato, It and number 039, My turn to show off. NPC, trash, trash, if you are new, practice more. Chapter 38, Minato, It's my turn to show off. NPC, trash, trash, if you are new, practice more, 2 more, Minato, how do you feel? It's pretty good. At least, this warm and comfortable environment is really good. If I have the opportunity to retire in the future, a place like this would be quite suitable for retirement. Then I hope your wish will come true. Haha, let me lend you some good words. Uchiha and Namikaze Minato started a conversation between reality and the game through the game. To the audience at the press conference, it was Uchiha and the projected Namikaze Minato who were communicating, while Namikaze Minato's body himself was sitting on the booth motionless as if he was asleep. Such a scene was really strange to look at, and made people marvel at it. But for those with keen observation skills, they can see more things that make them amazed. Namikaze Minato's statement is that the illusion game world he lives in is extremely real, at least it is extremely real to the senses, completely different from the conventional illusion effects. This illusion game is not ordinary. What will you feel after entering it? Curiosity arose from this, and even those who were originally very wary of illusion games couldn't help but feel the urge to try it out. There is no doubt that what Uchiha wanted to express through communicating with Namikaze Minato has been successfully achieved. Next, Uchiha once again, as the host, explained to the audience the characteristics of the illusion game, which is reality, incomparable reality that is infinitely close to the real world. But at the same time as this reality, no matter what kind of damage you suffer in the game, it will not be reflected in the real world. Once this was said, ordinary people only needed to be simply shocked and imagine what it would be like to actually experience playing the illusion game, but for those ninjas with quick minds, there were many more things to consider. Of course, what they thought of was also what the insider player like Minato Namikaze could think of. Some people who were familiar with the Uchiha clan were even more horrified, because the real illusion world was undoubtedly a magical technique that stimulated the Sharingan for the Uchiha clan. Some people with powerful intelligence resources have even more horrified guesses in their hearts. Perhaps the Uchiha clan's research on using illusions to stimulate the Sharingan, which they have been studying since the Warring States period, has finally yielded significant results. The illusion game, a real illusion method, is a perfect match for the Uchiha. Thinking of this, these people suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Uchiha clan could create illusion games. Only the Uchiha clan could create such a thing. But why did the Uchiha clan take out the illusion game and sell it directly as a commodity? Shouldn't such things be kept secret so that outsiders have no way of knowing about them, which would be the best benefit for the Uchiha clan? Confusion, puzzlement, doubt, all kinds of emotions emerged. In the Hokage's office, the 3 members of Konoha F4 except the Nabe Cage, who were synchronizing information through the Anbu's reports and using the telescope technique to directly watch the scene, were stimulated at this moment. Midaman frowned deeply and said in a serious tone, "Hiruzen, the thing we are most worried about has happened. The Uchiha clan has mastered the secret technique that can stimulate the Sharingan. The power of the Uchiha clan will usher in a surge. Even the Cursed Eye, which has disappeared for decades and is known as the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, may reappear." At this point, the consultant was a bit like a pot shadow, his expression became more gloomy. "Hiruzen, we can't do nothing any longer, otherwise, once the Uchiha clan shows up again with those eyes, it will be terrible if there is a second Uchiha Madara." Utane Koharu also nodded in agreement, agreeing with her old partner's words. The psychological trauma that Uchiha Madara left on Konoha was too profound, and Konoha F4 had actually seen Uchiha Madara and were very aware of the horror involved. However, facing his friend's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Uchiha Madara is not so easy to appear. Although the Manjiki Sharingan is very scary, not every Uchiha who opens the Manjiki can become Uchiha Madara. Besides, compared to your worries, I am actually quite happy. The 2 advisors looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in astonishment, while the latter smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. "As you said, the Uchiha showed their research results on illusions, which made us think of some terrifying developments. But think about it the other way around. The Uchiha clan didn't hide such an important secret, but instead exposed it openly. And even shared the effect of the secret technique with the entire Konoha. Isn't this the Uchiha clan showing their sincerity? These words made the two consultants stunned. Yes, the Uchiha clan could have completely hidden this secret, and used the secret technique to let the clan members open the Mangeki before launching a surprise attack. There was no need to expose this secret technique. Even though the Uchiha clan is very arrogant, they are still ninjas, and they are definitely capable of using this method of hiding and suddenly attacking. Is it? Is it really the Uchiha clan showing their sincerity? After looking at his two friends who were lost in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze on the crystal ball of the telescope jutsu. Looking at the reflections of Minato Namikaze and Uchiha K in it, he felt relaxed and happy. Because, what this reflects is undoubtedly his hope that the village and Uchiha will have a bright future. At the press conference, after Uchiha indicated that the game could begin, Namikaze Minato officially started the game. After the title of Fruit Ninja appeared in front of him, Minato Namikaze saw that the farm in front of him had changed. From the house behind the farmland, the voice of an arrogant female ghost girl was heard, and it was clearly heard in front and in the ears of everyone at the press conference. What? Another idiot looking for death? Never mind. It's also fun. Well, stranger, get familiar with the procedure first. Your goal is to cross the farm and get to the house. Now, you can choose the weapon you like to use, and then we can officially begin. Along with these words, a weapon rack appeared in front of Minato Namikaze, on which were various weapons commonly used by ninjas, as well as weapons that were not commonly used. For example, the Flying Thunder God Trident Kunao that is exclusively used by Minato Namikaze was automatically generated on it, and he could choose 2 weapons in total. Without thinking too much, he decided to get the Flying Thunder God Trident Kunao, and then he chose a katana. When both weapons are selected, the weapon rack disappears and an indication to move forward appears. Having played Homecoming before, it was not surprising to encounter such a thing now. Namikaze Minato immediately hung the katana on his waist, held the trident and kunao in his hand, and tried his current body first. He found that the senses and strength were exactly the same as in the real world. Obviously, in this game, the player only has to play himself, not others. Then, just as Minato Namikaze was ready and started to move forward, a tree suddenly grew in the farm ahead. It was a cherry tree, and it was still alive. This may seem strange to say, but simply saying that the tree is cartoonishly anthropomorphic and has the outline of a human face makes it clear. Because it's a cartoon, it doesn't look scary, but rather quite funny. However, the human face on the cherry tree revealed anger. After shouting "Invaders must die," it began to wave its branches and threw the cherries directly at Minato Namikaze. Moreover, these cherries were extremely fast, like bullets. They arrived in front of Minato Namikaze in the blink of an eye and went straight through Minato Namikaze's body. The audience in the real world all exclaimed when they saw this scene, but the exclamation soon turned into amazement, because Minato Namikaze's figure, which was pierced, disappeared immediately afterwards. When he appeared again, he was already 3 meters away. Civilians and low-level ninjas had no idea what was happening, but those with a little vision knew that this was the effect of the instant body flickering technique. However, as a ninjutsu for short-distance ultra-high-speed movement, the flickering technique can generally move at least 10 meters. Elite jonin like Minato Namikaze can even move dozens of meters. But he only moved 3 meters, which is really strange. Only those who are familiar with Minato Namikaze or have some knowledge of him know that this is Minato Namikaze's ability. He can control the body flickering technique to an incredible degree and use it as a normal dodging skill. It was precisely because of Minato Namikaze's extraordinary spatial perception talent and control that he was able to learn the space-time ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God and surpass the second Hokage, the creator of the technique, in his application. Minato Namikaze then faced the new cherry shots released by the cherry tree, and instead of retreating, he directly threw the trident kunao out. When the trident kunao reached the cherry tree, Namikaze Minato suddenly disappeared from his original place and appeared next to the cherry tree. His sword had been pulled out, and in the next instant, a cold light flashed and the cherry tree was cut off. The whole process was extremely fast, like a golden flash of light. By the time the audience on the scene reacted, Namikaze Minato had already completed the handsome sword sheathing action. The audience here even includes those powerful ninjas. Flying Thunder God technique and extremely fast killing skills, Minato Namikaze's fighting style is so simple and unpretentious. In a trance, the audience seemed to understand why Uchiha called Namikaze Minato the Golden Flash. So, cheers, shouts, exclamations and other sounds all rang out at this moment. Namikaze Minato, who was already well known in Konoha, gained even more popularity at this moment, and the nickname of Golden Flash was destined to be completely synonymous with Namikaze Minato after today. Then, at this moment when Minato Namikaze was showing off, the scene in the game suddenly changed. As the scene inside changed, Minato Namikaze was actually teleported back to the door. Then, before people could figure out what was going on, the voice of a female ghost NPC was heard from the house behind the farm. "Well done, Challenger, you managed to chop down my cherry tree so easily. Then, based on the strength you have shown, I will regard this as a provocation to me, and I will let you see the highest level of fruit power. Ultimate Purgatory Mode, activated." Along with the arrogant words of the female NPC, Namikaze Minato saw that the farm in front of him suddenly became larger, and then all kinds of fruit plants grew throughout the farm. In addition to cherries, various kinds of fruits such as watermelon, dragon fruit, peach, pear, pomegranate, kiwi, etc. have grown, and they are all personified in the same way. Then, these fruits with angry expressions attacked Minato Namikaze in unison. It was a truly overwhelming, barrage-like attack that made Namikaze Minato have no intention of confronting it head-on. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. However, an outrageous situation occurred again. It turned out that those fruits were not simply bullets, but had attack attributes such as fire, ice, hurricane, etc. depending on the fruit. Some fruits could even cause a huge explosion. For example, a huge watermelon is like a catapult. It will explode directly after falling, and the explosion range can instantly affect an area with a diameter of 30 meters. Moreover, dozens of watermelons attack together each time, falling down with a covering saturation blow. So, Minato Namikaze died. Killed by the map cannon formed by the attack of thousands of fruits. Although theoretically, Minato Namikaze could escape with his speed, the problem is that in the game, his range of movement is limited to the farm area. The result was that the fastest ninja in the world struggled under the terrifying all-encompassing saturation attack, and after trying his best to survive for a minute, he was eventually killed in the explosion, thus ending his live broadcast career. And when Minato Namikaze died, the cowardly NPC whose face could not be seen made a voice full of mockery. "You're just a jerk. If you're new, just practice more. I look forward to your next challenge, jerk." Hard. The fist is hard. The audience at the scene all clenched their fists. Although we couldn't see the appearance of that NPC, and although her voice was actually quite cute, at this moment, everyone was filled with the urge to beat up that female NPC. Please read, collect and recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Minato, as expected, it's still a fight, cool. Chapter 39 Minato, as expected, it's still a fight, cool. Minato Namikaze has been resurrected. The expression is not very good. Because he heard the taunting from the female imp NPC. For Minato Namikaze, who is a newbie in live streaming, he felt terrible when he thought that these scenes were seen by the audience in the real world. Even though Minato Namikaze has a good temper, he is just a 19-year-old young man and must have a face-conscious side. This time he felt really embarrassed in front of his fellow villagers. Then, Uchiha Kai's voice rang in Namikaze Minato's ears, "Don't worry, Minato, although you died tragically just now, it's actually nothing to the audience at the scene, because the scene just now was not clear at all. The light and shadow effects created by the fruit's bombardment directly reduced the live broadcast in the real world to nothing but a bunch of light pollution. People just watched the fun. At most, the taunts of the game NPC at the end made people a little angry. In fact, many people now admire you and even worship you, because you can actually hold out for a minute under that kind of attack just now. It's really a bit outrageous. There is already a bit of complaint at the end, which obviously shows that the gold content of Konoha's Golden Flash cannot be overstated. The fact is indeed as Uchiha Kai said. Although the people in the venue witnessed the scene where Namikaze Minato was unilaterally beaten, the many fruits that were bombarded in the game just now, and the various special effects that filled the entire scene, made it impossible for people to see clearly what was happening. However, the fact that Minato Namikaze could hold out for 1 minute under such a bombardment before being killed really shocked people in the real world. Various exclamations were heard everywhere, and many uneducated people expressed their shock with the words, "This country is the first." Among them, the stronger the people were, the more shocked they were that Minato Namikaze could hold out for 1 minute under such a bombardment, because if it were them, let alone 1 minute, it would be a big question whether they could hold out for 10 seconds. This even included those proud Uchiha, who had already opened their Sharingan to watch when the bombardment began just now, so they saw it more clearly than others. It is also because I can see more clearly that I can understand how outrageous it is that Minato Namikaze could only last for 1 minute. In the Hokage's office, Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu were shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew smoke rings and praised generously, as expected of Minato, "He is really amazing. He could hold out for a minute under such an attack. Even if it was me, it would be difficult for me to hold out for so long under such an attack without any preparation." Upon hearing this, the two advisors looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in astonishment. Facing the surprise of his two friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand nonchalantly, "I already said that we were unprepared. If we were prepared, that would be a different situation." However, Minato was obviously not prepared just now, so I said that I am not as good as Minato in dealing with such emergencies. The two advisors understood now, and while they breathed a sigh of relief, Mitoman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique is extremely useful when dealing with emergencies. Minato's current control of the Flying Thunder God technique has not yet reached perfection. When he truly masters it completely, he will become a Flying Thunder God master who is no less than his teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, "Why just not lose, instead of surpassing?" This surprised the two advisors again. Yuta Koharu said, "Hiruzen, do you mean that Minato has the potential to surpass his creator in the Flying Thunder God technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer this question directly, but said, "I think the teacher will only feel happy when facing such a Minato. After all, the teacher once had such expectations for us." Hearing this, the two consultants fell silent, as if they had no way to continue this topic. After all, if you delve too deeply into some things, what you get may not be joy, but disappointment to your ancestors. Dear viewers, you have seen the highest difficulty of this Fruit Ninja game. Yes, our celebrity spokesperson, Mr. Minato Namikaze, directly triggered the highest difficulty of the game, and the highest difficulty corresponds to a purgatory situation that only the powerful Kage and equivalent strong men in the 5 major countries can deal with. Yes, that is a top-level difficulty level set for strong people like Hokage-sama. It is a super trial for them. And our Namikaze Minato directly challenged this highest difficulty at the age of 19. Although he failed in the end, that 1 minute was undoubtedly the glory of us ordinary ninjas and the greatest honor for us in Konoha. Yes, we can cheer for Minato Namikaze as much as we can and give him the warmest applause and praise. Please allow me to call this minute the legend of Konoha's Golden Flash. Uchiha Kai once again started his passionate live explanation, and the band also started playing the passionate BGM directly as instructed. These words, accompanied by the passionate music, immediately made most of the audience excited. Although they themselves don't know why they are so passionate, people are creatures that are easily affected by the atmosphere. When the atmosphere is forcibly ignited, even those who are not passionate will become passionate. Modern Marketing.jpg. Although Minato Namikaze was in the game, this live broadcast was interactive, so he could clearly hear the voices from the outside world. Only then did he realize that he had directly triggered the highest difficulty of the game. At this time, Uchiha Kai also quietly told Namikaze Minato the difficulty selection rules. The speed of destroying the first cherry tree is the choice of difficulty. Just now, Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly kill cherry tree. His speed was something that most of the shadows of the 5 great nations could not do, so naturally he increased the difficulty to the maximum. This was actually beyond Uchiha Kai's expectations. He originally thought that Namikaze Minato would rush up and cut down the cherry tree. In that case, the difficulty would become the level of a senior ninja in line with his status. Although it would still be difficult, it would not be so outrageous. As a result, Minato Namikaze started off by showing off and suffered the heaviest blow. After knowing the reason, Minato Namikaze was actually a little embarrassed, because he did it on purpose. After all, he was still a young man, and it was natural for him to want to show off in front of so many people. As a result, this time it was a classic case of being struck by lightning while pretending to be cool. Fortunately, Uchiha Kai took control of the situation in time and turned this mistake into a situation where Namikaze Minato deliberately performed the highest difficulty drill for people to watch, directly saving the face of his good friend and even creating a new Golden Flash style. It was truly a great win. Taking advantage of this atmosphere, the game was restarted again. This time, Minato Namikaze rushed forward at a normal speed and finally cut down the cherry tree with a sword. So, although this time it was still the classic sarcastic speech of the female ghost, the difficulty was obviously reduced. Although all kinds of fruits are still available, the quantity has been greatly reduced, which is not a problem at all for Minato Namikaze, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the decrease in the number of enemies means a significant increase in the available space for activities, and a large enough space for the space-time ninja to have a lot of room to play. Therefore, even though Namikaze Minato's control over the Flying Thunder God technique was not yet perfected, he still showed off his skills. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to constantly flash and teleport between the fruits and took care of all the plants one by one, truly showing the charm of the Golden Flash, and the main word was fast. His handsome appearance and cool fighting style directly attracted constant exclamations from the audience. Especially for those young women, such a Namikaze Minato is too lethal. They scream continuously and are completely in the state of star chasing. Their eyes are almost turning into hearts. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina is happy but also a little jealous. After all, it doesn't feel good to have a boyfriend who attracts many women just because he is too outstanding. As for Minato Namikaze himself, the turmoil of the outside world has been completely forgotten by him. Now he has once again entered the state of the last period of his first illusion game. That is to say, fighting is fun. Yes, this is the true portrayal of Minato Namikaze. Although the enemies in Fruit Ninja are very abstract, being a bunch of fruit plants that throw their own fruits around with various special effects, when you actually defeat them, you can still fully immerse yourself in them and experience the real battle, fun. It was also under such circumstances that Uchiha Kai's words were heard again, and this time, he directly started promoting the game. My fellow ninjas who came here to attend the press conference, after reading this, you should understand what this illusion game called Fruit Ninja means to you and to our entire Konoha, right? That's right, this fruit ninja is our Uchiha's gift to the entire Konoha. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, The Road to Survival. Chapter 40, The Road to Survival, Ninja World version of the For Life and Death team, a gift for Konoha? Yes, this is a gift to the entire Konoha. Looking at the fantastic battle of Minato Namikaze on the projection screen, the ninjas present and absent all nodded in agreement, and understood why the Uchiha clan held such a large press conference to promote the illusion game. Because, in the illusion game, Minato Namikaze enters the game in his own state, which means that other people playing the game can also do so. Similarly, after starting the game challenge, all the players' battles are a test of their own combat experience and skills, and a test of their own strength without having to care about life and death but being able to go all out. This is experience artifact. This is a good thing that any ninja with a little bit of ambition cannot refuse. Moreover, this is by no means an exaggeration, but the real truth. People with super eyesight like Sarutobi Hiruzen can clearly see that Namikaze Minato, who is fully engaged in the battle in the game, is improving in strength. It's not just about cultivation, but also fighting skills, the use of one's own strength and the composition of moves, and everything related to technology are improving, and practical experience is increasing rapidly. This was certainly due to Minato Namikaze's talent, which allowed him to make rapid progress, but it was also a true reflection of the lack of major wars in peacetime, which led to the ninja's strength improving more slowly than in wartime. The illusion game Fruit Ninja replaces the role of the battlefield to a certain extent, allowing the ninjas who enter the challenge to face the horrific scenes that can only be encountered in the Ninja World War. So, the ninjas were excited and thrilled. All the ninjas who had some ambition stared at Minato Namikaze in the illusion game, wishing they could switch places with Minato Namikaze on the spot so they could experience such a passionate battle. In the audience, Narashikaku had completely lost his previous laziness, and was replaced by a serious look. A gift for Konoha? Indeed, this is undoubtedly a gift that any ninja would absolutely not be able to refuse. As long as we use it well, the strength of our Konoha ninjas will surely surge. The gift from the Uchiha clan is something that all of Konoha cannot refuse, and we who have received this gift, even if we know that the Uchiha clan has selfish motives, must accept this conspiracy of the Uchiha clan. He spoke slowly, explaining the core purpose of this press conference and the game, at least that was his interpretation of the purpose, and he also explained it to his two good friends. After listening to this, the other two, Inoshikajo, nodded in agreement, indicating that they understood, and were amazed at the magnanimity and means displayed by the Uchiha now, which completely overturned their stereotype of the Uchiha. In fact, at this moment, the Uchiha clan was also shocked, because in fact even they didn't know that the second illusion game created by Uchiha Kai was like this. Every Uchiha became excited at this moment. They had a desire for power in their bones, and now that they witnessed with their own eyes the appearance of something that could enhance their strength, they naturally became jealous. Of course, the degree of surprise is not as strong as that of foreigners. Firstly, the Uchiha people believed that this was the secret technique of the Uchiha people, but now they had to share it with the village, and even the sales model made them feel unhappy. Secondly, the Uchiha had already passed on the matter of the illusion game. Even if only a part of the Uchiha knew the truth and had experienced it, they still had a basic impression of the illusion game. Now, it was only natural for the Uchiha to have emotions. However, since the entire Uchiha clan, whether hawkish, dovish or neutral, all fully supported Uchiha K, the Uchiha clan had no choice but to behave themselves. In fact, the Uchiha top leaders are now ecstatic because they have realized what Uchiha K meant when he said the new game is a gift to the entire Uchiha. The reputation gained by this wave for Uchiha may even be greater than if Uchiha fought a ninja world war with all his might. Steady. This one is really stable. The Uchiha high-ranking members who were also watching from special seats backstage at the venue felt their mouths even more frowned than axe. Inside the Hokage building, the Konoha F4 members who saw these things through the telescope had different reactions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smiling with satisfaction, while the other two members of Konoha F4 were silent with complicated expressions. Finally, Midaman Yan sighed and said, "I can't believe that the Uchiha clan would do such a thing. To be honest, I'm not used to it." "Hiruzen, why do you think the Uchiha clan suddenly become enlightened and become so powerful all of a sudden?" "That's because of that Uchiha Kai. Also, do you really think this is the goodwill of the Uchiha clan?" "No, this is actually their conspiracy. They are bribing all the ninjas in Konoha." A cold voice sounded, but it was not the third Hokage who spoke, but came from the door. Shimura Danzo walked in. Although he had a quarrel with Sarutobi Hiruzen a few days ago, the parties involved didn't really care about that kind of thing. After all, they were all nominally for Konoha, just in different ways. "Shimura Danzo, we must stop the Uchiha clan immediately and never let them achieve their evil ambitions." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, then took a deep look at Shimura Danzo and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, I originally thought that your attitude towards Uchiha was inherited from your teacher, but now it seems that your prejudice against Uchiha is too deep. Indeed, I also believe that the Uchiha clan must have their own selfish motives for doing this. But, this is normal, isn't it? Who among us Konoha's ninja clan doesn't have their own selfish motives? Isn't it the same even for our own family? The key is whether this selfishness is harmful to Konoha. And now, the illusion game that the Uchiha clan brought out is both selfish and a way of conveying sincerity to the entire Konoha. It is beneficial to Konoha. In this case, what we need to do is not to stop it, but to support it." After hearing this, Shimura Danzo's expression turned very ugly and even more gloomy. However, this time, the Dark Lord of Konoha did not say anything, but remained silent and finally left the Hokage's office. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two did not take it seriously and continued to watch the images in the telescope technique. What the three of them didn't know was that after Danzo left, he immediately returned to his route and called the route ninjas to give them orders. The route took action on its own without the knowledge of the rest of Konoha. Apparently Danzo Shimura thought that his good friend was being too pedantic in his treatment of the Uchiha this time, and as the Dark One of the ninja world, he would also snipe the Uchiha in his own way. "Hiruzen, you are too naive and too old. You have forgotten what your teacher said, that the Uchiha are a naturally evil clan and need to be properly controlled. And you actually chose to let Uchiha do whatever he wants this time. You have already betrayed the teacher's will. So, from now on, it will be up to me to carry out the teacher's will." In the dim root base, the darkness of the ninja realm muttered, and in the only remaining eye, besides coldness, there was also a burning flame of ambition. After all, for these second-generation Hokage disciples, inheriting their teacher's legacy means that their status is linked to that of Hokage. The official announcement portion of the press conference has ended. But the experience that follows has just begun. The staff who had been prepared immediately went out to dismantle the high platform venue and rearrange the scene. It only took 20 minutes for the large area in the center to be completely transformed. One by one, the game trial locations were revealed, where the two currently available games could be played. However, there is a large gaming seat in the central position, but it was not opened immediately after it was set up. Instead, it was indicated that this seat would be opened in the afternoon. The games placed there were not the two existing games, but a trial version of a brand new game. Its name is The Road to Survival, also known as The Foursome of Life and Death. And its characteristics also make people very curious and expectant. Because, according to official personnel, this is a brand new illusion game that can be played by 4 people together, and it also represents brand new technology. Moreover, this game is different from Fruit Ninja, a game specially prepared for ninjas. Ordinary people can also play it. Please recommend, read, and collect. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Minato and number 039's team makes a brilliant debut, and the first team of Left 1 Dead is confirmed. Chapter 41, Minato's class makes its debut, and the first team of Left Dead is confirmed. Wow, this is so cool! The illusion game is so cool! Loud shouts of excitement rang out in the venue. The 9-year-old Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up and he was in a state of excitement. Generally speaking, shouting like this in public would definitely be annoying, but now no one cares about Uchiha Obito because so many people are shouting. As the experience session started, the audience entered the central venue in batches under the arrangement of the staff, and then lined up with their tickets to experience the 2 illusion games. Of course, because there are so many people, a lottery system is adopted. Only 1 person out of 10 can experience it. Then a group of 10 people put their admission tickets into a box, and the one who is drawn can go to experience it. Moreover, since most of the people present were ordinary people, the game versions they experienced were also different. The 2 games that have been opened were in a weekend and trial state, and people could only experience them once. After all, the official version has to be sold for money, and letting you try it out is already a huge favor from me. Uchiha Kai's quotations.jpg. Uchiha Obito shouted excitedly. He had just entered the game to experience Fruit Ninja. Although he was beaten by the fruits, that extremely real experience was unprecedented for him. Then, Uchiha Obito ran excitedly to a girl who was only 9 years old like him and had purple square facial tattoos, and shouted excitedly, "Lin, this is really great. The illusion game is really great. It's a pity that the organizer didn't let me give you the chance. But it doesn't matter, I heard that these games are already available for purchase, Lin, we must buy the official version of the illusion game back." Looking at Uchiha Obito's excited expression, the cute girl named Nohara Rin smiled and nodded, with anticipation in her eyes. After all, not long ago, Minato Namikaze demonstrated the charm of the illusion game in front of thousands of people through live broadcast, and officially confirmed his title of Golden Flash as a master. Now, although I was not chosen when the lot was drawn, my good friend Uchiha Obito was chosen. The excited reaction of the little friend after the experience was like a feather, tickling the curiosity and anticipation. Then, Nohara Lin turned around and looked at the silver-haired boy standing next to him who was wearing a black mask with only his eyes exposed. He said, "In fact, we can also try to get the qualification to experience the new game this afternoon. I heard that the new game that has not yet been announced is a brand new work that the creator of the illusion game is developing. Although it's not fully developed yet and is just a trial version, if 4 people can enter the game together, plus Minato-sensei, we will have exactly 4 people." The goddess words were like an imperial decree to Uchiha Obito, who had already understood the art of being a dog licker at a young age. He immediately nodded and expressed his great anticipation. However, the cool silver-haired boy Hitaki Kakashi said in a cold voice, "Don't dream. Minato-sensei is our team leader and an elite jonin of Konoha. Now he has become a celebrity in Konoha through the press conference just now. How could such a Minato-sensei play games with us?" A classic bucket of cold water instantly cooled down the hot atmosphere. Uchiha Obito's face turned red instantly, and he looked at his good friend Hitaki Kakashi angrily. "Asshole Kakashi, what do you mean? Are you saying that we are not worthy of conquering the illusion game with Minato-sensei?" Hitaki Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito with his dead fish eyes and said, "It seems that you, the last one, still have some self-awareness." Uchiha Obito got even more angry and immediately started arguing with Hitaki Kakashi, looking like they were going to fight. Hitaki Kakashi was just being arrogant, constantly mocking Uchiha Obito with a cold and venomous tongue, showing the characteristics of a primary school student quarrel. Nohara Rin, who was caught between the two, had long been accustomed to this situation, and quickly played the role of a lubricant, constantly comforting the two. Uchiha Kai, who was watching this scene through the window in the background, said to Namikaze Minato, "Minato, is this the team you lead?" Namikaze Minato smiled brightly. Yes, those are the 3 little guys. Except for Nohara Rin, you know the other 2, right? Kai. Uchiha Kai nodded. Uchiha Obito, that child is also a peculiar one in the Uchiha clan. From the beginning, he was evaluated as lacking in ninja talent, and was going to arrange for him to do other jobs. But he directly used me as a goal and example, saying, since Senior K can be a ninja, then I can too. And then he went to the ninja school. And the one with white hair is Hitaki Kakashi, the son of Konoha White Fang. Like you, he is a top-notch genius ninja who graduated at the age of 5 and became a chunin at the age of 6. So, I don't understand why such a ninja would team up with 2 students who just graduated from the ninja school. Later it turned into a complaint, because Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito had just graduated, and were assigned to form the Minato class under Namikaze Minato a few days ago. Of course, as a time traveler, Uchiha Kai naturally didn't just know about this as he seemed to know, but that didn't stop him from complaining about it. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato explained, this was deliberately arranged by the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi is indeed a genius, but he completely regards himself as a tool, and his teammates are also completely tools. If you continue like this, Kakashi will become a very strong ninja in the future, but he will become a cold and emotionless person. The 3rd generation master does not want Kakashi to become such a person, and that is also what Sakumo-senpai does not want to see. So, the 3rd Hokage wanted me to help Kakashi, and Obito and Rin had a good relationship with Kakashi when he was still in the ninja school. Later, Kakashi graduated from the ninja school early and kept in touch with the 2 of them, so they formed the current Minato team after they graduated. Hearing this, Uchiha Kai raised his eyebrows, with a playful look on his face. He didn't want Konoha White Fang's son to become a tool of Emoda's emotions, so he caused so many troubles. But the problem is that the reason why White Fang committed suicide was the torture of human nature between man and tool. Is the current behavior of the 3rd generation a way to make up for that regret? Or is it just false sympathy? Well, don't blame Uchiha Kai for making malicious assumptions about Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he is the naturally evil Uchiha in the eyes of Konoha's F4. Of course, these are all Uchiha Kai's true thoughts and he would not say them out loud foolishly. Right now, he is more concerned about his own gaming problems. After all, this is related to his future life of cheating. So, the man rolled his eyes and said to Minato Namikaze, Minato, the new game I developed will be open for trial play this afternoon. It is for teams of 4. It just so happens that there are 4 people in your team, Minato, and you just brought those kids, so your tacit understanding and cooperation are not good enough yet. Why don't you take them to play games together this afternoon? This will help you develop your nascent relationship. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato rubbed his chin, then smiled, not bad, I'll leave the spot for this afternoon to you. Thus, the first 4-person team to play the Ninja World version of Left 4 Dead was confirmed. At the same time, Uchiha Kai received the system notification sound indicating that the mission was completed. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Super Rewards reminded Uchiha Chi of the horror of being dominated by Tencent. Chapter 42 Super Rewards reminded Uchiha Chi of the horror of being dominated by Tencent. 2 more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selling 5,000 copies of the game, with a total of 1 million taels of local currency sold, which is equivalent to approximately 3,333 million RMB based on the price of goods, resulting in a super sales explosion and completing the task ahead of schedule. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the highest level reward. The system is officially open, the mall is open, and the emotion value exchange system is open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 platinum treasure chest, 1 gold treasure chest, and 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the player for passing the novice trial perfectly and officially opening the system. Please work hard and strive to become the greatest game producer in the world as soon as possible. Host, Please prepare well in the next 3 days. The task system will be reopened after 3 days. This is the information from the system. The task that was originally scheduled for 1 month was completed directly, all because of the surge in orders. The original limited edition was 500 copies plus 10 RMB. Now the number of copies of the game has been sold 10 times, and the sales revenue has reached 333 times. Such an exaggerated excess directly exceeded the maximum limit of task excess set by the system, so the settlement was made in advance and the highest amount of reward was given. Moreover, boxes of different qualities were directly given out. Uchiha took a look and found that these boxes were a bit like lottery draws, with some items of corresponding qualities placed inside. After the box was opened, items of corresponding qualities would appear randomly. Damn, isn't this just a treasure chest lottery system? Shit, I've traveled through time and space, but Tencent is still chasing me. Uchiha took a deep breath. While he was happy that the task was completed ahead of schedule, he felt constipated again. However, it is a good thing that the task can be completed, and he immediately looked at the mall function and emotion value exchange function after the system is officially launched. This is the function after the system is officially turned on, and it is the reward for Uchiha after officially passing the novice trial. However, this is not surprising. When the system issued this task, Uchiha understood that the tasks he had completed before were only issued by the system during the novice period, which belonged to the classic novice guidance stage. Now, it has been achieved after truly completing a series of tasks. Moreover, it was exceeded. Facts have proved that it was a very correct decision for Uchiha to directly seek support from the Uchiha clan and then hold this press conference. It was precisely because of the experience in the press conference and the marketing methods from Earth that the products were sold out directly after the press conference. Just before, representatives of major families who came here immediately found Uchiha Fugaku and others and expressed their desire to purchase the illusion game. After all, that gift to Konoha was so powerful that it was a classic example of if you don't buy it, you don't love Konoha. Even if the ninjas wanted to express their love for Konoha, they had to spend money to buy it. Moreover, the actual effect of the illusion game has been fully demonstrated through Minato Namikaze's performance. For the improvement of themselves, their families, friends and tribesmen, the ninjas will not be stingy with that little money and are all placing orders enthusiastically. Although 20,000 taels is not cheap, compared with the improvement in strength, it is almost like giving it away for free, so naturally one will go on a shopping spree. There is no such thing as collecting a deposit here, and you have to pay the full amount directly. Although the organizer did not prepare that many game scrolls, placing an order in advance is not a smart way, so Uchiha naturally used them directly. In addition, the merchants who came to Konoha were also very interested in this, and of course they would purchase some and sell them in other places. Although these merchants cannot directly calculate the actual sales volume, the ninjas within Konoha are enough to digest it. Since each official version of the illusion game scroll can only be played by one person through a blood binding method, when the ninja clans purchase it, they often buy a lot at one time based on the total number of ninjas in the clan, and the system will count the number based on the actual situation of the buyers, and ultimately come up with a final number result that matches the actual situation. In this regard, the system is still intelligent. At least it can make judgments based on the actual situation of the buyer, and will not assume that if there is only one buyer, then no matter how many items are purchased, they are only for that one person to play with. Similarly, even if there are not so many illusion game scrolls that can be sold directly, as long as a user places an order and pays, the sales volume will be directly counted. How is the exchange rate between the currency of the ninja world and the RMB calculated? The liang in the ninja world is not the silver in ancient China, but just the currency name commonly used in the ninja world. According to the current price of 60 taels per bowl of char siu ramen in the ninja world, the system directly converted the local currency into RMB at an exchange rate of 3:1, which is the final sales volume of 3,333 million RMB. Of course, this is just the amount counted by the system. The actual final sales volume and sales revenue are definitely far more than this, but the system will no longer continue to count after the number of orders exceeds the limit. Uchiha Kai estimated that the final sales would exceed 2 million taels. It's almost as good as Tenisuma's. Huge profits. Huge profits without a doubt. Although the sealing scrolls are very expensive, the price can actually be reduced to less than 5,000 taels after purchasing in bulk, and the actual production cost is around 6,000 taels, and the rest is all profit. Even the Uchiha clan would be jealous of such a huge profit. You know, from building the venue to holding the press conference today, plus hiring a large number of ninjas and laborers, the total investment of the Uchiha clan is only more than 100 million taels. After all, in a world with backward productivity, labor costs are really low. Just in terms of making money, this wave of profits is huge. Just look at Uzumaki Kushina's expression and you will know. This sealing technique researcher was made into a franchisee of the illusion game by Uchiha Kai. She and Namikaze Minato, the lifelong spokesperson, together hold 5% of the shares, and are now excitedly counting money. Even though it's only 5%, you have to know that the profits from the illusion game are not enjoyed exclusively by the Uchiha clan. Even the founder Uchiha Kai only accounts for 10%. Of the remaining 85%, the Uchiha clan itself accounts for 35%, and the remaining 50% will be shared today with some ninja clans that are worth winning over. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku is now negotiating with representatives of various clans, explaining that future illusion games will be operated as a real business model, and a chamber of commerce has been established for this purpose. Its name is the simple Konoha Game Chamber of Commerce, which will specialize in game-related operations in the future. The Uchiha clan will not monopolize the profits, and sincerely invites all ninjas with interests and vision to join. You only need to put up a sum of money and invest a part of the family resources in the Chamber of Commerce to help the Chamber of Commerce promote its products to the ninja world, and you will be qualified. After the representatives of the major ninja clans learned about this, they naturally agreed in unison. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the broad prospects of illusion games, and understand how great the profits and benefits are. The Uchiha clan did not keep the benefits to themselves, but shared them with everyone. Who would miss this feast? In the end, all the well-known ninja clans in Konoha, such as the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, etc. joined. Even the Senju clan who gave up their surnames and integrated into Konoha joined, and they all generously asked for investment. Among them were even the three F4 families of Konoha, Sarutobi, Mitamon and Utane. As for Danzo Shimura, well, I can only say that the Shimura family was really unlucky to run into Shimura Danzo, the pot shadow. The family had long been completely declined and reduced to civilians. Their main characteristic is to be cruel to the enemies and even more cruel to their own people. In short, a super interest group that included almost all of Konoha's ninja clans was established. Most people only saw the huge profits and a bright future. They also felt that the Uchiha clan had really changed their nature. It was really unexpected that such a big business, a business that would make a lot of money in the future, was shared with everyone. As a result, people's favorable impression of the Uchiha clan soared. Only a few smart people like Nara Shikaku saw something deeper and saw the emergence of an interest group that was powerful enough to control the entire Konoha. Moreover, even if the Konoha high-level officials saw the problem, they could not do anything because this time even their own people had joined in. If they wanted to do anything to Uchiha again, they would be going against this interest group and would be directly resisted and opposed by their family members. Really are. Take the fire out of the cauldron. Nara Shikaku, who led Inoshikacho to join, was deeply moved and thought that the person who made the Uchiha clan play such a big game was really amazing. Although this kind of strategy is nothing in the whole world, those daimyo, nobles, and other ruling classes can use it, but in a ninja village like Konoha where there is no relevant professional education, most people like to think with their muscles, and political education and prenatal education are all dropped out. It is a dimensionality reduction attack. Many thanks to Book Friend by Baoyu for the reward of 15,100 reading coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Upgrading the Double Megatama. The benefits of the system upgrade are here. Chapter 43 Upgrading the Double Megatama. The benefits of the system upgrade are here. If Uchiha Kai heard what Narashikaku said, he would nod in agreement and say, "You are right, but helping the Uchiha clan is just a side job. The main reason is to complete the system mission. This is the opportunity I want to seize in the future." Yes, solving the Uchiha clan's predicament is not a big deal in Uchiha Kei's opinion. After all, what to do and how to do it have been told to Uchiha Kei by countless Naruto Kanemasa and other silly netizens with their amazing wisdom in his previous life. In fact, Konoha itself is not a world that came out of Game of Thrones. Its core essence is a violent organization that respects strength. At most, it is a warlord. The difficulty of its power politics itself cannot be compared with those serious historical worlds. Having lived in this world for 18 years and witnessed many things personally, he can confirm that conspiracies and tricks do exist, but they are definitely not as outrageous as the world imagined by the conspiracy theories of various stupid netizens. The reason why nothing was done in the past was mainly because we did not have enough prestige, power, and ability, let alone the ability to protect ourselves. In the absence of all these, it was useless for Uchiha Kai to do anything before, because he really could not do anything. In the ninja world, strength is still respected, and if one is not strong enough, one must come up with sufficiently unique and useful abilities. Today, although the game production system has not yet given Uchiha Kai powerful strength, it has already given him the unique ability to change the situation. Facts have proved that when Uchiha Kai used some means, the major families of Konoha had no ability to resist at all. They only saw the benefits they could get after joining the Game Chamber of Commerce, and were completely unaware of the hidden interest groups and political factors behind them. Even if some smart people saw it, they couldn't say anything in the face of huge benefits. In addition, other families joined one after another, and if they didn't join, they would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, smart people like Narashikaku also silently chose to join if you can't beat them. After all, even if someone in Konoha F4 wants to find fault with them in the future, they can pretend not to understand at all. If they are asked again, they can say that they saw the Sarutobi, Utane, and Midaman families all joined, and they were also giving face to Konoha F4 and supporting Konoha F4. The main point is to play dumb to the end. Anyway, if you, the Konoha F4, have the guts, you can really enter the world of conspiracy theories, use all your pretentious political tactics to gain complete control over all the families, and kill all your enemies. Does Konoha F4 have such political ability? Uchiha Kai just wanted to say that if Konoha F4 was really as awesome as the conspiracy theory world suggests, with Konoha's strength, they should have taken full control of the Land of Fire instead of simply being tools under the daimyo. Anyway, after this incident, the interest group has been formed, and the worst situation of the Uchiha clan has been completely broken. The future will be much better. As long as the Uchiha clan does not commit suicide, the future will be as stable as a rock. As long as an outstanding Uchiha appears and makes good use of the support of the interest group, becoming Hokage will not be a problem. Uchiha Kai has fulfilled his promise to the Uchiha clan. When the initial momentum has been established, his focus no longer needs to be on the little things of changing the Uchiha clan's predicament, but on how to further expand his own game life. In fact, when the major families signed and pledged that they would send the money for purchasing shares to the Uchiha family and send family-related personnel to develop the illusion game market together, the Uchiha family's top leaders had already realized that the situation of the Uchiha family had completely changed. After all, it has been a long time since the Uchiha clan had experienced representatives of the major ninja clans greeting them enthusiastically, praising the Uchiha clan in various ways, and wishing to make friends with the Uchiha clan. The last time I experienced this was... No, that's not right. The Uchiha clan has never been treated like this. After all, from the very beginning, the Uchiha clan, the founding clan of Konoha, has been the boss of Konoha. From the most powerful clan leader Uchiha Madara, to the Uchiha clan members who look down on others, their main characteristic is to stir up trouble even when there is nothing to do. Uchiha Fugaku, who realized this the fastest, said to his father and the great elder Uchiha Setsuna very seriously, "Father, Elder Setsuna, Kai-kun has fulfilled his promise to us. We, the Uchiha clan, are no longer alone, but have many allies and supporters." Although this was obtained in exchange for interests, as Chi-Jun said, the feelings between families are false, and only interests are the right way. Therefore, we must not let down the good situation that Chi-Jun has opened up for us. From now on, we must restrain our tribesmen and never let them continue to be arrogant and make enemies at random. As Chi-Jun said, pride is a quality, but when pride goes too far and turns into arrogance, it becomes a sin. After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's serious words, Uchiha Masanobu and Uchiha Setsuna nodded in agreement. They knew very well how arrogant their family members were, and they also knew that it was easy to offend people. They understood that it was imperative to restrict certain behaviors of their family members. Otherwise, even if there was such a good situation now, the luck would still be ruined by the family members. Of course, they still need to wait until they go back to discuss how to do it specifically, and now all they need to do is to continue to fully support Uchiha Kai and help him continue to expand the game. At this moment, Uchiha Kai has already finished reading the mall system and the emotion value exchange system. These two functions are also quite simple and crude, just like the store and card drawing in various scam card drawing and pay-to-win mobile games. The emotion value exchange system is the classic card drawing. You spend a certain amount of emotion points to make 10 consecutive draws. The card pool has everything, and it is not surprising what you draw, and there is no guarantee. It is not even as good as the most popular FGO card pool in the mobile game that Uchiha Kai played in his previous life. The main feature is that what the host can get depends on luck. As for the store, there are some commodities, each of which has a purchase quantity limit, and the commodities will be refreshed once a month. The better the commodity, the fewer times you can buy it. For example, among this month's products, there is a spiritual power enhancement potion which can only be purchased once. It can permanently increase the user's mental power by 10%. The main feature is the noble percentage, and the description of the item is the same as always. After the mental power is improved, the user's work efficiency and overtime intensity can be improved to a certain extent. What a noble corporate dog breeder! Uchiha Kai increasingly understood that the nature of this birth system was to train him to be a super curly dog producer. However, this did not stop Uchiha Kai from exchanging the mental power enhancement potion directly as soon as possible. The mall does not consume emotional points, but mall currency converted from real-world game sales. Now the system has automatically converted today's sales. When the sales reach 1 taels, you can get mall exchange coin, and the converted part is limited to the part approved by the task issued by the system. For example, if the task that fully enables the system has a total sales volume of 1 million taels, the system will directly convert it into 1000 mall exchange coins. Although the mental strength enhancement potion requires 600 mall coins, it is more than enough for Uchiha Chi to exchange it. After the exchange was completed, the potion automatically entered Uchiha Ki system package. Uchiha Chi took a look and found that he could choose to use it directly or take it out. Obviously, the things inside are not limited to Uchiha Kai's own use, he can also choose to give them to others. If he had enough power, he could give some things to others, but he was a weakling now and had no choice, so he decided to use them himself. Therefore, Uchiha Kai did not even have to drink the potion himself to complete the use. In an instant, Uchiha Kai's mental power was significantly improved, and his chakra also increased along with his mental power. Moreover, Uchiha Kai clearly felt a warm current passing through his brain into his eyes, making his eyes feel a little sore. He couldn't help but close them and rubbed them subconsciously. When the uncomfortable feeling ended and he opened his eyes again, Uchiha Kai felt that there was an obvious change in his eyes, and he was already in the field of vision of the Sharingan. However, compared to the previous Sharingan, the vision of this time has been significantly improved, and the movements of others seem to be much slower than usual. This made Uchiha Kai feel moved, and he immediately found a mirror to check the situation. Then, the double Megatama Sharingan in his eyes were clearly reflected. His Sharingan finally broke through the shackles of blood and completed the upgrade. At the same time, Uchiha Kai discovered that the skills mastered by the mental network also resonated with the upgraded Sharingan, allowing him to immediately understand that he could do things that he could not do before with the one Megatama Sharingan. Such as try to transfer the port of the mental network to other people through the Sharingan, let him complete the connection with others through the mental network, and let others help him make games. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, The Road to Survival begins, a doomsday background never seen before in the ninja world. Chapter 44, The Road to Survival begins, a doomsday background never seen before in the ninja world. It turns out that upgrading the Sharingan can also upgrade my mental network ability. This ability to connect the mental network with other people is the effect of the transcription seal. Transcription seal, this is the secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Use the Sharingan to look at the target and seal the technique into your own or the target's eyes. When the conditions are met, the seal will be automatically released and the technique will automatically attack the target. Theoretically, this is a secret technique that can only be used by one who has at least upgraded his Sharingan to the 3 Magatama level, and Uchiha Kai is no exception. However, the principle of transcription seal is something that every Uchiha can master, and it is also a secret technique that can be learned as long as one opens their eyes. Uchiha Kai's current combination of double Megatama and mental network allows him to obtain a mutated version of the transcription seal. What was transcribed and sealed was not the technique, but the port of the mental network, allowing others to share the mental network, and the main server was Uchiha Kai himself, who had the highest authority to control the port. Of course, this function has just been developed, and further research is needed to determine what specific effects it can achieve. When it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the third game produced by Uchiha Kai, Left 4 Dead, finally unveiled its mysterious veil. The organizer cleared the entire central area and created an open space, and ensured that players who entered the game could project all the images they were playing for the audience to see. The people who had been playing since the morning until recently have returned to the auditorium under the arrangement of the staff and are looking forward to the new game. Even for most people, this game called Left 4 Dead is what they are looking forward to more. Because the official has clearly stated that Left 4 Dead is a game that can be experienced by both ninjas and civilians, and it is also a game that can be played with friends and family. The main feature is to speed up the pace so that ordinary people can party together. Then, in front of more than 5,000 people, 4 teams that were lucky to be selected appeared. Under the arrangement of the staff, a total of 16 people walked into the corresponding player areas in groups of 4. Of the 4 teams, 3 were quite unfamiliar to the live audience. They were simply lucky ones who were selected to form a team together, so they all responded enthusiastically to the cheers and shouts of the audience. However, this is not the case for the last team, which is much more popular than the other teams. Because this team has the popular player Minato Namikaze. After the performance in the morning, Minato Namikaze has become completely famous in Konoha. He is no longer famous in a small area, but is the recognized representative of the younger generation of Konoha. The new idol who holds the title of Golden Flash waved to the audience with a bright smile, showing off his amazing charm. However, this enthusiastic atmosphere made the 3 little ones who went on stage with Minato Namikaze very nervous. This is true even for Kakashi Hatake, who graduated from the ninja school long ago and became a chunin at the age of 6. After all, the three of them, who were only 9 years old, had never experienced the feeling of being watched by so many people. Nervousness was inevitable, and even their heads were buzzing. Although I said in the morning that I was looking forward to the game Left 4 Dead and wanted to experience it together, when the expectation became reality, I still felt a little overwhelmed. Yes, they were lucky to be selected as the lucky players to experience the new game Left 4 Dead. Moreover, they actually played with their teacher Minato Namikaze, which was truly a classic scene of fantasy coming true. Of course, the clever Hitaki Kakashi had already realized that this luck was actually deliberate. After all, Namikaze Minato was also a member of the organizer. He personally participated in the competition and was directly assigned to a team with the three of them. It was a deliberate arrangement no matter how you look at it. Or, it was teacher Namikaze Minato who deliberately arranged it. Kakashi glanced at his teacher, but ultimately did not voice his inner guess. This time, there is no need for Uchiha Kai to come on stage as guest host, as there will be other people to give the explanations. Moreover, with 4 teams playing together, there is no need for a host, the audience can just watch. All in all, Left 4 Dead is at best an unfinished game, just a trial version that has been put up for review. Then, under the arrangement of the staff, Left 4 Dead was launched, and 16 people were pulled into the game together through 4 specially made large sealing scrolls. Yes, using a large specially made sealing scroll to seal the illusion game can achieve the miracle of pulling multiple people into the illusion game at the same time. This was opened by Uchiha Kai based on the Watch the Game function, utilizing the characteristics of the seal scroll. As we all know, there are actually many kinds of sealing scrolls, some big and some small, with different functions and completely different prices. The illusion game sealing scrolls that the Uchiha clan is currently selling are the cheapest ones, so the price of purchasing the scrolls is so low. But it's different for Left 4 Dead. The seal scrolls used in this new game are of relatively advanced level. A blank scroll alone can be sold for as high as 40,000, which can be said to be a very expensive luxury item. It is a bit expensive, but the effect is good. It can pull multiple targets into the same illusion game at the same time, which is an effect that ordinary scrolls cannot replace. Now, using the advanced seal scroll, the multiplayer online game Left 4 Dead has been successfully activated. The 16 people who entered the game watched a CG animation at the same time together with more than 5,000 viewers in the real world. The background of this CG animation is that the land of demons has been sealing away terrifying demons and monsters since ancient times. However, suddenly one day, the seal was broken, and the power of the evil spirits got out of control, spreading directly outward and corroding the living beings in the outside world. At this time, the invaded creatures mutated and transformed into various monsters. Ordinary humans were also distorted by this force and turned into irrational zombies who were full of endless resentment and hatred towards the living. It was precisely under such circumstances that the unique power of the ninja world, the chakra, was eroded by evil spirits, causing the ninjas to lose their power and become ordinary people. Only a very small number of ninjas could still retain some power, but there were not many left, and they were completely unable to prevent the end of the ninja world. And now, players have to play the role of the 4 ninjas who are struggling to survive in the doomsday ninja world and vow to live. When the CG animation introducing the background story was finished, 4 screens were projected directly above the venue, showing the situations of the 4 teams respectively. Inside, the players were surprised to find that they had become humans. In this game, they directly played the corresponding game characters, instead of playing in person as in Fruit Ninja. This also caused the players who entered the game to be shocked when they saw several unfamiliar faces around them, and then to be shocked again when they realized that their appearance had changed. Then they realized that this game, like Homecoming, was about playing someone else. Of course, this kind of knowing oneself situation is nothing nowadays, because whether in the game or outside the game, people are more concerned about the opening CG just now. This was a performance that had never been seen before. At the same time, it directly constructed a doomsday ninja world. This was too advanced and novel for the entire ninja world, so people discussed this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Abstract Fun in the Ghostly Area 1. Chapter 45, Abstract Fun in the Ghost Zone. Oh my god, I know about the ghost country. There is indeed such a country. Could it be that the country really has sealed away a monster called Chai Mei Wang Liang? Oh my god, what is that? What happened to those people who were turned into zombies and monsters? What kind of ninjutsu is this? A demon's ninjutsu? Didn't you see in the illusion game that it was the evil power brought by demons and monsters that eroded the entire world? Ugh, so disgusting, so uncomfortable. What on earth is that? What are they? Doomsday, is this the real doomsday? How terrifying! Is this what the doomsday world is like? No, we can't let these monsters take over the world. We can't let this happen. How horrible! If I become like this, I would rather die. Exclamations, shouts, fear, doubt, excitement, and many other different sounds were heard one after another, creating an unprecedented visual impact and unprecedented horror scenes that made people in the real world exclaim in surprise. This sense of shock is no different from the shock felt by global players in the 1990s when they first saw the zombies smile back in the classic game Resident Evil. Similarly, it is just like the feeling people have when they first see a zombie apocalypse movie, that is a shock of the world can become such a horrible thing. Although there are all kinds of horror things and strange stories in the ninja world, how can those things be as shocking as the extremely realistic doomsday scenes projected in the venue now? Of course, Uchiha Kei's special version for the ninja world was still localized. It did not use classic transmission routes such as parasites, viruses, and bacteria, but directly changed from science fiction to fantasy, using the setting of ghosts and monsters. It just so happens that there really are monsters in the ninja world, but their existence has been passed down in various legends, and there are many versions of them, and monsters are just one of them. These ghostly things are easy to understand, but the real ghosts and monsters are not that scary. In fact, all the games released by Uchiha Kei are completely localized in the ninja world. As the reincarnation of a dog planner, he understands very well that these new things require understanding cost, and further the cultural effect. Even if he could create something completely new, making all the overused and cliched things on Earth, how would he understand the cost? Also, if he really creates something that people cannot understand, how will Uchiha Kei explain it to others? It is difficult for humans to imagine things they have never seen before. If Uchiha Keishi wants to come up with all kinds of things that are too advanced, it will become very troublesome just to make others understand and just to explain how he knows it, and it may even bring danger to himself. Therefore, localization became Uchiha Kei's choice, and he simply modified the game that existed on Earth and moved it here. For example, Going Home is just a modified WeChat minigame, and Fruit Ninja is actually a patchwork of Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja. The main feature is that it is simple and easy to understand. Of course, Uchiha Kei is not completely incapable of popularizing some advanced information for the ninja world, it just requires some prerequisites. For example, concepts like cells and bacteria already exist in the ninja world and are actually used in Left 4 Dead. The erosion and transformation of life by evil forces like demons and monsters is actually aimed at the cellular level, and this information has been buried in the game. Players have the opportunity to find relevant information during the game. Well, according to Uchiha Kei's understanding of the player group, except for some people who are interested in these things or have keen observation skills, most people who enter the game Left 4 Dead will only pursue the exciting battles. As for what details and hidden stories are there, they can only wait for others to find out. In short, Uchiha Kei's localization is quite successful. At least, more than 5,000 audiences in the venue understood the background story of Left 4 Dead at the first time, even those who were illiterate. In fact, because the scenes in the illusion game are too realistic, many people tremble in fear just by watching the CG animation. Even according to Uchiha Kai's understanding, this CG animation is useless except for the pictures, but for the people in the ninja world, it is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction blow, and the impact is beyond the first time the Earthlings see an IMAX 3D blockbuster. Concepts such as zombies and mutated monsters were thus forcibly inserted into the minds of these ninja country bumpkins, allowing them to instantly open the door to a new world. Some of the businessmen were even more excited because they were related to the film and television industry. Although the film and television industry in the ninja world was just starting out, movie theaters had already appeared, and black and white movies with sound had already appeared, with the main feature being the distortion of the technology tree. With this kind of technology, plus the existence of ninjas in the ninja world and things like transformation techniques, it is not difficult to make a zombie movie. Thus, Uchiha Kai quietly completed the cultural export, and the conceptual origins of zombies, living corpses and mutants were destined to belong to Konoha in this world. Among the ninja community, the horrific things in CG animations also made them feel sympathetic. Even those who had participated in the Ninja World War and were accustomed to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood could not help but swallow their saliva. After all, although the Ninja World War was cruel, people are dead once they die, and according to the information revealed in the game, people may become brainless zombies after death and launch indiscriminate attacks on the living. This is quite terrifying, and the impact is even greater than the feeling people will have when facing the Impure World Army in the future Fourth Ninja World War. Moreover, most of the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Fortunately, this was only in the game and did not exist in the real world. However, there are still a small number of people who know more or think more and can't help but wonder, does such a thing really not exist? For example, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a Hokage, he knows much more information than others. He knows that the monsters in the legend of the demon country really exist and have been sealed. The demon country's successive priestesses are responsible for guarding and sealing them. In the past, Konoha also took over related tasks. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, "We need to pay more attention to the demon country. Regardless of whether the legendary monsters can do the things in the illusion game, they are very different from the tailed beasts. We can't ignore them." Upon hearing this, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato and both nodded in agreement. They also knew about the evil spirits, and although it seemed a bit of an exaggeration to pay special attention to it just because it was an illusion game, it would not be a bad thing to pay a little attention to such things. There was no other way. They also felt that the content of Left 4 Dead was a bit horrifying. The above is the first impression of Left 4 Dead by the people of Konoha. As for Uchiha Kai, the corners of his mouth were as hard to suppress as AK at this moment, and he felt deeply that he had done the right thing by organizing such a press conference. Because, now that the system has been officially opened, people's emotional values are being generated in an endless stream, bringing Uchiha Kai an endless supply of emotional values. Although each person only provides a small amount, the total amount is quite terrifying. Uchiha Kai decided to hold a lottery for emotional values tonight. At the same time, inside the game, players from the four teams looked at each other in astonishment. They were also surprised by the CG animation just now, but they were even more surprised when they each turned into other people. Only Namikaze Minato, who had been spoiled some basic information by Uchiha Kai before, looked at the disciples who had become strangers, smiled and comforted the three people who were in doubt, and explained, "Don't be too surprised. In this game, we directly play the game characters. There are a total of 4 men and 4 women. After entering the game, we will randomly become one of them. Of course, men will become men and women will become women, but there will be no male to female or female to male transition." After hearing this, the 3 students were finally calmed down. However, the 3 of them became very curious afterwards. After all, they were children, and the characters in the game were adults. Suddenly becoming an adult, the senses are naturally completely different. Among them, Uchiha Obito became a fierce-looking bald man in his 30s, Hitaki Kakashi was simply an old man with a white beard, and Nohara Rin was a woman with a black ponytail. As for Minato Namikaze, he was a haggard young man with blonde hair. All the game characters have one thing in common, that is, they are dirty and their clothes are tattered, giving them a refugee feel. Fully demonstrating what survivors should look like in the doomsday. These game characters all have their own names and identities, but these contents are not included in this trial version and will not be revealed until the official version. Today, only the real-world names of players are displayed in the illusion game, so everyone can recognize each other immediately. As a result, Uchiha Obito started to mock Hitaki Kakashi without hesitation. After all, it was really funny to turn him into an old man. Kakashi Hitaki's face also turned dark, and he immediately started to speak venomously towards Uchiha Obito, saying that Uchiha Obito was no longer a good person and should be imprisoned in Konoha prison and severely tortured. So, naturally, the two of them started arguing, and looked like they were about to have a fight. Seeing this, Nohara Rin hurriedly and shyly tried to persuade the two to stop doing that, and she was much more anxious than usual. Because Nohara Rin has not forgotten that they are being broadcast live at this moment, and there are more than 5,000 pairs of eyes watching outside. As it turned out, Nohara Rin's worries were not unnecessary, because after the audience came to their senses and saw the quarrel between Kakashi and Obito, they all burst out laughing. Although elementary school students quarreling is not that interesting in the ninja world, it would feel quite weird if a ferocious bald man and a white-bearded old man were having a quarrel. Especially when these two people use their own voices, the voices are seriously mismatched with their images, and it instantly has the beauty of an abstract video in a ghost animal zone. The fun is here. Uchiha also discovered that this abstract scene that brought joy could also generate a lot of emotional value, which allowed him to confirm a new way to collect emotional value. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Uchiha Obito and number 039, S Entertainment Effect Benefits Uchiha. Chapter 46 Uchiha Obito's Entertainment Effect Benefits Uchiha. After realizing that fun is also a source of emotional value, Uchiha Kai thought for a moment and then clapped his hands rhythmically 3 times. Suddenly, an Uchiha Jonin appeared beside Uchiha Kai and asked respectfully, "Master Kai, what can I do for you?" As he spoke, the Uchiha Jonin looked at Uchiha Kai with undisguised admiration. As one of the people arranged by Uchiha to protect Uchiha Kai, he just respected Uchiha Kai at the beginning. After all, the illusion games brought by Uchiha Kai were indeed of great help to the Uchiha clan. But after witnessing with his own eyes that Uchiha Kai changed the dire situation of the Uchiha clan in just a few days, including preparation time, his opinion of Uchiha Kai was greatly upgraded. Especially after witnessing today that the representatives of the major families could even use a close and flattering attitude to seek cooperation at the negotiating table, this Uchiha completely admired Uchiha Kai. Although master key power as a ninja is not enough, he is a wise man that is rarely seen in the Uchiha clan for 1,000 years. Master Chi should be in charge of the overall situation, and fighting and killing can be left to us ordinary people. This is what Uchiha Key Guard Captain Uchiha's Hilly said, and it has become a recognized truth within the guard team. Yes, having truly witnessed with their own eyes the tremendous changes that Uchiha Kai brought to Uchiha, the Uchiha warriors who had always only recognized fists also felt the wonderful pleasure of being crushed by their IQ, and the values in their minds were also drastically changed, reflecting the classic diode thinking. Facing the revered Uchiha guards, Uchiha Kai also stood in the position of superior and directly stated his request. After hearing it, the Uchiha guards immediately took action and conveyed Uchiha Kai's will meticulously. The staff outside who were in charge of the live broadcast quickly received the order, nodded to show that they understood, and went to prepare for what was next. These things were done quietly without letting the audience know. At this time, the audience also came back to their senses and focused their attention on the 4 live broadcast screens. Although people were watching all 4 live broadcasts, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly the live broadcast of Minato's class. This time it wasn't just Minato Namikaze that attracted attention, but also because this team was the most fun. In the game world, after Kakashi and Obito, who were about to fight, were calmed down by Nohara Rin, Namikaze Minato spoke at the right time and asked them to look at a notice hanging nearby. Those were some simple gameplay instructions within the game, telling players some of the situations within the game. The key point was that in this game, their strength had been greatly weakened and they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, the previous ninja fighting method can no longer be used because of the background of the story. Chakra was banned by the evil power of ghosts and monsters. The characters played by players in the game need to fight in some relatively primitive ways and make good use of various weapons. At the beginning, everyone was in a safe house made of abandoned wooden houses. There were some weapons inside, including kunao, shuriken, bows, iron rods, katana and other weapons, as well as detonating tags, Molotov cocktails and other things that can be used as projectiles. In addition, there are medical kits that can be used to replenish blood. In this game, every player finally has a clear blood bar. Each person can choose 2 weapons, pick up 2 throwing objects and a health pack. This is strictly limited, no one can take more. Then, Uchiha Obito didn't know whether he didn't understand or didn't read the following content carefully. After reading for a while, he just shouted "I understand," and then went to get weapons and medical kits excitedly. He also said in a very dog-licking way that he would help Nohara Rin to get them together so that Nohara Rin would not bear the burden. The result is that this guy keeps picking up medical kits and dropping them. When he has a medical kit on him, when he goes to get a new one, the old one will fall out. During this process, he even exclaimed, "What? Minato-sensei, is there something wrong with this game? Why does the first medical kit fall out when I pick up the second one?" Seeing this, Namikaze Minato showed an awkward but polite smile. Nohara Rin looked helpless, and Kakashi said indifferently, "You are really a huge idiot." Upon hearing this, Obito got angry again and started arguing with Kakashi, so there was another chaos. As expected, the extremely entertaining development caused a burst of laughter from the audience. After all, the people from the other teams all read the instructions carefully, and then carefully selected weapons and took supplies. It was a straightforward development. It's not that this is bad, but with the comparison, the watchability is greatly reduced. The Uchiha clan all looked gloomy, feeling embarrassed for the entire Konoha. Even if Uchiha Obito has changed in the game, he is still an Uchiha clan. The laughter of the audience is the most embarrassing thing for the proud Uchiha clan. Many Uchiha even opened their Sharingans and stared at Uchiha Obito on the projected screen, wishing they could rush in and give this disgraceful guy a good beating. However, what the Uchiha clan didn't know was that while the audience was laughing and cheering, a brand new concept that had never appeared before entered people's minds, that is. It turns out that not all members of the Uchiha clan are so arrogant. Like other ninja clans, they also have members like Uchiha Obito who are silly but also very down-to-earth. Yes, because of Obito's public performance, Uchiha's always aloof image was broken, and a brand new Uchiha appeared, making people understand that Uchiha is not always arrogant and a bastard. Although only Obito appeared, he was Uchiha, and the stereotype he left on people was too deep. So when Uchiha Obito's stupid behavior was seen by thousands of people together, the subversion of his image was directly maximized. This broke the ice on the impression of Uchiha among ordinary people. During the illusion game, after Minato's team struggled for a while, Uchiha Obito finally figured out how to pick up items. Feeling embarrassed, Obito immediately calmed down, and the others quickly picked up their weapons. Among them, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, 2 graduates of the ninja school, chose kunao and shuriken. The use of these 2 weapons were specifically taught in the ninja school. As for Minato Namikaze and Kakashi, they both chose kunao and katana, which are also the weapons they are good at. Kakashi also has the Hotaki family's inherited swordsmanship. Even though Kakashi's inherited swordsmanship is not very good due to his father's early death, it is still much more handy than using other weapons. After selecting their weapons, the four of them came to the door of the safe house and opened it, and the name of this trial level appeared. Those were blood-red words that carried the scent of death, and they read, Escape to Konoha, Level 1, Woods. What it represents is that the core task of this big level is to escape to Konoha, and the whole process is divided into several small levels. The current level name is Forest, which is simple and easy to understand. It means that the map of this level is a forest. Then, the text disappeared, and the four members of Minato's squad immediately heard low growls coming from afar. Within the visible range, there was a forest with a winding dirt road in front. The vegetation density in other places was extremely high, and there was also a strange white mist, as if warning everyone not to go to those places. Then, before everyone could see the situation clearly, a person with bloodshot eyes, madness and brutality, grey skin, tattered body, flesh and even bones visible in many places rushed out, and charged towards Minato's team at the full speed of an ordinary person. The appearance of this guy seemed to be a signal. One after another, people similar to this person rushed out, including men and women. Their common feature was that they were irrational and did not look like living people. They seemed to have the purest hatred for life. It's a living corpse. Kakashi growled immediately and threw a shuriken with his hand. The shuriken directly hit the first zombie that rushed over, easily piercing its chest and leaving a broken hole. However, the zombie that suffered such an injury merely staggered for a moment before roaring like a wild beast and continuing to charge forward. This situation of unkillable enemy scared several people, but Namikaze Minato and Kakashi, who had been ninjas for a long time, were only surprised and then returned to the battle. However, Obito and Nohara Rin, two students who had just graduated from the ninja school, were a little at a loss. Even though Obito had experienced the game once in the morning, he still felt a little dizzy in this left for dead environment. The main reason was that the zombies looked really scary, and the fact that they couldn't be killed made them panic involuntarily. In fact, this reaction is normal. The other three teams also left the safe house, but when they were attacked by zombies, they were all panicked. The shurikens and kunai they threw, as well as the arrows they shot, all missed. In the end, they were forced to death by the zombies with melee weapons. Even so, they were attacked by the zombies, scratched, beaten and even bitten, which frightened them and made them scream, which was quite an eye-catching sight. In comparison, Minato's team was in a completely different situation. Although they had been entertained by Obito before, when the real fight started, with the golden flash of Minato Namikaze and the genius boy Kakashi, they were able to maintain strong combat power even with their weak bodies. Beating the zombies was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, and they easily discovered the zombies' weaknesses. These zombies look scary, but their bodies are actually much more fragile than normal people. Their bodies will be easily broken if attacked. Their heads and spines are weak points. As long as their brains are damaged or their spines are broken, the zombies will die on the spot. As the zombies are already very fragile, they are very easy to kill. Even a stick can easily blow up their heads. That is to say, in this situation, while other teams were still fighting desperately with the zombies in panic at the door of the safe house, Minato's team had already begun their advance. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Tide of Zombies and Card Pool, Will the Things Produced by the System Be Just Ordinary G? Chapter 47, Tide of Zombies and Card Pool, Will the Things Produced by the System Be Just Ordinary Garbage? Ah! There are too many. Too many. I can't kill them all. Idiot, hold your position and don't move. Obito, Kakashi, come on, we can do it. Don't worry. The teacher will definitely protect you. The sounds of flesh tearing, cutting, bombardment, detonating talismans exploding and so on intertwined together, as well as the howling of the zombies. This is the situation that Minato's squad is facing. Because, after moving forward for a while and easily killing some zombies, they encountered a special service that zombie games usually have, a tide of zombies. When the situation reaches a certain place, because of a loud noise, or encountering special zombies that can call their companions through their calls, a large number of zombies will rush out from all directions with terrifying howls. Of course, in the game, these seem to be rushing out from all directions, but in fact, if you look at it from a god's perspective, you will find that they are all refreshed out of thin air. These zombies kept appearing like waves, and the scene where the entire visible range was filled with zombies was a terrifying scene that the ninja world had never seen before. Both the people fighting in the illusion game and the audience watching the live broadcast in the real world were shocked by the unprecedented scene. Many people even didn't dare to look any further and turned their eyes away, their heartbeats speeding up like crazy and their heads buzzing, fully demonstrating the shock of being frightened. However, just like most timid people watching horror movies, those who are scared to watch will still not be able to help but continue to watch secretly, but the way of watching is different. The most common one is to cover their eyes with their hands and then secretly watch the projected picture through the gaps between their fingers. The main point is that even if you are timid you still want to watch it. Then, a few bull-like roars were heard, followed by sharp and long howls, and the special mutant monster appeared along with these sounds. The first to appear were several people who were over 2.5 meters tall, with one very thin arm and the other extremely strong arm. After they appeared, they launched a bull charge with their strong arms, and the bull-like roars came from them. These guys rushed all the way like armored vehicles, and any zombies that got in their way were smashed into pieces on the spot, fully demonstrating the sense of blood and violence. Soon after, the guys who were screaming also appeared. They were all very thin and ugly, with horrible festering bodies. They were like monkeys, jumping among the zombies. They often stepped on the heads or shoulders of the zombies wherever they passed, and used these zombies as springboards to continue jumping forward. These mutated monsters, which were different from ordinary zombies, targeted the 4 members of Minato's squad and launched a fierce attack on the 4 who had maintained their formation. Seeing this situation, the 4-corner formation could no longer be maintained, and at Minato Namikaze's command of disperse, the 4 of them quickly dispersed and avoided the sudden attacks of several bull-like monsters. However, the unlucky Obito was directly ridden on the head by the monkey mutant monster that rushed over later, and then tore and bit him wildly, leaving Obito with nothing but screams. Because when this monkey monster rides on the player's head, it will form a strong control effect, making the attacked player unable to do anything and can only run around uncontrollably, or simply fall to the ground and must be rescued by others to be freed. At the critical moment, it was Minato Namikaze who took action. He shot the monkey monster in the head with precise shuriken throwing, and then continued to throw shurikens to shoot down other monkey monsters, thus solving the problem of being surrounded. Afterwards, Namikaze Minato, holding a katana, started the Muzu mode with Kakashi, and commanded the rescued Obito and Nohara Rin to use long-range weapons to restrain the mutant monsters that were charging like wild bulls. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and splashed blood, forming a meat grinder scene, which was quite terrifying and exciting. In this world where there is absolutely no harmony classification, the images are naturally broadcast without any cuts. On the spot, some people with low psychological endurance felt extremely nauseous and wanted to vomit. Fortunately, the on-site staff had been instructed in advance in this regard, and someone immediately came forward with vomit bags and water to serve the audience who couldn't stand it. Fortunately, there are actually very few such people. Konoha was originally an important military town, and the residents living here have more or less seen some bloody and horrific scenes, and the merchants from other places are also well informed. In addition, the ninja world is a barbaric world where human life is worthless, so people's reactions are actually okay. What is generated the most is the emotional value generated by this unprecedented new experience. Uchiha Kai was very satisfied when he saw that his emotion value had exceeded 1,000 in such a short time. He tried to spend emotion points to make 10 consecutive draws. The emotion value draw was points at a time, and unlike the initial task, the produced emotion value did not need to wait for settlement and could be used directly. In an instant, an extremely gorgeous crystal appeared on the system panel in front of Uchiha Kai, and then the crystal shattered. Then, 10 shiny things exploded from inside. As far as special effects are concerned, it's pretty good. Only Uchiha Kai's expression instantly changed from a slight anticipation to an expressionless face. Because the items in these 10 consecutive draws are really hard to describe. It's not that the classic "thank you for your patronage" appeared. There were things in every 10 consecutive draws. Unfortunately, there were only 4 types of these things, namely canned cola, bagged potato chips, chicken burgers and braised beef instant noodles. The main one was the fatty happy supplies. And they are all unbranded products. In the end, Uchiha Kai could only say 6, and then tried to draw 10 times in a row again. This time, there were 2 more items, namely New Orleans grilled chicken wings and pickled pepper beef instant noodles. Uchiha Chi looked at the things that were automatically stored in the system backpack, then silently took out a can of Fat Otaku Happy Water, opened it and took a sip. Hiss, it tastes really good. It gives me a feeling of being back on Earth, and my head feels noticeably clearer. Although it has not been frozen, it has a strong refreshing effect. It's no wonder that after taking this bite, the depression caused by the crappy card pool actually subsided a little. While Uchiha Kai was reminiscing about the past, he also took a closer look at the emotional value card pool. Then, I saw a number 20/300 in the corner of the system panel. After asking the system, I learned that this was a special guaranteed minimum. After 300 draws, an item of blue or higher quality would definitely appear. By the way, the items that Uchiha Kai got from his 210 draws were both of white quality, while the items in the card pool were of the very cliched 5 qualities of white, green, blue, purple and gold. I can only say that it is worthy of being called a game production system. It has really learned all the tricks used by those rip-off pay-to-win mobile games, and its main focus is to learn only the bad things instead of the good ones. It takes 300 draws to get a guaranteed prize, and the guaranteed prize is blue quality. Whether you can draw a better one depends purely on luck. Judging from the current situation, the card pool is quite a scam, and the emotion value card drawing system is really amazing. Compared to this card pool, the mall system is more intuitive. You can see that there are good things for sale, and you can definitely buy them. It can only be said that this artificial intelligence system has taken great pains to make the host a super king. After complaining silently in his heart for a while, Uchiha Chi took another sip of Fatty's happy water. The refreshing feeling came again, making him pause for a moment and subconsciously look at the Coke in his hand. This Fat Boy Happy Water is not just any ordinary Fat Boy Happy Water. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kai took out 2 new cans of Coke, called an Uchiha guard, and asked him to give the Coke to the Uzumaki sisters in another room, and conveyed the words "taste it and see if this Coke has any special effects." Although it was a bit surprising that Uchiha Kai suddenly took out something he had never seen before, the Uchiha guard was very loyal in carrying out his mission. He didn't ask any questions or think too much about it, and just took the thing away. After the guards left, Uchiha Kai turned his gaze back to the projection screen in the square. He continued to watch the performance of Minato's team while drawing emotion value cards from time to time. His main attitude was to click randomly and draw as fate would have it. Various things kept appearing in his system capsule, the main purpose of which was to add to Tun Tun Rat's collection. After all, the garbage produced by the system did not seem to be ordinary garbage, but things with special effects, so it was necessary to stock up more and study them carefully. Then, after fighting together for a while and getting used to the rushing all the way, the Minato squad in the game came up with new fun. Please vote for recommendation, please collect, and please read on. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Kakashi and Obito did not disappoint. The fun may be late, but it will not be absent. Chapter 48 Kakashi and Obito did not disappoint. The fun may be late, but it will not be absent. The game Left 4 Dead is a pure battle fun game. Although there are some super hellish challenge modes, Uchiha did not make them in the trial version. So, in fact, although this special version of Left 4 Dead for the ninja world is very realistic, its difficulty is actually not very high. Even the other three teams, which were mostly composed of ordinary people as players, were able to move forward easily and kill to their heart's content after adapting to the impact of the zombie tide. As for the bloody, thrilling and horrific scenes in the game, they cannot stimulate the players as much as in the real world. It's not that the experience in it is not real enough, but that the game has a certain spiritual protection for the players. Ordinary people or those with poor mental health will be protected on the spiritual level. When they are in the game, they are very into the roles they play. They are used to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and will not feel nauseous and vomit or lose control of their emotions because of a little horror scene. This is actually one of the new functions developed after the mental network control skill was upgraded, and Uchiha's Hilly also played a huge role in it. It was with the help of the power of the 3 Magatama Sharingan that this kind of mental suggestion effect could be added. The Sharingan is truly a magical eye with infinite possibilities. It really makes sense that Naruto was nicknamed the Legend of Beautiful Contact Lenses before Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Of course, there are still some differences between other teams and Minato's team. The game played by Minato's team had been secretly modified by Uchiha. This change was inspired by the funny quarrel between Kakashi and Obito at the beginning, and there are not many changes. In addition to the fact that the probability of monsters appearing is slightly higher than that of other teams, another point is that teammate damage is turned on. Yes, this game does not allow you to damage teammates by default. Attacks will be ineffective when they hit teammates. However, Uchiha had someone secretly turn on the teammate damage effect of the Minato team. This was what Uchiha had ordered before. In addition, players playing Left 4 Dead are completely isolated from the outside world, ensuring that external sounds will not affect them and that players' sense of immersion will not be reduced. So, after fighting all the way, the players inside were fully immersed in the game and had forgotten the situation outside. The other groups were fine, but as expected, the Minato team encountered problems after they turned on the damage to their teammates. "You're the last one here, are you doing this on purpose?" In the game, Kakashi, who had just experienced a tide of corpses, came to a bridge and stared coldly at Uchiha Obito with his dead fish eyes. Kakashi held a blood-stained kunai in his hand, and there was a bloody hole behind his left shoulder, from which blood was oozing out. Obviously, the injury was caused by the kunai. However, since it is a game with a health bar, the injuries suffered must be different from those in the real world. For example, although Kakashi's injury seems to be bleeding continuously, in fact, his health bar has only dropped by about 2%. Facing Kakashi's question, Uchiha Obito's eyes wandered. Who would intentionally hurt a teammate? I just made a mistake in the throw just now. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. A mistake? Yes, it was a mistake. Obito's specialty is being tough on the outside. Then, Kakashi looked at Obito, said nothing more, and continued on his way. Obito heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, thinking he had fooled the person, and then he smiled sinisterly to himself. Seeing that the two did not quarrel as usual, Nohara-Lin was stunned for a moment and then let the matter go. Only Minato Namikaze, as a teacher, seemed to be hesitant to speak, and finally said nothing. After all, this is just a game, not reality, and you can be resurrected even if you really die. Therefore, it is better to let them make trouble than to block them. At least it is worse than a sudden internal conflict in the middle of carrying out a mission in the real world. Then, not long after, when they encountered another group of zombies, the fight was going well, but suddenly Uchiha Obito screamed and jumped up, covering his butt. In shock and anger, he reached behind him and pulled out a bloody kunai. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Obito seemed to smell the scent of primitive fertilizer. The angry Obito immediately glared at the person who threw the kunao, while Kakashi, who had dead fish eyes, raised his left hand to apologize. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Obito. Kakashi. What do you mean your hand slipped? I think you did it on purpose. Kakashi, it was indeed my hand that slipped. After saying that, he turned to leave. Such a careless lie made Uchiha Obito laugh in anger. Then he moved his hand and exaggeratedly pretended to slip, and shouted, "Ah, I fell down." At the same time, 3 kunao appeared and were thrown out at once. Kakashi, who had been prepared, dodged at the first opportunity. However, due to the weak body of the old man who was controlling him, although he was aware of it, his body was not able to completely dodge it in the end, and he was hit by the 1,000-year killing on his right buttock. Seeing this, Obito couldn't even pretend anymore and burst out laughing on the spot. There was no other way. He threw out 3 swords but they were not accurate. He didn't know where Kakashi would be hit, but Kakashi suddenly dodged and got hit in the butt. This was too funny. Kakashi's face turned red in an instant, and the burning pain on his butt made him furious. He then pulled out a kunao and threw it at Obito. "Last place guy, are you looking for trouble on purpose?" Obito screamed because of a kunao hit on his knee. He didn't care about laughing anymore. He stood up angrily and threw at Kakashi. "Asshole Kakashi, who is afraid of you? Since you started it first, come on. Kakashi, you started the fight. You idiot, you're the last one standing." Then, the 2 of them started throwing kunao at each other from a distance. Because the bodies of the game characters were not as good as their original bodies, their dodging abilities were greatly reduced, and it was difficult for them to dodge the kunao thrown by each other. Soon, each of them was covered with kunao and turned into a hedgehog. But because of the nature of the gameplay, it only hurts a little, and the movement is not affected at all, only the health bar keeps decreasing. However, the silly behavior of the 2 people throwing kunao while quarreling really created a great comedic effect, filling the audience in the real world with laughter. They were truly amused by this pair of bickering lovers. At first, Noharalin was very nervous and scared when she saw the 2 people throwing kunao at each other, but when she realized that the 2 would not really get hurt by doing so, she just became amused and helpless after losing blood, and could only persuade the 2 noisy people. Minato Namikaze, who had expected this, stood by with his hands on his hips and watched, his expression both angry and amused. In the end, he could only helplessly spread his hands in response to the 2 students. In the real world, Uchiha Kai smiled and clapped happily. Sure enough, Kakashi and Obito, his 2 good friends, did not disappoint him. After giving them privileges, they indeed had a lot of fun. Right, it's not a live guide, it's just a straightforward narration. What's so good about a show without any live effects? This kind of fun-filled development is exactly the effect he wants. Uchiha Kai's happy and satisfied look was also seen by the Uchiha guarding in the dark. Uchiha's Hilly had an idea and called a subordinate to convey Uchiha Kai's will. Master Chi is very satisfied with Uchiha Obito's performance. This may be beneficial for our Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha. Daihua's thoughts and understanding were thus successfully conveyed. When the Uchiha top leaders learned about this, they were suddenly moved, and they also looked at the laughing audience with something in mind. It seems that sometimes it is not a bad thing for the tribe members to be ridiculed. If you think about it carefully, each of the major ninja clans in Konoha has its own characteristics, but most of the popular ninja clans have some relatively people-friendly members, even if this people-friendly looks embarrassing. So that's how it is. Is Uchiha Obito the kind of person who appeared in my Uchiha clan? Well, we can put aside the matter of teaching Uchiha Obito a lesson. Pass the word down and forbid anyone from causing trouble for Uchiha Obito. Tell the clan members that this is the joint will of our top leaders and Lord Chi. As a result, the Uchiha high-ranking officials quietly completed their instructions to the Uchiha clan members, and Obito was spared the experience of being taught a lesson by his clan members for embarrassing himself in public. After that, Obito heaved a sigh of relief after knowing the truth behind it, secretly saying that it was a close call, and then he was grateful to Uchiha Kai. After all, the Uchiha clan said that it was because of Uchiha Kai's protection that Obito was spared from a clan punishment. Well, the kind of protection that Uchiha Kai himself was completely unaware of. Of course, this is all a matter for the future. As of now, the fun and connotation of Left 4 Dead have been demonstrated by the players of the 4 teams, and it has been directly listed by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen as an illusion game that must be played by graduating ninja teams in the future. Please recommend, collect, reward, and read. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Survival Road, a compulsory course for the selected genin. Chapter 49, Survival Road, a compulsory course for the selected genin. Not long after, the event finally came to an end. Although Minato's team had a very entertaining effect and created great emotional value for the audience, all good things must come to an end, and the presentation of Left 4 Dead finally ended. After all, it's just a trial version, and there are only 2 small levels of content, which will be gone after you complete them. The other 3 teams all got through the game very smoothly. They encountered many mutant monsters during the process, but the trial level did not have those super outrageous and powerful mutants, so they were eventually passed smoothly. Afterwards, those people excitedly said that the game was fun and made them very excited, and they exploded all the emotional value they could provide. Fighting is fun. Fighting in a team is more fun. The audience also gave warm applause to the lucky players who successfully completed the trial version, making them feel ecstatic and as if they had become celebrities. Of course, the most popular class is the Watergate class, which was the last to pass the level. The difficulty of Minato's team is obviously much higher, and there are 2 funny guys in the team who don't get along with each other, which makes the entertainment effect much stronger. Also because of the internal strife between the 2 funny guys, they encountered danger during the battle. When entering the 2nd level, they began to hurt each other again, and as a result, they directly ran into the strongest wave of zombies, and many mutant monsters appeared. The 2 funny guys, whose health was very low due to hurting each other, were directly defeated by a mutant monster that could spray corrosive acid. This monster will spray a pool of corrosive acid towards the crowd, and the acid will fall to the ground to form a pool of green water. Players need to leave the green water range immediately, otherwise they will continue to lose blood. Usually when encountering this kind of monster, the player will lose some blood more or less, because the monster's attack speed is quite fast, but as long as you run fast, the blood lost will not be much. Unfortunately, Kakashi and Obito, the 2 funny guys, reduced the opponent's health to less than 1/6, and both of them entered a weak state with low blood, and their movement speed automatically dropped by 30%. As a result, the 2 unlucky kids failed to dodge and lay on the ground with their health bars emptied. Originally, even if you lie on the ground, you will not die immediately. Instead, you will be unable to move and will be in a near-death state for 1 minute. You can only get up when other healthy players come to treat you. Conversely, if you cannot be treated within 1 minute, you will die on the spot, and if you are hit by a fatal attack again, you will also die on the spot. However, at that time they encountered a very terrifying tide of zombies. Nohara Lin rushed to save people, but her rescue process was always interrupted by attacks from other zombies and monsters. Moreover, the zombies continued to attack the 2 dying people. Obito and Kakashi lay on the ground helplessly, and could only watch as a group of zombies surrounded them and beat them wildly and inhumanely. In the end, the 2 unlucky children were beaten to death by Kakashi's unwilling growl and Obito's terrified cry. The number of teammates suddenly dropped to only 2, and Nohara Lin was still in danger under the attack of the zombie tide. At the critical moment, Konoha's most outstanding Minato Namikaze seemed to have triggered a passive attribute and directly entered the show mode. Holding a katana in one hand and a kunao in the other, Minato Namikaze moved at high speed, killing various monsters and turned into a battlefield meat grinder. Moreover, when facing attacks from mutant monsters with controllable abilities, the severely weakened Namikaze Minato can still dodge as best he can with minimal movement, and often he can attack while dodging, like a martial artist on a bloody battlefield. Sometimes, when small dodges don't work, he will dodge larger ones, many of which are very difficult for his current body. For example, you can directly rush to a tree next to you in parkour mode, then use inertia to charge forward while running on the tree with both feet and then jump back to avoid the attack. At the same time, you can also flash the cold light of the sword and chop off the head of the mutant monster. The main point is to pretend to be cool to the end. Therefore, the most difficult part was miraculously broken through by Minato Namikaze's one-man show. In the end, there was the famous scene where Minato Namikaze rescued Nohara Rin, who had been beaten to death, next to a pile of monster corpses. At this moment, the value of the Golden Flash was still rising, showing people that even though his strength was greatly affected, this first genius of the younger generation of Konoha was still invincible in his class. As for Kakashi and Obito, these two unlucky kids could only float behind Minato Namikaze and Rin Nohara as ghosts. And they could do nothing but watch Minato Namikaze and Rin Nohara continue on their way. It was really embarrassing. It was not until Namikaze Minato and Nohara Rin reached the critical node that Kakashi and Obito were resurrected. In the game, if a teammate dies, as long as the team is not completely wiped out, as long as the team continues to move forward and comes to some areas with a sense of space such as safe houses, ordinary houses, tree holes, caves, tents, etc., the dead teammates can be resurrected there, in the form of being trapped in those areas. As long as there are survivors in the team, the dead teammates can be released and put back into battle. Although they are just clowns on the surface, Kakashi and Obito's move also directly explains to people what to do after someone dies in the game. In the end, Minato's team was the last to pass, but they won the warmest applause, especially Minato Namikaze, whose popularity was so high that it was several times greater than that of everyone else combined. Nohara Rin, as his student, was very happy, while Kakashi and Obito were embarrassed. So the two good friends began to blame each other again, saying that it was all each other's fault, fully demonstrating the reality that good friends must quarrel all their lives. After that, the event was completely over, and more than 5,000 spectators went home with countless excitement and endless topics to talk about, or left Konoha and passed on the news. From this day on, the illusion game will spread throughout the entire ninja world and become a new thing known to every household in the ninja world. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that many new spies would soon appear in Konoha. They would try every means to investigate the truth of the illusion game, and once confirmed, they would use all means to seize this technology. Unfortunately, this technique is different from the other secret techniques, as it is directly controlled by the Uchiha clan. In this day and age, who can steal things from the Uchiha clan? The spies finally found the Uchiha clan, most likely to get killed, and they were also able to restrain and harass the Uchiha clan to a certain extent, which was a classic check and balance for the Konoha high-level officials. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not worried that the illusion game would be stolen by outsiders. The core technology was there and it was something that no one else could take away. Although they can destroy it if they can't get it, the same thing still applies. Konoha is strong in military and horses, and that is the Uchiha clan. What can other ninja clans use to destroy it if they can't get it? In the end, this secret technique has now become Konoha's core product. After learning that the Uchiha clan has brought together a large number of ninja clans to establish a chamber of commerce dedicated to the sale and development of illusion games, the longest-serving Hokage immediately weighed the pros and cons and analyzed how to maximize Konoha's benefits. Then, Left 4 Dead was specially selected. If this game can be further improved and upgraded to make the player experience more realistic, it will become a training tool for the Graduation Ninja team. For this purpose, Sarutobi Hiruzen specially sent Anbu to Uchiha to raise the issues regarding Left 4 Dead one by one. The current Uchiha clan still respects the third Hokage, so the information was quickly passed to Uchiha Kai through the Uchiha clan. Looking at the questions one after another, Uchiha Chi thought for a while, took out a pen and answered them one by one. The core points of all the questions actually pointed directly to one thing. Left 4 Dead will launch a special survival mode, in which players will experience an extremely realistic doomsday survival, allowing its training function to be fully utilized. After receiving the reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with great satisfaction, and then with a stroke of his pen, he provided policy support to the newly established Konoha Game Chamber of Commerce. He knew very well that even the families represented by their Konoha F4 had already joined it, and if he continued to hinder or restrict it, he would only offend people for nothing, so he might as well just do a favor. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Uchiha Kai. Hey? I became the Great Elder? Is this true? Chapter 50 Uchiha Kai. Hey? I became the Great Elder? Is this true? 2 more, what? If the illusion game is sold as a normal product, will other villages get the same benefits? In theory, yes. However, since the core of the technology comes from Konoha, then can't the related illusion games sold outside the village be castrated to a certain extent? Even if someone is able to sneak into Konoha and buy the uncensored version of the illusion game in the end, the quantity will definitely not be large. Compared with the size of Konoha and the benefits that all Konoha ninjas can get, the so-called risk is actually negligible. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no lack of this vision and foresight. Moreover, even if he suddenly had a brain seizure and didn't realize it, his greatest think tank, the Nara family, would tell him. After all, when the Nara family also had shares in the Konoha Game Chamber of Commerce, the lazy people would become active. Next, all Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to do is wait and observe, and then decide on the next step based on the situation after the game is expanded. Hey! I hope it can really bring some good changes. Standing in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window at Konoha, which had already fallen into night, and muttered to himself. What this ninja hero did not tell his old friends was that his indulgence towards Uchiha this time was also an attempt and preparation. The situation in the ninja world is now extremely tense, with an air of impending storm. Among the 5 major countries, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth are sharpening their knives, and the Land of Water far overseas is also eyeing them covetously. Moreover, according to intelligence sent back by spies, their target is the Land of Fire, and they are frantically spreading hatred theories against the Land of Fire in their own country. Only the Land of Wind seems to be relatively stable because it was the country that suffered the most losses in the Second Ninja World War. However, once the other major countries take action, the Wind Kingdom will inevitably take action immediately, and then the Third Ninja World War will come. Moreover, it is very likely that Konoha will directly face a 1vs4 situation. After all, the Land of Fire was the biggest victor in the first 2 Ninja World Wars and gained the greatest benefits. Once the Third Ninja World War breaks out, the Fire Nation will inevitably become the target of public criticism. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already analyzed this with his think tank a long time ago, so even though Konoha is strong now, he is still worried. Although Konoha had faced siege in the previous 2 Ninja World Wars, those countries were actually fighting each other while besieging the Fire Nation, and the main focus was on a chaotic battle, so the pressure Konoha faced before was not as great as imagined. However, the Third Ninja World War is different. If a war breaks out, the Fire Nation will most likely face a full-scale siege from the 4 major nations. If they can't hold on, Konoha will be in real danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried about this. As it turned out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's worries were actually correct, because the intensity of the Third Ninja World War surpassed the previous 2, and Konoha was even attacked at its doorstep, and the Konoha offensive and defensive war was almost about to begin. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know that such a tragic thing would happen, he was worried about the Third War and was indeed working hard to prepare. The illusion game brought by the Uchiha clan was an absolute conspiracy, and it was something that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, could not refuse, because it was a good thing that could greatly enhance the strength of the village and increase the village's income. On this basis, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mind changing his policy of suppressing the Uchiha clan, and for the first time ever, he gave the Uchiha clan some green light and support. Of course, the most important thing is that the Uchiha clan's operation this time was so amazing that even Sarutobi Hiruzen had to praise it, saying damn it, and then he just went with the flow while admiring it. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his seat and continued to deal with the piles of official documents, while quietly strengthening the defense of several important fortresses on the border. On the other side, a banquet was being held in the Uchiha clan's territory. To celebrate the perfect conclusion of the press conference, we also celebrated the perfect cooperation between the Uchiha clan and the major ninja clans of Konoha. Even celebrating the improved image of the Uchiha clan in the village. Although the top management did not elaborate on the follow-up plan, they have already publicized that through this press conference, the Uchiha clan is on the right track. In the future, as long as they follow the pace of the top management and unswervingly follow the correct path planned by Master Chi for the Uchiha clan will surely become great again. The main point is to open champagne as much as you want. Although the situation is actually different, it does feel a bit like popping champagne at halftime. However, Uchiha Kai did not pour cold water on them, because the Uchiha clan had indeed been suppressed for too long, and there had never been any hope. Now that the situation was very good, it wouldn't be a big deal if the whole clan was a little happy. But soon Uchiha Kai found that he still underestimated the Uchiha clan's diode level. My fellow clansmen, on this memorable day, it is also the time for our Uchiha clan to seek change and embrace a new life. From today on, I, Uchiha Masanobu, will officially pass the position of clan leader to my son Fugaku. From now on, he will be the ruler of my Uchiha clan. At the same time, Elder Setsuna will also step down as the Great Elder. The new Great Elder of our clan will be the leader who brought us all this, Uchiha Kei. Under the leadership of Patriarch Fugaku and Elder Chi, our Uchiha clan will surely move towards a new and glorious chapter. Gentlemen, drink this cup to the full. As he spoke, Uchiha Masanobu, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Drinking the wine in the cup with him were the clan leaders headed by Uchiha Setsuna. It was obvious that these guys had discussed this long ago. After the Uchiha clan was stunned for a moment, they burst into even more excited cheers, and then drank one after another. Everyone was very excited, and many of them directly opened their Sharingan. Even some Uchiha who had not opened their eyes originally opened their eyes at this time. These guys opened their eyes because of the press conference in the daytime. Under the impact of the atmosphere of National Carnival, and later stimulated by the attitude of major ninja clans to actively show goodwill and establish cooperation with Uchiha, some Uchiha opened their eyes because of excessive excitement. For a moment, it felt like a group of red-eye disease demons were running rampant. Uchiha Chi lived in Bungbu. Although he did scheme to gain a superior position in the Uchiha clan, he just wanted to gain a superior position and did not want to bear too heavy responsibilities. Moreover, what the hell is a Great Elder? This is a position in the Uchiha clan that theoretically has the same authority and status as the clan leader. Although Uchiha Kai had received the highest level of treatment before, that was just treatment. Now that the position of Grand Elder has been thrown to him, it means that the corresponding power has been directly thrown to him. It is a position that can truly control and influence everything in the Uchiha clan. Is it really okay if such an important position is suddenly lost? Uchiha Kai looked at the senior executives and found that these guys were all very happy. Even the most stubborn ones had happy smiles on their faces, and the look in their eyes when they looked at him was a mixture of relief and respect. Damn it! Uchiha, can you please get your heads right? How old is Uchiha Kai? 18 years old, 19 in a few months at most. At such a young age, can he really become the Grand Elder? Uchiha Kai opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Uchiha Setsuna smiled and said, "Ki-kun, you don't have to say anything more. This is what all of us think is most appropriate. I am old now. I think I have spent my whole life fighting for the Uchiha clan, but in fact I am just a loser. I have never been able to bring real changes to the Uchiha clan in my whole life. In the new era, there is no longer a ship that can carry an old antique like me. Rather than continuing to occupy this position and becoming a burden to the family as I grow older, it is better to give the position of the Great Elder to you who is most suitable. You can guide our Uchiha clan to continue on the right path." Uchiha Kai. Elder Setsuna, have you ever gone to the neighboring One Piece world for further studies? Please recommend, collect, and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. The Fat House packages produced by the system are all very useful, and the girls and number 039, ADM. Chapter 51. The Fat House packages produced by the system are all very useful and the girls' admiration. In the end, it was decided that Uchiha Kai would become the new Grand Elder. However, the time of officially taking up the post was postponed by Uchiha Kai, because with the identity of the Uchiha Grand Elder, he would directly represent Uchiha in many things, which would become very troublesome. Therefore, Uchiha Kai postponed the time of officially taking up the post. Uchiha Kai believed that he had to at least wait until he upgraded his 3 Magatama Sharingan and possessed the elite level Jonin strength. At that time, he would truly have the initial ability to protect himself, and only then would the identity of the Uchiha Grand Elder help him. If he were to take the position directly now, it would only restrict his actions and cause him to encounter various troubles. Anyway, even if he doesn't have the status of a Great Elder, he will still have the proper treatment and status. Uchiha Setsuna and the others respected Uchiha Kai's opinion very much and did not force it, so they temporarily kept the position of the Grand Elder. The unanimous opinion of the top leaders was that this position would remain there until Uchiha Kai officially took over. That night, Uchiha Kai returned to his own home, and the guards led by Uchiha's Hilly naturally returned to the apartment building together. Then, "Brother Chi!" Uzumaki Kikyo's surprised voice was heard, and Uchiha Kai, who entered the house, saw Uzumaki Kikyo inside. The youthful girl has a headscarf tied on her head and is holding a broom in her hand, obviously cleaning the room. Uchiha Kai was a little surprised when he saw this and said, "Kikyo, why are you in my house?" He was just simply curious about why Kikyo was at home, but he was not surprised that she was able to enter the house because he had already given her the key to his house. Uzumaki Kikyo was not embarrassed at all, and answered generously, "I saw you going back to the clan land with the Uchiha today. I thought there was no one at your house at night, so I came to help you look after the house." At this point, she carefully glanced out the window, and when she saw no one was there, she stepped forward and whispered, "Brother Chi, as the creator of the illusion game, what you master is now one of Konoha's biggest secrets. Also, the coke you asked the Uchiha people to send over today has been tested by Kushina sister, and Kushina sister said that it's best not to expose that thing easily." Uchiha Kai's heart moved, and he thought of the system cola that he had sent to the Uzumaki sisters during the day, and he realized that they must have researched something. So, Uchiha Kai closed the doors and windows tacitly, and Uzumaki Kikyo also quickly formed hand seals, and a barrier was immediately formed, isolating the inside and outside of the house. Uchiha's Hilly and other Uchiha discovered it at the first time, and immediately put on guard and protected themselves. Those hiding in the dark opened their Sharingan and kept a close eye on the surroundings to prevent anyone from arriving at this time. Although I don't know what Uchiha Kai and Uzumaki Kikyo are doing in the house, but Lord Chi must have his reasons for doing this. This is such a classic line that countless people on earth must have made fun of it. However, to the Uchiha guards, Uchiha's Hilly's words made a lot of sense, because they thought so too. Uchiha Kai in the house had no idea that the guards' collective illness was getting worse and worse. He was asking Kikyo about the actual test results of System Coke. Refresh the mind, reduce fatigue, restore energy, and thus restore chakra to a certain extent. This is the actual effect of System Cola. Although its effect on chakra recovery is not as high as that of Bing Liang pills, it does not have the limitations and side effects of Bing Liang pills. Bing Liang Wan is usually used as a satiety supplement, but it also has the effect of quickly restoring chakra, but it requires rapid extraction, which usually depletes vitality to a certain extent. In addition, you should not eat too many Bing Liang pills, otherwise your body will not be able to bear it and your digestive system will have big problems. However, the cola produced by the system does not have these side effects. At most, the gas produced by the cola will make you feel a little bloated, but with the ninja's physical fitness, it will pass after a short while. Theoretically, as long as there is space in the stomach, chakra can be quickly restored by drinking Coke. Moreover, according to Uzumaki Kushina's research, ordinary ninjas cannot maximize the effect of drinking this cola. The most suitable people to drink this cola are the Uchiha clan, the Yamanaka clan, etc., who have bloodline limits or family secrets that are related to the spirit. After learning all this, Uchiha Ki-Eyes could not help but turn to the system capsule, looking at the various fat house packages that were drawn by the emotion value system. The system descriptions of these things, including the cola, were very simple and in a unified format, very simple and crude, all of which were XXX, supplies that can enhance the efficiency of overtime and staying up late, helping the host and the host's team become the strongest game makers. Among them, XXX is the name of various things. There is no doubt that the IQ system is born as usual, and the things given are all for Uchiha Kai to become the king of the game world, but if these things are placed in the ninja world, they are the best supplies for ninjas. It seems that even the garbage produced by the system has value. No, it should be said that if these things are released, they will definitely cause a huge shock. However, it would be a waste to keep these things in the system capsule. Only when they are taken out can they play their true value. With my current status in the Uchiha clan, I don't need to be as low-key and cautious as before. While thinking in his heart, Uchiha Kai considered it for a moment, and in front of Uzumaki Kikyo's astonished gaze, he directly took out the fat otaku meal set meal produced by the system, including hamburgers, potato chips, New Orleans grilled chicken wings, etc. These all come from the same place as the cola. Kikyo, seal them up with the sealing scroll and take them to Sister Kushina. The two of you can help me analyze the effects. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kikyo came back to her senses from her shock, and immediately took out the sealing scroll she carried with her and sealed everything up. After this was done, Kikyo hesitated to speak. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. She was very conflicted for a while. Uchiha Kai smiled, then patted Kikyo's head and said softly, "Don't worry. This is an ability that belongs only to me, a special product of summoning. Just don't tell outsiders about this." Upon hearing this, Kikyo immediately understood and nodded vigorously. There are all kinds of weird things in the ninja world. For example, the Uzumaki clan itself has many strange bloodline abilities. Not to mention anything else, the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, the Shiki Fusion, is particularly outrageous. It directly summons the god of death to take away people's souls. This is completely different from the styles of other ninja clans. Therefore, Kikyo is very receptive to strange and bizarre abilities. The most important thing is, this is what Uchiha Kai said, so Kikyo will unconditionally believe Uchiha Kai and keep this secret. As for whether to keep the secret from Uzumaki Kushina and the others, there is no need to say more. Because this is simply the tacit understanding between the four-member team, since Uchiha Kai asked Kikyo to take the things to analyze with Kushina, he never thought of hiding it from Kushina and Minato. At that moment, Kikyo promised Uchiha Kai that he would analyze the actual effects of those fat house packages as soon as possible. Uchiha Kai also chatted with Kikyo for a while, and only sent Kikyo back late at night. When she left, Kikyo's pretty face flushed slightly, and she was obviously in a very good mood, with even a gleam in her eyes. It was a beautiful vision of infinite expectations for the future. She had almost thought of the name of her future child. After all, after spending time with Uchiha Kai today, Kikyo discovered the changes in Uchiha Kai. A girl named Uzumaki Kikyo likes Uchiha Kai and regards him as her hero. She has never concealed her admiration for him since she was 14 years old. However, Uchiha Kai seemed to have some kind of knot in his heart. In the face of Kikyo's admiration, although he did not reject it, there was always a layer of alienation between them, which made Kikyo always have the illusion that Uchiha Kai would disappear at any time. The girl was actually very uneasy about this, but she didn't show it because she didn't want to worry others, nor did she want to make things difficult for Uchiha Kai. But now it's different. Kikyo can clearly feel that the slight barrier is gone, and Uchiha Kai no longer gives her the feeling that he will disappear at any time. Although she doesn't know the exact reason, Kikyo believes that there will be no regrets in the future. Therefore, the girl is really happy now. What the girl didn't know was that her feeling was absolutely correct. Uchiha Kai could indeed disappear at any time. After all, he had the great ideal of running away, so naturally he was always distant from the girl's admiration. He still refused to learn Nico's good qualities. And now, Uchiha Kai no longer needs to be a runner, so the things he originally resisted are naturally no longer needed. At the same time, in the core conference room of the Uchiha clan, a meeting belonging only to the top few members of the clan was being held. Many thanks to my book friend The Rose Under the Moon for the reward of 500 Kidian coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Uchiha Setsuna, I want to send my Mangekyo to the next era. Chapter 52 Uchiha Setsuna, I will send my Mangekyo to the next era. Everyone, I called you here to be a witness and a guarantee. This will also be my last commission as the great elder of the Uchiha clan. So, please, everyone. In the most secret meeting room of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna looked at several of the Uchiha's true core leaders around him and spoke seriously in his low and old voice. There was caution and pleading in the voice, as well as an emotion of making arrangements for one's last wishes. Such an obvious attitude made these senior executives look at each other in surprise. Only the clan leader Uchiha Masanobu looked serious and calm. It was obvious that he had already discussed the matter with Uchiha Setsuna. Although it was announced at today's banquet that the position of clan leader would be handed over to Uchiha Fugaku, it was only a decision and an internal notification to the Uchiha clan. Such a big event as the transfer of the clan leader's position cannot be completed in such a shabby way. Next, an auspicious day will be chosen to hold the enthronement ceremony, and representatives from the major ninja clans and civilian ninjas of Konoha will be invited to participate. Only after completing that step of the ceremony can Uchiha Fugaku truly become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As for now, your dad is still your dad. Then, the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, Elder Setsuna, what you said is too serious. Although you have decided to hand over the position of the chief elder to Kai-jun, you are still a senior who deserves the respect of all of us Uchiha. After retirement, you can still shine for the future of Uchiha. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna shook his head and said, No, you don't have to think too much. I am indeed making arrangements for my funeral now, because I don't have much time left. Such straightforward words made all the Uchiha present change color except Uchiha Masanobu. Uchiha Fugaku, Elder Setsuna, you are obviously in good health, why do you say such discouraging words? Please. No, Fugaku, this is not a discouraging statement, I'm just telling the truth. Uchiha Setsuna interrupted Uchiha Fugaku, his expression and voice extremely calm. This attitude made Uchiha Fugaku and the others finally understand that Uchiha Setsuna might not live long. Uchiha Fugaku could not help but frown deeply. Why is this happening? The doctor just checked your health a few days ago, Elder Setsuna, and he clearly said at that time that you can still live for at least several more years in good health. Uchiha Setsuna nodded. Normally speaking, I can live that long, but... As he spoke, Uchiha Setsuna's somewhat cloudy black eyes turned into the form of a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the 3 Magatama inside actually spun rapidly. Then, under the astonished gaze of the other Uchiha present except Uchiha Masanobu, it switched to an inverted triangle symbol, which turned out to be the Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha at the scene were suddenly shocked and in an uproar, and each of them showed a look of horror. Uchiha Fugaku, Elder Setsuna, your eyes are Manjiki Sharingan? When did you open them? Uchiha Setsuna calmly scanned the crowd with his Manjiki Sharingan, then closed his eyes and narrated slowly, just a few days ago, when Kai-kun planned the future for me, the Uchiha. Maybe it's because I'm old, and I witnessed Kai-kun's wisdom with my own eyes, so I suddenly understood a lot of things, and realized that I made a lot of mistakes when I was young, so I had a great enlightenment. Having said that, he opened his eyes again, and his Manjiki Sharingan was already closed. Unfortunately, the awakening came too late. My poor physical condition now cannot bear the burden of the Manjiki Sharingan. When the Manjiki was opened, the countdown of my life had already begun. These words completely confused Fugaku and the others. They opened their mouths to say something, but because their heads were buzzing with confusion, they didn't know what to say. Then, Uchiha Masanobu spoke, "You don't need to ask too much. You just need to know that Elder Setsuna's life has come to an end, and after his death, the Manjiki Sharingan will be left behind. However, Elder Setsuna has already designated a successor for this pair of Manjiki Sharingan." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku, whose mind was still a little confused, thought of someone. "Father, Elder Setsuna, are you talking about Kai-kun?" Uchiha Setsuna nodded. "Yes, since this pair of Manjiki was opened by the Grand Elder, then it should be inherited by the next Grand Elder." After a pause, he showed a look of regret. "Unfortunately, Chi-kun and I are not blood relatives, and Chi-kun's talent as a ninja is far from meeting the minimum requirements for opening the Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, if I can use my remaining body to bring a new eternal Manjiki Sharingan to the Uchiha clan, it will be worth my life." After listening to Uchiha Setsuna's words, all the Uchiha high-ranking officials were silent, and their hearts were full of envy for Uchiha Kai. After all, that was a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, which was the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. Who in the Uchiha clan wouldn't want to possess such power, even though one must rely on the eyes of a blood relative to open the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, making the requirements for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan extremely harsh. It does not prevent the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan from being powerful enough to drive countless people crazy. However, these Uchiha high-ranking officials were only envious in their hearts, and no one had any objections or coveted it. All this is because Uchiha Kei deserves this precious gift and reward, and it is also the will of Uchiha Setsuna, the owner of the Mangekyo. Here, Uchiha Setsuna's entrustment was confirmed. The dying great elder of the Uchiha clan would leave behind the Manjiki Sharingan after his death, and then it would be handed over to Uchiha Kei to take to the next era. Moreover, throughout the entire process, the Uchiha high-ranking officials were serious and the atmosphere was depressing, with a strong sense of self-admiration, as if everyone was carrying a great mission and tragic honor, fully displaying the diode mental state of the Uchiha clan. If Uchiha Kai knew about this, even if he knew that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan had the magical ability of plug and play, he would not be able to help but complain that the Uchiha clan's mental illness is indeed very serious. Anyway, that's how it was settled. However, what Uchiha Fugaku didn't know was that his beloved father Uchiha Masanobu was also planning the future in his heart. Although Uchiha Setsuna was very calm throughout the whole process, in fact, Uchiha Setsuna's actions had a great impact on Uchiha Masanobu. Uchiha Masanobu, who felt that his health was not very good either, also quietly made up his mind to try his best to open the Manjiki Sharingan while his body could still hold on. Once successful, Uchiha Masanobu can leave his Manjiki to his son Fugaku, and even if he himself is destined to die, he can rest in peace with a smile on his face. The Uchiha clan is such an extreme clan. After all, the people of love can give everything for the love in their hearts. Uchiha Setsuna's deep love for his clan made him choose to leave the Manjiki Sharingan to Uchiha Kei. Uchiha Masanobu also decided to burn himself because of his great love for his clan and his small love for his son, so as to give his son a pair of eyes that could see through the darkness. Please recommend, collect, reward, and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, The Actions of Each Ninja Village, Age Spots Open the Door to Depravity. Chapter 53, The Actions of Each Ninja Village, Age Spots Open the Door to Depravity. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The cages of the other 4 countries have already learned about the illusion game through spies planted in Konoha. In the Land of Water, in the Hidden Mist Village, Karotachi Yagura, who had just become the 4th Mizukage, frowned deeply. As the youngest Mizukage in the history of the Hidden Mist Village, he has a long scar under his left eye. However, due to his short stature of only about 1.40 meters and his cute face, he does not look ferocious or scary. Instead, people feel that this child is very pitiful. However, in reality, this man is already married and has a son, but when he is with his wife, people always feel that his wife is very cruel. As a young Mizukage with great aspirations and pursuits, Karatachi Yagura has always wanted to change the policy of Bloody Mist Village since the second Mizukage, and he works hard for this even when he encounters huge difficulties. For this reason, Karatagi Yagura paid close attention to every move of Konoha, the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, and sent many spies to Konoha and the Land of Fire, hoping to find out all kinds of information about Konoha and study the key factors that could keep Konoha strong. Therefore, even though he was far away overseas, Kiruta Yagura obtained the information about the illusion game as quickly as possible. Illusionary game, the Uchiha clan. Why is this happening? Hasn't the Uchiha clan always been suppressed and excluded by the Konoha high-level officials? How come such a big thing happened all of a sudden, and the Konoha high-level officials did not stop it at all? What are they thinking? Have they reconciled? He muttered to himself, and began to drum his fingers rhythmically on the table, his brows furrowed deeply. After thinking for a long time, Kiruta Yagura finally decided to send more spies to Konoha, and some of them would directly pretend to be merchants, to see if they could purchase large quantities of illusion games through Konoha. Even though it was just some text information, as the youngest Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura was not lacking in wisdom. Naturally, he could see at a glance the great role of illusion games for ninjas. Moreover, this man also considered that the illusion games sold by Konoha to the outside world were likely to be castrated versions, so he directly asked his men to go directly to Konoha to purchase the internal version of the illusion games. As for researching the illusion game and attempting to replicate it, we are also prepared to do so, but we have to wait until we get the illusion game before we can start implementing it. However, Karatagi Yagura was actually pessimistic about whether it could be replicated, because it directly involved the Uchiha clan. The information sent by the spies said that this was a product of the secret technique developed by the Uchiha clan, so it must be related to the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, even if you get all the information about the illusion game, it is impossible to copy it. The actions of Gojo Yagura were the same as those of several other major countries and some small ninja villages with ulterior motives. The major forces that received the intelligence made almost the same arrangements as Gojo Yagura. It's not that there is no difference, it's just that the difference is relatively small. Among them, the third Raikage, who was a barbarian in all previous generations of Kage, originally wanted to send people to sneak into Konoha to rob, just like he sent people to Konoha to kidnap the candidate for Jinchuriki during the Second Ninja World War. However, this brainless behavior was stopped by the Raikage Advisory Group. The reason they were able to kidnap the candidate for the Jinchuriki was that all the masters, including the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had gone to the front lines, and Konoha was very empty inside, so they dared to send people to cause trouble. Now is a peacetime, and there are many experts in Konoha village with strong defense capabilities. Wouldn't it be asking for death if we send people over to rob now? So, finally, under the arrangement of the advisory group, the Hidden Cloud village also sent a caravan and spies to Konoha, and made some special arrangements. That is, the apparent boss of the caravan was actually a special jonin of the Hidden Cloud village, who was only responsible for clerical work and had no intelligence outside, but was very alert and full of wisdom and means, so he was sent over this time. In the land of Earth, in Iwagakur, after the third Tsuchikage Noki received the news, considering that the Iwagakur was now quietly but actively preparing for the Third Ninja World War and was very short of manpower, he simply chose to spend money to hire professionals to do the job, mercenaries, Iwagakur's favorite. When they arrived at the poorest sand village in the land of wind, the third Kazekage also sent people there. However, due to the dire situation in the sand village, the third Kazekage could only send a few people, so there was not much he could do. But the importance of illusion games can be seen just by thinking about it. So, after a little consideration, the third Kazekage summoned his trusted subordinates. Soon, a red-haired boy who looked only in his teens and had a melancholy and handsome temperament walked into the Feng Ying office together with another dark red-haired man in his 20s who looked quite handsome. Lord Kazekage. The two of them greeted the third Kazekage together. The third Kazekage nodded and said, "Raza, Sasori, you are here. I have an important mission for you. I need you to go to Konoha." Hearing this, Luo Sha and Xie were both stunned, and then Luo Sha immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, please give your orders." Xie didn't say anything, but there seemed to be some emotion surging in his calm eyes. However, Scorpion hid very well and was not discovered by the third Kazekage and Raza. The third Kazekage then gave the information about the illusion game to Raza and Sasori, asking them to take a look first, and then told them about the mission of going to Konoha to gather information about the illusion game. Moreover, they directly arranged for Raza and his companions the convenient identity of Sand Village envoys. Sand Village and Konoha were nominally still allies, so they could be very flexible in this regard. At the same time, in a mysterious underground space, Uchiha Madara, who had become so old that he needed to rely on long-term hibernation and life support devices to maintain his life every day, opened his eyes. Even though his eyes are extremely old and cloudy, they still carry an invincible sharpness and spirit that makes people dare not look at him. However, the white thing standing in front of Uchiha Madara was an exception. It was a humanoid individual with no face, a spiral-shaped face, and a body that seemed to be twisted together in a spiral shape. It looked very abstract and weird. Wake up, Grandpa Madara, you are finally awake." Uchiha Madara's deep and hoarse voice sounded. "Afei, what's the matter? Has the Ninja World War started again?" Afei immediately shook his head. No, Grandpa Madara, the Ninja World War has not started yet. Something happened in Konoha, and it was your people who came up with something new. It's very interesting, very interesting. It's super interesting. Afei, I want to play too. I really want to play. But why is it useless to me? Baiju can't play. It's so sad." There was logic at the beginning, but at the end it turned into a bashful complaint. With the body twisting and turning, the main idea was to make people feel that this guy had something wrong with his brain. The old Uchiha Madara's face twitched, and he wanted to use Susanoo to slap this abstract thing to pieces. However, Uchiha Madara has no one available now. Although Afei's white Zetsu is abstract, he is loyal enough, and his abilities are very strange, which makes him very useful in many cases. For example, gathering information and the like is far beyond other means in the ninja world. So, after Uchiha Madara patiently asked Afei for a while, this most abstract white Zetsu finally explained the situation of the illusion game clearly. Moreover, he directly took out a set of illusion games that had already been released, namely the sealed scrolls of Homecoming and Fruit Ninja. Looking at the illusion game scroll in his hand, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Illusion game? Humph, have my useless juniors, under the scheme of that sinister and cunning bastard Senju Tobirama, fallen to the point of studying this kind of toy? A sneer appeared. Disdainful and undisguised. In Uchiha Madara's view, the so-called extremely real virtual world is just a child's play. After all, as someone who possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, when he used illusion, he could make the enemy feel the real illusion. Then, Uchiha Madara prepared to see the specific effect of this illusion game. It was quite boring in this underground world anyway. So it might as well give it a try. As for the fact that one has to completely relax his mind when using the illusion game scroll and not resist the Sharingan illusion at all, Uchiha Madara has no psychological pressure at all. There is nothing else to it, just self-confidence. Uchiha Madara was confident that even if the eyes he was using now were not his original ones, he could break the illusion created by his juniors at any time as long as he wanted. So, Uchiha Madara directly activated Fruit Ninja and let his consciousness enter the game. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Uchiha Madara Challenges Hidden Mode. Chapter 54 Uchiha Madara Challenges Hidden Mode. There is no doubt that Uchiha Madara started the illusion game with a critical and curious attitude. As the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, who has been hiding in the dark corners of the ninja world for decades, is not just hiding. He has studied various secret techniques in the ninja world, especially those produced by Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Whenever something new appears, Uchiha Madara will find ways to get it and study it, and at the end he will often arrogantly say something like it's just so-so, quite interesting, or rubbish. Therefore, after knowing that this illusion game was created by the younger generations of the Uchiha clan, and that it was released to the public with a big fuss, Uchiha Madara, as an appraiser of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, naturally had to experience and criticize it carefully. Then, Uchiha Madara, who entered the illusion game, felt dizzy and the experience of being caught in an illusion came over him. And this was not an ordinary illusion, but an illusion level that could only be achieved by reaching the Mangeki Sharingan. Interesting, using secret techniques to imitate the strength of the Mangeki Sharingan's illusion? That's a pretty good idea. A cold and arrogant comment was made, and the tone seemed quite disdainful, but in fact, this tone was already a very remarkable comment when it was used on Uchiha Madara. Then, Uchiha Madara truly entered the game world, and at this moment, an electronic sound rang out. It is detected that the player's physical condition is very old, which is not conducive to the game experience. Do you want to use the general agreement for elderly, disabled and patients to restore the physical condition to a healthy period in the illusion game? This is a safety protocol left by Uchiha Kai in the game, specially prepared for players who are in poor health, to ensure that even a person lying on a dying bed can transform into an incarnation and contribute emotional value to the player. After listening to the hint of the illusion game, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said, "Recover to a healthy period." Humph, what a boring trick. It was still a disdainful comment, but he did not refuse, and he was not surprised that such a thing could be done in the illusion game. It was not difficult for the Uchiha clan's illusion to fabricate or imitate certain things. Then, the illusion game officially activated the security protocol and changed Uchiha Madara's role in the game. When the former Rose of the battlefield, Shura of the ninja world, came to her senses, she found herself outside a huge farm. All the pain and weakness caused by her old age and frailty disappeared, and were replaced by something as if she had suddenly returned to her prime decades ago. Healthy, strong, with clear senses, and full of endless energy. Dominant. Strong. Powerful, the three Magatama Sharingan opened almost instantly, and its incomparable power made Uchiha Madara clench his fists and want to dance on the spot. Such domineering and powerful strength and body made Uchiha Madara's brain buzz, because it had been too long, so long that Uchiha Madara himself had forgotten the invincible feeling he once had when he was young and healthy. Although because the Sharingan is not original, Uchiha Madara still has not regained the ultimate power he had in his peak period. The benefits and excitement brought by the restoration of youth still make Uchiha Madara unable to stop. After taking a deep breath, Uchiha Madara looked at his hands, and subconsciously clenched his fists to feel the healthy and powerful vitality. The impact of the feeling made him involuntarily close his eyes to feel it carefully. After a while, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes again, and an incomparable majestic aura burst out from this man, as if he had really returned to the Warring States period decades ago, back to the glorious days when there was only Hashirama Senju in his eyes and he looked down on everything in the world equally. Uchiha Madara, with his arms folded in front of his chest, looked ahead with his Sharingan open. Even though there was no one in front of him, he still commented proudly and invincibly, as a toy used to reminisce the past, "It's not bad." Moreover, this extremely real illusion is undoubtedly something that can only be achieved by the Mangeki Sharingan. It must be the powerful illusion ability that the Mangeki itself possesses. The Uchiha Jr. who developed this secret technique is a genius whose talent in jutsu is no less than that bastard Tobirama Senju. With such an evaluation, the specifications are definitely full. You know, in Uchiha Madara's eyes, the highest praise for a person's talent is Hashirama Senju, and Hashirama Senju is also extremely special and irreplaceable. After Hashirama Senju, it was Tobirama Senju. Even though he hated Tobirama Senju very much, Uchiha Madara had to admit that Tobirama Senju was undoubtedly a genius, especially in developing various secret techniques. Even without the white moonlight filter, even Hashirama Senju was far inferior to Tobirama Senju. Therefore, Uchiha Madara's praise at this time really reached the extreme. After that, Uchiha Madara stepped forward directly and triggered the system of the game Fruit Ninja. The provocative words of the annoying female kid suddenly rang out, causing Uchiha Madara to narrow his cold eyes. So, when the female NPC summoned the cherry tree for selecting the difficulty, Uchiha Madara did not dodge the cherry bullet attack from the cherry tree, and the blue chakra on his body instantly exploded. The next moment, the upper body of a 5 or 6 meter tall blue skeleton giant suddenly emerged. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Normally, this move can only be activated by the Mangeki Sharingan. However, for Uchiha Madara, the activation of Susanoo no longer requires the support of the Mangeki Sharingan. The 3 Magatama Sharingan can still be used. The only difference between the two is that the 3 Magatama Sharingan cannot open the complete form of Susanoo. As for now, it's just a cherry tree, the first form of Susanoo is enough. There was no need to dodge the cherry bullets. The cherry tree was smashed directly with a wave of the skeleton hand. Therefore, the game system automatically determined that Uchiha Madara chose the highest difficulty, and countless fruit plants subsequently appeared, and the area of the farm was greatly expanded. The situation that Minato Namikaze encountered at the beginning was directly encountered by Uchiha Madara. Faced with such a change, Uchiha Madara was not afraid at all. He snorted arrogantly, and after revealing his boring trick, he directly upgraded the form of Susanoo, and then advanced while relying on Susanoo's invincible defense, while clearing the fruits on the farm. This purgatory mode is very challenging and difficult for the 5 Kage, but for Uchiha Madara it is even a simple mode that makes him unable to put down his arms that were folded in front of him. The invincible Susanoo simply entered the third form where half of its body was covered with armor and then pushed forward all the way. All attacks could not break Susanoo's defense. All Uchiha Madara needed to do was to move forward with a proud look on his face and then reach the clearance point. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara, who was walking through the game like a stroll, commented disdainfully, "Boring." Yes, he is that proud, and he is indeed qualified to make such an evaluation. For this battlefield Shura, the difficulty of the cage level is not much different from taking a walk in the garden of the Uchiha clan. However, the question is, will the game Fruit Ninja remain unresponsive when faced with such a situation? As we all know, with the passage of time, many games on Earth have special Easter eggs, and challenging games often have hidden ultimate difficulties beneath the most obvious difficulty. Fruit Ninja is a game that is meant for challenges, so how could there be no hidden things? Uchiha Kai had already set up a hidden mode in it, which would only be triggered if someone cleared the purgatory mode within 1 minute. This mode is mainly reserved for those perverted guys after the digital expansion in future Naruto stories. Uchiha Kai doesn't even think there is a possibility of it being triggered. However, Uchiha Madara, the beta player, was already quite old, yet he still came to play the illusion game, so a mode that was originally impossible to trigger was triggered. When Uchiha Madara was about to quit the game with a lack of interest, the sky in the entire game world suddenly darkened and turned blood red, as if endless blood was flowing from the sky, dyeing the entire game world an ominous scarlet. This made Uchiha Madara pause. And then he narrowed his eyes and looked forward. There, the female ghost's voice sounded again, but this time it was more shrill and sharp. Damn damn damn! Bastard bastard bastard! How dare you, you damned bastard, look down on me! How dare you look down on me! You rude bastard, do you think you've won? No, you haven't seen the real hell yet. Now, let me show you what the real fruit is. In an instant, the original cartoon style became extremely gloomy, the BGM suddenly changed, and the grand and magical background music sounded. If there were a Chinese time traveler from Earth at this moment, he would definitely complain on the spot, "What the hell did you sew in there again? Isn't this the exclusive BGM of Pudu Sahang in a Chinese ghost story?" End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Uchiha Madara, as expected, it's still a fight, so cool. Chapter 55 Uchiha Madara, as expected, it's still a fight, so cool. Strong. Amazing. Absolute, the red world, the scene that seems like the arrival of demons, and the devilish background music. All these factors combined make it an unprecedented experience, but it is also likely to stimulate the wild genes in the human body. At this point, Uchiha Madara's calm heart was stimulated as if it was burning. Interesting. Slowly lowering his arms that were folded in front of his chest, Uchiha Madara's momentum continued to rise, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes also made the Magatama slowly rotate. You ridiculous beast, you still have hidden powers. Come on. Let me see, you beast, can you make me dance to my heart's content? While telling the story, this battlefield Rose was completely immersed in it and felt very much. Although I have experienced various battles before and like to dance on the battlefield, how can there be such a thing as BGM before the battle? Nowadays, the combination on the battlefield is very charming, can stimulate the desire to fight, and the BGM is also quite nice, which gives Uchiha Madara an unprecedented new experience. On the other side, the farm has begun to change drastically. The earth has been torn apart by plants that have emerged from the ground. Thick plant roots and green branches have emerged. Due to their huge size and weight, the plants that were originally growing upwards have been collapsed. Only at the core, a huge scarlet fruit grew out, forming the most protruding part. On that scarlet fruit, there were many Magatama representing the Uchiha clan, making the fruit look twisted and full of sin. The next moment, the plant changed again, and countless Sharingans opened on the branches. Red light flashed instantly, and the sense of distortion increased sharply. The plants covering the entire farm, as well as the sky and earth dyed red, made the whole world seem as if it had been polluted by the power of some indescribable evil god. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, revealed a hint of displeasure, and snorted coldly at his juniors. It is really unpleasant that Hashiramas would release and my Uchiha's Sharingan were combined to create such an ugly monster. Yes, in Uchiha Madara's view, the huge plant covered with Sharingan in front of him is just a twisted monster formed by simply combining wood release and Sharingan. A voice of silent anger surged in Uchiha Madara's heart, making the man feel extremely disgusted, as if he had seen someone cultivate an arm using Hashirama's cells and then implant a bunch of Sharingans into the arm. It was full of absurd and twisted feeling. Fortunately, Uchihamadara knew that the light and shadow in front of him were just illusions. Although he was unhappy, he was not furious. After all, in the real world, no one would use Hashirama's cells to cultivate a special arm and then implant a large number of Sharingan abstract operations into it. It was at this time that the red fruit in the center of the huge plant completely opened, and the rhizomes that wrapped the fruit all unfolded, fully revealing the red fruit with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The round fruit was like a giant eyeball unfolding in a bloody world, and the densely packed megatama on it were like countless tears of blood weeping from the Sharingan. Then, the roots of the plant changed again and wrapped around the huge fruit again, wrapping the fruit inside. The roots also began to grow, change, and twist around the fruit, and a huge human-shaped individual gradually formed. By the time the transformation was over, it had transformed into a giant Buddha sitting cross-legged. The Buddha's face has a kind expression, his gesture is the classic Buddha orchid finger, and the roots of the plant he is sitting on seem to have formed a huge Buddha lotus. If you look at it from a distance, you would really think that it is just plants that form a miraculous Buddha statue, which is solemn and majestic, and full of Buddha nature. But when you look closely, you will find that it is covered with densely packed Sharingan, like pores, all over the Buddha's body and on the lotus under his seat. Such a scene makes the Buddha full of indescribable demonic nature, and he seems like an indescribable evil god. There is a kind of distorted feeling of Thulhu mythology painted by AI, and just one look at it will make people's sanity value drop wildly. Even Uchihamadara frowned deeply because of this unprecedented demonic scene, and felt uncomfortable and inexplicably anxious in his heart. However, during the entire transformation process, Uchihamadara stood still and did not rush forward during the enemy's transformation phase, even though the transformation phase was so long that it was obviously intended to give players the opportunity to attack. For the proud Madara, interrupting the enemy's spellcasting or transformation is non-existent. He will only dance with the enemy after he is ready. Especially now that he has regained his youth in the illusion game, Uchihamadara is going to enjoy it. Then, the huge demonic Buddha seemed to open its eyes, and its red eyes were cast towards Uchihamadara. The evil red light enveloped the demonic Buddha, making it even more weird. Then, the heavy and solemn Buddhist sound rang out, as if announcing the greatness of the true Buddha. Since you have seen the Tathagata, why don't you worship him? As the voice rang out, the life-threatening sound shook the universe, and a powerful mental shock came, directly sweeping through Uchihamadara's mind. Such a mental shock made the invincible Madara frown, and then he snorted coldly, and the power of the Sharingan and the vast chakra burst out together to offset the effect of the mental shock. Facing this huge Buddha, Uchihamadara simply raised his hand and formed a seal. His most proficient fire escape, Great Fire Annihilation, turned into a boiling sea of fire, sweeping towards the plants in front. It was clearly just a B-level ninjutsu, but Uchihamadara was able to use it with a power that ordinary Kage-level or even S-level ninjutsu could not achieve. In an instant, large areas of plants were ignited, making sounds and smells of burning plants and scorching flesh and blood. In addition to the Sharingan, there was actually flesh and blood inside the plants. Facing such an attack, the huge demon Buddha said in a solemn voice, stubborn and unyielding. In an instant, his palms came together with a loud noise, and then a red light burst out from his body. The Sharingan that covered his body actually moved strangely, and then locked onto Uchihamadara. The next moment, overwhelming red rays swept towards Uchihamadara. Faced with such an attack, Uchihamadara activated Susanoo without hesitation, and directly entered the third form, protecting himself in it. However, Susanoo, which seemed like an invincible god of war before, collapsed piece by piece under the impact of the red beam of the Sharingan. It didn't even last 5 seconds before its outer layer was broken. And because the defense of the outer layer far exceeded that of the inner layer was about to collapse completely. Seeing such a terrifying attack, Uchihamadara moved at high speed without hesitation, and then directly increased the output of Susanoo, allowing Susanoo to directly enter the fourth form with 2 legs. Its height instantly reached 20 meters, and it had 4 arms, each holding a blue energy sword. Not only that, knowing that he could not stop the attack of the demon Buddha by just doing this, Uchiha Madara used the wood release that he stole from Senju Hashirama without hesitation. The wood clone immediately performed it, followed by the descent of the tree world and the wood dragon technique, and then let the wood clones cooperate with the descent of the tree world and the wood dragon to directly open Susanoo, and thus began the righteous beating of the demon Buddha. Uchiha Madara has already used all the means he can use now. There is no way. Without getting back his pair of Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara has his limits when using only a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. But the feeling of fighting with all his might and having a young and strong body made Uchiha Madara intoxicated and completely entered the classic state of fighting pleasure. Even after fighting for a while and using explosive power to destroy one of the demon Buddha's arms, Uchiha Madara let out an Uchiha laugh. He was so high and his attitude was so wild that people who didn't know would think there was something wrong with his brain. It was under such circumstances that Uchiha Kai, who was far away in Konoha village in the land of fire, looked at the special prompts from the system and fell into deep thought. Fuck, so many emotion points, and what the hell is this special golden spirit? Who is playing the game? Recommend a book Inspector Hueco Mundo. A very interesting novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, The Art of Large Intestine Taste Buds, a simple and essential skill for business war. Chapter 56, The Art of Large Intestine Taste Buds, a simple and essential skill for business war. Seeking follow-up reading, Uchiha Kai scratched his head, looking confused. Just now, the system suddenly prompted him to obtain a special emotion value and asked him to check it. After taking a look, I found that it came from a very far place, most likely an area outside the country of fire. A wave of more than 10,000 emotion values came directly, and it was produced by one person. Wow, more than 10,000! What kind of super master can provide this? You know, nowadays, even if Minato Namikaze maximizes the emotional value of a game, he can only generate more than 1,000 emotional values, and he is already a quasi-cage level master. More than 10,000, this is no longer something that a mere shadow level person can provide. It must be provided by a strong person who surpasses this level. After a little thought, Uchiha Kai locked onto a person. Uchiha Madara. In today's ninja world, if we were to ask who can provide an emotional value of more than 10,000, it would definitely be Uchiha Madara. Although there is a more terrifying existence than Uchiha Madara hidden in Boruto, that is a long time in the future. It is unknown whether the setting of Boruto exists in this ninja world. What's more, if it really is a bug like Otsutsuki Ishiki, the emotion value provided would probably be more than 10,000. Only Uchiha Madara, who is dead and hiding somewhere now, could provide so many emotional values. My goodness, isn't Old Spot hiding underground waiting to cause trouble? Why is he suddenly playing an illusion game? Is he going to become the legendary Old Deng player? Moreover, this golden spirit. Looking at the system prompt, which showed the 3-point super emotion value golden spirit along with more than emotion values, Uchiha Chi subconsciously looked at the specific description of golden spirit. Golden spirit represents the golden spirit that gamers and all those who love games have nurtured together. It is a special item that only the top players can produce after they fully devote their minds to the game and release their emotions. It can be used to strengthen the emotional value of the lottery, so that the next 10 consecutive draws will definitely produce high-quality items. Then, the system also details the criteria for judging the top players who can produce golden spirit. The hard standard is to play the game well, which is the most basic. Otherwise, if the game is played very badly, it will not pass the judging criteria. After that, there are 2 distinctions. The first is that the player's life level is high enough. Only a strong enough life individual can produce the effect of gold spirit alone. According to the system rating, the player who can produce gold spirit must at least reach the shadow level of strength. By the way, when the system evaluates the first type of players, it states that the Earth is a planet that does not possess extraordinary powers, so this type of player will not be produced. Good man, you are still being stubborn, you are such an idiot. Do you still think I am on Earth even after all this? Uchiha inspired made a soul-searching complaint. Then, the second explanation came. The system called them the top players who were most easily produced on the Earth. They could resonate with game enthusiasts who watched the live broadcasts through live broadcasts and other means. When there are enough viewers with the highest emotional value, and they choose to fully support the top player by watching the live broadcast, an emotional resonance will be formed, thus generating the golden spirit. With the Earth's well-developed live broadcast industry and esports industry, the two together can produce an endless supply of golden spirit. Apart from anything else, as long as Uchiha Kai creates a suitable esports game on Earth and then holds esports competitions, he can continuously form emotional resonance through the enthusiastic viewing of the audience and the wonderful performances of the esports players, thereby continuously obtaining the golden spirit. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kai is in the ninja world. The population here is far from that of Earth, and there are no mature related industries, so if he wants to obtain the golden spirit, he can only hope that those cage-level masters will explode gold coins crazily. So this is the correct way to open the emotion value lottery. After collecting ordinary emotion points, you also need to collect enough golden spirits, so that you can definitely draw good things every time you draw 10 times in a row. Uchiha Kai muttered to himself. And finally realized that the emotion value lottery system created by the system was not that bad after 300 draws to get a small guaranteed prize. It was simply because he opened it in the wrong way that he didn't even get the golden spirit. All I can say is that the stupid system really anchored the coordinates on the Earth, so that the golden spirit that shouldn't be so rare has become a super rare item. At that moment, after a brief thought, Uchiha Kai used up a golden spirit to anchor the next 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the system lottery panel in Uchiha Kai's eyes changed. It turned out to be golden and shining. It looked quite gorgeous and gave people a wonderful feeling that good things will definitely come out. After clicking on the draw, the lottery panel shows a dazzling lottery special effect. When it explodes, it is no longer just white and occasionally green as before, but at least all green, with a few blues and 1 gold. Although there were no second-tier purple items, the highest quality gold items were produced. Moreover, the sudden appearance of so many colors made Uchiha Kai, whose eyes were almost polluted by white, extremely moved. He had the illusion that the world had taken on new colors. Then, Uchiha Kai took a look at the golden object first. After seeing it clearly, Uchiha Kai's excited expression froze instantly, and then his expression was distorted. Large intestine taste bud technique, gold quality consume energy, shout out the name of the skill within the visible range so that the target can hear it, and the locked target's large intestine will temporarily grow taste buds. The energy consumed and duration of the technique depend on the target's life level, ensuring that when the enemy maliciously suppresses and seizes the market, it can accurately and effectively strike non-lethal blows at the enemy's core targets. P.S. This is the plain and simple real business war. Good guy, what a great technique for controlling the taste buds of large intestine, what a vicious skill this is. It's simply a method of cultivating mortal enemies. Originally, they were just ordinary business competitors, and even if they were malicious, they would not become mortal enemies. But once this trick is used, won't the enemy fight to the death after recovering? After all, the thought of taste buds growing in the large intestine was too abstract, and Uchiha Kai couldn't help but shudder. Even Uchiha Kai couldn't help but show a look of horror in his eyes. This game production system is so vicious. The most important thing is that this birth system is quite law-abiding. It created such a heaven-defying abstract skill, which is actually aimed at non-lethal. And if you say that this abstract skill has deviated from the sequence of game production, the system will directly tell you that it is used for business warfare, and also explain that this is a simple and unpretentious portrayal of real business warfare. To be honest, if you look at the real business wars on Earth that have been exposed, each one is quite plain and simple, without as many twists and turns as in movies and TV dramas. If you encounter someone who doesn't follow the rules, the business war will escalate to the point of simply sending the enemy on a homemade plane, and they are all variations of this, such as sending the entire family of a business opponent to sink in a ship or letting the time-traveling executor's truck run over them. The main focus is what the system calls simplicity. This birth system has really figured out the business warfare on Earth. But this is the fucking ninja world. Uchiha Kai could already imagine what terrible things would happen when he used this abstract skill against the enemies of the ninja world. By then, he would probably surpass everyone in Konoha and become the most feared and most wanted person in other ninja villages. Please continue reading, give me rewards, and recommend me. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Uchiha Lao Deng, the charming Uchiha ancestor. Chapter 57 Uchiha Lao Deng, times, the charming Uchiha ancestor. If I use this skill, the label of the naturally evil Uchiha will be attached to me forever. Uchiha Kai was unable to stop complaining. The skill is indeed worthy of gold quality. According to the system description, it can be used by consuming only energy, and the consumption is still calculated based on the earthlings. As an Uchiha who now possesses the noble 2 Magatama Sharingan, Uchiha Kai's mental strength is quite high, and he also has the Fat House package produced by the system to replenish energy. In this state, using the large intestine taste technique, which can be regarded as a mimetic pollution level technique, Uchiha Kai can directly transform into the most terrifying powerful controller on the battlefield. You know, this skill doesn't even have a fucking distance limit, it is only limited to whether he can see the enemy with his eyes. Once you see it, you can lock it. Once you lock it, you can use it. Once you use it, you will be infected. The hit rate and usage method are much better than Amaterasu, another Mangekyo ability that uses eyes to lock onto the enemy. If this skill could be used to lock onto the enemy through live video streaming on a TV or computer, it would be an unstoppable weapon. However, even so, the lethality is too great. Uchiha Kai was sure that if he really used this trick, not only would his enemies be afraid of him, but his teammates would also be afraid of him. But although it's a little bit dark, it's really a good thing. After truly understanding the situation of the skills, Uchiha Kai felt it was pretty good. This is because the conditions for using this skill are very loose, and the effect is incredible. When you really have to fight for your life, this is the life-saving card, or even the trump card for a direct turnaround. Having experienced so much in the ninja world, Uchiha Kai is quite pragmatic. He would not keep a skill unused just because he thinks it is too inhumane or damaging to his image. Afterwards, Uchiha Kai used the remaining 2 points of golden spirit released by Uchiha Madara and performed 2 consecutive 10-hit combos. I wasn't so lucky these 2 times. No gold items dropped. Only 1 purple item dropped both times, and the rest was blue and green. The 2 purple items are no longer skills, but 2 items, and they continue to maintain the system's usual simple and unpretentious characteristics. The first one is a durable bulletproof vest, a 3-no product as usual. Its name is a bulletproof vest. The appearance is just an ordinary green camouflage vest, and it is very thin and can be worn directly inside. As for the effect, it was somewhat magical. After putting it on, an invisible barrier would wrap around the whole body, protecting the wearer's entire body. It could also defend against most gun attacks, mud truck collisions, and even the explosion of ordinary fragmentation grenades. The reason why the game production system creates such fantastic things is, as always, for business warfare, just to prevent someone from using simple business warfare methods to directly kill the host. This is a very retarded system. The second item is a physical potion that can permanently increase physical strength by 10%. It is the same type of item as the limited purchase potion that Uchiha Kai bought in the mall. It is used by the system to enhance the host's ability as the king of the game world. Uchiha Kai used it without hesitation, and the 10% increase in physical strength was quite obvious. After using it, he felt energetic, as if he had endless strength. This was a physical reaction brought about by the sudden increase in physical strength. After 3 10 draws, except for 3 high-quality items, the rest are just some small things. Green items are basically upgraded versions of the Fat House package, that is, they come in sets of multiples. For example, Coke comes in sets of 6 bottles. To be honest, if he continues to draw like this, Uchiha Kai feels that he can sell all the Fat Otaku Happy Meals he has in stock. The blue quality items include things like mobile phones, tablets, laptops, game consoles, satellite phones, wilderness survival kits, and even aphrodisiacs. The main theme is a rich and colorful one. However, the functions of those electronic devices are really not very good, because they are all 3 No products produced for the Earth node in 2024. Although the configurations are the latest and highest in 2024, there is no network or signal in the Ninja world, and it is still the classic factory settings, with only the most basic apps and software, and the main focus is on cleanliness, so the usage restrictions are very large. If Uchiha Kai is a scientific research maniac, these things are quite useful, but the key is that he doesn't do scientific research. Even the production of games has been confirmed to take the technical route of mental network, so the role of these devices has naturally become lower. Although it can be used if it is necessary, how to use it still requires careful consideration, and perhaps even discussion with others. After all, with collective wisdom, someone may come up with a brilliant idea to maximize its value. For example, you can use these advanced devices to seduce scientific research fanatics like Orochimaru and Hiruzen, and then everyone can form a happy team of evil scientists. All in all, that's it for the 3 Golden Spirit enhancement draws, which is quite a reward. The biggest gain is undoubtedly knowing the existence of the item Golden Spirit, and the way to obtain Golden Spirit is very different from the conventional emotion value. On the surface, it seems that they are all obtained by producing emotional reactions during games, but unlike the emotional values in each game which have an upper limit on how much you can obtain, Golden Spirit has no upper limit. Theoretically, as long as the same game can continuously produce huge emotional reactions in players like Uchiha Madara, it can continuously produce Golden Spirits. Of course, theory is just theory. Everyone has a threshold for emotional response, and that threshold will continue to rise. If a game lacks variety, people will get bored of it no matter how fun it is. Therefore, as long as a game can always change and remain interesting enough, the profit cycle it generates will be very long. This is called the lifespan of the game. It is also for this reason that among all games, the games with the longest lifespan and the ones that can keep players emotionally productive for a long time are none other than competitive games. Through confrontation between players and using players' wisdom against other players, surprises and changes always exist in the game, allowing players to produce emotional value for a long time. Therefore, if you want to obtain the Golden Spirit, it is best to create a sufficiently interesting competitive game, including but not limited to fighting, multi-tower, chicken eating and other games that contain heavy PvP elements. In fact, gambling can also be counted as one of them, but this thing does not have much appeal to other strong people in the ninja world who have reached the level of Kage, except for gambling enthusiasts like Tsunade and the first Hokage. Uchiha Kai knew that the competitive games that he had never considered before could be put on the agenda. In the past, due to the rules for producing emotion values, it was not cost-effective to produce competitive games that require long-term operations. After all, the output of emotion values is only one time, and each game has an output limit. Now that we know that there is such a thing as Golden Spirit, we can also come up with the corresponding game. Obviously, this emotional value system is designed in this way on purpose. In order to allow Uchiha Kai to develop as comprehensively as possible in game making. This game production system is pretty conscientious. Uchiha, who gradually understood everything, was inspired to complain, and after complaining, he received a new wave of emotional value and a little golden spirit. I checked the system and found out that it came from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kai was immediately filled with awe and sincerely admired the charming ancestor of the Uchiha family. The efficiency of this gold coin explosion is almost like killing other guys. Not to mention anything else, there are quite a few cage-level people in Konoha, and the illusion game was also first released in Konoha, but until now, not a single golden spirit has been revealed. Compared with the Uchiha ancestors who are crazy about making gold coins, they are all useless people who are occupying the toilet without doing anything. Please recommend and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Uchiha Madara, I and number 039, am not addicted to games, I and number 039, am just killing time. Chapter 58 Uchiha Madara, I'm not addicted to games, I'm just killing time. 2 more, among the several cage-level strongmen in Konoha, although Sarutobi Hiruzen completely acquiesced in the matter of the illusion game, for him, a Hokage who has been guarding against the Uchiha aliens for his entire life in accordance with the will of the second Hokage, it is extremely difficult for him to completely give up resistance and experience the illusion game created by the Uchiha clan. Among the remaining people, among the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru is also a cautious and cunning guy. He is definitely interested in illusion games, but he will definitely want his subordinates to experience it, and will only consider whether to play after collecting enough information. The remaining 2 among the 3 will definitely play, but neither of them is in Konoha. Tsunade accepted a commission from the daimyo of the Land of Fire a while ago and went there to treat the nobles. She has not returned to Konoha yet. It is estimated that she will go to those gambling houses to have some fun before coming back, and she will not come back until all her money is spent. Jiraiya has been doing his own things in recent years. According to the original plot, he should be teaching the Rain Country trio, and it will take some time before he returns to Konoha because of the village's call. Therefore, none of the known cage-level figures in Konoha village provided any emotional value to Uchiha Kai. They were pure trash, not as good as Uchiha Leiden. However, Uchiha Kai's happiness ended there. After providing another emotional value just now, Uchiha Kai did not gain any more golden spirit. Instead, he got a large wave of ordinary emotional values after a while, and then nothing at all. Faced with this situation, Uchiha Kai thought about it and understood what was going on. Lao Deng should have only taken 1 set of games. After failing to find the hidden mode of Fruit Ninja, he turned to playing Homecoming, but this game didn't suit Lao Deng's appetite, so he didn't give me any more golden spirits. Just as Uchiha Kai muttered, Uchiha Madara failed to conquer the hidden mode. Despite trying his best, despite his unbridled efforts, despite his wild dancing, Uchiha Madara ultimately failed. The difficulty of that hidden mode is so high that Uchiha Kai is completely aiming to torture super shadow level strongmen. The Demon Buddha posture is only the first form of the hidden boss. There are 2 more forms after the first form, and each one is more powerful than the other. The 3 forms correspond to 3 intensities. The strength corresponding to the first form is that of a regular super shadow, which is similar to that of Nine Tails Naruto. The second form directly rises to the full strength form of Hashirama Senju. The third form is Obito's strength at the level of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara blew up the first form of Demon Buddha, and then the Demon Buddha entered the second form. His body was twisted, and he grew thousands of tentacles. His body expanded again. The Buddha form was no longer maintained, and he transformed into the evil Buddha of Thulhu. Every move he made was a terrifying ray that covered everything in the visible range. At that moment, Uchiha Madara recalled the fear of being dominated by the 1,000-armed Buddha of Senju Hashirama, and the humiliation of being suppressed by Senju Hashirama. There's nothing you can do. Theoretically, Uchiha Madara's strength has far surpassed his own during the Valley of the End period. Unfortunately, his eyes, which contain most of his combat power, are not original. He uses all kinds of fancy tricks, but cannot use his ultimate power, the version of the legendary colored contact lenses. Without the corresponding colored contact lenses, his strength will be greatly reduced. When the battle entered a high-end stage with inflated numbers, this Shura of the ninja world could only be overwhelmed by the terrifying evil Buddha's tentacles with reluctance, and felt the extremely real impact of death in the game. Moreover, Uchiha Kai felt that the hidden mode was not something that ordinary ninjas could challenge, so he maliciously turned the hidden mode into a disposable consumable mode of destroy if you can't defeat it. Once the challenge fails, you will experience real death and return to the real world, and the illusion game seal scroll will be automatically destroyed. If you want to challenge it again, you have to buy a new one. Uchiha Kirin had already thought of the reasons for this operation. When someone asked, he said that this was the ultimate challenge that only truly strong people could take on, and that failure in such a challenge would naturally require a price to be paid. Well, in reality, it is just treating the super players who challenge as suckers and cheating them out of more money. However, after such packaging, those who dare to challenge will only take it for granted, and then continue to challenge it, no matter how much money it costs. For example, this is the case with Uchiha Madara now. The feeling of death made the heartbeat of this old man, whose passion had long cooled, speed up for the first time in a long time. The feeling of failure after fighting with all his strength also made his blood boil, and his emotional reaction was so great that if his old and decayed body had not been fully maintained by a life support device, such a wave of excited reaction would have cost him his life. After he recovered, looking at the sealing scroll that had turned into ashes and scattered all over the ground, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said, "Destruction if failure occurs? Interesting, and very reasonable. In a battle like that, it would be a joke if there was no punishment after failure." As he spoke, Uchiha Madara looked at his old hands, and clenched his fists slightly, with a hint of gloom and unwillingness in his eyes. Old, weak, and lacking energy. The feelings of an old man came over him again, making it hard for Uchiha Madara, who had just experienced the vitality of youth, to accept it. Although I have long been accustomed to the feeling of being old and weak, that is because I have naturally declined a long time ago and have accepted the fact that I am old. But after enjoying the youthful and wild attitude again, I find it hard to accept my present old age. Who is he, Ninja Shura, Battlefield Rose, nemesis of the god of ninja? Uchiha Madara. He should be the one who is invincible and can roam freely on the battlefield. Even if he dies, he should die on the battlefield instead of relying on life support devices to survive like he is now. I could have endured the darkness, but how could I see the light again? The strong contrast made Uchiha Madara mentally unbalanced. This was the last bit of golden spirit that Uchiha K just received. Uchiha Madara was really working diligently to contribute his emotional value for the better life of his descendants. Uchiha Madara's violent emotional reaction made White Zetsu Afii very confused. He immediately twisted his body and asked, "Why is the sealing scroll broken? It's so strange. And, Grandpa Madara, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly so excited?" No, this is not allowed. Your body cannot be excited, otherwise your head will suddenly faint, and then you will become stupid, just like other human old men. Uchiha Madara's already dark complexion suddenly became even darker. Good man, you're cursing him to have a stroke, right? What a hateful affair. This guy with a bad mouth will be dealt with sooner or later. Of course, despite this anger, Uchiha Madara would never be able to deal with Afii, especially when his will incarnation Black Zetsu was sent out to monitor the container of the Rinnegan. Therefore, Uchiha Madara then directly assigned a task to Afii, to go to Konoha to obtain more illusion games, and specifically asked for Fruit Ninja, and to bring back at least 20 copies for him. After giving this order, Uchiha Madara thought for a moment, asked Afei to wait a moment, and then entered the homecoming game to experience it amid Afei's annoying voice. As a result, Uchiha Madara soon quit the game because he felt bored. Although the environment of homecoming is very dark, for Uchiha Madara, who has lived underground for many years, that dark environment is nothing. As for the female evil spirit, logically speaking, considering that Uchiha Madara had stayed underground for so long and could only see various white zetsu and one black zetsu, it would be an understatement to say that Asao is comparable to Diao-chan. When he looked at that terrifying female evil spirit, he even had a strange feeling of seeing a great beauty. The most important thing is that in the game Homecoming, he plays a weak ninja, and Uchiha Madara doesn't like that kind of weak attitude, and he also disdains to play someone else. So after seeing the female evil spirit and being forcibly controlled and ghost-stuck, Uchiha Madara, who hates someone standing behind him, quit the game unhappily and left a boring comment. Compared to illusion games, it's more exciting to play games like Fruit Ninja where you can gallop and fight freely. So, after Uchiha Madara provided Uchiha Kai with the last wave of ordinary emotional values, the emotional value he could provide to Uchiha Kai stopped for the time being. He had to wait for a fate to bring back more illusion games before he could continue to gain gold coins. The stubborn Uchiha Madara would never admit that he had a strong desire for illusion games in his heart. He would only explain why he wanted to play illusion games by saying that it's quite interesting and can be used to kill time. If Uchiha Kai saw this, he would definitely nod in agreement and say, "Yes, the face-loving old man who is addicted to games likes to say this, I understand." End of this chapter. The official version of Chapter 59 Left Dead is completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. The official version of Chapter 59 Left Dead is completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. In a blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since the launch of the illusion game. During this period, Uchiha Kai brought a group of friends and finally solved the problem of large-scale reproduction of the illusion game. Although mass production was possible before, Uchiha Kai could borrow other people's chakra and Sharingan power to complete the production of the sealing scrolls for the illusion game. In terms of production efficiency, it is not low. As long as there are enough basic materials, chakra and Sharingan, up to 500 sets of games can be produced a day. The sets here refer to Homecoming and Fruit Ninja together. However, considering the current popularity of illusion games, the output is still not high enough, and Uchiha Kai is stuck in the production process, which is a waste of time. Uchiha Kai didn't want to be a mere tool, so after upgrading his Sharingan to double Megatama, he has been trying to upgrade the production process. After some upgrading and research, Uchiha Kai finally found a solution. By directly making an original of the game, others can use the original to copy and paste the game, thus completing assembly line reproduction production. The highest control over the original codex is in the hands of Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai can sense the location of the original codex and can control it remotely, which is directly linked to his Sharingan. As long as he wants, he can directly destroy the original codex. In addition, if his connection with the original code is cut off, the original code will also trigger the automatic destruction backup. Therefore, Uchiha Kai was not afraid that this thing would be stolen. When the original was produced, Uchiha Kai was liberated and directly handed the original to the Uchiha clan's workshop for production. Many Uchiha with low levels of Sharingan were arranged to work in the workshop. It may sound unfair to these Uchiha clan, but you have to know that due to the exclusion and suppression by the Konoha high-level officials, the employment environment of the Uchiha clan has always been very narrow. Although they are a ninja clan, the lives and work arrangements of most of the clan members are solved by the clan's industries. Moreover, those Uchiha with low Sharingan levels arranged by the Uchiha high-level people were actually those who had opened their eyes recently. They were all those who had opened their eyes through playing illusion games, and these tribesmen were not ninjas before. Now that my eyes have been opened, I can go to the workshop to work. While consuming my pupil power every day, I can also exercise my Sharingan. It really is a combination of work and exercise. Anyway, these Uchiha who were called over were quite cheerful, their morale was very high, and they had endless passion to fight for the great cause of the family. To sum it up, I don't know why, but I'm so excited. It is true that mentally ill people are happier. It was under such circumstances that the official version of Left 4 Dead was completed. And according to the agreement at the beginning, 2 versions were directly produced. The first version is the one that was shown at the press conference. Players will play the characters in the game and struggle to survive in that doomsday world. In addition, the game characters have distinct specialties, and the number has increased to 16, with a total of 8 men and 8 women, with 8 corresponding specialties. Some have built-in first aid capabilities, some are better at close combat, some are good at long-range attacks, some have high defense and thick health bars, some are highly agile and fast, and some have sharp perceptions and can act as humanoid radars. In this way, there are 8 characters for men and women, and the 8 specialties can be regarded as the division of 8 professions, which greatly increases the playability of the game and the necessity of teamwork. The main focus is to strike a heavy blow to lone wolf players. Of course, if they are strong enough, lone wolf players can also show off. Uchiha expects those cage-level players to explode gold coins in lone wolf mode. He also expects those players who are not strong enough but have strong game skills to resonate with a large number of viewers through live broadcasts while showing off, and then also explode golden spirit. Yes, Uchiha has left the possibility of gold coins in the game Left 4 Dead, ensuring that you can play even if you don't have enough people in the group. As for the second version of the game, it is a special version for Konoha. Players will not play the game characters, but themselves. However, their strength will be limited to the level of genin, and this genin does not refer to those who cheat like Uzumaki Naruto, but the standard data of genin recorded in Konoha. After entering the game, players whose data does not meet the standard will not see any changes, and those who exceed the standard will be directly suppressed to the standard data. In other words, even someone like Uchiha Madara can only be a genin after entering this version of Left 4 Dead. This version is designed for training graduates of ninja schools and is a special version provided by the official Konoha. In the secret training room of Konoha Anbu, a group of Anbu ninjas exited the special edition of Left 4 Dead game and knelt on one knee respectfully in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, very satisfied. Just now, the Anbu ninjas followed the orders of the third Hokage and experienced the illusion game. These Anbu ninjas were compressed to the level of ordinary genin, and then entered the game to fight in this posture. The entire special edition of Left 4 Dead is extremely realistic. Although the health bar is retained, if you get injured in it, you can intuitively feel what the health bar disappearance technique means, and injuries to your hands, feet, and other parts will affect your movements. In addition, there is a blue bar representing the amount of chakra, so that players can know how much chakra they have left at any time. As a game used to train genin, this special edition illusion game is quite qualified, as can be seen from the smile on the face of the third Hokage after watching the live broadcast. In fact, the Anbu ninjas who experienced it directly also spoke highly of the game. Although it did not have much use for the jonin, it was an extremely useful training tool for the genin. It could greatly enhance the team's collaboration and tacit understanding, and make up for the genin's lack of practical experience and the disadvantage of not having seen big scenes. This will undoubtedly greatly increase the survival rate of genin and greatly reduce the cost of training genin. For a ninja village, the benefits of this are so great that anyone with a little common sense can understand it. Uchiha, Uchiha, this time you really gave me something that I can't refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh, but a serious look appeared on his face. He knew that it was time to meet the true creator of the illusion game, the young man named Uchiha. When the young man takes out something that can truly affect the future of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, must have a good talk with him. There's nothing we can do, since the boy's surname is Uchiha. Although he chose to let Uchiha do the work in the matter of the illusion game, when the effect of the illusion game was better than he had imagined, the third Hokage could no longer sit still. And this Hokage has a characteristic, that is, when he wants to meet someone, he is often very resolute and swift. So, just half an hour later, at Uchiha Kai's house, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kai in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. The news that the third Hokage had arrived at Uchiha Kai's house was almost immediately spread to the Uchiha clan's high-level officials and Konoha's high-level officials. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 You Regret, Ape Shadow 20 Edition. Chapter 60 You Regret, Ape Shadow 2.0 Edition. In the Uchiha clan territory, several people representing the highest authority of the Uchiha clan gathered together again. Uchiha Masanobu said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the third Hokage has gone to find Kai-kun, and is currently at Kai-kun's house, having a conversation between the two of them alone." An hot-tempered elder Uchiha said excitedly, "We must rush over immediately. I don't know what conspiracy that Sarutobi Hiruzen guy has, we must not let Kai-kun get hurt." Then, the impulsive elder Uchiha was suppressed. Then, Uchiha Setsuna, who was once the most radical, spoke calmly, "Everyone, I think you don't need to be entangled, and there is no need to react so strongly. Just as Kaijun has brought great changes to the Uchiha in recent days, we should also believe in Kaijun. With Kai-kun's wisdom, he must have expected that the third Hokage would talk to him alone. And Kai-kun never emphasized this matter to us, which means that Kai-kun must have a clear plan for it and know how to deal with it. So, all we need to do is wait for the results with peace of mind." Calm and indifferent, his trust in Uchiha Kai far exceeds his trust in himself. What Uchiha Setsuna showed was his blind trust in Uchiha Kai, and he could imagine any of the other party's actions on his own. After hearing this, all the Uchiha high-ranking officials nodded, indicating that they accepted this statement. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who did not blindly follow Uchiha Setsuna's authority, had a subtle look in his eyes. Because, in the eyes of the young clan leader who is about to officially become the clan leader, Uchiha Setsuna's trust in Uchiha Kai is too blind, and this extreme attitude, compared to his previous style of only believing in himself and thinking that others are short-sighted, is a move from one extreme to another. When did Elder Setsuna become like this? It seems like, after he opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku was thinking in his heart, and then he couldn't help but think of the time when he and Uchiha Kai talked about the Manjiki Sharingan during a casual chat. I remember the conversation was, "Uchiha Kai, the Manjiki Sharingan is indeed the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, but opening the eyes often comes at a huge price." Uchiha Fugaku, "I know. Ancient books say that one has a chance of opening the Manjiki Sharingan only after losing someone dear to them." Uchiha Kai, "No, the huge price I'm talking about is not this, but personality. Opening the Mangekyo often means that the personality of that Uchiha will undergo a huge change and go to an extreme. And this extreme may be the side of good or the side of evil. But no matter which direction it changes, there will be an extreme change in thinking." The above is the content of the conversation at that time. Uchiha Fugaku just remembered it after hearing it, but did not express any opinion, because the Uchiha Manjiki had not appeared for many years. Even if these words were said by Uchiha Kai, he had no way to confirm whether they were true or not. Now, when the example of Uchiha Setsuna was placed before him, Uchiha Fugaku finally understood what the price that Uchiha Kai was talking about was. If I open the Manjiki Sharingan, to what extreme will my personality change? It's like being mentally controlled. If it really becomes extreme, will I still be myself? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt a little afraid of opening the Manjiki. At the same time, in a place where Konoha's senior executives worked, Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu frowned as they looked at Shimura Danzo who came to find them, their minds in confusion. Shimura Danzo stared at his two companions with his cold single eye and said, "As I said, Hiruzen went to find Uchiha Kai alone, and is talking to the Uchiha brat alone. Given Hiruzen's personality, he just wants to talk to that brat about the will of fire and other things. He wants to use his conservative theories to make that Uchiha brat agree with the will of fire. He is too naive, even to the point of being a little stupid, and he is getting more and more confused as he gets older. He actually tried to use his tricks to appease and win over the inherently evil Uchiha clan. He has been the Hokage for too long and has completely forgotten the teachings of Tobirama-sensei. He even has illusions about the Uchiha clan now. We must do something, otherwise, Hiruzen's weakness this time will give the Uchiha clan an opportunity, and this inherently evil clan will inevitably plunge the entire Konoha into chaos. Faced with Shimura Danzo's alarmist remarks, Mito Kato-en and Utane Koharu could not help but frown and look at each other, both revealing hesitation. Although targeting the Uchiha clan has become the political correctness of the Konoha high-level officials, they only needed to agree with Shimura Danzo's previous words. After all, suppressing the Uchiha clan is also beneficial to them and their families. But now, Danzo, are you worrying too much? Although the Uchiha clan is prone to extremes, it is too much to say that they are inherently evil. Yes, yes. Besides, the Uchiha clan is also changing. They are trying hard to integrate into Konoha and help the other clans in Konoha. In a short period of time, the Uchiha clan has moved most of the ninja clans in Konoha with their sincerity. I think we need to change our attitude towards the Uchiha clan. Mito Kato-en and Utane Koharu said this one after another, showing their disagreement with Shimura Danzo. This immediately made Shimura Danzo's one eye slightly widen, a look of disbelief, and then his expression turned completely dark. Damn it, he was shamefully betrayed. It wasn't like this before. When targeting Uchiha, these two Hokage advisors would stand with him and work together to squeeze and force Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why did it suddenly become like this? What happened in the end? When Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en saw Shimura Danzo's expression, they turned their eyes away feeling guilty and embarrassed. Indeed, targeting the Uchiha is politically correct, but this time the Uchiha gave too much in the illusion game. When the possible income and dividends for a year were calculated, their respective families became excited, and praised the Uchiha is worthy of being a big family with a 1,000-year heritage, and they do things in a magnanimous way and so on. This trend naturally blew on the two people who represented the family. When their respective families spoke well of the Uchiha and told them about the benefits they could get, they began to think, the Uchiha are pretty good, now that they have changed, it seems there is no need to target them anymore. And now, although they feel a little guilty, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en do not think they are wrong. After all, not only them, but all the major ninja clans in Konoha have a clear interest bond because of Uchiha. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, has the same attitude. On the contrary, Shimura Danzo still holds on to old ideas and seems very out of place. With this thought in mind, Mitoman coughed again and said, Danzo, regarding the attitude of the Uchiha clan, we think we can do the same as Hiruzen said, observe first and then make a judgment. Now it is the Uchiha clan that is actively seeking change. They have changed their previous arrogant attitude and are actively making friends with the major ninja clans. They are showing a trend of actively integrating into Konoha, and everyone welcomes them. Under this situation, it is somewhat inappropriate to target the Uchiha with the previous attitude and method. Therefore, our suggestion is that you should ignore the Uchiha for now and focus the root's attention on other places. Utane Koharu nodded in agreement. Yes, the ninja world has been in turmoil recently, and the other nations are quietly preparing for war. The Third Ninja World War could break out at any time. It's time for you, Root, to send your forces to the Land of Fire. The two people singing in unison completely infuriated Shimura Danzo, who was already mentally exploded. This man was extremely cold and gloomy, and the cold aura he exuded made people very uncomfortable. After a while, Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice, "Have you two also forgotten your teacher's instructions and the danger of the Uchiha clan like that guy Sarutobi?" These cold and threatening words made Mito Kato-en and Utane Koharu frown and feel unhappy. Although I feel a little guilty because of the betrayal, this is not a reason to be threatened. We are all members of Konoha's F4. Why do you, Danzo, speak to them in such an oppressive tone as if you are a superior. So, Mito Kadoen also said in a deep voice, Danzo, we are just following the will of the Hokage, don't forget, Hiruzen is the Hokage. Shimura Danzo widened his one eye, and then the feeling of breaking the red temperature of defense came over him, and he stood up immediately, just like Sarutobi, you will regret it sooner or later. Then, he turned around, strode away, and slammed the door. Utane Koharu and Mito Kadoen looked at each other, then sighed helplessly, said nothing, and went about their own business. Danzo Shimura, who left, felt lonely and angry, and under this emotion, his thoughts became extreme. Since all his former comrades in arms betrayed him, he would use his own way to target Uchiha. As for how to target, haha, the rumor tactic that even Konoha White Fang couldn't withstand is actually very useful. It just so happened that the Uchiha clan had always had a bad reputation. Although it has improved a little now, it is only a little bit. The Uchiha clan is still an arrogant clan, which gives him a lot of room for maneuver. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Do you think you can use this little trick to change your reputation? How naive! The root that protects Konoha, will tell you that those of you who try to corrupt Konoha will never succeed. The false goodwill that you are pretending to have now will be shattered by me, the root of Konoha who upholds the will of the second Hokage and dedicates everything to Konoha. I will show your true and ugly faces to the whole village and let everyone see your true colors. With this thought, Shimura Danzo became extremely determined, and there seemed to be a blazing flame burning in his eyes. This is all to protect Konoha. Please recommend, collect, and read. End of this chapter.